Chapter 1 The Choice. Great Yen. The third year of Yong'an midsummer. It was the height of summer, and even in the early morning, the air was filled with heat and suffocating humidity. However, in the Qingzhou pavilion of Yunqi Palace, it was slightly better than elsewhere thanks to the shade from a large grove of green bamboo. The open windows let in a few wisps of cool breeze. "Madam, are you really not going out for a walk today?" In front of the dressing table, a tall and beautiful maid named Biwu stood behind a stunning woman, gently combing her hair while patiently persuading her. "Madam, you've been in the palace for several months now, but you've only met His Majesty twice. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be good for you." She paused, lowered her voice a little and continued. "I heard that Beauty Gu received a reward yesterday. Madam knows, Beauty Gu has often been visiting Yongshou Palace lately. Yesterday, she accompanied the Empress Dowager to the Peach Garden and happened to see His Majesty. It's said that His Majesty praised her on the spot for making the Empress Dowager happy. It seems she's now left quite an impression on him." While speaking, Biwu quietly observed the woman's expression in the bronze mirror. Seeing that she remained completely calm and unhurried, Biwu furrowed her brows in concern. In the deep palace without the emperor's favor, how could a concubine live a good life? But her mistress didn't seem to care about any of it. Although His Majesty hadn't summoned any concubines lately, which lady lived like hers, refusing to even leave the house for days on end? Without even walking around, how would she get a chance to encounter the emperor by chance? Biwu sighed inwardly and silently finished tying her mistress's hair. Just as she was about to continue persuading her, a cheerful voice suddenly interrupted. "Madam, this servant brought back the ice. It's not much, but at least we can make an ice bowl later for you to enjoy. It's the best way to beat the heat." The speaker was Biliu, another maidservant from Qingzhou Pavilion. Yesterday, an order had come down that each palace could send someone to the ice storage to retrieve ice, and Biliu had gone early that morning. "Luckily I went early, so there weren't many people yet and I didn't have to wait too long. As soon as I got Madam's share of ice, I rushed back." She smiled as she approached the dressing table. The ice chest has already been carried to the small kitchen. The beautiful woman seated at the dressing table turned her face toward her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, her skin like jade, her cheeks flushed like peach blossoms, like a blooming lotus in the summer. Such beauty, rare in its restraint, held a graceful charm that seemed to emanate from her very bones. Just one glance made it hard to look away. This was Ying. The ice bowl mentioned was a refreshing summer treat. Typically, crushed ice was placed in a small bowl, topped with fresh seasonal fruits like lotus roots, lotus seeds, and water caltrops. For added flavor, one could also include honeydew, peaches, walnuts, and other fruits and nuts. Back when she lived in her maiden home, Ying had always craved this dessert during the hot season. Biliu, who had served her for years, naturally remembered. Ying looked at Biliu with a gentle smile in her eyes. "Make sure to add more melon and peach." Biliu smiled and bowed slightly. "Yes, madam, I understand." Their light conversation completely cut off Biwu's earlier comments. But Ying wasn't truly ignoring her loyal maid. She gestured for Biliu to help her up and, while walking to the Luohan bed, said casually, "I'll be going to Chaohui Hall to pay my respects tomorrow. Since I'll be going out then, there's no need to exert myself today. The sun is too harsh." Biliu helped her sit down and asked curiously, "Where does madam want to go?" Biwu, following behind with a teapot, poured her a cup of tea and also asked, "When you went to fetch the ice, didn't you hear any news?" "What news?" Biliu looked puzzled, then slowly caught on and laughed. "Ah, madam, I did run into Beauty Gu's head maid while fetching the ice. After seeing His Majesty in the Peach Garden yesterday and getting so many rewards, her maid is now acting all high and mighty, so arrogant even the eunuchs at the ice storage were being ordered around. Truly eye-opening." His Majesty hadn't visited the inner palace in a long time, and it was rare for the concubines to get a glimpse of him. So encounters like these, especially with rewards involved, easily made certain people overly proud. Seeing that Biliu only treated this as gossip, Biwu said. In the end, Beauty Gu showed her face to His Majesty. Ying smiled faintly and took a sip of her warm tea. "That only shows she's a lucky woman." Then, not saying anything further on the topic, she simply ordered breakfast to be served. Biliu quickly obeyed. As Biwu fanned her mistress, she grew even more anxious. Because Ying truly wasn't interested in the emperor. She couldn't explain the reason to anyone, not even to Biwu or Biliu. But for her, the reason was more than enough. Ying had lived another life. A little over a month ago, she had mysteriously returned to the age of 17, after having died young on her sickbed, at the age of 24. At 17, she had just entered the palace, still living as a low-ranked Kuren, in Qingzhou Pavilion of Yunqi Palace. Among the emperor's women, the title Chiron was 5th rank, very insignificant. At first, waking up in her 17-year-old body felt unreal. But as the days passed, she accepted the impossibility of her rebirth. Then she started thinking about her future. When she had died in her past life, she was 24. That meant she had lived 7 years in the palace. During those 7 years, she had risen from Chiron to become one of the 4 consorts, consort Shu, favored above all others. She had also had 2 children, both of whom died young. On her deathbed, the Empress Dowager Zhou had mocked her, saying it was divine retribution. Ying knew why. In those 7 years she had done everything she could to win the emperor's love, scheming, enduring, sacrificing. And she had succeeded, climbing step by step to become the most favored. And then she fell ill, never recovered, and died. All her efforts vanished like smoke. Now reborn at 17, looking back on those 7 years, Ying suddenly found it all worthless. 7 years of tiptoeing, only to gain a consort title and fleeting favor, and once dead, all of it meant nothing. If she was fated to only live another 7 years, what was the point of repeating that path? She regretted that once you entered the palace, there was no way out. Otherwise, she could have chosen a completely different life. But since her fate as an imperial concubine was sealed, the only choice left was not to chase that same illusory love again. Why not live peacefully and leisurely? Though Chiron was a low rank, she still had her own quarters and a small kitchen. Life wasn't bad. With her past experience and knowledge of the emperor's personality, if she just behaved quietly and avoided the spotlight, she could slowly rise in rank over the years. She also knew the other concubines well. Even if they played tricks in front of her again, she could easily protect herself. After much thought, Ying truly had no desire to walk the same path again. Especially after experiencing a life of doing nothing, no worries, no schemes, it felt utterly freeing. She understood Biwu's concerns and knew they came from care. In her past life, both Biwu and Biliu had been loyal to her. She would still treat them well in this life. But as for hoping she would care about the emperor again, that was unlikely. If her days were limited, she refused to waste them. If the emperor flipped her nameplate and summoned her, she wouldn't resist. But as for fawning and trying to please him, absolutely not. Soon Biliu brought breakfast with a few young maids. After eating at her leisure, Ying reclined on a chaise and began reading a light novel. As the day wore on, the sun grew hotter, and even Qingzhou Pavilion became stifling. Biliu returned with the promised ice bowl, layered with sliced melon and peaches. Ying enjoyed it contentedly and went back to her book. Just like that, eating, drinking, reading, the day passed. She ate a light dinner, bathed, and went to bed early. The next day was the concubines' day to pay their respects at Chaohui Hall. After grooming herself, Ying took Biwu and headed for Yijing Palace. Since there was no empress and the empress dowager disliked being disturbed, all concubines only needed to greet virtuous consort Lu Lanshuang on the 1st and 15th of each month. She currently oversaw all palace matters. Since Ying's rebirth, the emperor had not summoned a single concubine. The inner palace remained calm. Every time they gathered for greetings, virtuous consort simply let them sit for a while before dismissing them. Today was slightly different because of the rewards Beauty Gu had received. She became the center of attention, while Ying, sitting in a corner sipping Chaohui Hall's good tea, treated the subtle verbal jabs as harmless entertainment. Once dismissed, Ying left the hall with the others. It was still early and not too hot. The last time she had left Qingzhou Pavilion was also to greet virtuous consort. Biwu urged her to walk around more. Ying agreed and decided to visit the Imperial Garden, hoping to pick a few white gardenias to take back. In full summer bloom, the lotuses were vibrant. Boating on the lake and picking lotus flowers would have been even more delightful, but too troublesome, so she skipped it. After a few hundred steps into the garden, they reached the gardenia bushes. As Ying leaned forward to pick flowers, a sugary voice sounded behind her. What a rare good mood from Yun Chiron today. Out strolling in the Imperial Garden, are you? Ying turned around and saw a sweet-looking lady standing a few steps away, smiling with curved brows and eyes. Greetings, Beauty Gu. Ying gave a respectful curtsy. This was Gu Zhenjin, the one everyone had been talking about earlier at Chaohui Hall. Ying had known her before entering the palace. Their relationship had always been distant. To be exact, Gu Zhenjin had never liked her much and wasn't eager to be close. Who would have thought we'd both end up in the palace together? Gu Zhenjin said as she adjusted the gemstone butterfly hairpin in her hair. And even more unexpected, someone as beautiful as Yun Chiron ranks below me. She smiled with smug pride in her eyes. Yun Chiron, don't let that make you resent his majesty. Gu Zhenjin was ranked 1 level above her, a 5th rank beauty. That hairpin she kept flaunting was part of the emperor's reward yesterday. She had already boasted about it twice in Chaohui Hall. This was the third time. Ying knew she was showing off. She had no interest in playing games with her and just wanted to pick flowers and leave. Clearly, you are the lucky one, Beauty Gu, she said with a polite smile, then turned back to selecting flowers. Gu Zhenjin assumed Ying was sulking about being outshined and became even more pleased. She touched her hairpin again and grinned. Don't be upset, Yun Kairan. I'll speak well of you to His Majesty. Ying replied while calmly picking flowers. Thank you, Beauty Gu. Gu Zhenjin laughed, stroking her hairpin again. There's no need for thanks between us, Yun Kairan. But neither of them noticed a figure in yellow robes silently standing not far behind them, before quietly turning and leaving. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. A big-hearted woman. After picking her flowers, Ying returned to Qingzhou Pavilion ahead of Gu Zhenjin's smug gaze. She took a short nap, drank a chilled cup of osmanthus and sour plum juice, then leisurely began arranging flowers and reading, quietly passing the time. Unknowingly, the sun had set and dusk had fallen. Another day had passed. In the Hall of Diligent Administration, Emperor Zhaochong had just finished reviewing memorials. A eunuch entered quietly, carrying a gold-lacquered wooden tray holding the name plaques of the imperial concubines. Zhaochong glanced at it and initially had no intention of selecting anyone. But then he remembered something the Empress Dowager had said the previous day and pressed his fingers against his brow. His Majesty has been living far too abstinently lately. I fear the concubines will be waiting in vain again. The Empress Dowager already spoke yesterday. Surely His Majesty won't skip the selection again tonight? His Majesty just rewarded Beauty Gu. She might have a chance tonight. In the silence, the inner voices of the attending eunuchs reached Zhao Chong's ears one after another, as they had been ever since he mysteriously gained the ability to hear people's thoughts over a month ago. By now he was used to it. His mother had reminded him yesterday to balance his diligent governance with occasional visits to the harem, also mentioning that he had no heirs yet. Clearly, she was urging him to summon concubines more often. But with this mind-reading ability, he found it difficult to enjoy anyone's company. What if he heard something he shouldn't during such moments? He'd already listened to the thoughts of a few concubines, each one duplicitous in their own way. As this thought surfaced, an image appeared in Zhao Chong's mind. That morning in the imperial garden, he hadn't seen the face of the concubine standing there, only her slender back. But he clearly heard her thoughts. While Beauty Gu had flaunted herself with arrogance and provocation, the other woman's thoughts remained calm and flower-focused. This one isn't blooming well. This one is quite nice. Looking back, the way she ignored Beauty Gu's words was rather amusing. Fernyan. His mother had spoken. He couldn't delay returning to the harem any longer. Zhao Chong looked again at the tray of plaques. Please heaven, let it be Consort Da. Consort Da. Your Majesty, Consort Da. Hearing the eunuch's desperate thoughts, Zhao Chong paused, nearly laughing aloud. Consort Da's plaque had been placed in the most prominent position. He had noticed it earlier. Clearly, she had thanked this eunuch generously. Zhao Chong curled his lips slightly, then casually picked up a plaque and turned it over. Hearing the stunned inner reactions around him, he said mildly, "Prepare the imperial sedan for Qingzhou Pavilion." "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch glanced at the chosen plaque, Kairan Yun's, and sighed inwardly as he retreated from the hall with his attendants. Not long after, news spread to Ying that the emperor had flipped her plaque and would be visiting Qingzhou Pavilion that night. The young eunuch who brought the message smiled flatteringly. "Congratulations, Kairan Yun. Among the newly selected concubines, you're the first to receive such favor." "Thank you, Gonggong." Ying responded politely and signaled Bifu to reward the eunuch with the silk pouch. The eunuch gratefully accepted and left in high spirits. The entire Qingzhou Pavilion was soon filled with excitement. Bifu and Biliu hurried to prepare everything for Ying. Only Ying remained relaxed. Serving the emperor? She'd done it before. Nothing about it felt new or nerve-wracking. She suddenly recalled that in her previous life, she had also been among the first of the new concubines to serve the emperor. But back then it had taken careful scheming to make it happen. This time she had done nothing, and still the emperor had chosen her first. That, to her, was more surprising than the fact of being chosen. After bathing and changing, she sat before the vanity mirror and gazed at her delicate, stunning reflection for a few moments. Then calmly she instructed. "No need for full makeup. Just a light touch of lip rouge. Keep the hair simple." Biliu and Bifu were momentarily stunned. They exchanged a quick glance. Bifu tried to persuade her. "Madam, tonight is your first time serving His Majesty. You should dress carefully." The weather had been hot lately, and since they had mostly stayed in the pavilion, their mistress hadn't been bothering with cosmetics. But this was different, it was the emperor. "It doesn't matter. Ying replied with a soft smile. With the summer heat, looking fresh and natural should please His Majesty more. Though she said this to reassure Bifu, in truth, Ying simply found dressing up to be a hassle. She knew the emperor's temperament. Even though he'd flipped her plaque, he wouldn't arrive early. And once he did, it wouldn't be long before he wanted to rest. She might as well stay comfortable and be herself. She also understood that while the emperor appreciated beauty, he wasn't someone who indulged in it. A momentary attraction would not make him treat her differently in the long run. It was better to save the effort. As long as she was tidy and respectful, that would be enough. Bifu and Biliu accepted her explanation and didn't press further. They quietly and efficiently helped her get ready. As Ying expected, the emperor's imperial sedan arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion at the third quarter of the Su hour, around 8:45 p.m. Before Zhao Chong even stepped down from the sedan, he looked up to see a young woman in a moon-white floral bird-patterned gauze dress stepping out from the corridor. The lighting was dim, and he couldn't clearly see her expression. At that moment, she seemed to have no particular thoughts, and he heard nothing from her mind. A breeze lifted the hem of her dress and the long black hair draped across her shoulders. In the night, she looked serene, almost ethereal as she slowly approached. Zhao Chong's gaze lingered on her as she arrived at the sedan and bowed gracefully with her head lowered. Still no thoughts emerged. "Rise," Zhao Chong said. He stepped down and offered his hand to help her up. When she lifted her face, he saw a delicate and radiant expression. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, and her bright eyes briefly met his before obediently lowering. But her heart remained completely calm. None of the other concubines had ever greeted him with such composure. Perhaps in contrast to all the others, her demeanor was rather pleasant. Zhao Chong gave her another glance before leading her into Qingzhou Pavilion. The inner chamber was filled with a faint floral fragrance. Standing before the flower table, Zhao Chong looked at the carefully arranged white gardenias in the vase, and recalled that this was the same flower she had picked in the imperial garden earlier that day. "You like gardenias?" he asked her. Ying answered with a faint smile. "If it's beautiful, this concubine likes it." Zhao Chong remembered what had happened in the garden. As they spoke of flowers, he paid attention to her inner voice, but she hadn't recalled anything about that encounter. After a brief pause, he casually asked, "Did you arrange these flowers yourself?" "Yes," she nodded with a smile. "Since I had some free time, I picked a few to arrange." She didn't mention the imperial garden or beauty goo. Not even a thought of beauty goo surfaced in her mind. So it was true then, Chiron Yun really was big-hearted. Zhao Chong silently came to this conclusion. Looking at her again, he found her increasingly pleasing to the eye. He smiled, took her hand, and led her away from the flower table. "It's getting late. Let's rest." Before long, the gauzy canopy was drawn, dimming the candlelight. Ying lay obediently under the thin brocade blanket, eyes closed, waiting for the emperor to approach and begin a more intimate interaction. Unfortunately, she had recently grown used to early sleep. As soon as her head hit the pillow, sleepiness washed over her. And since the emperor didn't approach right away, she unknowingly fell asleep. Zhao Chong looked at her peaceful sleeping face and couldn't help but chuckle. He had only hesitated slightly on whether to proceed, and she had simply fallen asleep. Oh well. He reined in his thoughts, pulled her into his arms, and closed his eyes to rest. Ying slept soundly. In her past life, she had shared a bed with Zhao Chong for 7 years. Sleeping beside him now didn't make her uncomfortable. But the next morning, when she awoke groggily and realized she had fallen asleep before doing her duty as a concubine, she was a little stunned. Especially since Zhao Chong was no longer in bed. She didn't know when he had gotten up. As she was still gathering her thoughts, the gauze canopy was suddenly lifted by a hand. Ying looked up and saw Zhao Chong standing neatly dressed beside the bed. No trace of displeasure on his face. She immediately smiled brightly. "Did your Majesty rest well last night?" Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow, his tone unreadable. "Seems like you certainly did." "Your Majesty is wise," Ying said as she got up. "Thanks to your Majesty's blessings, this concubine slept very well." Sigh. "Failing in front of His Majesty during our first night? That's a new one." Recalling that she had fallen asleep first, Ying couldn't help but feel a little sheepish. Zhao Chong heard her inner voice and found it amusing. She didn't seem flustered at all. In fact, she was patting herself on the back. He narrowed his eyes at her. "You're the first one to fall asleep before me." Ying froze. This concubine behaved improperly before His Majesty. "I beg your forgiveness." She lowered her head and gave a deep, respectful bow. Zhao Chong once again listened for her thoughts. "Oh well. I was definitely rude last night. If I get punished, I can't complain." "Zhao Chong? That quick to give up?" Once again reminded of how unusual this woman was, Zhao Chong, who had never really planned to punish her, simply said, "Just this once. Don't do it again." He added, "Rise." Just then the chief eunuch outside respectfully reminded Zhao Chong it was time for morning court. Without further words, the emperor turned and strode out of Qingzhou Pavilion. After sending off the imperial sedan, Ying returned to her room. Bifu and Biliu came rushing over. Bifu, worried again, hesitantly asked, "Madam, why did His Majesty seem unhappy?" Ying flopped onto the bed. Resting her head on the brocade pillow, she yawned lightly. "His Majesty said just this once, so don't worry. He'll come again. If he didn't plan to visit again, he wouldn't have said just this once." Bifu and Biliu slowly processed her words, their emotions a mix of joy and unease. That the emperor would return was good news, of course. But just this once? What had their mistress done to provoke such a remark? Their unease lasted only an hour before it was completely dispelled, when Emperor Zhaochong sent a lavish set of rewards to Qingzhou Pavilion. Not only were there gold, silver and jeweled accessories, but the corridor was filled with beautiful potted flowers and plants. Bifu and Biliu were stunned. And so, the news of Ying being chosen to serve the emperor, followed by her grand reward, quickly spread once again through the 6 palaces. Chapter 3. Chapter 3: Intrigue and Amusement. The emperor had not summoned any consorts to his bed for quite some time. Thus, when Ying was summoned last night, it drew the attention of the entire palace. The generous reward she received today further proved the emperor was pleased with her. What would happen next remained to be seen. The consorts, with different thoughts in their minds, sent various gifts to Qingzhou Pavilion. Biwu and Biliu carefully counted the items, understanding that after last night, their mistress had become the center of attention. As senior palace maids, they now needed to be even more cautious in how they conducted themselves. Mistress Consort Xian, Consort Da, Zhaoyuanjiang, and concubine Lu all sent gifts. Biwu reported to Ying. The items were mostly luxurious fabrics, hairpins, and jewelry. "If they've sent them, accept them," Ying said lazily, reclining as usual on her beauty couch. "Just remember to thank them according to palace etiquette." These rules had already been taught to her by her nanny, so Ying didn't need to worry about it. Biwu acknowledged the order and went off with Biliu to handle it. Ying, flipping through the storybook she hadn't finished, idly turned to a new page. By palace custom, after serving the emperor, a consort was supposed to pay respects to the empress. But with the 6 palaces currently without an empress and the empress dowager forbidding any disturbances, the tradition had temporarily been suspended. Had it been time to pay respects to Consort Xian, Ying might have had to meet other consorts. Luckily, she had already paid respects yesterday. So today, she remained cozily at Qingzhou Pavilion. She couldn't be bothered to guess the emperor's thoughts. So long as she wasn't punished and continued receiving fine rewards, she was content to accept everything with peace of mind. As for what the other consorts thought of her, she wasn't concerned. After one night of favor, the smart ones wouldn't rush to target her. The foolish ones? Easy to deal with. Rather than waste time thinking about all that, she might as well read a few more pages of her storybook. Much more interesting. Engrossed in a particularly emotional tale, Ying was sighing over the tragic ending of a certain female character when Biliu approached, holding a gilded purple sandalwood box. "The jewelry bestowed by His Majesty has been properly sorted. Mistress, would you like to have another look?" Without lifting her eyes, Ying closed her book and said, "No need. Go fetch me a few more storybooks instead." After a pause, she added, "Choose ones with happy endings." Just then, a young palace maid came in to report that Gu Zhenzhen had come to visit Qingzhou Pavilion. Having heard last night that the emperor had chosen Ying's nameplate, Gu Zhenzhen hadn't slept a wink. Now that she'd also heard of the many rewards Ying had received, she couldn't sit still any longer. Just days ago, it had been she who stood out in front of His Majesty. Among the newly entered consorts, she had been the first to receive his favor. So why was Ying the first to be summoned to his bed? The thought stuck in Gu Zhenzhen's chest like a stone. It was unbearable. Especially since she had just flaunted her reward in front of Ying in the imperial garden yesterday. Now in less than a day, she had been thoroughly humiliated twice. She was dying to know what method Ying had used to make the emperor choose her. But curiosity or not, such questions could never be voiced aloud. Her visit today was to warn Ying not to get too full of herself. After all, Ying was merely a Chiron, a rank even lower than her own as a Meirin. Having heard the palace maid's report, Ying couldn't help but chuckle. "See, there's the brainless one right on cue. Biliu, open the box for me. Let me take a look." Changing her mind, Ying gave her order before gesturing for the maid to invite Gu Zhenzhen inside. Soon after, Gu Zhenjin entered the outer room and saw Ying seated beneath the window on a Luohan couch. Mistress Lady Gu is here, the palace maid announced and withdrew. Gu Zhenjin immediately noticed the large gilded purple sandalwood box on the table beside Ying. The box was open, its contents a dazzling array of gold hairpins and ornaments that shimmered in the light. Just one glance revealed their extraordinary value. Gu Zhenjin felt another jolt of irritation. She had indeed received rewards from the emperor, but compared to this, hers felt lacking. Greetings, Lady Gu. Ying rose as Gu Zhenjin's expression changed slightly. She politely invited her to sit and smiled innocently. What brings you to Qingju Pavilion today? Snapping out of her thoughts, Gu Zhenjin quickly composed herself and returned the smile. Naturally, I've come to congratulate you, Kairan Yun. She sat on the opposite end of the couch. Even if she didn't look directly at the box, the glittering jewelry was impossible to ignore from the corner of her eye. Gu Zhenjin forced herself to remain calm, saying with a tight smile, "It pleases me to see that Kairan Yun was able to serve His Majesty so well." Biliu stepped forward to serve tea. The table was mostly occupied by the oversized jewelry box, so Ying, ever so considerate, pushed it aside to make room. This made it even easier for Gu Zhenjin to see the stunning pieces inside. Gu Zhenjin. Her smile froze. Ying, as if oblivious, gently stroked a gold hairpin inlaid with pearls and precious stones, beaming. Thank you, Lady Gu. I never expected His Majesty to bestow so many gifts. It was the truth. After all, she hadn't exactly pleased the emperor last night. But to Gu Zhenjin the words sounded insufferably smug. Thinking of yesterday's incident in the imperial garden, and now having these lavish gifts rubbed in her face, it felt like deliberate flaunting, provocation even. The idea that Ying might be secretly laughing at her pushed Gu Zhenjin over the edge. Kairan Yun, many have received the emperor's favor, she said coldly, her smile fading. She pointedly adjusted her own gold double butterfly hair ornament inlaid with gems, silently reminding Ying that she too had been rewarded. Lifting her chin slightly, she added, "If you become arrogant just because of this, it won't end well." She heavily emphasized the words Kairan, clearly trying to put Ying in her place. Ying understood but couldn't be bothered to argue. Instead, she plucked the elaborate butterfly hairpin she had admired and examined it. It was more refined than Gu Zhenjin's. And this wasn't even the finest among the pieces she'd received. Holding it up with exaggerated interest, she said, "Lady Gu, do you think this would suit me?" Without waiting for a response, she summoned Biwu to help put it on. Then one by one, she pulled out even more exquisite ornaments from the box and had Biwu adorn her hair with them all. In no time her head glittered like a walking treasure chest. Gu Zhenjin was stunned. With so much clutter, even the finest jewelry lost its beauty. Yet Ying seemed entirely unaware. She even called for a mirror and admired her absurd appearance with great satisfaction. No wonder. Anything gifted by His Majesty looks wonderful no matter how you wear it. Don't you think so, Lady Gu? Giggling as she admired herself, Ying looked genuinely delighted with the ridiculous result. Gu Zhenjin. She had no words. How had she not realized before how vulgar and shallow Ying was? Such treasures were completely wasted on her. Gu Zhenjin felt regret for ever coming to Qingju Pavilion, and bitter resentment that even someone like Ying had received the emperor's favor first. Less than a quarter hour later, she excused herself and left. Ying asked Biwu to escort her out, then slowly put down the mirror with a smile. "Mistress, why were you provoking Lady Gu like that?" Biliu asked, unable to hold back her laughter. To her, all that jewelry must have been worn purely to spite Gu Zhenjin. "Help me take all this off," Ying said, rubbing her sore neck. Wearing that much weight on her head was exhausting. But no, she hadn't done it to provoke Gu Zhenjin. Dealing with someone that simple-minded didn't require much effort. A taste of her own medicine was more than enough. Anything more subtle would have been wasted. Gu Zhenjin wouldn't understand anyway. What Ying really wanted was for word of this to reach the ears of those consorts who had recently started paying her attention. That was her true aim. A consort who appeared foolish and harmless was much less threatening than one with ambition and scheming. She had no desire to fight for the emperor's favor, nor to repeat the palace intrigues of her past life. Without imperial favor, she didn't have the qualifications to engage in such games anyway. Better to let everyone think she was even more brainless than Gu Zhenjin. It would give her some peace. Biwu returned after escorting Gu Zhenjin out and with Biliu, carefully removed the mountain of ornaments from Ying's head. After such a scene, Ying found the jewelry rather unpleasant to look at and immediately told them to store it away in the pavilion's small treasury. By midday, word of what happened at Qingju Pavilion had spread among the consorts. And not just them, the Emperor Zhaochong heard about it too. "I think Kairan Yun is simply a naive and adorable girl," Consort de Chan Shuezhen said with a smile as she presented sweet soup to the Emperor. So happy with His Majesty's gifts that she just had to wear them all at once. That Chiron Yun really has no brains, she thought. Fortunately, His Majesty dislikes brainless women. Her favor will end here. Zhao Chong listened to her words with no visible reaction, but he heard the thoughts behind them as well. Yet what Consort saw as evidence of Yun Ying's stupidity only intrigued Zhao Chong further. No brains. Not likely. Recalling Yun Ying's internal monologue from last night and this morning, and her odd behavior today, he grew more curious. She's just a young girl with a lively nature, he said blandly. Then he added, I still have memorials to review. You may go. Though reluctant to leave, Consort curtsied obediently. Since your Majesty is busy with state affairs, I won't disturb you further. Please take care of your health as you work. Zhao Chong looked up and the rest of her sentence, I'll be waiting for your Majesty at Chonghua Hall, never made it out. All she said was, your concubine takes her leave. He nodded. Consort left with visible reluctance. Zhao Chong didn't think further on Yuning after that and resumed reading his memorials. Your Majesty, it's time to flip the nameplates, a eunuch said as evening approached, bringing in a tray of the consort's plaques. Zhao Chong didn't even lift his head. Go to Qingzhou Pavilion, he said casually. Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Promotion. The Emperor had once again chosen her nameplate. After Biwu escorted the eunuch who delivered the message out of Qingzhou Pavilion, Yuning found herself uncharacteristically baffled. Though the Emperor had casually said this morning before court that it won't happen again, implying the possibility of future summons, she hadn't expected a second night to come this soon. Could it be? The Emperor was unsatisfied with last night? Yuning had thought she understood the Emperor's temperament rather well. Yet his current behavior deviated from the man she remembered. True, in her past life, the Emperor had also summoned her for several nights in a row, but only after she had become the most favored in the harem. It was never as abrupt or inexplicable as this. Still, Yuning was in good spirits now. She dismissed her confusion after only a moment. Whether the Emperor came or not wasn't something she could control. If he came, then so be it. She'd just make sure to stay awake tonight, and not fall asleep before him like she had the night before. Yuning maintained a calm and composed appearance, but Biwu and Biliu were overjoyed. The daytime rewards and now 2 consecutive nights of the Emperor staying in Qingzhou Pavilion, everything pointed to their mistress gaining favor. Congratulations, mistress, said Biwu and Biliu in unison, bowing joyfully to Yuning. Seeing the happiness written all over their faces, Yuning didn't want to dampen their mood. She simply told them to go prepare to receive the Emperor properly tonight. After her bath and change of clothes, Yuning didn't even need to instruct them. Biwu and Biliu began doing her hair and makeup just like the night before. Her face remained simple and clean, with just a hint of lip color. The Emperor arrived even earlier than yesterday. Before the hour of Su, 7 to 9 p.m., Yuning had just reached the corridor to receive him when Zhao Chong took her back into Qingzhou Pavilion. Beloved consort, were you reading? Seeing the upside-down book on the Luohan couch's side table, Zhao Chong asked casually as he sat down. Yuning smiled. Your Majesty, I was merely passing time with the story. Zhao Chong picked up the book and skimmed a couple of pages. Realizing it was just a popular storybook, he quickly lost interest and set it down. At that moment, Biliu and Biwu entered with a tray of iced plum juice and some light refreshments. Zhao Chong caught a glimpse of them but said nothing. His tone remained casual as he asked Yuning, I heard someone caused a disturbance at your Qingzhou Pavilion today? The only person who had come by today was Gu Zhenjin. Both Biliu and Biwu, having just entered the room, heard the Emperor's words. Though they kept calm faces, they couldn't contain their inner excitement. His Majesty knows about what Gu Marin did. Is he going to support mistress? Wow! Biliu's eyes lit up as she looked down. Buddha bless, His Majesty truly cares about mistress. Things are going to get better for her. How wonderful! Biwu was genuinely happy for Yuning. The anxiety she had carried up to yesterday melted away. But Zhao Chong wasn't just probing. He was also curious about Yuning's thoughts. Disturbance? Gu Zhenjin? Just a kitten bearing its fangs. But seriously, why bring up such a petty matter? If he has that much free time, why not review a few more memorials? These words were daring to the point of treason. Yet because it was a push for him to work harder, Zhao Chong couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He brought up the incident to satisfy his curiosity about Yuning's bizarre performance today. But her inner monologue left him speechless. Any other consort would be thrilled by his concern, yet this one seemed downright annoyed. Yuning, unaware that her thoughts were being read so clearly, simply smiled. It was a minor matter, nothing worth troubling your Majesty over. She didn't deny that Gu Zhenjin came with ill intent, but she also didn't use the opportunity to complain and escalate the issue. Making it a big deal would only complicate matters, entangling her with Gu Zhenjin repeatedly. Far too troublesome. Troublesome? Though he hadn't intended to take her side, Zhao Chong suddenly didn't want to let it go since she dismissed it so lightly. Beloved consort, are there really things you think I shouldn't know about? He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Ying as if to get to the bottom of things. Ying found it ridiculous. Such a trivial matter, and he wanted to press on it like this? It wasn't leisure. His Majesty must have a screw loose somewhere. Suddenly scolded Zhao Chong. Hearing her silently accuse him of being irrational, Zhao Chong nearly laughed in disbelief. Gu Marin had tried to make things difficult for her, and she hadn't even cared. Yet now he showed a little concern, and she found it bothersome? Zhao Chong was slightly offended. But since Ying hadn't spoken yet, he couldn't outwardly react. He forced himself to maintain a calm expression. Your Majesty, I simply didn't want to ruin your pleasant mood over something so trivial. Please forgive me. Ying placed the ice plum juice and pastries on the table with a smile and glanced at Zhao Chong. I had a few simple snacks prepared. Won't your Majesty try some? Seeing that his initial goal of learning about today's events wasn't going to be fulfilled, Zhao Chong didn't push further. He accepted the change of subject and joined her for a light late-night meal. With nothing else to talk about, Zhao Chong noticed that Ying's inner thoughts and outer demeanor had returned to calm and poise. Sensing this shift, he decided not to provoke her further, and the two got along peacefully for the rest of the night. After assisting him in removing his robes, Ying lay down obediently as she had the night before. But unlike last night, she reminded herself repeatedly not to fall asleep again. Zhao Chong, lying beside her, listened to her inner mumbling with a faint smile. Given his current state, he really couldn't engage in anything intimate. Maybe next time. Ying lay there sweetly, pretending to wait patiently for his move. When he pulled her into his arms, she closed her eyes cooperatively. Then she heard the Emperor's gentle voice above her. Sleep. Ying. Startled, she quickly accepted that he had no intention of taking things further tonight. She adjusted her position in his arms to make herself more comfortable, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Zhao Chong heard her even breathing not long after. Looking down at the sleeping girl nestled in his arms, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Forget it. He gently stroked her soft hand, then closed his eyes trying to sleep. Ying slept deeply and sweetly once again. Yet she still remembered her duty as a consort. The next morning, she rose with Zhao Chong, helped him wash and dress, and respectfully saw him off to court. Zhao Chong left in a good mood. Though Ying's inner thoughts were irreverent, he didn't take offense. It wasn't as if she harbored resentment or malice. In fact, the past 2 nights in Qingzhou Pavilion had been far more interesting than those spent elsewhere. Xia Jiang. At his call, the senior eunuch walking beside his palanquin immediately responded, Your Majesty. Yin from Qingzhou Pavilion has shown gentleness and intelligence since entering the palace. I am pleased with her. Today she shall be promoted. Zhao Chong paused slightly. To Jieyu. Xia Jiang, ever calm and composed, couldn't hide his surprise this time. In just 2 days there had been rewards and now a promotion. This kind of favor was unmatched among the 6 palaces. Yes, Your Majesty. He quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Ying's promotion from Chiron 5th rank to Jieyu 4th rank was swiftly announced throughout the palace. In Xianghua Hall, porcelain shattered all over the floor. When noble consort Jiang entered the main hall, she was met with a scene of complete chaos. Consort sat on the Luohan couch, visibly angry. Her rage was clearly caused by Ying. Noble consort, why trouble yourself and harm your health over a mere Jieyu? The head maid Shuanghong said softly, instructing the other palace maids to clean up before dismissing them. Only then did noble consort Jiang slowly approach consort Da. Seeing her arrival, consort Da's expression eased slightly. But the mere mention of Ying reignited her fury. A mere Jieyu, and yet His Majesty stayed 2 nights in Qingzhou Pavilion, gave her gifts yesterday and promoted her today? I truly underestimated her, she said bitterly. She had thought the Emperor was merely momentarily intrigued, but now this? Wasn't His Majesty supposed to dislike brainless women the most? She had even brought up the incident at Qingzhou Pavilion yesterday, yet the Emperor summoned Ying again that very night, and even promoted her. Jieyu is 4th rank. Marin is proper 5th rank. Chiron is lower 5th rank. Before today, Ying had been beneath Gu Zhenjin in rank. Now she had surpassed her. It had been Gu Zhenjin who stirred trouble in Qingzhou Pavilion. This sudden favor from the Emperor might well be his way of defending Ying and warning Gu Zhenjin and the rest of the harem. Had Consort Da not brought up Ying yesterday, she wouldn't be so upset. She had hoped the Emperor would lose interest in Ying, not reward and promote her. Ying as a Jieyu shouldn't warrant so much attention. But what if the emperor truly favored her? How did his majesty come to fancy her? Clutching a peony-embroidered handkerchief, Consort sighed. It's been over a month since his majesty visited the harem. And now he goes to Qingzhou Pavilion 2 nights in a row. Seeing that Consort had calmed slightly, noble Consort Zhang said soothingly, exactly. Because of that, though Ying now enjoys great favor, she's also been pushed into the spotlight. If his majesty truly cherished her, how could he let such an inexperienced young woman shoulder all this? So your ladyship needn't be upset over a mere jiayu. Noble Consort Zhang smirked. I've seen how reckless she acts. I suspect she'll suffer for it soon enough. Her words seemed to ease Consort's heart. She nodded and smiled. Quite right. It looks like we'll be seeing some palace drama soon. Shuanghong, she called out. Bring out that pair of Eastern Pearl bangles from the small vault and send them to Qingzhou Pavilion as a congratulatory gift for Yun Jiayu's promotion. Many consorts sent gifts to Qingzhou Pavilion. Biwu and Biliu counted and found that nearly every ranked consort had sent something. Yuning rested her chin in her palm and tilted her head at the pile of gifts, thoroughly confused. What exactly had she done last night? The emperor hadn't even touched her. Why was she suddenly promoted? Could that alone have satisfied him? The promotion felt odd and suspicious, and Yuning couldn't help but overthink it. After a while, though, she found it boring. What was done was done. No point dwelling on it. She told Biwu and Biliu to catalog the gifts and store them in the warehouse, then walked out to the corridor with scissors to trim flower branches. At the end of the day, it was the emperor's whim. She couldn't scold him, but she could take it out on the plants he'd given her. Trouble, of course, arrived swiftly. The next morning, Biliu returned from fetching ice much later than usual. Mistress, I've lost my sachet, she said, face pale. On the way back from the ice storage, just at a corner, a young palace maid suddenly bumped into me. She ran off so fast I didn't see her face. I only realized the sachet was missing later. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. I don't know why, but I have a really bad feeling. Before Yuning could respond, Biwu hurried in from outside. Mistress, Gu Marin fell into the water. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Presumptuous. Gu Zhenjin had fallen into the lotus pond, pushed in by someone. In her panic just before falling, she had managed to tear a sachet from the person who pushed her. By the time Yuning arrived at Tingyu Tower in Cholan Palace, Gu Zhenjin's lips were pale and she was still unconscious. However, her fingers were tightly gripping a sachet, refusing to let go. Yuning took one glance and immediately recognized it as something belonging to Biliu. First, Biliu lost her sachet. Then Gu Zhenjin fell into the water. Following that, the consort Xian had someone summon her to Tingyu Tower. With the ups and downs she had experienced in her past life within the palace, Yuning needed no time to figure it out. It was all aimed at her. She had already guessed what was coming before arriving. To Yuning, this scheme wasn't even particularly clever. But if she truly were the kind of person who would compete with Gu Zhenjin to show off imperial rewards, then this would have been enough to trap her. The mastermind behind this must have known that a sachet alone couldn't serve as damning evidence. The emperor wouldn't punish someone he had just promoted. Doing so would imply poor judgment, favoring a consort with a vicious heart. No, the true purpose of this trap wasn't to bring her down, but to test her, and to warn her. They wanted to see if she was truly as foolish as she had pretended to be, and to remind her that the inner palace was far more treacherous than she might imagine. Perhaps it was even meant to deepen Gu Zhenjin's resentment toward her, turning them into enemies so they'd weaken each other in conflict. Yuning was perfectly clear whether she had done such a thing. If she acted flustered and tried too hard to clear her name before the emperor, she could easily lose her composure, argue with Gu Zhenjin, and end up embarrassing herself. And the one behind it all clearly wasn't afraid of being found out. They likely had a palace maid carry out the act. And just like how the sachet wasn't solid evidence, even if the maid who pushed Gu Zhenjin into the pond were found, no one would convict a consort based on the word of a low-ranking maid. On her way to Tingyu Tower, Yuning had already pieced it all together effortlessly. Thinking further, it was likely the emperor wouldn't punish her. At most, she'd be mildly reprimanded. It wouldn't hurt her in the least. Besides, in cases like this, if the emperor wanted to protect her, even if she had done it, she'd remain safe. And if he wanted to make an example of her, even if she were innocent, she'd still suffer. So defending herself wouldn't change that fact. That meant she had many choices in how to respond. She could act arrogant and presumptuous, flaunting the emperor's favor. Or she could cry a little before him, shed a few tears and the matter might be dropped. But all those options required playing a role. Tiring, pointless, and a free show for others. Yuning had no interest in that. She hadn't come back from death to compete for favor, but if someone tried to drag her into their schemes, she wouldn't make it easy for them. Quite a few consorts had gathered to express concern for Gu Zhenjin. Consort Xian, Consort de Zhaoyuanjiang, noble Consort Jiang, and Jie Yuchui were all present. Hiding her true thoughts, Ying greeted each of them formally. Just then, the sharp voice of a eunuch echoed from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Consort Xian immediately led everyone out to greet him. You may all rise. Descending from the imperial carriage, Zhao Chong waved them off and walked straight toward Consort Xian. His gaze swept over the consorts, lingering briefly on Ying before turning back to Consort Xian. What happened? Consort Xian, who now oversaw matters of the 6 palaces, was naturally present when something occurred. She was also the one who had summoned the emperor. Your Majesty, Imperial Beauty Gu fell into the lotus pond in the imperial garden while admiring the flowers today. Though she was rescued, she remains unconscious. I had no choice but to send someone to inform your Majesty, she replied properly. She didn't mention that Gu Zhenjin was likely pushed, nor that Ying was a suspect. What did the imperial physician say? Zhao Chong stepped into Tingyu Tower, asking as he walked. The physician said she passed out from swallowing too much water. Normally she should recover soon. As for any other illnesses, they will need to wait until she wakes for a more complete diagnosis. Zhao Chong gave the slightest nod and entered the inner room, approaching the bed. Though the woman lying there hadn't opened her eyes, her inner thoughts already echoed in Zhao Chong's ears. The emperor is here. Humph. Ying, you caused this. Just wait and see how the emperor punishes you. A moment later, Gu Zhenjin stirred. She slowly opened her eyes. Her lashes fluttered, her gaze landed on Zhao Chong's face, and immediately tears shimmered in her eyes. She had actually woken up long ago, but upon overhearing that the sachet came from Ying's maid, and that Consort Xian had summoned the emperor, she decided to keep her eyes shut and wait. Now that he was here, she could begin reciting the lines she had rehearsed while pretending to sleep. Your Majesty. Unaware that Zhao Chong could hear her thoughts, Gu Zhenjin continued with her act. She looked pale, her voice hoarse, tears brimming. Utterly fragile and pitiful. After stammering for a moment, she lowered her gaze and said slowly, Your Majesty, I didn't fall by accident. Someone pushed me. I was admiring the lotus flowers when I was suddenly shoved hard from behind. That's how I fell in. I've always behaved with propriety and caution. I never imagined someone would try to harm me like this. As she spoke, she held out the wet sachet she had been clutching all along. She looked up at Zhao Chong again, tears rolling down her cheeks, unable to suppress her outrage. This sachet is what I tore from that malicious person. Isn't this the sachet of Yun Jieyu's head maid? Someone cried out. Everyone turned to see one of the palace maids drop to her knees and beg for forgiveness. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Your Majesty, Your Highness. The speaker was Tome, Gu Zhenjin's personal maid. The head maid of Yun Jieyu? Before Zhao Chong or Consort Xian could speak, Consort De laughed lightly and said, You'd better be careful before accusing someone important. Watch your tongue. Tome quickly kowtowed again. I accompanied Lady Gu to Qingzhou Pavilion the other day to congratulate Yun Jieyu. That's when I saw this sachet hanging from her head made Biliu's waist. Gu Zhenjin tightened her grip on the sachet, crying as she looked at Yun Jieyu, although we've had disagreements, I've never tried to harm you. I never thought you'd be so vicious to plot against me. She sobbed and flung back the quilt, climbing off the bed. Facing Zhao Chong, she bowed deeply. Your Majesty, please grant me justice. At that moment, Consort Xian stepped in. Imperial Beauty Gu, calm down. This matter will be investigated thoroughly. But one sachet alone isn't enough to prove it was Yun Jieyu. If not her, then who? Gu Zhenjin saw Consort Xian as siding with Ying and turned back to Zhao Chong. Your Majesty, please help me. Zhao Chong had yet to speak. His expression was cold, and the inner voices of everyone present buzzed incessantly in his ears. Aside from Gu Zhenjin accusing Ying, most of them were clearly enjoying the show or gloating. One person even seemed to be composing poetry, absurd. Zhao Chong paused. He suddenly realized he hadn't heard a single thought from Ying. Even though this whole matter seemed to point toward her, she had no reaction. Zhao Chong turned subtly and noticed that Ying stood furthest from the bed. Even though she had been promoted yesterday, she still held the lowest rank among those present, so she had to stand at the end. Then he suddenly heard, This orchid is blooming quite nicely. The thought came from Ying. Zhao Chong paused and noticed a blooming butterfly orchid near Ying. Its flowers were delicate and vibrant. Yet she was the only one with the leisure to admire it, when she should have been the most anxious. Have Imperial Beauty Gu return to the bed. Let the physician in to take her pulse. After a long silence, Zhao Chong spoke. No one dared disobey. Gu Zhenjin obediently lay back down. She had thought the emperor would now grant her justice. But Zhao Chong said nothing more. He simply turned and walked away. Gu Zhenjin froze. The consorts were all stunned. Consort Xian recovered first, said a few words to comfort Gu Zhanzhan, and then followed after Zhao Chong. The others quickly followed. Ying didn't care about their theatrics, nor Zhao Chong's reaction. She leisurely trailed at the end of the group. By the time she exited the room, Zhao Chong was already seated at the head. He looked at her and asked plainly, "Yun Jieyu, do you have anything to say?" Ying slowly stepped forward, bowed deeply and answered calmly, replying to Your Majesty, "I have nothing to say." Not nothing to say, but no words to offer. That simple reply sparked another round of inner noise around Zhao Chong. But still, not a single thought came from Ying. He frowned slightly. "What do you mean by that, Yun Jieyu?" "Your Majesty, I leave this matter to Your Majesty's judgment," Ying replied with her head bowed, voice emotionless. "If you believe I had no part in Imperial Beauty Gu's fall, I have nothing to say. If you believe I am guilty, I also have nothing to say. I am willing to accept punishment." In other words, whatever he decided, she accepted it. Zhao Chong remembered her criticizing him silently in Qingzhou Pavilion the other day. Even if she truly had no thoughts now, her words sounded passive-aggressive. It felt like she was saying, if he couldn't prove her innocence, he was a useless fool, and she'd just admit her bad luck. He knew she hadn't pushed Gu Zhanzhan. If she had wanted to, she had plenty of opportunity to plot something in the last few days. But this attitude, though he still couldn't hear her thoughts, Zhao Chong had the nagging feeling she was mocking him. Consort Da, catching his expression, scolded Ying sharply. "Yun Jieyu, how dare you? If you refuse to explain yourself, then just accept the punishment. Don't be so presumptuous before His Majesty." Ying's face remained calm, though she sneered inside. "This counts as presumptuous? Yes, I'm bold, I'm presumptuous. So what? Come bite me if you dare." "I don't dare. I submit to Your Majesty's judgment." Ying couldn't be bothered to come up with new lines and simply repeated what she'd said before. Zhao Chong, now finally hearing her thoughts again. Chapter 6. Cloud Brocade. Ying's bold and defiant nature was something Zhao Chong had already experienced firsthand a few days earlier. So when he heard her inner thoughts now, he wasn't surprised, only more convinced that she had a rebellious and unconventional character beneath the surface. For a moment he thought, perhaps she did trust him after all. That must be why, when falsely accused, she didn't bother to defend herself too much and simply chose to leave it in his hands. As Zhao Chong pondered this, his expression softened slightly. However, Consort Da, having heard Ying's seemingly dismissive words, frowned. In fact, ever since Gu Zhanzhan's head maid Suame had identified the sachet, Consort Da had been somewhat puzzled by Ying's calm reaction. Now her confusion deepened. She couldn't figure Ying out. If the Yun woman was deeply scheming, why didn't she try to use the situation to earn the Emperor's pity? If she were brainless, her reaction was far too composed, not at all disgraceful or improper before the Emperor. Even Gu Zhanzhan had the sense to act pitiful and vulnerable. Yet Ying had simply responded with a steady, unaffected, "I await Your Majesty's judgment." Consort Da turned this over in her mind, glancing again toward Ying. Today Ying wore a light purple ruchuan. Blue irises were embroidered on the ribbons at her chest, and she wore very few accessories, giving her an understated and elegant appearance. Among all the newly entered consorts, Ying was undeniably the most beautiful. She was also at the perfect age, young and radiant, so even this simple outfit couldn't conceal her stunning looks. If the Emperor had truly taken a liking to such beauty, Consort Da's thoughts turned cold, though she still wore a mocking smile. Such arrogance from a young consort. She was just about to take the opportunity to scold Ying when Zhao Chong suddenly rose to his feet. She fell silent, watching as that figure clad in imperial yellow robes walked straight toward Ying. Gritting her teeth, she stood as well, the hand hidden in her sleeve quietly clenched into a fist. Zhao Chong stopped in front of Ying and lowered his gaze, observing her for a few moments. Seeing her simple hairstyle and sparse accessories, he asked in a calm voice, "Why aren't you wearing the jewelry I gave you? Are you dissatisfied with them?" Ying. Does he think her outfit today suits those ornaments? Hearing her inner complaint, Zhao Chong's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Before she could respond with something formal and perfunctory, he called out, "Xiajiang, send 2 bolts of the newly tribute cloud brocade to Qingzhou Pavilion." Amid the wave of shocked thoughts around them, he reached out to gently help Ying to her feet. "You had nothing to do with Imperial Beauty Gu falling into the water. I know that." With those words, the entire matter was now closed. Ying would emerge unscathed. Consort Xian was a composed person, but even she couldn't hide her surprise upon hearing that the Emperor had ordered cloud brocade be gifted to Ying. Cloud brocade was made from the finest materials, exquisite and dazzling like clouds and sunset, one of the rarest of tributes, almost never available to consorts. Yet the emperor had given it to Ying. When she heard Zhao Chong's follow-up, Consort Xian understood. The emperor's gift of cloud brocade was meant to comfort Ying, while also signaling that he believed she had nothing to do with Gu Zhenjin's fall. But this matter still needs to be addressed properly, Zhao Chong said, looking at Consort Xian. Since you oversee the affairs of the 6 palaces, I entrust this to you. Find the truth for Imperial Beauty Gu and clear Yun Jieyu's name. Yes, I accept your Majesty's order. Consort Xian Lu Lanshuang bowed respectfully and received the decree. Just as Zhao Chong had finished speaking, another senior eunuch, Xia Hai, stepped forward and whispered a report. Your Majesty, urgent news from Shu and Jiangnan West has arrived. The emperor's expression instantly became grave. Clearly something serious had occurred. You may all disperse. Don't disturb Imperial Beauty Gu's rest. With that, Zhao Chong left Tingyu Tower in his imperial carriage and returned to the Hall of Diligent Governance. As the carriage disappeared from sight, the tension among the consorts lifted. They no longer held themselves so stiffly. Congratulations to Yun Jieyu once again, Consort Lu said as she approached Ying, smiling. The annual tribute of cloud brocade is quite limited. Even Consort Xian and Consort Da only receive 2 bolts each. The rest of us can only dream. Clearly, you're the truly fortunate one among us. Her words stung many present and skillfully shifted more resentment toward Ying. Consort Da, hearing her, glared and sneered. If anyone understands how fate treats sisters differently, it must be you, Consort Lu. The smile froze on Consort Lu's lips. She and Consort Xian Lu Lanshuang were real sisters, but Consort Lu was born of a concubine, while Consort Xian was a legitimate daughter. One was a mere consort, while the other managed the 6 palaces. How could she compare? All of you may leave now. His Majesty has ordered that Imperial Beauty Gu should not be disturbed, Consort Xian said at just the right time, interrupting the rising tension. Consort Da chuckled and didn't press further. She left with her head maid. Zhao Yuanjiang, noble Consort Jiang, and Jieyu Chui all bowed and took their leave. Consort Lu also left with a cold expression. Consort Xian, I shall take my leave now, Yuning said after the others were gone. Just then, Gu Zhenjin was helped out of the inner chamber by her head maid. Having learned that the emperor had declared Yuning innocent, Gu Zhenjin could no longer suppress her anger. Flushed with rage, she pointed at Yuning and cried. It was you. You were the one who did this. Yuning, even if His Majesty protects you this time, I won't let you off. But those words were tantamount to accusing the emperor of favoritism and ignoring justice. Consort Xian frowned and rebuked her in a low voice. Imperial Beauty Gu, watch your words. His Majesty has entrusted me to investigate this matter thoroughly. I will ensure the truth is uncovered and justice is served. As there is no solid evidence implicating Yun Jieyu, you must not jump to conclusions. Gu Zhenjin was clearly unconvinced. Yuning hadn't even defended herself before the emperor. Naturally, she wouldn't waste words on Gu Zhenjin. I take my leave. After a respectful bow to Consort Xian, Yuning left without sparing Gu Zhenjin another glance. Gu Zhenjin was left trembling with anger, her eyes brimming with tears. Consort Xian glanced at Yuning's departing figure, then ordered the palace maid to help Gu Zhenjin back inside, said a few consoling words, and asked the imperial physician for an update. Only after settling everything did she leave Tingyu Tower. Outside Cholan Palace, her head maid Suyu finally spoke softly. Your Highness, about Yun Jieyu. Seated in her sedan chair, Consort Xian looked up at the clear blue sky. Suyu, later today send someone to summon Yun Jieyu's head maid Biliu to Jiahui Hall. I want to question her myself. Remind them to be polite. Yes, I understand, Suyu replied with a nod, fully aware of her mistress's intentions. Back in Qingzhou Pavilion, Yuning lazily reclined on her beauty couch. This was the first time since her rebirth that she had dealt with such a palace drama. In her past life it would have been nothing, but now she just felt exhausted. It was swelteringly hot outside, and she was sweating slightly. Bifu fanned her while Biliu brought chilled glutinous rice wine to cool her down. The wine wasn't intoxicating, sweet and refreshing. Perfectly soothing for such a hot day. Yuning slowly drank 1 cup and asked Biliu for another. After resting a bit, Bifu finally asked, My lady, what do you think will come of Imperial Beauty Gu's incident? She hesitated, then added, That sachet she had was indeed Biliu's. Will this cause trouble for her? Since the emperor had spoken, Bifu wasn't worried about Yuning. But Biliu was only a palace maid. Punishing a maid was too easy. Being dragged into a plot against a consort, of course she'd be nervous and afraid. But Biliu's greatest fear was causing trouble for Yuning. Now that she knew her mistress was safe, she wasn't as frightened anymore. She handed over another cup of rice wine and said softly but firmly, As long as my lady is safe, I don't care what happens to me. Consort Xian will likely summon you later to question you. Ying said, sipping her wine. But I don't think she'll make things hard for you. Just tell the truth. Don't try to be clever. Consort Xian was a smart woman and usually fair in her dealings. Since the emperor had already made a public statement, she wouldn't go out of her way to mistreat Biliu and give others an excuse to criticize her. Ying wasn't worried. Just be honest and straightforward. Explaining what happened this morning would be enough. With another cup of wine, Ying felt much more relaxed. Seeing the concern on both her mates' faces, she added, "The emperor gifting me cloud brocade proves he believes I wasn't involved. No matter how Consort Xian views me, would she dare go against the emperor's intentions? So don't worry, and Biliu, don't be afraid. Just be honest when questioned." "Yes, my lady, I understand." Reassured by Ying's confidence, Biliu felt more at ease. Sure enough, later that afternoon, a palace maid from Consort Xian's quarters came to summon Biliu to Jiahui Hall. Xionly after Biliu left, Xiaozhang arrived with the 2 bolts of cloud brocade as ordered by Zhao Chong. "The emperor has urgent affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Xiaozhang said after handing the items to the pavilion staff. "If you're busy, I won't keep you for tea." "Safe travels, Gonggong," Ying replied. Xiaozhang bowed again, then added, "Please stay well, Yun Jieyu." Ying signaled for Bifu to see him out. Once he left, she turned to look at the brocade. The attempt to frame her had been clumsy. She had already known she wouldn't be punished. But these 2 bolts of cloud brocade, she hadn't expected. She walked over and gently touched the intricate patterns. She had to admit, beautiful things always charm the heart. Even though she had worn clothes made of cloud brocade in her previous life, receiving it again now brought genuine joy. "Bifu, put these away carefully," she instructed when Bifu returned. "We'll take them out once the weather cools down and have new dresses made." "Yes, my lady." Bifu smiled, bowed, and took the brocade inside. Around noon, Biliu returned from Jiahui Hall. Just as Ying had said, Consort Xian hadn't made things difficult. She merely asked a few questions and then allowed her to return. The urgent reports from Shu and Jiangnan West had both concerned natural disasters. One was a drought, the other a flood. The news reached the inner palace not long after. When Ying awoke from her nap, she was casually reading a storybook. After hearing Bifu's report, she set the book down and fell into thought. "My lady, is something wrong?" Bifu asked softly. Ying shook her head and sighed. Droughts and floods are natural disasters, but if handled poorly, they turn into man-made catastrophes, and it's the common people who suffer most. "Bifu, you and Biliu go make preparations." "Preparations for what?" Bifu asked, confused. "Take stock of the silver and gold in our small storeroom. We'll likely need them soon," Ying explained calmly. When disaster struck, it was customary for the palace to donate funds. But most consorts had their own private schemes. Even those who were generous with spending usually became stingy at donation time. She would help them a little and return the heartfelt kindness of today's little frame-up. Surely everyone would be thrilled. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. A modest effort. The news of Gu Zhenzhen's assault and fall into the water, as well as the disasters in Shu and Jiangnan West Circuit, had also reached Yongshou Palace. Empress Dowager Zhou first heard of what had happened at Tingyu Tower. As she fanned her, Nanny Su recounted the details of the incident to the Empress Dowager. Su had served her since her entry into the palace, and after so many years their bond was deep. In private conversation she spoke more freely. After recounting the incident at Tingyu Tower, Nanny Su said gently, "Your Highness, it seems His Majesty holds some fondness for this consort Yun." "It's only been a few days, too soon to tell," the Empress Dowager responded indifferently. Nanny Su smiled. "Your Highness is right. Time will reveal all. But it's rare for His Majesty to show such attentiveness. Within just 2 days of sharing his bed, she was promoted and awarded cloud brocade today. That's why I mentioned it." This attempt to frame her, His Majesty must have seen through it. There's no reason he would allow the Yun girl to be slandered. The Empress Dowager remained composed, betraying little emotion. "The matter has already been handed over to Consort Xian for investigation. Let's wait for her findings. Pity that Beauty Gu had to suffer for this." Nanny Su asked tentatively, "Shall I go visit Beauty Gu?" "His Majesty already went. Why should I trouble myself?" The Empress Dowager paused and then asked, "Is this Yun girl the daughter of General Yun?" "She is," Nanny Su nodded. "General Yun has been stationed on the border for many years and rarely returns to the capital." The Empress Dowager nodded. "General Yun has always been a loyal and valiant subject of Dian." Nanny Su smiled, then remembered something. "The bird's nest on the kitchen stove must be ready. I'll go check." With the Empress Dowager's approval, she withdrew and returned shortly after with a bowl of chilled sweet bird's nest soup. "Your Highness, please try this little dessert. I added extra rose syrup just the way you like it." She placed the porcelain bowl in front of the Empress Dowager and handed her a clean spoon. The Empress Dowager took the spoon and slowly tasted a bite. Just as she was enjoying it, news of the disasters in Shu and Jiangnan West Circuit was delivered. The sudden report made her face sink. She lost all appetite for the dessert. She set down her spoon and carefully inquired about the situation before letting out a long sigh. The people of Shu and Jiangnan West Circuit are going to have a hard time this year. Seeing her disheartened, Nanny Su softly comforted her. Natural disasters are unpredictable. I'm sure His Majesty will find a way to properly settle the people and ease their hardships. Your Highness must take care of your health and not worry too much. Overthinking may only harm your body and cause His Majesty more concern. The Empress Dowager said, I fear His Majesty will once again be overwhelmed in the coming days. After a moment's thought, she added, Enough. Nanny Su, take some people to the small storeroom and prepare some gold and silver. Then go to Jiahui Hall and inform Consort Xian to instruct all the consorts to contribute some charitable donations to help comfort and resettle the victims. Yes, I will see to it immediately. Nanny Su bowed and set off to carry out the Empress Dowager's orders. Later, when she returned to Yongshou Palace, she reported that she had relayed everything to Consort Xian. The Empress Dowager nodded and instructed her to enforce strict frugality in Yongshou Palace in the coming days. No extravagance or waste. While they were still discussing arrangements, a young palace maid entered to report, Empress Dowager, Consort Yun is outside the hall requesting an audience. Nanny Su glanced at the Empress Dowager and then at the maid. What urgent matter does Consort Yun have? She has brought a large amount of gold and silver with her, the maid replied respectfully. The Empress Dowager's brows lifted slightly. Oh, let her in. Yes. The maid withdrew with her orders. Nanny Su murmured, by this hour, the Empress Dowager's message has likely just reached the other palaces. For Consort Yun to already be here, if this visit is about the disasters, then she must have been preparing before your Highness even gave the order. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so swift. The Empress Dowager gave a soft agreeing with Nanny Su's assessment. When Ying was led into the hall by the palace maid, the Empress Dowager remained seated on her Luohan couch without much reaction. Your servant greets the Empress Dowager and wishes your Highness eternal blessings, Ying said as she formally saluted. Rise, the Empress Dowager replied, allowing her a seat and ordering tea to be served. She asked calmly, What brings you to seek an audience with me, Consort Yun? Ying had only just sat down, but upon hearing the question, she rose again and respectfully said, I heard news of the disasters in Shu and Jiangnan West Circuit, which has weighed heavily on my heart. Upon learning of your Highness's guidance, I felt compelled to come forward with what little gold and silver I have, though I fear it may be presumptuous. She turned slightly, and her attendants Biwu and Biliu stepped forward, carrying heavy trays. The trays in Biwu and Biliu's hands shone with the brilliant gleam of gold ingots, while the maids behind them held trays filled with silver. Recently, I have received much favor from His Majesty, including many generous rewards. Now, hearing of the disasters, I feel deeply troubled. As a woman, I have little means to help, so I offer what I can in the form of gold and silver. If this small gesture can aid the people of Shu and Jiangnan West Circuit, and ease the burden on His Majesty and your Highness, it would be my greatest honor. Her tone was respectful as she explained to the Empress Dowager. However, upon glancing at the gold and silver she brought, Nanny Su was quietly shocked. Did Consort Yun empty out her entire personal treasury? Even the Empress Dowager appeared surprised by the sheer amount. Still, her expression remained composed. She simply smiled and nodded. Your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Ying lowered her head. I am humbled. After presenting the donations, she didn't stay long. She took her leave from the Empress Dowager and returned to Qingzhou Pavilion. Your Highness, Consort Yun. Nanny Su, though a veteran in the palace, was at a loss for how to interpret Ying's actions today. It was certainly commendable to donate so much. But even Consort Xian and Consort Da had not yet arrived at Yongshou Palace. For a mere Jieyu to act first, and so publicly, was highly irregular. As the first to donate such a large sum, she had effectively raised the bar for all the other consorts. Regardless of their original plans, none could now give less without losing face. Surely this would earn her resentment. No matter what, her intentions are good, the Empress Dowager said, glancing at both Nanny Su and the donations. She added calmly, Nanny Su, have someone record the donations properly. Back at Qingzhou Pavilion, Biliu still felt like her heart was bleeding. So much gold and silver. Her ladyship had emptied her entire store and donated it all. What would they do in the future? My lady, at least keep some for yourself. The victims are struggling to survive, but you must also live your own life. Biliu mumbled softly. Ying chuckled. Biliu, how has His Majesty treated me? He has been good to you, Biliu replied. Exactly. Ying's tone turned serious as she nodded. In just a few days, His Majesty has rewarded me greatly, promoted me to Jeyu, and given me brocade. When I was framed over beauty goo, His Majesty believed I wasn't the culprit. Now he worries over the disaster victims. How can I not share his burden? Gold and silver are just material things. There's no need to be so reluctant. Besides, I kept some. We'll manage. Biliu was dumbfounded. It was my short-sightedness. I just worry that others will now target you, Biwu added as she approached. Their lady had taken the lead with such a generous donation. The other consorts, whether for pride or competition, would feel pressured to match or exceed it. No matter how they behaved outwardly, surely they'd hold a grudge. Ying only smiled. His Majesty has worries, and the Empress Dowager has instructed us. My gesture was sincere. If others resent me for that, isn't it just revealing their own petty hearts? But you're right, Biwu. Keep an eye on how much each consort donates and report back to me. The Emperor had already placed her in the spotlight. What did one more thing matter? She didn't mind, and compared to everything else, this took the least effort. Tonight, many women in the palace would go sleepless, not from worry for the people, but from clenching their teeth at her with nothing they could do. Besides, being able to contribute more to comfort the victims was a blessing. Ying felt no unease at all. After returning from Yongsho Palace, she lounged contentedly in Qingzhou Pavilion. Yet her donation of 100 gold taels stirred a quiet storm. Consort Yun has already visited the Empress Dowager? Consort Xian frowned slightly after hearing the report. Her senior maid Suyu asked, Your Highness, if Consort Yun donated 100 taels, what should we do here at Jiawei Hall? Match it. She likely emptied her entire storehouse. As the senior consort overseeing the 6 palaces, if I can't match her, how can I command respect? It won't look good before the Emperor or the Empress Dowager either. Taking a deep breath, Consort Xian quickly decided. Suyu, go prepare the gold and silver. We must go to Yongsho Palace at once. It was the only logical choice. Suyu sighed inwardly, then obeyed. Yes. 100 taels? Consort Da was supervising her maid Shuanghong as she counted their silver when the news arrived, and she was stunned. Yes, Your Highness. Consort Yun donated first, followed by Consort Xian. Both gave 100 taels. Which meant she would have to do the same. The thought was agonizing. Consort Da clenched her jaw. What is Consort Yun trying to do? Shuanghong quickly dismissed the eunuch and advised. Your Highness, in the presence of the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, Consort Yun's actions will be seen as charitable concern for the disaster victims. Nothing more. Please remain calm. Do not speak out of turn and give others the chance to use your words against you. Consort Da, though emotional, was reasonable. Realizing her words had been inappropriate, she suppressed her anger. Closing her eyes, she said bitterly, Shuanghong, take some people to the treasury. Bring out more gold and silver. Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Doing Good Deeds. After returning from Yongsho Palace, Consort Da felt a severe headache. Not just a headache, there was also a tight pain in her chest. Even after a full night's rest, her discomfort only worsened. The more she thought about all the gold and silver she had given away yesterday, the more suffocated she felt, as if something was stuck in her chest that she couldn't breathe past. Leaning against a large gold-embroidered cushion of purple sandalwood silk, she gently rubbed her chest, while her chief palace maid Shuanghong massaged her temples to ease the pain. Shuanghong, bring me my calming pills, Consort Da ordered weakly after a long time, her eyes half-lidded, her energy drained. Yes, Your Highness. Shuanghong left at once. She returned with the pills and a cup of warm water, helping Consort to take the medicine. Your Highness, noble Consort Zhang is here. A young palace maid whispered after Consort Da had taken the pills. Consort Da's eyelids twitched. Quickly invite her in. Greetings to Consort Da. Zhang Guipin greeted her with a bow. After the formal greeting, Zhang looked up and saw the deep shadows beneath Consort Da's eyes, her pale complexion, and her clear fatigue. It was obvious she hadn't slept well. She understood why. After the incident yesterday, with Consort Yun donating 100 taels of gold, there likely wasn't a single consort in the palace who had slept peacefully. Even Zhang herself couldn't help recalling the gold and silver she had donated, and her chest tightened with pain. Pushing aside those thoughts, she steadied herself and, when invited, walked over to sit at the opposite end of the Luohan couch. Lately, that Yun girl has certainly been in the spotlight, Consort Da said faintly, a trace of resentment in her voice. Zhang glanced at her and listened as she continued. With the way she acts, I truly can't tell whether she's genuinely stupid or just pretending. Zhang asked. Why do you say that, Your Highness? I can't explain it, Consort Da replied, frowning slightly. It's just a feeling I have. I live in Yunqi Palace with her, Zhang said slowly. I've observed her a fair bit. Until recently, she stayed in Qingzhou Pavilion all day, only leaving to pay respects on the 1st and 15th of the month. Even then she only seemed interested in eating and drinking, never bothering with anything else. Even Beauty Gu made an effort to please the Empress Dowager just to gain favor with His Majesty. Consort supported her chin with one hand, brows furrowed. If that's the case, why did His Majesty go to Qingzhou Pavilion first? Perhaps? Zhang hesitated, then lowered her voice. It's because among the new consorts, Yun does stand out in appearance. It was a simple and obvious explanation. Striking looks were the easiest to remember. Even those who had been paying attention to others at first couldn't help but notice Ying. They may have been watching her from the sidelines, but because the emperor hadn't visited the inner palace much recently, and Yun had kept a low profile, she had slowly faded from their attention, until he selected her card. Consort was half convinced by Zhang's reasoning. But her irritation didn't lessen. With all that's happened these days, His Majesty is bound to keep her in mind. There have been disasters in Shu and Jiangnan West, Zhang said calmly. His Majesty likely won't have time for the harem right now. Yun may have made a splash yesterday, and perhaps her intentions were good, but her actions overstepped. As a Jieyu, how can she donate more and act ahead of you and consorts Yen? His Majesty and the Empress Dowager may not have said anything now, but surely they noticed. Not to mention how many others she's offended with this. Moreover, Zhang leaned in and whispered, regarding Beauty Gu's fall into the water, surely your highness suspects that Yun was framed. After all that happened yesterday, whoever set her up must resent her even more. Do you think they'll stop here? Consort's eyes sharpened slightly, regaining a touch of vigor. She stared quietly at Zhang for a moment, silently weighing her words. Finally, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Tell me, who do you think framed her? Consort mused aloud only to hear Zhang reply, I can't say for sure. We'll have to see what Consort Xian uncovers. She's good at pretending to be magnanimous and just, Consort sneered. After a few seconds of silence she added, I'm quite curious to see what she really finds. While many consorts tossed and turned through the night, Ying had a restful sleep as usual. After her morning grooming and breakfast, she called for Biwu to report everything she had learned. Consort Xian and Consort donated sums equal to your ladyship. Zhao Lu and Zhao Yuanjiang gave slightly less, about 10% less. As for the rest, Biwu went on in detail, reporting how each of the palace women had donated for the disaster relief effort. Favor in the harem varied widely, and so did the wealth of each consort's private storeroom. Ying was already familiar with most of their financial situations. Hearing Biwu's report, she could tell that aside from a few, the majority had donated through gritted teeth. Even if they had to chew on bran and swallow wild herbs from now on, at least she wouldn't be alone in doing so. All the ladies of the 6 palaces are so kind-hearted. Truly moving. Ying nodded repeatedly, unable to suppress her smile. Seeing how satisfied Ying was with herself, Biwu couldn't help feeling both amused and exasperated. But more than that, she felt increasingly reassured. At first, she hadn't understood why her mistress had acted so boldly. She had worried such a move would draw too much attention. But after a night of reflection it became clear. The person who framed Ying remained hidden, and without evidence it might never be resolved. Ying refused to suffer quietly, and had used this opportunity to strike back publicly. Biwu had to admit it was simple and effective. Besides, donations were necessary anyway, and this was a good and virtuous deed. Truly it served 2 purposes at once. There was only one concern left. Lady, Biwu said, watching Ying in high spirits, we'll need to be extra frugal in the coming days. No more indulging like before. I've gained a little weight lately anyway. Time to slim down, Ying said as she touched her face. Over the past month or so, she'd been lazy and stayed in. With 3 full meals and endless snacks every day, how could she not gain weight? Slimming down would be good. She'd look even better in her new cloud brocade dresses after losing some weight. Thinking calmly, Ying instructed, cut back on the heavy meats. Tell the kitchen to prepare lighter dishes, and reduce the sweets and snacks. The Empress Dowager has already ordered frugality in Yongshou Palace. We at Qingzhou Pavilion should follow suit. Yes, your ladyship, Biwu bowed in response. In her previous life, Ying had obsessed over preserving her looks, always picky about what she ate and used. Now that she had shed that mindset, everything felt much simpler. She had, over 7 years, grown accustomed to a light appetite, so eating plainer food caused her no discomfort. With the emperor busy dealing with the disasters in Shu and Jiangnan West and unable to visit the harem, life for Ying returned to its quiet state, just as it had been before she was summoned to serve him. 3 days passed like this before Suyu, Consort Xian's chief maid, came to Qingzhou Pavilion. She had come specifically to invite Ying to Jiahui Hall regarding the case of Gu Zhenzhen's fall into the water days ago. Ying brought Biwu and Biliu along and followed Suyu to Jiahui Hall. Gu Zhenzhen was there along with Consort Da, Zhaoyi Lu and Zhao Yuanjiang, invited as witnesses by Consort Xian. What followed went exactly as Ying had predicted. The young palace maid who had bumped into Biliu at the corner and stolen her sachet had been found. She turned out to be a servant from Gu Zhenzhen's Tingyu Tower. According to her own statement, she had not been ordered by anyone. She had simply held a grudge against Gu Zhenzhen for punishing her in the past, and acted out of resentment. As for framing Ying, she said it was because Yun had gained His Majesty's favor, and she wanted to pit the two against each other so Gu would ultimately suffer. It was true that Gu Zhenzhen had once punished her harshly. No evidence was found linking this maid to any consort. There were no clues left to investigate further. Just as Ying had expected. As far as she was concerned, as long as it didn't touch her, there was no need to push for more. A traitorous servant in the inner palace, how rare, Consort Da said with a mocking laugh, glancing sideways at Consort Xian. This is the first I've heard of such a thing. Quite the novelty. Consort Xian, you'd better keep a closer watch on the 6 palaces. If another like this pops up, it won't look good. It was a veiled criticism of Consort Xian's poor management. Consort Xian remained composed. Thank you for your reminder, Sister Da. I will certainly do my utmost to relieve His Majesty's burdens. Knowing this performance had reached its conclusion, Consort Da lazily stood up. Now that we know the maid acted alone, I leave her punishment to you, Sister Xian. She gave a slight bow. I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. Consort Xian didn't stop her. The other consorts rose and bid her farewell. Without even sparing Ying a glance, Consort Da swept out of the hall. Zhaoyi Lu and Zhao Yuanjiang followed with their own farewells. Soon only Consort Xian, Gu Zhenzhen and Ying remained. Consort Yun, Beauty Gu, the truth has been revealed, Consort Xian said, looking toward Gu Zhenzhen. Consort Yun had nothing to do with it. You should both clear up any misunderstandings and avoid future conflict. You are all members of the 6 palaces, and should support one another, serving His Majesty wholeheartedly. There should be no grudges or rivalries that trouble His Majesty. Gu Zhenzhen, though displeased, said nothing, mostly because Consort Xian had counseled her earlier and because she was concerned about the Emperor's reaction. So she obediently agreed. Ying had no objection either. Since there was nothing more, she took her leave. Beauty Gu, I know you felt wronged recently, Consort Xian said, gently taking Gu's hand to comfort her. After holding it in for so long, Gu Zhenzhen finally couldn't stop the wave of bitterness. Within moments she broke down in tears, weeping uncontrollably in Consort Xian's arms. 3 more days passed before Emperor Zhaochong learned the full details of Gu Zhenzhen's fall, along with the news of the consort's donations. He had been in constant meetings with officials from the Ministry of Personnel, Revenue and Works, arranging disaster relief, resettlement and strategies with the Ministry of War to prevent unrest among the displaced. He hadn't had a single moment to breathe. When he finally had a bit of time to relax, he heard that Ying had been the first to donate 100 taels of gold for disaster relief. Zhaochong couldn't help but laugh. For others it might have been a bid for attention, but when it came to Ying, he didn't think it was a casual decision. He had no idea what little scheme this favored consort of his was plotting now. It happened to be lunchtime, and thinking of her, and her actions, and recalling the way he had been rebuffed last time, Zhaochong gave the order to visit Qingzhou Pavilion. Sure enough, Ying was eating. Upon entering, he walked to the table and glanced at the dishes. Then he cast a sideways look at Ying. There were only 2 dishes. Cold tofu with scallions and stir-fried cabbage. I heard that my beloved consort donated all her wealth, 100 taels of gold, to aid the disaster victims, Zhaochong said as he sat down, smiling faintly. Could it be you just wanted an excuse to eat more tofu and cabbage? His sudden arrival didn't catch Ying off guard. In fact, even if she had known ahead of time, she wouldn't have made any special preparations. Hearing him bring up the donations first, she kept her expression calm and replied righteously. The people in Shu and Jiangnan West are struggling to survive. I couldn't do much, so I merely did what little I could. But Zhaochong clearly heard her inner voice. All the consorts of the 6 palaces are doing good deeds together. Even Buddha would praise this. What a joyful thing. Chapter 9. Chapter 9, Favoritism. Ying's thoughts at this moment were quite intriguing to Zhaochong. He secretly mulled over them and realized that her donation of 100 taels of gold had indeed been a deliberate act, one intended to prompt the other imperial consorts to donate more silver and gold as well. Even the Buddha would praise such a deed. It was a virtuous act. It was clear that she was very pleased with the results of her earlier action a few days ago. Zhaochong could even detect a trace of pride in her heart. He glanced expressionlessly at the tofu and cabbage in front of him. Had she really emptied her private storehouse, leaving herself with only this to eat, and was still happy about it? His favorite consort truly had a big heart. Usually noblewomen tended to be pampered, but in Ying he saw only poise and calm acceptance of her circumstances. You have a good heart. That's commendable. After praising Ying with a serious expression, Zhao Chong's eyes gleamed slightly with amusement. As it happens, I haven't eaten yet either. I'll dine with you. Ying lifted her gaze slightly to meet his, but said nothing. She merely responded with a soft assent and went to fetch clean dishes for the emperor. He had said he wanted to dine in Qingzhou Pavilion, but having neither heard any inner excitement from Ying nor detected any other heartfelt emotion, Zhao Chong was slightly displeased. So when Ying placed the silver chopsticks and dishes before him, he asked, "We're just eating this?" Ying, who had hoped to bluff her way through. Don't expose others' weaknesses. Someone who had given up her entire fortune, how could she afford anything more? Wasn't tofu and cabbage good enough? Zhao Chong, having heard her inner thoughts and realizing she was displeased with him, he coughed lightly into his fist and changed his tone. This is perfectly fine. Please sit, my dear consort. Seeing that the emperor wasn't insisting on ordering more dishes, Ying, happy to save money, obediently took her seat. Remaining ever dutiful, she politely picked up her chopsticks and offered him a bite of cabbage. This stir-fried cabbage tastes quite nice, light and crisp. Please try it, Your Majesty. Sometimes simple food could be surprisingly satisfying. After finishing the humble meal with Ying, Zhao Chong even took time to enjoy a cup of tea with her. He had expected Ying might seize the opportunity to act coquettishly or complain, at which point he would lend her some support. But even after the tea, she said nothing of the sort. Not only did she not bring it up, she hadn't even considered doing so in her heart. Not a word, not even regarding the incident with Beauty Gu. Zhao Chong mused quietly for a moment, then brought up the matter of Gu Zhenzhen falling into the water. I've already heard that it was caused by a little palace maid. Your name has been cleared, but it must have been upsetting for you. Ying gently put down her teacup with a smile. The emperor trusts me and even rewarded me with cloud brocade. I do not feel wronged. Zhao Chong chuckled. You are magnanimous and broad-minded. That pleases me greatly. He then mentioned he still had memorials to review and soon departed Qingzhou Pavilion under the respectful farewell of Ying and her maids. Shortly after, his imperial palanquin exited the pavilion grounds. Zhao Chong, still thoughtful, instructed Xiaojiang. Have someone discreetly monitor what food Yunjieyu is eating lately. Be careful not to alert her. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiaojiang bowed and took note of the command, inwardly recognizing that Ying truly stood out among the imperial consorts. Under the eaves of Qingzhou Pavilion, after sending off the emperor, Ying yawned softly. Biliu and Biwu followed her into the inner chambers and had the other maids withdraw. His Majesty is so busy, yet he still made time to visit Qingzhou Pavilion. He clearly holds Our Lady in his heart, Biliu said with a smile as she helped Ying remove her jewelry at the dressing table. It was her usual afternoon rest period, and fatigue washed over Ying, making her drowsy. Hearing Biliu's words, she only curled her lips slightly. Biliu then accepted a peachwood comb from Biwu and began combing Ying's hair. Hesitantly, she asked, My lady, why didn't you mention the depleted storehouse to His Majesty earlier? If you had, I believe he would have felt sorry for you. So that His Majesty only feels sorry for me and no one else? Ying smiled faintly. Compared to Biliu, Biwu saw more clearly and said, Our Lady donated gold and silver for disaster relief, not to seek credit or rewards. Biliu was momentarily stunned, then heard Biwu continue with a soft laugh. All the consorts in the palace donated large sums recently. I imagine many of them are now eating plain meals like Our Lady. At this, Biliu understood and lowered her head apologetically. This servant was too short-sighted again. Ying smiled. Don't worry about it. Then she rose and went to her bed for an afternoon nap. Over the following days, Zhao Chong made a habit of listening to Xiaojiang's reports on Ying's daily meals. They were all the same plain fare he had seen in Qingzhou Pavilion. Zhao Chong pondered this for a while. When he had time to pay respects to Empress Dowager Zhou at Yongshou Palace, he brought it up. Empress Dowager Zhou saw through his thoughts but didn't expose him. Yunjieyu hasn't been in the palace long. Some small lapses in etiquette are understandable, the Dowager said gently. But she clearly has a kind heart, concerned for the victims in Sichuan and Jiangnan. She should be commended. I've been too busy lately, but tomorrow I'll have her summoned. Thank you for your concern, mother. No sooner had Zhao Chong spoken than he heard the Empress Dowager's inner thoughts. If he doesn't like her, that's one thing. But if he does, why not visit her more often? At this rate, when will I ever get to hold a grandchild? Zhao Chong. Yes, I worry, the Empress Dowager said with a side glance and a sigh. But surely you understand what I worry about most? At your age, the late emperor already had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Mother also knows the court has been busy lately. I simply haven't had the time for the harem. Fine. She'd said it countless times to no avail. Closing the topic, she added, as long as you're aware. I understand your concern. Zhao Chong comforted her. When I have time, I'll spend more time in the harem. Satisfied, the Empress Dowager nodded and said she was tired and wished to rest. Zhao Chong took his leave from Yongshou Palace. My lady, the imperial palanquin went to Jiahui Hall, Biwu reported to Ying in the evening. Ying responded with a soft unbothered, and asked Bilu, is the hot water ready? Yes, my lady. Do you wish to bathe? Ying set aside the book she was reading, got off the Luohan bed and sighed. Lately, I just can't find any interesting storybooks. Bilu chuckled. Most of these are old collections. The newer ones probably have fresher stories. But it's hard to get them in the palace, and with our storehouse empty, my lady must bear with it. Ying understood. Even without books, there were still other ways to pass the time: painting, calligraphy, tending the potted plants under the eaves. It's been a while since I last picked up a brush. Murmuring to herself, she went to bathe. When she returned, Biwu informed her that the emperor had visited not just the favorite consort in Jiahui Hall, but also Defei in Chonghua Palace, and then Guzhanjin in Tingyu Tower before finally returning to the Hall of Government. Ying laughed, thinking how Zhao Chong remained as swift in managing both court and harem as he had in their past life. She had no interest in who he favored or whose name he turned over. It was just palace gossip. She simply let Bilu dry her hair. What she didn't expect was for Empress Dowager Zhou to summon her the next day. Though she had once received a casual compliment from the dowager in her past life, she'd never had grievances with her. In this life she held no resentment either. Ying stepped down from the palanquin and followed the young maid into the hall. She approached and bowed. This concubine greets your majesty. May the Empress Dowager enjoy everlasting peace and fortune. The dowager nodded. Rise Yun Jieyu. Thank you, your majesty. Just after thanking her, Ying was summoned closer. When she entered, the dowager thought Ying looked thinner. Now seeing her up close, it was clear she had indeed lost weight. How is it that you've slimmed down so much since last I saw you? She asked. I've lost weight. Ying looked surprised, then her eyes lit up. Seeing the faint joy in her expression, the dowager recalled what the emperor had said about her eating simple meals and asked teasingly, why are you so happy? Ying curtsied again. After entering the palace, this concubine gained some weight, so I've been controlling my diet. Since your majesty says I've lost weight, it means my efforts weren't in vain. Forgive me for my lapse in decorum. The dowager remembered how, earlier that morning, Beauty Gu had come to pay respects and also seemed thinner, complaining discreetly that things had become tight after her donation. Ying, by contrast, hadn't even hinted at hardship and seemed genuinely happy to have slimmed down. If Beauty Gu was truly struggling after donating less than Ying, then surely Ying would be struggling more. Yet there wasn't a trace of self-pity or attempts to curry favor. No wonder the emperor favored her. The dowager's gaze fell on Ying's slender wrist, and her expression softened. No matter, she said with a smile, ordering tea to be served and inviting Ying to sit. What have you been keeping busy with lately? Ying answered honestly. This concubine has been idle, only reading some old storybooks and legends. Oh, the dowager was intrigued. What kinds of stories? Ying had no choice but to recount a few she could remember clearly. Unexpectedly, the dowager was thoroughly entertained. One tale led to another, and Ying had to share several more. Who knew the dowager liked such stories? After finishing one more tale, Ying, thinking of her book shortage, said, these stories were from books I've read before. Lately I haven't found anything new. Otherwise, I'd share more with your majesty. The dowager smiled. If you enjoy reading, why not visit the Imperial Library sometime and see if anything catches your eye? The Imperial Library housed a vast collection, including new titles from publishing houses across the realm. It was clear permission to freely access the library. Ying's eyes lit up. She immediately rose and gave a deep bow. This concubine thanks your majesty for your grace. Get up, the dowager said kindly. At that moment, Madame Su leaned forward to quietly remind the dowager of the time. The dowager added, it's getting late. Yun Jieyu, I won't keep you. I enjoyed your stories very much today, but while dieting, take care not to harm your health. Yes, this concubine will heed your majesty's advice. After bowing and taking her leave, Ying stepped out of Yongshou Palace feeling like she had gained much from the visit. Free access to the Imperial Library, How could she worry about running out of good stories to read? Ying returned to Qingzhou Pavilion in high spirits. And she hadn't expected the next day the Empress Dowager would send Madame Su to reward her with dishes. That very day, word spread quickly of the Dowager's favor for Ying. What? The Empress Dowager sent dishes to Qingzhou Pavilion? When Gu Zhenjin heard it from her maid Suelan, she was both shocked and furious, with a tinge of sorrow. She had been the one to win the Dowager's favor first. Why didn't she receive such treatment? Why was Ying being doted on? What exactly did Ying do to earn the Dowager's affection too? She couldn't understand. Truthfully, Ying didn't quite understand either. Access to the library could be attributed to her donation, a form of reward. But the food? Well, if she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't dwell on it. Nor would she waste the food. After Madame Su left, she eagerly enjoyed the 2 fine dishes she had been given. Once full, she stood at the window, watching the sudden downpour and the rain-washed green bamboo, when a memory from her past life surfaced. Snapping back to the present, she called Biwu over and whispered a few instructions. That night, as rain fell steadily, 2 green bamboo snakes silently slithered through the soaked bamboo forest outside Qingzhou Pavilion, and stealthily entered Ying's chambers. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Add a dish. Snake soup. Where did the snakes come from? After concluding several discussions with his ministers, Zhao Chong had just taken a brief moment to rest when the chief eunuch Xia Jiang informed him that Ying was preparing snake soup today. She had even specially requested a chef from the Imperial Kitchen skilled in cooking snake dishes to assist at Qingzhou Pavilion. Xia Jiang paused before continuing. Reporting to your Majesty, it seems they emerged from the bamboo forest outside Qingzhou Pavilion. In addition to the Imperial chef, Yun Jieyu also summoned an Imperial physician to consult. Chef, physician, snake soup. Zhao Chong chuckled. Did she call the physician to determine whether the snake was edible? Your Majesty is wise. Seeing that the emperor was still in good spirits, Xia Jiang bowed with a smile. Yun Jieyu indeed asked the physician to confirm it was safe before having the soup prepared. Zhao Chong snorted. Out of all the imperial consorts, only she would think of something like this. Though he said that, there was no trace of displeasure in his tone. The emperor was free to comment as he pleased on his concubines, but as a eunuch, Xia Jiang could not overstep his bounds. Still, he secretly agreed. Yun Jieyu truly was extraordinary. Any other consort would have fainted from fright, let alone consider making soup out of the snakes. Let's go take a look, Zhao Chong said after a few moments of thought, having heard Xia Jiang's inner musings and agreeing with them. Xia Jiang quickly gathered his thoughts and gave orders to head to Qingzhou Pavilion. Zhao Chong instructed that no prior notice be given. As such, when he stepped into Qingzhou Pavilion, he was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of meat. Ying was sitting on the luohan bed, a porcelain spoon in hand mid-meal. His arrival was so sudden that Biwu and Biliu were startled and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Ying, just about to enjoy her soup, quickly set her spoon down and rose to pay her respects. No need for formalities, my dear consort. Zhao Chong stepped forward and lightly supported Ying as she rose, his eyes drifting to the steaming bowl of soup on the low table by the bed. Once seated again, he asked Ying, who had returned to her seat. What are you eating? Replying to your Majesty, this is snake soup, Ying answered. This morning I specifically sent someone to request a chef from the Imperial Kitchen to prepare it. In addition to the snake meat, it contains shredded chicken, fish maw, mushroom slivers and wood ear fungus. All simmer together with the snake broth. It's rich and fragrant. I also consulted with the physician. He said this soup helps replenish the blood and strengthens the body. Would your Majesty like to try some? Ying spoke generously, but Zhao Chong hadn't forgotten her stinginess about ordering extra dishes the last time he was here. What made you decide to have snake soup today of all things? Ying curved her lips, completely serious. Last night, 2 green snakes entered my chambers. I thought, why not catch them and add another dish today? She instructed Biliu to bring another bowl of snake soup, then turned to Zhao Chong. It's quite the coincidence that your Majesty happened to come by. Zhao Chong frowned slightly. Why would snakes suddenly appear? Likely due to the bamboo forest outside. Ying replied calmly, as if it were no big deal. The physician identified them as bamboo pit vipers. He said the recent continuous rain likely drove them out. Even if they were bamboo pit vipers and even if there was a bamboo grove outside Qingzhou Pavilion, such poisonous creatures had no place in the palace. But Zhao Chong couldn't detect any ulterior thoughts in Ying's heart. Seeing that she appeared to fully believe the physician's explanation, Zhao Chong mused and asked, if the snakes came from the bamboo grove, or if there might be a snake nest somewhere, have you sent someone to investigate? Ying paused. True, what if there were more snakes in the grove? Wouldn't that mean more dishes? She said. This concubine was careless. I didn't send anyone to inspect the grove. Zhao Chong noted her only concern was whether she could find more snakes to eat, and couldn't help but be impressed by her open-mindedness. He raised his voice and ordered, Xiajiang, take men to the bamboo grove immediately and inspect it thoroughly. Xiajiang accepted the order and left. At that moment, Biliu returned with another bowl of snake soup. Although Zhao Chong still felt something was suspicious about the snake's appearance, since Ying had not been harmed, he no longer saw the matter as worrisome. Soon, the two of them were happily enjoying the flavorful dish together. After their meal, the bowls were cleared away, and Biwu and Biliu brought them hot tea. While Xiajiang was still out inspecting the bamboo grove, Zhao Chong was in no hurry to leave. As Ying returned holding a small wine jar, he happened to be standing at her writing desk admiring one of her paintings. Though the Empress Dowager had granted Ying free access to the Imperial Library, the past few days had been rainy, and she had been too lazy to go out. So she had entertained herself with other pastimes like painting. Zhao Chong pointed to the ink marks on the paper. What is this painting of, my dear consort? Ying leaned over to take a look and calmly replied, replying to your majesty, that is sweet and sour spare ribs. Zhao Chong. Even if her skill was lacking, she couldn't just draw a bunch of circles and call them dishes, could she? Looking over at several more circles, Zhao Chong chuckled. Your painting skills hold great promise. Ying smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment, your majesty. I think so too. She accepted his teasing with such confidence that Zhao Chong's smile deepened. Noticing the item in her hands, he asked, what is that you're holding? Replying to your majesty, this is something I prepared for you, Ying said as she placed the small wine jar on the corner of the writing desk. Raising a brow, Zhao Chong took a closer look and recognized it as a small glazed wine jar he had gifted her when promoting her a few days ago. The glass was translucent. Upon close inspection, he could faintly see a green snake inside. As he focused on it, Ying explained, I caught 2 green snakes last night. One became the soup. The other, under the physician's guidance, I used to make snake wine. The physician said it dispels wind, eases pain and detoxifies. But I don't drink alcohol, so I thought to offer it to your majesty. Offer it to him? Zhao Chong met her clear gaze and felt a flicker in his heart. Since you've prepared it with such thought, I shall accept it. Your majesty Yun Jieyu, Xiajiang returned from outside and bowed. I have led men to inspect the bamboo grove. We found no snake nests or additional green snakes. Failed to catch more snakes. Ying was slightly disappointed. Zhao Chong saw the flicker of disappointment in her eyes and found it amusing. He instructed Xiajiang to take the wine jar and store it away. He trusted Xiajiang's work. Now that they had confirmed there was no snake nest in the grove, Zhao Chong's suspicions were further strengthened. But since Ying had no clue, he did not inform her of this. After bringing the wine jar back to the Hall of Government, Xiajiang placed it carefully and asked, Your Majesty, how should we handle this matter? Bamboo pit vipers are deadly. Whoever planted them is malicious and deserves death, Zhao Chong said coldly. Such creatures would never be in the palace naturally. They must have been brought in from outside. Xiajiang, investigate immediately. Find out exactly how this poisonous thing was smuggled into the palace. Yes, your majesty. Sensing the emperor's growing anger, Xiajiang bowed low and became even more determined to resolve the matter. After days of rain, the sun finally broke through the clouds. Bright rays filtered through the carved windows of Qingzhou Pavilion. With the weather clear again, Ying's mood also brightened. She hummed a tune as she stood at her writing desk, continuing her painting. Biwu brought tea and replaced the old cup with a fresh one. My lady. Thinking of the 2 venomous snakes, Biwu still felt uneasy. She hesitated. I wonder if His Majesty sensed anything strange and will investigate for your sake. Unbothered, Ying replied casually, whether he investigates or not, His Majesty will do what he sees fit. But, Biwu frowned tightly, what if someone is trying to harm you? Biwu, people shouldn't be too greedy. Ying glanced at her. You want me to gain the emperor's favor and secure a place in the harem. Yet you also want no one to target, frame or harm me. Is that possible? If His Majesty investigates, that's great. If not, well, I'm still safe and sound. That's enough. Biwu had no words. Ying laughed. Wasn't the snake soup delicious? Someone basically helped me add a dish. In her past life, it was also on a summer night, during continuous rainfall, that 2 venomous snakes had appeared at Qingzhou Pavilion. This time she had simply taken extra precautions. Back then, she had used the snake incident to plot her way into more favor, leading to the emperor visiting her continuously. This time, she had planned to wait and send the snake wine to the Hall of Government so the emperor would find out, but he came on his own, saving her the effort. As for whether he would investigate further, well, he could if he wanted. She just wanted him to know. She had no intention of worrying about the rest. Biwu, how's my painting? Improved, don't you think? Ying called Biwu over to look. Biwu obliged and chuckled at the slightly rounder circles on the paper. My lady's painting skills have improved again. I thought so too. Ying nodded, beaming. That night, Xiaozhong tracked the incident to a young eunuch, who was usually responsible for purchases outside the palace. But when he went to arrest the eunuch, all he found was a corpse. This servant was incompetent. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Confirming the eunuch had committed suicide by poison, Xiaozhong returned to the Hall of Government and reported to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong frowned. Did you uncover anything else? We only discovered that the eunuch once served in Jiahui Hall, but found no evidence of any ongoing contact, Xiaozhong replied cautiously. Jiahui Hall. Consort Xian. Zhao Chong's face turned cold as he stood. We're going to Jiahui Hall. Thus, the next morning when Ying awoke, she learned that Consort Xian had been scolded by the emperor. Biwu whispered. They say His Majesty left Jiahui Hall still angry, and even issued a decree appointing Consort Da to assist in managing the 6 palaces. Could it be? She thought of the venomous snakes that had appeared in Qingzhou Pavilion. Could Consort Xian have been the one trying to harm her lady? First, Beauty Gu nearly drowned. Then 2 poisonous snakes appear in Qingzhou Pavilion. Consort Xian was in charge of harem affairs. His Majesty must have scolded her because of how poorly the inner palace is being run. Ying stretched lazily without concern for decorum, and tossed off her brocade quilt to get out of bed. Previously, Consort Xian had sole authority over the 6 palaces, and Consort Da had to step aside. Now that she could share in that authority, things were bound to get interesting. My lady, Eunuch Xiaozhong is here. He said he's delivering breakfast on His Majesty's orders. Just after Ying finished dressing, Biliu came in with a cheerful smile. Soon, the table was filled with various delicacies. Instructing Biwu to see Xiaozhong off, Ying sat down at the table. She gazed at the crab soup dumplings, beef milfai pancakes, 4-joy dumplings, mandarin rolls, jujube cakes, lotus leaf congee, and sweet and sour spare ribs. Her appetite surged, and she happily dug in without the slightest restraint. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Lively. Inside the Chaohui Hall, Consort Xian, who hadn't slept the entire night, sat leaning on the Luohan bed, staring blankly out the window. It was a sunny day. The dazzling sunlight, however, stung her eyes. Elder sister, I've come to see you. The voice of Consort Lu Shuqing entered Consort Xian's ears. She didn't turn her head. Lu Shuqing stopped behind her and also looked out at the swaying shadows of the trees as she slowly said, I heard His Majesty was furious last night, stormed out of the Chaohui Hall, and issued a decree assigning the Empress of Virtue to oversee the 6 palaces. But elder sister, don't be too sad. Those few words, supposedly meant to console, felt more like stabbing a knife into Consort Xian's chest. It was clearly intended to make her uncomfortable. The young palace maids had already been dismissed. When Consort Lu entered, only Consort Xian's chief palace maid Suyu was present. Upon hearing Lu Shuqing's words, Suyu immediately felt a surge of anger. Her Highness is already deeply upset. Why must Consort Lu add fuel to the fire? As a maid, she wasn't qualified to speak so brazenly. But seeing even Consort Xian's blood-related sister kick her while she was down, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Lu Shuqing shot her a cold glance. Is this how elder sister usually indulges the people around her? A mere palace maid dares to speak so rudely. Suyu clenched her teeth and could only bow deeply in apology. This servant spoke out of turn. I beg your highnesses for forgiveness. Consort Xian finally turned to speak. Suyu, you may go. Her tone was gentle as always. Suyu answered and withdrew from the hall. Lu Shuqing gave a light snort. Consort Xian slowly rose and looked calmly at Lu Shuqing. Lu Shuqing didn't dodge her gaze. Her eyes were filled with open mockery. It was you, wasn't it? Consort Xian said after a long silence, her voice calm but resolute. A faint smile played on Lu Shuqing's lips. What is elder sister talking about? I don't understand. I once did a favor for that young eunuch. You used our sisterly relationship to coax him into smuggling 2 venomous snakes into the palace, intending to use them to harm Consort Yun. The emperor favors Consort Yun highly. Whether or not she came to harm, His Majesty would surely investigate thoroughly. Once he ordered an inquiry, I would inevitably be implicated and punished. But what good would that do for you? Shuqing, if I fall, you will only end up in an even more pitiful state. These words only made Lu Shuqing laugh even more wildly. Consort Xian frowned slightly and heard her grinding her teeth as she spoke. When my mother was beaten to death, what good did it do you all? Her eyes reddened, her voice cold and crazed. I'm not after any benefit. I don't care what becomes of me in the end. As long as you come down with me, Even if I fall into the deepest hell, I don't mind. They were both born into the Lu family, yet their fates were entirely different. Because Lu Lanchuang's mother was the main wife of the family head, while hers was a concubine who could be beaten to death at will. From birth, she had lived in Lu Lanchuang's shadow. It was that way in the Lu family, and even after leaving it, nothing changed. Because of Lu Lanchuang's presence, the emperor was never willing to give her much favor. How could she possibly be content? How could she not hate? Winning the emperor's favor and stepping on Lu Lanchuang was no longer a feasible path. But fortunately, they were sisters. In the eyes of everyone, their fates were intertwined. If she sinned, how could Lu Lanchuang be blameless? Thinking of how the emperor had now begun to distrust Lu Lanchuang and stripped her of power, and how she would become the joke of the 6 palaces for a while, Lu Shuqing felt elated. She suppressed her madness and tugged the corners of her lips. Even if you've been cast aside, elder sister, don't be too heartbroken. Take care of your health. I'll be watching over you from now on. After Consort Lu left, a trace of bitterness appeared at the corners of Lu Lanchuang's lips. She turned her head once more to the blazing sunlight outside. After a long moment, she closed her eyes and swallowed all that bitterness. With Consort Xian reprimanded by the emperor, no one was more delighted than Consort Da, who now held the authority to manage the 6 palaces. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhou had praised Consort Xian for her poise and urged the emperor to hand over palace affairs to her. As a result, Consort Xian gained power over the harem, and the other concubines had to greet her respectfully. Consort Da had always been suppressed. Now that Consort Xian had been scolded and stripped of power, clearly no longer trusted, how could Consort Da not rejoice? Yet beyond her joy, Consort Da also felt some confusion. Consort Xian has always acted cautiously, never giving anyone a handle against her. How could she suddenly anger His Majesty? Reclining on a beauty couch, Consort Da had already calmed down after her excitement. She took a grape from a palace maid and asked in puzzlement. Noble Consort Jiang gently waved a silk fan and smiled. Your Highness may not know, but just 2 nights ago, 2 venomous snakes appeared out of nowhere at Qingzhou Pavilion. Venomous snakes? Consort Da frowned. Exactly. Noble Consort Jiang nodded. Why would such creatures appear in the palace? Consort Da immediately understood and also smiled. They must have been smuggled in from outside. It seems Consort Xian is somehow involved. That's why His Majesty reacted so strongly. How strange. After a few moments of thought, Consort Da added, even if Consort Xian disliked Lady Yun, why use such a risky method? Whether or not it succeeded, just the presence of such creatures in the palace would already mark her failure. Where did all her usual caution go? Noble Consort Jiang agreed. Indeed, there's something suspicious about the matter. Consort Da thought further and asked, why wasn't the incident with the venomous snakes at Qingzhou Pavilion spread around? That has to do with Consort Yun, Noble Consort Jiang said with a soft laugh behind her fan. She may be a bit foolish, but luck is on her side. Not only was she unharmed, she even managed to catch both snakes. Not only that, she soaked them in wine and presented them to the emperor. That's how His Majesty found out. With a smile playing on her lips, Consort Da listened quietly, then gave a light hum. That Yun girl does have luck on her side. And this time it's thanks to her that Consort Xian stumbled. What a pity it didn't become a full-blown scandal. Consort Xian still got off lightly. Noble Consort Jiang lowered her voice. With the Lu family backing her, it's difficult to topple Consort Xian over just this one thing. But it's already great that His Majesty doesn't trust her like before. Consort Da nodded in agreement. That's true. Then smiling brightly she said, enough of this. It's a joyful matter regardless. Chambing, come taste this new dessert from the kitchen with me. She happily invited Noble Consort Jiang to join her. However, as word of Consort Xian's reprimand spread, the other concubines began to learn about what happened at Qingzhou Pavilion. What Consort Da found amusing, others saw quite differently. Given all the recent events involving Ying and the emperor's attitude toward her, it became increasingly clear that her favor might not be temporary. Especially since Empress Dowager Zhou had granted her free access to the library pavilion, a clear sign of special favor and trust. All this made everyone reassess Ying and reconsider their relationships with her. While the palace buzzed with gossip, Ying remained quietly in her corner. After Consort Xian's fall, the number of concubines visiting Qingzhou Pavilion increased. Ying claimed she was still recovering from the fright and refused all visits. The emperor hadn't entered the harem for days, but this made no difference to her. The next time Ying saw Consort Xian was many days after the latter had been reprimanded by the emperor. Though Consort Xian had been stripped of her power, on the day of formal greetings, the concubines still gathered at Chaohui Hall as usual. Once the palace maids announced her arrival, Ying entered the main hall, neither early nor late. Several concubines were already present, and Consort Xian sat at the head of the hall, her expression no different than usual. Ying approached and bowed formally. "This concubine greets your highness, Consort Xian." "Consort Yun, rise," Consort Xian said calmly, showing no sign of resentment. She then instructed her attendants to provide a seat and serve tea. Ying offered thanks and took her seat, sipping tea leisurely. Soon more concubines arrived, except for Consort Da, who came last. "Greetings, elder sister Xian," she said with a smile, offering a shallow curtsy. Before Consort Xian could respond, she had already seated herself in the first chair below. Then she looked at Consort Xian with feigned surprise. "It's only been a few days, but you seem thinner. Are you not eating or sleeping well? If that's the case, you should summon a physician." Her words, cloaked in concern but laced with mockery, were too obvious. Everyone in the hall caught the insult. But this was a conversation between Consort Da and Consort Xian. Who else dared to interject? Most kept their mouths shut. Yet someone dared to speak. Consort Xian must have been exhausted from managing the 6 palaces previously. Now that His Majesty has appointed Consort Da to assist, she finally has a helping hand, came a voice from near the hall's entrance. It was Gu Zhangjin. Many in the hall were stunned and turned toward her. She looked completely unapologetic. Her tone clearly implied that Consort Da had only been assigned to help Consort Xian. This contradicted what had actually happened just days ago. It sounded like she was mocking Consort Da for thinking too highly of herself. If not for Consort Xian's mishap, would Consort Da have been given anything? Even if she did intervene, it was just assisting Consort Xian. Consort Da had never been spoken to like this before. Her expression darkened instantly. She glared in Gu Zhangjin's direction and snapped. "Who just spoke?" Ying and Gu Zhangjin were seated close together. Ying had heard every word clearly, and couldn't help but admire Gu Zhangjin's boldness. This concubine was rude. "I beg Consort Xian for forgiveness." Gu Zhangjin shot Ying a glare for watching the drama, then stood and bowed deeply, but only to Consort Xian. Consort Da's face grew even darker. She sneered and stood up, walking over to Gu Zhangjin under everyone's gaze. She grabbed Gu Zhangjin's chin and forced her to look up. "Beauty Gu, do you remember the punishment for defying your superiors under palace law?" Consort Da narrowed her eyes and then flung her hand away coldly. "Beauty Gu has acted improperly and offended me. Shuanghong, slap her." Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Impudence. Gu Zhangjin looked at Consort Da in stunned disbelief. She had only spoken in defense of Consort Xian, unable to tolerate Consort Da's words, but she never expected Consort Da to order her chief maid to slap her across the face in front of all the gathered concubines. Seated among the crowd of watching concubines, Ying, like the others, turned her gaze toward Gu Zhangjin. Seeing Gu Zhangjin's shocked expression, clearly not expecting such an outcome, Ying couldn't help but think. As expected, although Consort Xian had been reprimanded by the emperor, she had not been stripped of her power. She had managed the 6 palaces for quite some time, and compared to Consort Da, who had only recently begun assisting in managing them, Consort Xian's foundation in the harem was far more solid. Given the situation, Consort Da was likely desperate for an opportunity to assert her authority in front of the other concubines. Gu Zhangjin had run headfirst into it. Why would Consort Da let such a chance slip? But the glare Gu Zhangjin had shot her earlier made Ying realize something else. Gu Zhangjin might have already aligned herself with Consort Xian. Because she had sided with Consort Xian, her defiance toward Consort Da wasn't entirely mindless. She had likely already accepted the consequences of offending Consort Da, and so still had the presence of mind to cast Ying a look, even as she faced punishment. If her guess was correct, then Consort Xian certainly wouldn't allow Consort Da to slap Gu Zhangjin. Aside from the fact that this was Consort Xian's own domain, the Chaohui Hall, the more important reason was that she needed to protect her own interests and dignity. If Consort Da could run rampant in her territory and punish those who supported her, what would the other allied concubines think? Consort Xian had always been gentle but never weak. Otherwise, how could she have managed the 6 palaces so competently? These thoughts passed through Ying's mind in a few brief moments. Just then, she heard Consort Xian speak from her seat above. Beauty Gu is, after all, of the proper 5th rank. If she behaved improperly, a few stern words from Consort Da should suffice. Must she truly be slapped in front of so many people? Consort Da's expression darkened, but she curved her lips into a faint smile. Is elder sister Consort Xian going to disregard palace rules? She turned to stare at Consort Xian. If someone makes a mistake, they should be punished. If a mere reprimand is all that's given, won't discipline fall into chaos? Consort Xian remained calm and rose to her feet. You're absolutely right, Sister Consort Da. That palace maid who died at the bottom of the dry well in early April, I actually found some evidence, but forgot to report it to His Majesty. That was my negligence. At those words, Consort's expression changed slightly. The gathered concubines all pretended to see and hear nothing. This exchange made it clear who had the upper hand. Though furious, Consort could only swallow her anger. After spitting out a few venomous words, she left Chaohui Hall in a huff. Gu Zhenzhen had narrowly escaped punishment and repeatedly expressed her deep gratitude to Consort Xian. The other concubines also realized that Consort Xian's position remained stable, and many began quietly wondering if they had any weaknesses that might have fallen into her hands. Ying, meanwhile, enjoyed the drama from the sidelines. When she left Chaohui Hall, the sun was shining just right. She felt in good spirits and decided to head to the Imperial Library, with Bihu to find some entertaining books to pass the time. The Imperial Library sat in the northern part of the palace. Ying hadn't gone far down a cobbled path when she ran into several people. They were fellow concubines, whom Ying naturally recognized. It was Lady Shen Wanyin of Yijing Palace and Lady Xia Mingling of Yunqi Palace. Beauty Xia was on her knees, tearfully clinging to Shen Wanyin's skirt, pleading desperately. Lady Shen looked troubled and frowned deeply. Ying had been taking a shortcut and inadvertently walked into this awkward scene. With no nearby trees or cover to slip away behind, she couldn't avoid being seen. Shen Wanyin had already spotted her. In her past life, Ying had some friendly relations among the harem's concubines. Shen Wanyin had been one of them. But in this life, since Ying wasn't aiming for favor, she was naturally less close to anyone and didn't want to implicate others. Her treatment of Shen Wanyin was no different from others. Still, she knew Shen Wanyin's character well. While they weren't particularly close, there was some degree of trust between them. So even upon witnessing such a scene, she didn't feel worried. "Consort Yun," Shen Wanyin called out. Likely unsure how to extricate herself, she seized the moment when Beauty Xia faltered to greet Ying. As they were both of the same rank, they exchanged formalities. Ying replied politely, "Lady Shen." Beauty Xia also stood up. Being of the 6th rank, she came forward and bowed to Ying. Though she wiped her tears away, her red, swollen eyes couldn't be hidden. After greeting Ying, Beauty Xia took her leave. No one would have insisted she stay in her state. Once she had gone, Shen Wanyin asked, "Where was Consort Yun heading?" "I was going to the library," Ying replied. After a brief pause, Shen said, "I was heading that way too. Shall we walk together?" Catching the hint in her tone, Ying did not refuse. The two strolled side by side down the cobbled path, their maids following at a respectful distance. "Not long ago when I visited Qingzhou Pavilion, I heard Consort Yun was unwell, but seeing you today you look much better. Are you fully recovered?" Shen Wanyin asked warmly. "It's nothing serious now. Thank you for your concern," Ying said. "I'm glad to hear it." Shen nodded, then lowered her voice and explained, "Recently, due to the relief efforts in Sichuan and Jiangnan, His Majesty has dismissed and investigated a number of court officials. Among them was Beauty Xia's father. Just now she was pleading with me for help. But I'm just a powerless woman. What could I possibly do? I'm afraid Consort Yun caught a rather embarrassing scene. Shen's father was the deputy minister of the Court of Judicial Review. Perhaps that was why Beauty Xia had come begging. Ying remembered that in her past life, Beauty Xia had never been favored by the emperor. In fact, her complete fall from favor had to do with her father, a Ministry of Revenue official, being implicated in a corruption scandal. But that scandal shouldn't have occurred so early. Even as these thoughts swirled, Ying remained outwardly calm. She looked at Shen Wanyin and smiled gently. "Though I passed through this place today, I saw no one. I simply exchanged a few idle words with Lady Shen." Later, Ying parted ways with Shen Wanyin and continued with Bihu toward the library. Though silent on the outside, her thoughts had not ceased. She wasn't overthinking it. But after learning about Beauty Xia's father and remembering the green snakes at Qingzhou Pavilion, both events mirrored things that had happened in her past life. Even if the timing and details were different, they had still happened. She couldn't help but wonder, would her untimely death from illness so early in life still occur this time? Even if this life felt like a second chance, and she had already mentally prepared for this possibility, the thought still brought a quiet sigh. Life truly was fleeting. But such melancholy didn't last long. When she reached the library, her original resolve returned with greater clarity. She didn't need to walk that thorny path again, just living leisurely was enough to be content. So Ying happily picked out a number of interesting books and ordered her maids to bring them back to Qingzhou Pavilion. The tales in those books were delightful, and the dramas among the harem concubines outside the books were just as entertaining. Perfect. Thanks to her ability to hear people's thoughts and the issues exposed through the relief efforts in Sichuan and Jiangnan, Zhao Chong had ruthlessly purged a number of corrupt court officials. He was feeling quite satisfied. After delegating a slew of matters, He retired to the inner room of the Qingjin Hall to rest. Glancing up, he saw the glass jar of wine placed on a display shelf. Memories he had forgotten in the chaos of court affairs resurfaced. Lying back in his recliner, Zhao Chong thought of Ying. Staring at the jar for a long time, he tapped his fingers on the armrest. He made a decision. It had been some time since the emperor visited the harem. That morning's events at Chaohui Hall, where Consort had lost face before Consort Xian and the others, had led many to speculate whether he might go to her palace that night. Instead, he summoned Consort Lu. When Ying heard the news, she had no particular reaction. On another day, she might have been interested in watching the drama. But that evening, her period had suddenly arrived and she was feeling quite uncomfortable. After dinner and 2 pain relief pills, she bathed and changed with the help of Bihu and Biliu and lay down early. She had asked Biliu to warm a hot water bottle, and now she clutched it tightly to her chest. The discomfort left her disinclined to do anything else. Slowly drifting off to sleep, she was later awakened by Bihu, who told her that Consort Lu had been demoted by imperial decree, from proper 4th-rank consort to proper 6th-rank beauty. "My lady, they say His Majesty left Wangchun Tower with an awful expression," Bihu said. "What did Consort Lu do to provoke him? Or is it related to what happened at Chaohui Hall this morning?" Bihu frowned, unable to figure it out. Still lying in bed, Ying mumbled sleepily, "If you're curious, ask around tomorrow." "You're right, my lady. There's always tomorrow." Relaxing, Bihu nodded. "Are you feeling any better?" Just as Ying was about to answer, Biliu rushed in to announce that the imperial carriage was approaching Qingzhou Pavilion. The emperor would arrive at any moment. Startled, Bihu and Biliu quickly helped Ying out of bed and hurried to dress and tidy her hair. There wasn't time for anything elaborate, just enough to make sure she wouldn't embarrass herself in front of the emperor. By the time they finished, the emperor was already outside. They quickly helped Ying out to the corridor to greet him. But having been pulled from bed, Ying was extremely irritated. Especially now, the discomfort in her lower abdomen, which had just eased, surged back again. Suppressing her pain and annoyance, she bowed low to the bright yellow figure drawing near. "This concubine greets your majesty, wishing your majesty peace and blessings." "Rise, my beloved," Zhao Chong said, reaching out to lift her and take her hand. The moment he touched her, he felt the heat of her palm slick with sweat. Her lips were pale and her complexion poor. He frowned deeply. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" he asked, then ordered Xiaojiang to summon the imperial physician immediately. "It's just an old issue, your majesty. No need to call the doctor," Ying said weakly through the pain. "Old ailments need even more attention. You mustn't ignore it," Zhao Chong replied. "Let the physician have a look." The cramping in her belly was too much. Ying didn't want to talk anymore. Frustrated and irritable, she silently blamed the emperor. "Why's he being so naggy just because of my period? If he'd just say less and let me lie down, I'd thank him." "Zhao Chong, I'll carry you back to bed," he said, understanding her situation. Seeing her pale face, he didn't argue. He simply scooped her up in his arms and strode into Qingzhou Pavilion. Chapter 13. Chapter 13 Desire. After leaving Wangchun Pavilion, Zhao Chong originally intended to return to the Hall of Diligent Governance. But upon catching sight of the small glazed wine jar, he began thinking of Ying. He decided to head to Qingzhou Pavilion to see her and, unexpectedly, arrived just as she was feeling unwell. Under normal circumstances, a concubine's nameplate would be removed from the roster during her menstrual period. However, Zhao Chong had already made up his mind earlier to visit Wangchun Pavilion regarding the incident of the venomous snake at Qingzhou Pavilion, so he had simply instructed the eunuchs without paying attention to anything else. His arrival had been too sudden. To find her in discomfort and to be secretly resented for it wasn't something worth getting hung up on. In truth, this was Zhao Chong's first time witnessing a woman suffering during her period. Although he didn't understand why it would be so severe, seeing Ying in such visible pain, sweat beading on her forehead, lips bitten to endure the ache, her face deathly pale, made him take the matter seriously, even if he didn't grasp the cause. After carrying Ying into the inner chamber and placing her on the bed, Zhao Chong saw a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her pearly teeth bit into her lip as she endured the pain, her delicate face growing paler by the second. As she faintly opened her eyes, tears shimmered at the corners, and her usual vitality was nowhere to be seen. He couldn't help but feel a deep sense of pity. Zhao Chong wanted to express concern, but then remembered her complaints. He paused, withdrew his arm, straightened up, and glanced sideways at the chief palace maid beside her. "Is there any way to make your mistress more comfortable?" Biliu quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, when her ladyship is like this, she usually uses a warming bottle to ease the pain in her abdomen. It helps relieve some of the discomfort." "A warming bottle?" Even in such hot weather? Zhao Chong was briefly stunned, then said, "Where is it? Bring it to her immediately." Biliu responded at once, quickly fetched the warming bottle, refilled it with hot water, and placed it into Ying's arms. She also pulled over a thin silk quilt to cover her. Zhao Chong stood silently by the bed and watched. Seeing Ying curled up under the quilt, a bulge at her abdomen, her expression easing slightly, he finally understood why her hand had felt so cold when he held it outside earlier. Being forced to hug a warming bottle in the middle of summer. How could she not have felt like that? All the more reason to summon the imperial physician to examine her. With this in mind, Zhao Chong sat down beside the bed. He reached out and gently brushed the messy strands of hair from her forehead. "Beloved consort, endure it a little longer. The physician will be here shortly." With the warming bottle pressed against her abdomen through her clothes, the intense cramps gradually eased. Ying's discomfort lessened, and her previously irritable mood softened somewhat. Hearing Zhao Chong's words, she lifted her eyes to look at him. She had been surprised when the emperor suddenly scooped her up outside the corridor. And now he was actually comforting her, quite a rare tenderness. Tender as he might be, if the emperor stayed at Qingzhou Pavilion tonight, she would inevitably have to serve him, entertain him. She really wasn't in the mood. So, taking advantage of the moment while she wasn't in too much pain, Ying decided to considerately speak up. Her voice was hoarse and weak as she said, "This concubine is unwell and fears she cannot serve your majesty tonight. I beg your majesty's forgiveness." Zhao Chong, thinking she felt guilty, was about to reassure her when she added, "I also ask that your majesty visit another palace instead, so as not to dampen your mood." Zhao Chong paused, uncertain. Was she hoping he would leave? He tested her intentions. "It's no matter. Since you're not feeling well, I'll stay and keep you company." Ying replied, "This concubine dares not. This concubine is unwell. I beg your majesty to go elsewhere, lest it be detrimental to your majesty." The reason she said detrimental was because in the eyes of many, a woman's period was considered impure and harmful to men. Though Ying found such superstitions utterly ridiculous, she couldn't be sure whether the emperor believed them. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chong's intention to stay the night at Qingzhou Pavilion was firm. "I don't believe in all that superstitious nonsense. You need not worry nor try to persuade me otherwise." Ying. Forget it. After all, even when he had selected her previously, nothing had happened. Zhao Chong, hearing her inner voice clearly. Was she dissatisfied with him? For a moment, Zhao Chong felt she was utterly outrageous. To think that he, an emperor, would be viewed this way by one of his own concubines? He was both amused and slightly annoyed. He glanced over at her. Her eyes, clear as autumn water, carried an innocent expression, which only made his teeth itch. And yet, with her current condition, there wasn't much he could do. But the future is long. Zhao Chong narrowed his eyes slightly and raised his voice, asking whether the physician had arrived. Since the emperor had personally given the order, no one dared to delay. A eunuch rushed off to the Imperial Medical Academy. The attending physician for the night was quickly summoned to Qingzhou Pavilion. The physician arrived out of breath, barely having time to catch it before he followed the palace attendants into the inner chamber. With his head lowered, he passed through a screen painted with landscapes and saw gauzy curtains falling around the bed. The emperor stood beside it with hands clasped behind his back. The physician immediately stepped forward and bowed. "No need for formalities, Imperial Physician Liu," Zhao Chong said. "See to Lady Yun's pulse first." The physician immediately complied, bowed once more, and stepped up to the bed to take Ying's pulse. The room fell silent during the examination. Zhao Chong stood by, observing and listening to the physician's thoughts. After a long moment, Physician Liu withdrew his hand and respectfully saluted Zhao Chong. "Your Majesty, Lady Yun's pulse shows signs of a sunken and taut pattern. It suggests liver qi stagnation and cold deficiency in the Chong and Ren meridians. When these meridians are cold and deficient, it leads to qi stagnation and blood stasis, which causes pain when the flow is blocked." This aligned with what the physician had already internally assessed. Knowing he hadn't concealed anything, Zhao Chong asked, "How should it be treated?" Physician Liu replied, "This humble servant will first prescribe a formula to soothe the liver, regulate qi, activate blood and dissolve stasis. I will also administer acupuncture to relieve the sharp abdominal pain. However, after today, Lady Yun will need long-term, gentle nourishment, a regulated diet, and should avoid cold foods. If she follows the treatment plan with both medicine and acupuncture for several months, she should recover without further issues." Zhao Chong looked at Ying. Seeing no objection from her, he nodded. "Very well. I'll leave Lady Yun's treatment in your care, Physician Liu." Physician Liu bowed deeply. This humble servant accepts the order. He then proceeded to administer acupuncture treatment to Ying. Zhao Chong stood at the bedside the entire time, watching Ying lie there languidly, enduring the treatment without resistance. Yet, as Imperial Physician Lu stepped out to the outer chamber to write a prescription, she still couldn't help but say with a touch of guilt, "Your Majesty, this concubine truly cannot serve you tonight." Once again suspecting that Ying hoped for his departure, Zhao Chong couldn't help but ask, "Beloved, why do you seem unwilling for me to stay tonight?" Seeing that he truly had no intention of leaving, Ying gave up completely. It was this concubine's loose tongue. "I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." At that moment, Ying was still undergoing acupuncture and didn't have much else on her mind. Zhao Chong couldn't pick up on any of her inner thoughts, nor could he confirm his suspicions. He could only let it go and move to sit on the arhat bed nearby to wait. Physician Lu's acupuncture session lasted for about half an hour. Meanwhile, the palace staff took nearly a full hour to prepare and decoct the medicine. By the time the medicinal soup was delivered to the inner chamber, it was already quite late. When Zhao Chong returned to the bedside, Ying was drinking the medicine with Biliu's help. The bitter medicine in Ying's eyes was no different from slow torture. She didn't hesitate and downed the entire bowl in one go. The intense bitterness instantly overwhelmed her tongue. She furrowed her brows deeply and, unable to hold back, muttered a curse in her heart. Zhao Chong caught it loud and clear, and was both shocked and amused. Though surprised, because it was Ying, he wasn't too astonished. Have a preserved plum to get rid of the bitterness. Zhao Chong picked up a honey-soaked green plum and held it to her lips. Ying opened her mouth and took it without hesitation, her tongue accidentally brushing the pad of his finger. The warm, soft sensation made Zhao Chong glance at her again. He saw her brows relax, clearly delighted as the bitter taste faded. After the acupuncture, the pain in Ying's abdomen had eased somewhat, and the color had returned to her lips. Zhao Chong's gaze fell upon them, and thinking of their softness, a ticklish itch brushed across his heart, making his Adam's apple bob slightly. Unaware of what the emperor was thinking, Ying only remembered that it was late. She prepared to get out of bed to help him wash up for the night. Seeing this, Zhao Chong pressed her gently back down onto the bed. "Since you're unwell, just lie down and rest." Ying replied innocently, "This concubine feels better now and thought to help your Majesty prepare for bed." "No need to trouble yourself," Zhao Chong said. "There are palace attendants for that." He immediately ordered hot water to be brought in and had Biliu and Biwu assist Ying with washing up. The emperor's thoughtfulness moved Ying, and she thoroughly enjoyed the moment. She relaxed and allowed Biliu and Biwu to help her freshen up. Soon after, Zhao Chong had also finished washing, and the attendants were quickly dismissed. Not long after, Zhao Chong, now in his inner robes, climbed onto the bed. Ying looked at him with wide eyes. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. Meeting her gaze, he recalled the inner thought she'd voiced earlier about nothing happening last time. His eyes drifted once again to her lips. His gaze darkened slightly as he tightened his hold around her waist. With his other hand, he tilted her chin upward. The emperor's sudden intimacy stunned Ying. Before she could even react, something soft pressed against her lips. The kiss came without warning, and her mind blanked for a moment. Seeing her dazed, Zhao Chong felt a great deal of satisfaction. A faint smile curled on his lips. Pulling the quilt over them both, he continued holding her in his arms. "It's late. Sleep." Ying gradually came back to her senses and buried her face against the emperor's chest. Closing her eyes, she could still feel the warmth of his kiss. She frowned slightly, unable to suppress the question rising in her heart. What on earth was wrong with him today? Kissing me for no reason? The surroundings were quiet, but her inner voice sounded crystal clear in Zhao Chong's ears, making him laugh in exasperation. He opened his eyes again, took her chin once more, and without saying a word, turned that fleeting kiss into something far more lingering. At first, Ying was confused, but she let him do as he pleased. By the time their lips finally parted, she was left breathless. Zhao Chong, not hearing any more of her irreverent inner monologue, looked at her flushed cheeks and felt his mood lift slightly. He gently stroked her cheek with his fingers. "Ying, you will always be mine." Ying. In that moment she suddenly understood, so this is what unfulfilled desire looks like. Her lack of romantic flair made Zhao Chong's forehead vein twitch. He took a deep breath and yanked the quilt up to cover her head. "Sleep." Lying against his chest, Ying couldn't see Zhao Chong's expression, but instinct told her she'd best not provoke an emperor who was clearly craving something. So, in a voice soft and obedient, she murmured her agreement and quietly shifted to a comfortable position, drifting off to sleep. Soon, the sound of her gentle breathing reached his ears. Zhao Chong lowered his gaze to Ying's peaceful sleeping face, so serene and familiar. He felt that he couldn't bring himself to be angry with her. Oh well. Zhao Chong comforted himself. With such a clear-headed little woman, perhaps it's not a bad thing to spoil her a little more. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. What a pity. Thanks to Imperial Physician Lu's acupuncture and medicine, Ying slept soundly through the night. When she awoke, there was still a faint bloated pain in her lower abdomen, but compared to the sharp cramps from the day before, it was far more bearable. Presumably, the emperor had taken a short rest before coming to Qingzhou Pavilion last night, so Ying woke earlier than usual today. Meanwhile, the emperor, who had held her in his arms all night, remained asleep, eyes gently closed. Leaning against Zhao Chong, Ying tilted her head slightly to look at him, then subtly moved a little away from him. She did not get up or try to wake him, only quietly observed him. She had to admit the emperor was quite handsome. His features were striking and well-defined, sharp brows and eyes, a high nose bridge and a clean tight jawline. Even in the dim light under the sheer bed curtains, his dignified and heroic appearance was unmistakable. Now in the prime of his life, clothed in elegant robes and filled with ambition, he had the bearing of a dragon among men. Just standing there would be enough to make countless young women fall for him. What a pity. As Ying thought this, she suddenly caught sight of a silhouette moving beyond the sheer curtains and quickly gathered her thoughts. Unbeknownst to her, the emperor had woken up just before her and was secretly listening to her thoughts. Hearing her praise his looks, Zhao Chong felt both proud and pleased. But then came her sudden thought. What a pity. The thought stopped abruptly, and he couldn't catch a single hint of what came next. What was she pitying? She had just said he was handsome and could easily capture women's hearts. So why the pity? His curiosity piqued. Zhao Chong wanted to know what Ying truly thought, but couldn't think of a way to bring it up, especially since he was still pretending to be asleep. The feeling was rather maddening. What time is it? Ying softly asked. A palace maid outside immediately replied. My lady, it is now the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. There was still time before morning court, so no need to rise in a rush. Before Ying could say anything more, Zhao Chong suddenly wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her back into his embrace. He hadn't thought much about it last night when he came to Qingzhou Pavilion, but now, feeling the soft warmth in his arms, Zhao Chong lowered his head, suppressed his curiosity and said calmly by her ear. My beloved seems to have lost some weight. Ying didn't know Zhao Chong was already awake. The sudden embrace made her pause in surprise. She looked up at him as he spoke. Their eyes met, and she was momentarily captivated by the depth in his gaze. Regaining her composure, she smiled slightly. Your Majesty is truly perceptive. She responded politely, then took the opportunity to gently remind. It's already the 3rd quarter of the Yin hour. Will your Majesty be rising soon? Her mind was now calm and clear. As she suspected, the what a pity thought from earlier was no longer continuing. Unable to probe further into her thoughts, Zhao Chong could only say, lying here with you for a little longer won't hurt. He then asked how she was feeling. Ying answered straightforwardly, thanks to your Majesty's great blessing, this concubine is feeling much better. They chatted a while longer, but Zhao Chong still couldn't discern anything else from her thoughts. Resigned, he finally let her go and got up to prepare for morning court. 2/4 of an hour later, he left Qingzhou Pavilion and boarded the imperial carriage. Xia Jiang, he said on the way to court, still unable to stop thinking about that puzzling what a pity. After pondering for some time with no answer, he asked his chief eunuch, is there anything about me that could be considered a pity? Xia Jiang was startled and immediately bowed. Your Majesty, this servant is ignorant. May I ask why your Majesty would ask such a thing? Zhao Chong replied, just a casual question. No need to be nervous. Though he responded obediently, Xia Jiang dared not speak further on the matter. But in his heart a vague idea flashed by. A pity because his Majesty still has no heir? Zhao Chong. Even eunuchs like to meddle in this sort of thing? Back at Qingzhou Pavilion, Ying had hot water prepared, bathed, changed into loose and comfortable clothes, and had breakfast with the help of Biwu and Biliu. After drinking her medicinal soup, she climbed back onto the bed, lazily ate preserved plums and read a storybook. As for the emperor's inexplicable kiss the night before, she'd slept it off and forgotten all about it. She hadn't thought of it again. Meanwhile, more news was spreading from what had happened the night before at Wangchun Pavilion. Lu Shuqing had not only been demoted to the rank of Baolin but was also placed under house arrest. The emperor decreed that she was not to take a single step out of Wangchun Pavilion for 3 months. This punishment was no light matter. A demotion and confinement? It was practically turning Wangchun Pavilion into a cold palace. After a few months, who knew if the emperor would even remember she existed? Truthfully, Lu Shuqing had never been particularly favored to begin with. Had she simply fallen out of favor, it wouldn't have stirred much in the harem. However, since news of Lu Shuqing's demotion spread after last night, many concubines gradually came to a realization. The punishment might have something to do with the venomous snake incident at Qingzhou Pavilion. Though the matter wasn't made public, the concubines had learned of it through whispered rumors. And precisely because it wasn't publicly discussed, they realized the matter was likely investigated directly on the emperor's orders. If previous events had hinted that Ying was gaining favor, then this punishment for Lu Shuqing was a solid blow that proved it. Before they even realized it, imperial concubine Yun had already become someone the emperor personally protected. Her methods must not be underestimated. Thus, Ying became someone the entire inner palace began to view with caution. The very person they now regarded warily listened nonchalantly as Biwu reported the gossip, and only sighed faintly. The virtuous consort will likely have a hard time in the coming days. Recalling what had happened at the Chaohui Hall, Biwu whispered, "Consorta seems very wary of the virtuous consort." Ying smiled. There had never been a shortage of people in the palace who sucked up to the powerful and trampled the weak. Just because Consorta once acted tough in front of the virtuous consort didn't mean everything would return to normal. As for herself, she only needed to live her own little life well. She popped another preserved plum into her mouth and hummed lightly, "I feel like having something sweet to drink." Biwu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and bowed. "Yes, I'll have the kitchen prepare something right away." Ying nodded as she chewed the plum and stared at her book. Biwu quietly left the room. Like many others, Consorta also noticed the emperor's growing favor toward Ying. She resented it deeply. How could His Majesty dote on someone so tactless and reckless? She figured it was probably just a passing novelty. Since Ying was currently in favor, Consorta didn't plan to provoke her and risk the emperor's displeasure. Besides, the emperor had already scolded the virtuous consort and demoted Lu Shuqing, both events she considered good news. And with her birthday approaching, this was icing on the cake. Using her birthday as a reason, she requested an audience with the emperor. Zhao Chong, recalling the austerity the 6 palaces had endured after donating silver and gold, approved her request to host a birthday banquet in Cholan Palace. He said nothing more, only that if she enjoyed it, she could make it lively and festive. Consorta was overjoyed and bowed with radiant delight. Back at Chonghua Hall, she immediately began planning the event in detail. After having been embarrassed by the virtuous consort in Chaohui Hall, she naturally wanted to regain some face. She also knew that many concubines had been living frugally after their donations, so her banquet would be a perfect opportunity to curry favor. With these considerations in mind, Consorta poured her efforts into every detail of the event, ensuring the dishes and refreshments were exquisite and plentiful. She invited every concubine in the palace to attend. Ying was among them. By the day of the banquet, Ying's period had passed. Knowing that Consorta would certainly put great care into the event, with good food, drinks, and likely some entertainment, she decided to attend in good spirits. The banquet was held in Cholan Palace. As always, Ying followed her principle of arriving neither early nor late. Although Consorta didn't like Ying, she had no intention of making a fuss on her birthday, so she didn't trouble her in the slightest. After Ying greeted her, a palace maid led her to her seat. The seats for the concubines were arranged by rank. Seated near Ying were Consort Shui and Consort Shun, who held the same rank as her. Cui Jieyu had not yet arrived, but Shun Wenin had come earlier and was already quietly sipping tea. Seeing Ying take her seat, she set down her cup, smiled and politely greeted her. Since the banquet had not officially started, Ying returned the greeting and exchanged a few pleasantries with Shun Wenin. Within a quarter hour, the rest of the concubines arrived one after another. Upon inspection, it was clear only 2 notable figures were absent, virtuous consort and Lu Baolin. Lu Baolin was under house arrest, so her absence was expected. As for the virtuous consort, Ying lifted her teacup and took a slow sip just as a eunuch's sharp voice rang from outside the hall. "Her Highness, the virtuous consort, arrives." At the sound, Ying smiled slightly, set down her cup, and rose with the others to greet the incoming consort. Consorta stepped forward, her face beaming with joy. "So much has happened lately. I thought you might not be free, Sister Virtuous Consort. I'm so glad you made it today." She then invited her to take her seat. Though the virtuous consort wore makeup, there was still a trace of weariness in her eyes and brows. The affair with Lu Shuqing had clearly taken a toll on her. Consorta's mood grew increasingly elated, her smile 2 shades brighter. The virtuous consort feigned ignorance and simply smiled faintly. "How could I not come to celebrate Sister Da's birthday?" she said, and ordered her chief maid Suyu to present the birthday gift she had prepared in advance. Inside the purple sandalwood box lay a pair of exquisite glazed hairpins, delicate and refined, yet carrying an understated elegance. Upon seeing the hairpins, Consort Da's expression subtly shifted. The virtuous consort said warmly, I remember that Sister Da was quite fond of these glazed hairpins. But at the time, His Majesty gifted them to me instead. Knowing it's your birthday today, and recalling how much you liked them, I thought I'd bring them to celebrate your day. Just a few words and Consort Da's memories were stirred. Each one like a soft blade pressing into her heart. Indeed, they were hairpins she had once loved. Yet the emperor had given them to the virtuous consort. She had sulked bitterly over that. And now the virtuous consort gifted them back on her birthday. It was clearly a reminder that she could not overstep her. Though Consort Da seethed inside, she could only grit her teeth in secret and maintain a graceful smile as she thanked the virtuous consort. After instructing her maid Shuanghong to put the gift away, she welcomed the virtuous consort to her seat, and the banquet officially began. Not long after, palace maids dressed in plain-colored garments entered one by one, placing an array of dishes, fruits, and pastries before each consort. Ying, who had been quietly observing the sparring match between the two consorts, now turned her attention to the feast. Looking at the endless stream of dishes before her, everyone present could tell that Consort Da had spared no expense for this banquet. Among the lavish courses was even a serving of crab. Crab wasn't at its most delicious this time of year. Even during crab season, it wasn't easy for the consorts of the 6 palaces to enjoy such delicacies. Lately, with no imperial banquets held, the food had been rather bland. Ignoring the undercurrents between the virtuous consort and Consort Da, everyone ate heartily. The appearance of crab drew smiles from all. Ying was no exception. Crab wasn't something to pass up. She immediately asked Biliu to help her shell it. News of the lively atmosphere at Cholon Palace reached Zhaochong just as he was chatting idly with Empress Dowager Zhou in Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager, never one to restrict the consorts, smiled and said, Crab is a fine thing, though a bit cold in nature. Zhaochong paused. He remembered how Imperial Physician Liu had instructed that Ying should avoid cold foods after her treatment. But he couldn't exactly send someone to stop it now. Crab goes best with Danyang wine, Zhaochong mused. Since mother is so concerned, Xiajiang, take some Danyang wine to Cholon Palace. Additionally, he sent numerous birthday gifts to Consort Da. The Empress Dowager glanced at him meaningfully. Since your Majesty has some free time, why not visit Cholon Palace yourself? Consort Da had invited nearly every consort in the 6 palaces. Zhaochong chuckled wryly. I came today to keep mother company. Why would you try to send me away? His words were half in jest. Ultimately, he let Xiajiang deliver the gifts on his behalf. The Empress Dowager laughed. I wouldn't dream of sending you away. As it happens, the kitchen is making lotus seed fish parcels today. Since you're here, join me for a meal. Yes, your son obeys. Zhaochong smiled as he accepted the invitation. Later, Chief Eunuch Xiajiang appeared at Cholon Palace, delivering many gifts to Consort Da. The consorts all received Danyang wine along with the tribute. As envious glances swept across the hall and congratulations poured in, Consort Da's earlier irritation toward the virtuous consort dissipated. Although it was regrettable the emperor hadn't shown up in person, the generous gifts, and his special attention to the crab's cold nature, left her deeply satisfied. Ying, however, didn't care about any of that. After returning to her seat, she accepted the Danyang wine, had Biliu pour a cup, and prepared to sip it slowly. The golden-hued Danyang wine was crystal clear. As it neared her lips, a rich aroma greeted her nose. Once she drank it, the wine proved smooth and sweet, not harsh in the slightest. Ying enjoyed several cups in quick succession. She felt content, her eyes narrowing with quiet delight, and plucked a grape from the tall fruit plate to eat. Sitting on her other side, Consort Shui, who hadn't spoken at all, suddenly turned to look at her. Flowers bloom on the branch, but for how many days? Life in this world, how long does it last? Consort Shui softly recited a verse and then said to Ying, Imperial concubine Yun, what do you suppose the 6 palaces will look like this time next year? Ying, having eaten a few grapes, wiped her hands with a handkerchief and smiled. Enjoy the wine today, for who knows what tomorrow brings. Consort Shui, this Danyang wine is quite good. You should try some. Consort Shui slowly turned her gaze away. She looked down at her cup and forced a smile. This year's flowers are more beautiful than last's. Next year's may be better still, but who will be there to enjoy them? Knowing Consort Shui's fondness for poetic melancholy, Ying didn't respond further. Though she had indeed been unlucky in her previous life, poetic laments about flowers wilting in a few days always sounded more like a curse. Still, she enjoyed Consort Da's birthday banquet thoroughly and left in a cheerful mood. After the banquet, she took her leave at the appropriate time. Holding on to Biliu's hand as she exited Cholon Palace, Ying, feeling a bit too full, recalled Imperial Physician Liu's advice that she should walk more. Seeing that the hour was still early, she said, There's no rush to return. Let's walk a bit to digest. With Biwu and Biliu accompanying her, she strolled through the palace grounds. She deliberately chose shaded and quiet paths, and soon came upon a wall covered in trumpet creeper flowers. Vibrant green vines blanketed the wall, while bright orange blooms adorned them like a vivid tapestry. Admiring the scene, Ying asked, "Where are we?" Biwu replied, "My lady, we are near the peach orchard." Peach orchard? Ying raised an eyebrow. Then let's take a look. This wasn't the season for blossoms, but there were still peaches. Recently, the orchard had supplied fresh peaches to various palaces. Ying wasn't there for peaches, she simply thought it might be cooler. Indeed, the orchard was pleasant. The peach trees were dense with leaves and heavy with fruit. The sun barely penetrated the canopy, and a gentle breeze made the shade quite agreeable. Biwu, who came from a farming family and had been sold into the Yun household due to poverty, was now Ying's trusted maid. Seeing the abundance of peaches, she couldn't help but smile. "My lady, it seems this year will be a good harvest." Ying looked at a plum peach hanging nearby. "I once read that fruit trees have on years and off years. If they bear a lot one year, they'll produce less the next and vice versa." Biwu blinked. "Is that so? I only read it somewhere. I've never verified it," Ying said with a smile. As they talked about fruit, a voice suddenly called out behind them, "Greetings to Imperial Concubine Yun." Ying turned to see Baolin Xie Mengling and slowly faced her. "Baolin Xie." Ying nodded briefly. Xie Mengling bit her lip, took a few steps forward and fell to her knees. "Imperial Concubine Yun, I beg you, please help me." Ying frowned and stepped back a few paces. Xie Mengling continued, "If you help me, I will serve you loyally for the rest of my life in gratitude." Ying recalled the last time she saw Xie Mengling begging Shen Wanyin the same way. She stared at her for a few seconds and then said to her maids, "It's getting late. Let's return." Xie Mengling crawled forward on her knees pleading, "Please help me. You are in favor now, you can speak to His Majesty. I'll do anything you ask." Ying frowned deeper and said coldly, "Baolin Xie, watch your words. We are both consorts of His Majesty. You don't owe me anything, and I need nothing from you." Tears welled up in Xie Mengling's eyes and quickly spilled over. Just like with Shen Wanyin, she grabbed Ying's skirt. "But I can't see the emperor, and I can't let my family suffer. Please." Ying felt a headache coming on. Anyone would find such persistent begging difficult to endure. "Baolin Xie, I don't know what troubles your family may be facing, but I trust His Majesty's wisdom and fairness. He would never wrong an innocent." Seeing Xie Mengling's pale face, Ying added, "Your filial piety is admirable, but may I ask, if someone in your family has done harm, do you pity their victims as well? Or if your family truly cared for you, wouldn't they act honorably and speak prudently? I can't help you, and I don't want anything from you in return. Gather yourself. Stop running around desperately begging others." Seeing her stunned silence, Ying pressed her lips together, said no more and walked off with her maids. Xie Mengling's tears streamed endlessly. It was a long while before her chief maid helped her up. Silently crying, she left the orchard. After they'd gone, Biwu grumbled, "Why was Baolin Xie being so reckless? Even I felt alarmed listening to her." Ying replied mildly, "She's only 15. How can we expect a girl that age to be worldly?" "You're too kind, my lady," Biwu said. "Kind?" Ying curled her lips slightly. Even in her past life, when she had needed help to gain favor, she had never touched matters of court. And she had no intention to now. Still, she had said those things for Xie Mengling's sake. Whether she would take it to heart or not wasn't her concern. Everyone has their own fate. She wasn't a Buddha and couldn't save anyone. Now she recalled how Xie Mengling had ended in her previous life. After similar troubles, she begged everyone for help. No one wanted to get involved. In the end, she killed herself outside the Hall of Diligent Governance, hoping to move the emperor to show mercy. But the emperor flew into a rage. A mere concubine using death to threaten the Son of Heaven, daring to meddle in politics, how could he tolerate that? In her past life, Ying had thought Xie Mengling incredibly foolish. Now looking back, she saw her as truly pitiful, even willing to die, and yet no one had pitied her. If her family had cherished her, why were they so greedy? In the end, one must care for oneself. After Ying and Xie Baolin left, the peach orchard fell into silence. Zhao Chong had been walking there with Empress Dowager Zhou. Before they could see anyone, they had overheard Ying and Xie Baolin's entire exchange. This Yun concubine. Who would have thought she was so rational and composed? Empress Dowager Zhou's inner thoughts drifted into Zhao Chong's ears, making his expression shift subtly. He glanced at the kneeling maids nearby and asked the Empress Dowager, "Would you prefer to walk elsewhere or return to Yongshou Palace?" Empress Dowager Zhou said, leaning on Nanny Su, "It's getting late. Let's go back. Zhao Chong nodded and accompanied her out of the orchard. But even after returning to the Hall of Diligent Governance, Zhao Chong kept thinking about Ying's words. Based on her inner voice in the peach orchard, neither Ying nor Xie Baolin had realized others were nearby. Everything Ying had said came from her heart. That was the case. In her eyes, not only was he good-looking, but also wise and just. She trusted he would protect her from wrongful accusations. Then why did she still say, "What a pity"? Zhao Chong frowned deeply, curiosity consuming him. What exactly does she pity about me? Chapter 15. Chapter 15, Harassment. Your Majesty. The palace eunuch had been kneeling for a good quarter of an hour, holding the wooden lacquer tray with the name plaques of the imperial consorts before the emperor. Yet Zhao Chong had not once looked up. Chief eunuch Xiajiang had no choice but to speak softly as a reminder. Zhao Chong had already noticed when the eunuch entered. He had been thinking about Ying again. He'd been meaning to select her name plaque so he could go to Qingzhou Pavilion and probe her thoughts. But when he remembered the eunuch's inner murmuring, that today was Consort Da's birthday, he dropped the idea. Even if he didn't visit Chonghua Hall tonight, going elsewhere might make it seem like he was deliberately causing trouble. Calming his thoughts, Zhao Chong still did not glance at the tray in the eunuch's hands. He simply picked up the red ink imperial brush beside him, wrote a few rescripts and waved them off. Though the eunuch was puzzled, he didn't dare speak and quietly withdrew. Xiajiang watched the emperor's expression but said nothing. So, when many assumed the emperor would go to Consort Da's Chonghua Hall for her birthday, he instead never visited the harem at all. The next day, as the eunuch came to seek instructions as usual, Zhao Chong considered flipping Ying's plaque to visit Qingzhou Pavilion, but paused and gave up again. It was just a single sentence after all. And knowing Ying's nature, it was probably nothing kind. Yet he had obsessed over it for so long. Wasn't that unbecoming of him? Zhao Chong felt he was giving it too much weight. After brief reflection, he decided to cool off and focus more on political affairs. Thus, following Consort Da's birthday, Zhao Chong refrained from entering the harem. Several more days passed without the emperor summoning any consorts. On her birthday, though she had waited with great anticipation, the emperor had not come to Chonghua Hall. Still, considering state affairs were pressing and that he hadn't gone anywhere else either, Consort Da forced herself to swallow the disappointment. Yet as the days passed and no one was summoned, whether to Qingzhou Pavilion or elsewhere, she became increasingly resentful. The joy from receiving imperial rewards at her banquet had completely vanished. Day by day her mood soured. With no outlet for her frustrations and wielding the authority of overseeing the 6 palaces, she inevitably began taking it out on others. Naturally, the first to suffer was Gu Zhanzhan, who lived in the same Autumn Orchid Palace and had previously spoken against her. "My lady, I heard that today Consort Da summoned Beauty Gu again to lecture her. And she made her kneel outside Chonghua Hall for an entire hour." Biliu brought freshly brewed tea to Ying and spoke softly. She was gentler than Biwu, though she didn't particularly like Gu Zhanzhan. Witnessing how repeatedly she'd been targeted by Consort Da left her uneasy. Ying was practicing her painting. Today she was attempting to paint the green bamboo outside Qingzhou Pavilion. Though it appeared simple enough, she could never quite get it right. Hearing Biliu's report, she casually replied, "Which is why it's best for us to stay tucked away here in Qingzhou Pavilion." Biliu nodded but sighed. The virtuous consort has been unwell lately, and doesn't seem to have the strength to manage these matters anymore. Otherwise, Beauty Gu probably wouldn't have ended up like this. I remember back at Chaohui Hall, when Beauty Gu spoke out against Consort Da, the virtuous consort stepped in to protect her. Though Consort Da was furious, she didn't dare punish her in the end. She was referring to the time shortly after the virtuous consort had been scolded by the emperor and Consort Da was appointed to oversee the 6 palaces. By comparison, Biliu couldn't help feeling that the virtuous consort's absence had left Beauty Gu unshielded, and that's why Consort Da now acted without restraint. Ying merely smiled. She set down her brush, the thick-tipped shuanghao made from bamboo, and after cleaning her hands sipped her tea leisurely. These days, the emperor hasn't been visiting the harem. The virtuous consort is sick and unable to manage palace affairs. With Consort Da acting like this, we'd best stay quiet and keep to ourselves. Say the wrong thing or make the wrong move and we might end up offending her too, inviting trouble. Thankfully, the virtuous consort excused us from morning greetings. We've saved ourselves the hassle. She looked calmly at her own chaotic painting and spoke slowly to Biliu. If she were the virtuous consort, she wouldn't intervene either. During her time managing the 6 palaces, things had at least appeared harmonious. There were rarely any punishments against minor consorts. Feigning illness and pretending ignorance of the drama in Autumn Orchid Palace was merely a way to lure Consort Da into more missteps. For the emperor to take back her power, Consort Da had to make those mistakes. The virtuous consort was no fool. Having bested Consort a few times already, the latter had been stewing with resentment. Once she exploded, she'd act recklessly and irrationally. Consort could be prideful, but under normal circumstances she wasn't entirely unreasonable. But now, having tasted the sweetness of power, she had clearly chosen indulgence over restraint, and would likely grow worse. Seeing this clearly, Ying had no intention of getting on Consort's bad side. The emperor had visited Qingzhou Pavilion so frequently before, it was likely that Consort still bore a grudge. The virtuous consort might even be hoping that Consort would target Ying next, just to provoke the emperor. In any case, as long as Ying stayed quietly in Qingzhou Pavilion, even if Consort grew bolder, she probably wouldn't come stirring up trouble here. At least life could go on peacefully. That said, Imperial Physician Lu's advice to get out and walk around would have to be put on hold. Biliu listened and nodded again. I'll remember your words, my lady. Ying curved her lips slightly and glanced once more at her messy painting. She asked, I can't even paint a few stalks of bamboo. Could it be my brush and ink are to blame? Biliu leaned closer to examine the masterpiece, and couldn't hold back a smile. The bamboo Ying had drawn was thick and clumsy, none of the upright elegance that bamboo symbolized, only an impression that it had grown well in overly fertile soil. I'll go fetch the cinnabar red fruit and flower brush His Majesty gifted you from the storeroom. Biliu bowed with a smile, and seeing Ying nod in agreement, she turned to retrieve it. Just as Ying had expected, the virtuous consort remained cloistered in illness while Consort's behavior grew even more unrestrained. At her birthday banquet, she had seemed interested in winning over the other consorts. Now she had clearly changed her mind. It wasn't just Gu Zhanzhan soon, many others in the harem suffered under her hand. Baolin Xia, Jie Yushan, Jie Yuchui, even Chong Yimeng weren't spared her harassment. As for the lower-ranked palace maids, they hardly needed mentioning. Every couple of days, new stories of consort scolding or punishing consorts made their rounds. The more Ying heard, the more she secretly admired her. In her previous life, she would have been plotting how to make Consort pay and seize the emperor's pity. But now with a calm heart, knowing the virtuous consort had set the stage and that Consort had walked right into it, she simply felt like she was watching a farce unfold. Until, that is, Consort started docking rations and supplies from other consorts, and Qingzhou Pavilion became collateral damage. Biwu and Biliu grumbled incessantly, and Ying was genuinely speechless. Today, the eunuchs brought over some potted plants for Qingzhou Pavilion. Who knows where they dug them up from? One of the camellias only had a few blooms, and even those had already wilted. But I saw the pots delivered to noble consort Zhang's residence, and they were gorgeous. So clearly, it's not that they don't have good stuff to send. Biwu fumed indignantly, muttering again about how the supplies sent to Qingzhou Pavilion these past few days were clearly inferior to before. She was truly outraged by Consort's behavior. Ying let her vent. Only after she finished did she speak. Have someone place the new potted plants next to the ones His Majesty previously gifted. I'll go out and take a look later. Biwu blinked in surprise. My lady, are you planning to care for these plants yourself? They didn't do anything wrong, Ying said calmly. Then she glanced sidelong at Biwu with a smile. What you just said, don't repeat it outside. If Consort does people hear it, they'll make a big deal out of it. Biwu sighed. How could I have the nerve to say such things in public? Even the other consorts in the palace dare not speak too much now. Noble consort Jiang, who had always had close ties with Consort was receiving only the best. If other consorts were willing to flatter and fawn over Consort they too might benefit, but the whole thing felt absurd. Seeing her maid's furrowed brows, Ying chuckled lightly. The 6 palaces are not entirely ruled by Consort Biwu was startled. You mean? Didn't Beauty Gu frequently visit Yongshou Palace to chat with the Empress Dowager? Why do you think she hasn't gone lately? Ying left the rest unsaid. Biwu pondered this and suddenly understood, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. You always think ahead, my lady. Come. Let's take a look at those potted plants delivered today. With that, Ying headed toward the veranda. Just as Biwu had complained, the potted plants sent by the eunuchs were all withered, petals fallen, leaves yellow, branches crooked and unruly. In short, they were a complete mess devoid of beauty. If someone like Ying, rumored to be favored, was treated this way, how many others in the 6 palaces were also being deprived? After all, not many were willing to set aside pride and grovel to Consort over something like this. Ying had someone bring a pair of shears and on the veranda, began trimming the plants as she pleased. Halfway through her pruning, a messenger arrived from Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager wished to see her. Thank you, eunuch, for delivering the message. I will freshen up and visit Her Majesty shortly. Ying signaled for Biwu to reward the eunuch with a silk pouch. She handed the shears to a maid and returned to her chamber to dress. Why would the Empress Dowager suddenly summon you? Biliu asked anxiously as she helped Ying with her hair. After a moment of worry, hope lit her voice. Could it be that she's noticed the harem's troubles and wants to ask about them? Ying replied calmly. We'll know when we get there. The last time she was summoned had been about the gold and silver donations. As for today, whether it was about Consort or not, who could say? Either way, she had no choice but to go. Once properly groomed and dressed in clean clothes, Ying set off for Yongsho Palace with Biwu and Biliu. Upon entering the main hall, she bowed respectfully and greeted the Empress Dowager. This concubine greets your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy everlasting peace and blessings. The Empress Dowager smiled kindly, exempted her from further formalities, and ordered tea to be served. She didn't inquire about harem affairs but instead asked if Ying had visited the royal library and what books she had been reading lately. Ying answered each question truthfully. Before long, as during her previous visit, she began sharing an amusing tale she'd read, much to the Empress Dowager's delight. Just as the story reached its climax, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out from outside. His Majesty has arrived. Moments later, the emperor strode into the hall. Ying immediately stood up and bowed. This concubine greets your Majesty. May your Majesty enjoy 10,000 blessings. All the palace staff also bowed. Zhao Chong hadn't visited the harem in nearly a month. He hadn't seen Ying in all that time. He hadn't known she was here today until he glimpsed her two personal maids in the corridor. Hearing no inner voice from her, nor sensing any joy in seeing him, Zhao Chong gave her a passing glance and waved off her greeting. He then stepped forward to greet the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager smiled. How is it that your Majesty has time to visit today? It was my oversight not to visit sooner, Zhao Chong replied. You've been busy with court matters, I understand, she said. And with concubine Yun telling me such delightful stories, I've been thoroughly entertained. Zhao Chong's gaze shifted back to Ying. And what he heard next was his mother's inner delight. His Majesty hasn't been visiting the harem for so long. I thought if concubine Yun came to Yongsho Palace more often, they might cross paths eventually. Who would have thought they'd meet today? Good. Now I can worry less. Zhao Chong. He smoothed his robes and took a seat. Turning to Ying, he asked, what entertaining story were you telling, mother? Let me hear it too. Ying kept her head down, smiling faintly but inwardly sighed. A romantic tale about a scholar and a beauty. Is that really something I should be telling the emperor? Zhao Chong heard the familiar tone in her internal monologue and looked at her again. The Empress Dowager teased. Concubine Yun was just getting to the exciting part. You've arrived at the perfect time, but hearing it out of context won't be as fun. Perhaps she can tell it to you alone another time. The latter half of that sentence carried a subtle hint. Ying paused. Is Her Majesty trying to play matchmaker now? Zhao Chong, understanding that his mother had taken a liking to Ying, especially after the donation incident and the peach orchard affair, said nothing. I'll stay and listen to the rest, he said. Ying had no choice but to continue her story. It ended happily, much to the Empress Dowager's delight. She praised it repeatedly, and Zhao Chong, seeing her so pleased, smiled faintly and issued a reward. This concubine thanks your Majesty and the Empress Dowager for your graciousness. Ying thanked them sweetly, her smile a bit more genuine. With the reward in hand, it was likely the recent dock provisions would be restored. Zhao Chong heard her inwardly mention dock provisions and frowned subtly. But knowing nothing of the context, and with Ying not dwelling further on it, he had no way of learning more. The Empress Dowager continued to smile throughout. She glanced at the clock and learning it was nearing dusk said with a smile, time passes quickly. Concubine Yun, you may return and rest for the evening. Yes. Ying responded demurely, bowed again to both, and took her leave from the hall. With Biwu and Biliu in tow, she returned to Qingzhou Pavilion. Back in the main hall of Yongsho Palace, only mother and son remained. Zhao Chong, still thinking about Ying's earlier remark, dismissed the servants before asking, has mother been well lately? All is well. No need to worry, she said. He hesitated, then asked, I've been preoccupied with court affairs and have neglected the harem. Has there been anything troubling that's needed your attention? The Empress Dowager smiled, but her inner thoughts didn't match. If His Majesty visited the harem more often, he wouldn't be so unaware. She couldn't help but mentally grumble. Consort is hardly capable of managing the harem. If things go on like this, there's bound to be trouble. Zhao Chong knew then that something had indeed gone wrong. He stayed another quarter of an hour before leaving without joining the Empress Dowager for dinner. As he exited Yongsho Palace, he asked Chief Eunuch Xiajiang, has anything unusual happened in the harem lately? Xiajiang bowed. Replying to your majesty, I've heard that the virtuous consort has been unwell, and matters of the harem have all been handled by Consort Da. She's been quite thorough. It's said that concubine Meng Jiayushan Jiayuchui, Beauty Gu, and Baolin Xia have all received her instruction recently. Though Xiaozhang's words were tactful, Zhao Chong read between the lines. Under the virtuous consort's management, there had never been so many punishments. Clearly, Consort Da was abusing her power, using regulations to suppress others. Zhao Chong pressed his lips into a tight line. After a brief pause he ordered, to Chaohui Hall. Meanwhile Ying, who had left Yongshou Palace earlier, ran into Consort Da on her way back. She had barely stepped out of Qingzhou Pavilion and already had such luck. Whether coincidence or orchestrated encounter, it was hard to say. Concubine Yun greets Consort Da. Unable to avoid her, Ying stepped forward and bowed. Consort Da stood there holding onto her maid Shuanghong, scanning Ying from head to toe. Concubine Yun, what a coincidence. A woman trailing Consort Da also greeted her. This concubine greets concubine Yun. Ying glanced at her face but couldn't recall who she was. She found it odd, until Consort Da addressed her as Attendant Feng. Only then did Ying remember. This was Feng Mei, a 7th-rank court lady from Yushu Palace who in her past life was never favored, had offended Consort Da, and was beaten to death. She had never risen above her rank, yet now she was walking alongside Consort Da. Ying's thoughts turned swiftly. Then she heard Consort Da ask lazily, "Where are you headed, concubine Yun?" "I was summoned by the Empress Dowager this afternoon and am just returning from Yongshou Palace," Ying replied calmly. Consort Da already knew that. If not for the Empress Dowager's summons, she wouldn't have been able to coincidentally encounter Ying in the first place. This wasn't the first time the Empress Dowager had summoned Ying. Consort Da's gaze darkened. She couldn't help but wonder what Ying had said during that meeting. "I wonder what important matters the Empress Dowager summoned concubine Yun for?" she asked coldly. Ying instantly recognized her hostility. Clearly, Consort Da was worried she had mentioned harem affairs to the Empress Dowager, and had deliberately intercepted her here to find out more. But in this situation, Consort Da was a higher-ranked consort. Ying was merely a Jieyu. If Consort Da wished to make trouble, the only ones who could save her were the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, or the virtuous consort. But rather than rely on others, she'd prefer to find her own way out. The Empress Dowager asked whether I'd been to the library recently, and what I'd been reading, Ying replied evenly. Later, she asked me to tell her a story. Consort Da saw how composed she looked and grew suspicious. "Nothing else." "Nothing else," Ying said. Consort Da sneered. "You'd best not be lying. If you dare slander me before the Empress Dowager, don't think His Majesty's former favor will protect you." Ying lowered her head. This concubine wouldn't dare. But Consort Da wasn't done. With a sharp crack, a glazed hairpin was hurled to the ground before Ying, snapped in two. Attendant Feng gasped theatrically. "Concubine Yun, why did you break Consort Da's hairpin?" Consort Da echoed harshly. "You're bold indeed, concubine Yun." Ying looked at the shattered hairpin on the ground. It was the very one the virtuous consort had given Consort Da for her birthday. "Do you realize that hairpin was first gifted by His Majesty to the virtuous consort, and then passed on to me? I've heard you're wild and unruly, but I never imagined you'd go so far as to break something so precious. Ying, do you admit your crime?" In just a few seconds, Consort Da had fired off accusation after accusation. Ying almost laughed aloud at the absurdity of the scene. A performance. Right in front of her. "If Consort Da wishes to punish me, you needn't go through all this trouble. Why destroy such a fine hairpin?" She spoke steadily, showing neither panic nor anger. "I could kneel if you like. But if the virtuous consort were to ask about the broken hairpin, would she truly believe I broke it? And if this matter were to spread, are you certain His Majesty would only believe you?" Consort Da frowned, hesitating slightly. She had wanted to intimidate Ying and make her suffer, but not if it meant rousing the Emperor's displeasure. Still, she wasn't about to back down easily. "Why wouldn't His Majesty believe me?" she sneered. "Don't be so full of yourself." Ying said politely. This concubine wouldn't dare. She was about to offer another friendly reminder, when Attendant Feng interrupted. "Consort Da, concubine Yun's glib tongue is clearly meant to say you're no match for the virtuous consort." I couldn't bear to listen. Seeing the flicker of hesitation in Consort Da's eyes, she added, "If you let her go now, won't it look like you've been threatened? How will you command respect among the harem?" Ying eyed her coldly. A lapdog emboldened by its master. No matter her low rank, she was still an imperial consort. But her words and behavior made clear how desperately she had been pandering to Consort Da. That Consort Da welcomed someone like this. Wasn't it bound to end in disaster? Someone hold concubine Yun down. Consort snapped. But just as her order rang out, she glimpsed a flash of golden yellow in her peripheral vision. She turned and froze. It was the emperor. Her face went pale instantly, panic flooding her as she rushed to kneel and greet him. This concubine greets your majesty. May your majesty enjoy eternal blessings. Her heart thudded in terror, and cold sweat soaked her back. His Majesty, just how much did he see and hear? Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Wontons. The sudden appearance of the emperor threw Consort into a panic, leaving her at a complete loss, while attendant Feng went pale with fright and immediately dropped to her knees. Ying, though slightly surprised, felt a threat of relief. She had narrowly escaped disaster. With Bu and Biliu standing protectively in front of her, the palace attendants hadn't yet reached her despite Consort's order. Maintaining her composure, Ying calmly stepped forward and bowed to Zhao Chongfu. Your concubine greets your majesty. May your majesty be blessed with 10,000 fortunes. Zhao Chong listened to the frantic thoughts of Consort and attendant Feng in his ears, while his gaze swept over the shattered glazed hairpin on the ground. His eyes narrowed slightly. He ignored the two of them and simply extended a hand to gently help Ying up. Beloved consort, rise. Thank you, your majesty. Ying stood up gracefully, her eyes lowered as she waited for the emperor to speak. Zhao Chong's gaze remained on Ying. He could see her calm expression and sensed her unruffled heart. Compared to her composure, her two palace maids were clearly much more emotionally stirred. It's getting late. Beloved consort, return to your quarters and rest. After watching her for a few moments, Zhao Chong spoke lightly, instructing Ying to leave first. Consort, still bowing in place, was momentarily stunned. She felt uncertain, yet hope bloomed faintly in her heart, hoping the emperor hadn't heard what she'd said earlier, hoping he would forgive her and brush the matter aside. Truthfully, the moment the emperor had appeared, she had instantly realized she'd grown too smug. The way everyone had been avoiding her recently, the feeling that all decisions were at her whim, was far too intoxicating. She'd gotten drunk on her power and let down her guard. If only she hadn't chosen such a place to intercept Ying, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Attendant Feng trembled violently, her mind completely blank. Bu and Biliu were both stunned by the emperor's apparent indifference toward what had just happened. But he was the emperor. They dared not complain, though they both felt all the more aggrieved on their mistress's behalf. Yes, your majesty. Ying, hearing his words, held no other thoughts. She gave a respectful curtsy and said, your concubine takes her leave. Soon Ying departed with Bu and Biliu. Only after they had walked a fair distance did the two maids dare show a trace of indignation on their faces. Milady. Bu wanted to ask why the emperor acted that way, but since it involved the sovereign, she hesitated and kept silent. Ying understood the thoughts of Bu and Biliu. They likely felt the emperor intended to let Consort off lightly, leaving her to suffer for nothing. But Ying didn't see it that way. Knowing the emperor's temperament, he would never tolerate Consort's reckless behavior within the harem. Given the situation just now, with Consort determined to make things difficult for her, Ying would have likely been forced to kneel until nightfall. At the very least, she was spared that humiliation. Bu and Biliu, who had stepped forward to shield her, would also have been punished by Consort. So Ying had no complaints about being told to leave. And whether or not the emperor planned to act, well, that was not something to decide in this moment. Even if the emperor truly intended to let Consort run wild without consequence, what could she do about it? Or rather, wasn't that the very reason she had worked so hard to climb upward in her previous life? Throughout history, the greatest advantage for a woman in the inner palace had always been imperial favor. Since when did reason matter here? No need to dwell on it. Let's just return to Qingzhou Pavilion. Ying spoke gently to her two maids, who then suppressed their feelings and remained vigilant as they escorted her back. Back in the corridor, Zhao Chong stood with a face like thunder. Having waited for some time without a single word of inquiry from him, Consort cautiously looked up, trying to glean his thoughts from his expression. But just as she looked up, the emperor suddenly turned his gaze to Feng Mei, still kneeling on the floor. And you, where are you from? Feng Mei trembled uncontrollably, not daring to remain silent. Replying to your majesty, this concubine is Feng of the Hibiscus Pavilion in Yuxiu Palace, holding the rank of attendant. The emperor gave a cold laugh, his expression growing even darker, as if it could drip water. Xiajiang, pass down our decree. Attendant Feng has spoken out of turn, wagged her tongue to stir up discord, and is unfit for the rank of attendant. She is hereby demoted to the lowest rank of maidservant and sent to the cold palace, Zhao Chong said coldly and indifferently. At the end he added, from this day forward I do not wish to see her again. Attendant Feng's face went ashen with shock. Before she could even beg for mercy, The head eunuch Xiaojiang had already summoned 2 strong eunuchs to step forward, cover her mouth and drag her away. The sliver of hope Consort had harbored instantly shattered. She opened her mouth wanting to explain herself in front of the emperor, but couldn't find the words. Her heart sank like a stone, plunging into a bottomless abyss, into a cold pool where no light reached. Though it was summer, she felt unbearably cold all over. Her eyes filled with panic and dread. By the time she managed to claw back a sliver of clarity from the chaos in her mind and looked up again, all she saw was the tall figure of the emperor striding away. No words. No reprimand. No sentence. He left her there, utterly ignored. Consort stared blankly as Zhao Chong walked off. Only after his figure had long disappeared from her sight did she slowly return to herself, only to collapse to the ground, limbs weak. Your Grace! The senior maid Shuanghong cried out in alarm and rushed to support her. His Majesty, what does this mean? Consort murmured dazedly, her expression vacant. It was a long while before she managed to whisper those words. Back at Qingzhou Pavilion, it wasn't long before Ying heard the news that Feng Mei had been thrown into the cold palace. Bu and Biliu exchanged glances, then looked toward Ying. After a moment, Bu hesitantly asked, "My lady, what about Consort da?" Ying, finally back in her own quarters after the ordeal, reclined lazily on her beauty couch. Propping her chin on one hand, she let out a small yawn. What's for dinner tonight? In her past life, Feng Mei had been beaten to death after getting involved with Consort da. This time, though still tied to Consort da, she was only banished to the cold palace. What awaited her now was endless misery, and Ying couldn't even say which fate was crueler. In the imperial harem, there was never a shortage of women with tragic endings. Seeing Ying seemingly content to observe from the sidelines, Bu and Biliu swallowed their questions. Biliu said, "Earlier today my lady mentioned wanting to eat small wontons for lunch. I'll go check with the kitchen to see how they're coming along." Ying nodded. Bu silently poured her another cup of tea, then finally couldn't help but ask, "My lady, do you truly not feel wronged?" Word of Feng Mei's demotion and exile spread quickly among the other concubines, but no one felt sorry for her. Lately, she'd been running amok at Consort's side, stirring up trouble and acting arrogant in front of beauties like Lady Gu and concubine Xia, as if she shared in the authority of managing the 6 palaces. Even if few had said anything to her face, there had been plenty of ridicule behind her back. Now that she had been punished, the others were more than happy to see it. However, this news had not yet reached virtuous Consort in the Jiaohui Hall, because before she could hear anything, the emperor had already arrived. "Your concubine greets your Majesty. May your Majesty be blessed with 10,000 fortunes." Hearing of his arrival, virtuous Consort hurried out to the corridor to greet him, her voice hoarse and her face haggard with illness. "I heard you were unwell, so I came to see you," Zhao Chong said flatly, excusing her from formalities before stepping inside. He then asked about her condition. With a raspy voice, virtuous Consort recounted what the imperial physicians had told her during her recent diagnosis. When she finished, she spoke warmly. "Your Majesty, I am deeply honored by your concern, but the doctors say it's nothing serious. I simply need to rest and avoid exertion." After sitting down, Zhao Chong asked, "How have things been in the harem lately?" Virtuous Consort furrowed her brows slightly, hesitated for a moment, then bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, I have been unwell and lacking in energy. I have found it difficult to manage harem affairs. Since your Majesty appointed Consort to assist in overseeing the 6 palaces, I left those responsibilities to her. I have yet to inquire about the current situation, and cannot give you a detailed answer. Please punish me for this failure." Zhao Chong lowered his eyes and looked at her. Virtuous Consort felt his gaze fall upon her, and though she couldn't be certain, it felt strangely cold, like it carried a biting chill. But she truly had been ill. She had been taking medicine daily, with the physicians visiting every other day. Her medical records were all on file at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Still, a sense of unease crept into her heart. Zhao Chong said nothing more. He stood up. "I understand. Rest well, virtuous Consort." "Your Majesty." Seeing him about to leave, virtuous Consort called out. "Is there something else?" Zhao Chong asked, glancing sideways with a cold tone. Virtuous Consort gently pressed her lips together. "Your concubine bids your Majesty farewell." Only after Zhao Chong had left did she learn from her attendants that Feng Mei had been thrown into the cold palace, and that there had been a conflict between Consort and Ying just moments before. Upon hearing all this, and recalling the emperor's demeanor, her unease only deepened. She slowly sat down on the Luohan couch, massaging her forehead. Just what was the emperor thinking? Zhao Chong left Jiaohui Hall in an even worse mood than before. As ruler of the realm, He understood better than anyone that managing subordinates required strength and means. Otherwise, there was no way to keep order. But even so, once he confirmed that virtuous consort had deliberately allowed consorta to run wild in the harem, he couldn't help but feel a deep fatigue. Especially when he listened to virtuous consort recite her pre-prepared excuses, cleverly crafted to appear innocent and absolve herself of any responsibility. Your Majesty, are we returning to the Hall of Diligent Governance? The voice of head eunuch Xiaojiang pulled Zhao Chong back from his thoughts. He glanced at the darkening sky and after a moment's silence said, "Go to Qingzhou Pavilion." Xiaojiang bowed and immediately called out to the servants, "Prepare the imperial carriage for Qingzhou Pavilion." Before long, the imperial carriage arrived outside Qingzhou Pavilion. Zhao Chong did not announce himself. He descended and strode straight up the corridor. As he approached, the lanterns under the eaves lit up the flower pots and plants in the corridor. Some were well-groomed and pleasing to the eye gifts he had bestowed, but others had clearly been trimmed to disguise their poor quality, and still others were withered and yellowing, ugly and unworthy of display. Zhao Chong suddenly recalled Ying's silent complaint back at Yongshou Palace. These are from the embezzled portions. He paused in the corridor and called over a junior palace maid from Qingzhou Pavilion. Where did all these potted plants come from? The maid dared not lie to the emperor. In fact, she had been looking for a chance to complain. She answered at once, replying to Your Majesty, these flower pots were delivered today by the Internal Servants Bureau. Zhao Chong asked a few more questions and soon learned that Ying's provisions, her food, clothing and supplies, had all been embezzled and cut. His expression turned dark. Just then Ying, having heard that the emperor had arrived, came out to greet him. Your concubine greets Your Majesty, she said, bowing low. As she looked up, she noticed Zhao Chong's face was like thunder, and a heavy aura of displeasure surrounded him. Sensing his foul mood, she wisely remained silent and lowered her gaze. But just before she had come out to greet him, she had been eating a bowl of small wontons. The kitchen had done an excellent job today, thin wrappers, savory filling, and a broth made with dried shrimp and shredded egg. So delicious the flavor lingered on the tongue. She'd been starving. It was torture to be forced to stop halfway through a bowl of such delicious wontons. Unable to help herself, Ying quickly licked her lips. What's so interesting about a few potted plants? I sent he hungry? Wouldn't it be better to come in and have some small wontons? A couple wontons with a sip of hot soup. How delightful. Zhao Chong, about to ask about the potted plants. His mood was sour, and here she was, thoughtless and carefree, not offering him comfort but thinking only about food and drink. He almost laughed in frustration, then suddenly felt a headache coming on. Why did I come to Qingzhou Pavilion again? Yet Ying, sensing something was amiss, remembered she hadn't eaten dinner yet. The emptiness in her stomach became all the more apparent. Small wontons? Not a bad idea. Zhao Chong, his appetite now stirred, quietly cleared his throat and asked, Beloved, have you had your dinner yet? Chapter 17. Chapter 17 The Hunting Dog. As soon as the emperor spoke, Ying naturally welcomed him into Qingzhou Pavilion. Zhao Chong's gaze quickly fell upon the half-finished bowl of small wontons on the low table by the Luohan couch. So, in the corridor when she was thinking of wontons, it truly was just this single bowl of small wontons. There was nothing else to eat. Zhao Chong, whose mood had only just improved, immediately frowned deeply. Beloved, is this all you have for dinner? He asked. Without waiting for Ying to reply, he recalled how Consorta had been deducting the other concubines' provisions. Suspecting that Ying's meals had been particularly plain lately, Zhao Chong called for Xiaojiang in a low, cold tone and ordered him to immediately tell the imperial kitchen to prepare a few extra dishes. Before Ying could even form an opinion, she had already secured herself a feast. Since these extra dishes wouldn't come from Qingzhou Pavilion's own stores, she was quite satisfied with the emperor's thoughtfulness today. After thanking him for the favor, Ying decided to return the gesture, and instructed her kitchen to prepare 2 more bowls of small wontons. The wrappers and minced meat filling were ready at hand. In no time, steaming bowls of small wontons were served, and the half-finished bowl from before was taken away. The wontons looked plain, hardly the kind of dish one would obsess over. Zhao Chong accepted the clean porcelain spoon that Ying handed him, and as he looked up, he saw her watching him expectantly. Then he heard her inner voice urging him to eat while it was still hot. Zhao Chong couldn't help but laugh silently. He didn't tease her on purpose this time. With a faint smile, he pressed his lips together and slowly tasted the dish that Ying had been longing for. The wontons were indeed delicious. What made them even better was watching Ying's elegant yet clearly contented way of eating. Her every bite added a certain charm to the meal. Compared to the food in front of him, Zhao Chong found his thoughts dwelling more on Ying herself. The girl's beautiful face was just within reach. Every movement of hers radiated a natural liveliness unmatched by others, and her inner thoughts were as unique as her demeanor. It was no wonder that here in Qingzhou Pavilion, he always felt more at ease than anywhere else. Zhao Chong and Ying sat opposite each other, finishing the wontons and easing their hunger. With their stomachs settled, the dishes were cleared away. The extra dishes from the imperial kitchen had not yet arrived, so Biyu and Biliu served tea and pastries first. Zhao Chong glanced sideways, pretending not to notice, but his eyes caught the satisfied look at the corners of Ying's lips. He sipped his tea, tasted the stale flavor of aged leaves, and immediately guessed this was yet another result of Consort Da's petty reductions. His brows furrowed slightly as he set down the cup. "How has your health been lately? Has Imperial Physician Lu been attentive?" Zhao Chong asked after a moment, his voice showing a trace of concern. Ying's monthly cycle had already passed this month, but during the first 2 days the pain had been severe. Imperial Physician Lu had performed acupuncture to ease the cramps, and she had stayed in bed for 2 days, still shaken from the ordeal. This time Lu had especially instructed her to move around more. Compared to the lack of improvement from the previous month, her condition was probably worsened by being cooped up inside Qingzhou Pavilion. However, the physician had mentioned before that several months of careful care were needed for a full recovery. In short, it was not something that could be rushed. Ying was in no mood to guess what the emperor wanted to hear, so she simply responded with a few proper words. "Your Majesty, Imperial Physician Lu's medical skills are excellent, and he has been most diligent in caring for this concubine. I believe that with a few more months of proper care, I will surely recover." Zhao Chong faintly recalled Lu saying she should take more walks and asked, "Have you followed the physician's advice to go out and get some fresh air?" Ying was caught off guard by the question. Today, she had finally stepped out to visit the Sunning Palace, only to be intercepted and harassed halfway by Consort Da. With someone like that around, who would probably kick even a stray dog if it crossed her path, how could Ying risk frequent walks outside? Her knees would likely be raw from kneeling by now. "This concubine has been lazy and has not gone out much lately. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." She lowered her head and confessed. But at the thought of dogs, her mind paused and drifted. She might not be walking outside often, but if she really had a dog, she'd have to take it out. That would force her to get some exercise. Better yet, it would be a loyal and fierce hunting dog, one so intimidating that no one would dare approach her. Still, it would be troublesome if it bit someone. Forget it. There was no such dog she could actually keep. Ying's thoughts started like lightning and then settled, abandoning the idea altogether. Zhao Chong, however, had caught every word of her inner musings. He raised his brows slightly, realizing this was the first time he'd ever sensed that Ying truly wanted something. Consort Da's harassment, like so many other slights, didn't seem to trouble her deeply. She wasn't the sort to complain or seek pity in front of him. Zhao Chong's lips curved faintly, but before he could speak, Xiaozhang returned from the imperial kitchen. He decided not to press further and simply ordered Xiaozhang to bring in the evening meal. When the emperor gave orders personally, with the head eunuch overseeing things, the dishes from the imperial kitchen were naturally exquisite. One such dish was stewed knife fish. It looked plain but required skillful preparation. The fish had to be carefully filleted with a sharp knife, every bone plucked out with tweezers, and then simmered in a broth made from ham, chicken, and fresh bamboo shoots. The ham needed to be lean rather than fatty, the chicken an old hen, and the shoots as tender as possible. Only then could the broth achieve its divine taste. The last time Ying had enjoyed such fine dishes was during Consort Da's birthday banquet. Since a lavish feast was rare, she certainly wouldn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Chong. She ate heartily. Consort Da's harassment was frustrating, yes, but Ying never held on to anger. Now, with such delicacies before her, her mood could only improve. Zhao Chong, hearing her mind constantly praising the flavors, could sense how much joy she took from the food. He waited until she was satisfied before putting down his silver chopsticks. And all the while, his dislike for Consort Da's petty deductions grew stronger. "Beloved, are you full?" Noticing how Ying's hand slipped under the table to touch her own stomach, Zhao Chong's lips curved in a faint smile. Feeling completely satisfied, Ying also smiled. "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. This concubine is quite full." Zhao Chong nodded, signaling for the dishes to be cleared. He did not linger. "I still have matters to attend to, so I'll return to the Hall of Diligent Governance. Rest early." In high spirits, Ying followed him to the corridor to see him off. Then, still in a good mood, she returned to the inner room and leaned comfortably on the beauty couch. "My lady, did you eat too much?" Biyu saw Ying resting a hand on her belly and immediately guessed the situation. "I'll fetch you some digestive pills." A short while later, having taken the pills, Ying remained sprawled on the couch, unwilling to move. Biyu dismissed the junior maids, leaving only herself and Bilu, and the two of them stood before the couch, gazing at Ying. I thought His Majesty came because of Consort Da, Biyu said in a low voice after a moment. My lady, what do you think will happen now? I also thought so, Bilu added, sighing softly. The emperor had come to Qingzhou Pavilion but hadn't mentioned Consort Da at all. This left Biyu and Bilu with a feeling of disappointment, unsure whether His Majesty intended to punish Consort Da. But perhaps it was precisely because Ying had no expectations that she felt at ease. Since the emperor hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't bring it up either. After all, if he didn't ask, it was likely because he didn't want to hear it. Why would the emperor need to question her directly if he truly wanted to know about all the deeds Consort Da had committed recently? Ying had experienced enough to understand the true meaning behind laughing until the end. But the two senior palace maids beside her had not yet fully grasped that everything in the harem was dictated by the emperor's will. After the events of the day, it was inevitable that they were troubled and dejected. Not everything must be resolved in one night or one day, Ying said lazily. I know you feel indignant and worried for me, but I also hope you can learn to be steadier, not letting yourselves be swayed by every situation. Take today for instance, when I was being harassed by Consort Da, and His Majesty suddenly appeared, your hearts must have leapt with joy, hoping he'd stand up for me. But when he simply told me to leave first, you were disappointed. Then when he arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion at dusk, your hopes were raised again. Yet when he asked nothing, you became disheartened once more. Ying sighed with a smile. All that emotional upheaval within a span of an hour or so. What use is it besides making yourselves miserable? Although she spoke this way, Ying understood well. How many women in the harem could truly keep their emotions detached from the emperor? The emperor held supreme power. With a word or a decree, he could raise someone to the peak of glory or crush their future entirely. Today reminded her again that, while other things could be done lazily, the two maids by her side must be carefully taught. She couldn't just take peace of mind for granted. She added, touching her belly. Besides, didn't His Majesty personally order the imperial kitchen to prepare extra dishes? Through Ying's words, Biwu and Bilu slowly realized how much their emotions had been stirred by Consort Da's framing and targeted harassment. Once they came to their senses, they felt ashamed. It was this servant's lack of composure. Ying waved her hand. Go prepare some hot water. I'll rest for a bit, then bathe later. Xiajiang, early tomorrow morning have someone deliver some gaozhou tribute-grade jujubes, and bird's nest to Consort Yun. Also send half a jean of Jingting Green Snow tea. Zhao Chong instructed his head eunuch as he sat in his imperial palanquin leaving Qingzhou Pavilion. He paused thoughtfully before adding, I remember the palace has a few Persian dogs that were part of last year's tribute. Bring one to Qingjin Hall after court tomorrow. I want to take a look. Although unsure why the emperor suddenly wanted to inspect those northern hounds, Xia Jiang bowed and accepted the order. By the time Zhao Chong returned to Qingjin Hall, his other chief eunuch, Xia Hai, was already waiting with the chief and deputy chief of the Inner Service Bureau. Seeing the emperor's procession, they all knelt down in unison. Their hearts trembled with unease. Zhao Chong disembarked from the palanquin without so much as a glance at those kneeling and strode straight into the hall. Only after he had taken his seat behind the imperial desk did he speak coldly. Bring them in. From the moment Consort Xian claimed illness and stopped appearing, while Consort Da acted without restraint, the more perceptive concubines were already waiting for her to fall. When the emperor caught Consort Da bullying Ying, they believed the moment had come. With Fengmei banished to the cold palace, the emperor's visits to the Chaohui Hall, Qingzhou Pavilion, and summoning of the Inner Service Bureau drew all eyes to see how he would deal with Consort Da. But the next morning, no punishment for Consort Da came, only news that Qingzhou Pavilion had received rewards. Given all that had occurred the day before, and with Consort Da still untouched, it seemed the rewards were a means of placation. This made many waver in their judgment, wondering, just like Biwu and Bilu, whether the emperor truly intended to punish Consort Da. Meanwhile, Ying, having seen off Xiajiang, looked over the fine longans, red dates, bird's nest, and Jingting Green Snow tea. Following the philosophy of seizing the pleasure of the moment, she immediately ordered Biwu to use the longans and dates to stew rock sugar bird's nest that very day. As bird's nest needed to be soaked beforehand, Biwu went to the kitchen to prepare it. Just as she left, Bilu returned, having gone out to pick fresh balsam flowers at Ying's request. She placed a small bamboo basket filled with the flowers on the Luohang couch table and smiled. The balsam flowers are in full bloom right now. Then she fetched a stone mortar and some alum, sat on a small stool, and began grinding the flowers. Once the juice was ready, Bilu cut some cloth into strips. To dye fingernails with balsam, one needed not only to apply the juice but also to wrap the nails with cloth strips overnight. After repeating this for 3 to 5 nights, the nails would take on a deep rouge hue that wouldn't wash off. My lady, everything's ready, Bilyu called out, preparing to apply the dye. Ying, still reading, extended her hand without looking. Bilyu gently held her fingers and dipped a soft brush into the flower juice. But just as she was about to begin, a sharp voice called out from behind. My lady. Startled, Bilyu paused, quickly setting the brush aside and turning her head. My lady, a eunuch from Jingting Hall just arrived. His Majesty summons you. Bilyu stood up in surprise. His Majesty suddenly summoned you? For what? Ying looked up and closed her book. The eunuch didn't say why, Biwu replied. But judging by his expression, he didn't seem overly grave. I dare to guess it's nothing bad. Biwu, go entertain the eunuch. Ying got down from the couch, then turned to Bilyu. Help me dress and do my hair. Upon seeing the eunuch and the soft palanquin sent by Zhao Chong himself, Ying felt assured. There was nothing to worry about. She calmly rode the palanquin to Jingting Hall. When she arrived, Zhao Chong was reviewing memorials. Upon hearing Xia Zhang's report, he didn't even lift his head. Let Consort Yun in, he said, then set down his brush and added, bring the Persian hound I picked earlier. He had ordered the Persian dogs brought in after morning court. After inspecting them, he kept one in a side hall and had the rest returned to their caretakers. At the time, no one knew why the emperor kept one, though they suspected it might have something to do with Consort Yun. Now it was perfectly clear. His Majesty intended to gift the Persian hound to her. Even Xia Zhang, normally unshakable, was a little stunned. Could this even be described as an honor? The Persian dogs from the tribute were considered elite hunting dogs. Lean-bodied, sharp snout, upright ears, ferocious, agile, fiercely loyal. Even nobles often couldn't get one. And now His Majesty was giving one to Consort Yun? Realizing his thoughts had wandered too far, Xia Zhang quickly composed himself. Zhao Chong, aware of his thoughts, didn't say anything. Soon the hound was led into the main hall, and Ying was also brought in. Just as she stepped through the doors, she heard a loud bark. Startled, she looked instinctively toward the sound, and was taken aback. A Persian hound? Why was it here? She quickly looked away and stepped forward to greet Zhao Chong. Hearing her recognize the breed, Zhao Chong smiled and asked, Beloved consort recognizes the Persian hound? Yes, Ying replied. My father once told me of their slim build, long legs, and sharp ears. I also heard that Persia has sent such dogs to Great Yen in recent years, so I guessed as much. You guessed correctly. This was among last year's tribute from Persia, Zhao Chong said, stepping down from the dais. He took her hand and led her toward the hound. What do you think of it? He asked. If you like it, I'll gift it to you. Ying froze. She knew how rare such a hound was, and couldn't immediately respond. She glanced at it again. It had sleek fur, strong limbs, and was clearly well cared for. A gift just like that? Only yesterday she'd whimsically thought about raising a dog, and today? Why now? As if reading her thoughts, Zhao Chong said, You've been too idle lately. That's not good for your health. I thought if you had to walk a Persian hound regularly, it might help you be more active. Ying blinked in surprise, then smiled and accepted it without hesitation. Thank you for your Majesty's generous favor. She bowed deeply, then cautiously looked up at him. Your Majesty, I do have a question. What is it? Zhao Chong asked with a smile. If this hound were to hurt someone, would I be held responsible? To Ying, this was a crucial point. If the gift came with full responsibility, that was a heavy burden. Zhao Chong laughed. What, even you get scared? Ying, who isn't afraid of trouble? He heard her inner complaint loud and clear. Just take good care of it. If anything happens, I'll personally look into it, he said with a chuckle. Letting go of her hand, he added, If there's nothing else, I'll have someone escort you and the hound back to Qingzhou Pavilion. But Ying suddenly said, Your Majesty, I have an impolite request. I hope you'll allow it. What is it? She bowed. May I walk the hound back to Qingzhou Pavilion myself? It would look so grand. Zhao Chong burst out laughing. In that case, I happen to be free. Let me walk with you. With the emperor's decree, Ying couldn't refuse. Before long, they left Jingting Hall together. Ying held the leash, with the golden-furred hound at the other end. Walking the hound through the palace, just as Ying imagined, was incredibly grand. Even the most obedient little palace maids couldn't help sneaking glances. Ying knew it was because of the hound and the emperor. But she couldn't hide her joy. She even recalled a line of verse. Left hand holding yellow, right hand lifting blue, with a feathered cap and fur coat, 1,000 riders sweeping the plains. Zhao Chong, having heard her inner voice loud and clear, was baffled. Did she just turn me, the son of heaven, into a line in her hunting fantasy? Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Reward and Punishment. Isn't that Consort Yun? From a distance, seeing Ying strutting proudly while walking a Persian hound, Gu Zhenjin's eyes widened. Only then did she notice Zhao Chong walking beside Ying. Gu Zhenjin was stunned for a moment. Once she processed the scene, her expression was one of both shock and rage. Why is His Majesty with her? Zhaoyi Lady Lu frowned when she heard Gu Zhenjin's outburst and nearly ordered the palace maid to cover her mouth. Why was she shouting so loudly? Was she afraid others wouldn't hear? Where is Lady Gu heading? Just as she was growing more annoyed, she saw Gu Zhenjin raising her foot to walk forward and had no choice but to call out to stop her. Gu Zhenjin, however, looked puzzled. Sister Lu, naturally I'm going to pay respects to His Majesty. Lady Lu's headache worsened. She rubbed her forehead and suppressed her irritation. His Majesty rarely takes interest in strolling around the inner palace. Do you truly intend to pay your respects now? What if you accidentally spoil His Majesty's mood? Do you think we can afford to bear that responsibility? Gu Zhenjin looked even more confused. But it's just paying respects. How would that spoil his mood? Lady Lu. Oh, it seems I misunderstood before, Lady Lu said with a sardonic chuckle, unable to resist a jab. Turns out Lady Gu and Consort Yun are quite close. I suppose you'll be all affectionate when you meet. Gu Zhenjin. That's not it. I don't have much of a relationship with Consort Yun. Lady Lu didn't bother saying another word. She simply ordered the soft sedan chair to continue forward toward Jiahui Hall. Unwilling to give up, Gu Zhenjin glanced one last time at Ying's retreating back, bit her lip, and then turned to follow Lady Lu to visit Consort Xian. A month ago, Consort Da had punished Gu Zhenjin to kneel as a pretext. At the time, Gu Zhenjin had suffered in silence, her heart full of grievance. She had gone to Jiahui Hall to complain to Consort Xian. However, as Consort Da had authority over the 6 palaces, she could punish a low-ranking concubine like Gu Zhenjin within her own hall at will. Gu Zhenjin understood that Consort Xian's hands were tied. After being humiliated several times and seeing Consort Da grow ever more brazen, she could no longer endure it. She declared she would go to Empress Dowager's palace to report everything and seek justice. She was given a bit of guidance in response. After that, Gu Zhenjin endured the mistreatment, waiting for the right opportunity, waiting until enough people in the 6 palaces also harbored resentment toward Consort Da, before seeking the Empress Dowager's support. But unexpectedly, before she could even make her move, His Majesty personally witnessed Ying being humiliated by Consort Da. All the hardship she had endured now seemed meaningless. Now, no one knew what His Majesty intended to do about the matter. Gu Zhenjin sat on a rosewood chair, lost in thought. Her hand brushed her injured knee through her skirt, causing her to wince with a soft tisk. Over the past month, she had been punished to kneel countless times by Consort Da. Her knees had not known a day of peace. First they bruised badly, then they swelled. But Consort Da refused to let her go, even making her kneel with open wounds. Only after several more instances did she show some restraint. Gu Zhenjin had considered feigning illness or fainting to avoid the punishment. But every time she tried, Consort Da would immediately send someone to summon an imperial physician for a diagnosis, and then order needles and medicine. She had feared needles since childhood, and now feared even more that Consort Da might secretly have her killed. In the end, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and endure. The bitterness welled up again. Her nose stung, and her fingers clenched the hem of her sleeve. Tears nearly fell. Consort Xian noticed her dejection and, knowing her knee wounds hadn't healed, gently spoke. Have you used up the white jade ointment I gave you? I still have a jar here. Take it with you and heal your wounds. No. Gu Zhenjin quickly waved her hands. How could I keep taking your Grace's things? You've already given me so many jars. White jade ointment worked wonders on wounds and bruises and was extremely rare. Gu Zhenjin was grateful for Consort Xian's kindness, but felt embarrassed to accept more. But Consort Xian insisted. Your knee isn't healed. You must take care of it properly, or it may leave lasting damage. She immediately told her chief maid, Su Yu, to fetch the jar and instructed Gu Zhenjin not to refuse it. Holding the ointment, Gu Zhenjin's eyes welled up with tears again. Your Grace is so kind to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Consort Xian smiled and gently stroked her cheek. We're sisters. What talk of repayment? Gu Zhenjin sighed. But this time, I dare not question His Majesty's judgment, but it's hard to bear seeing Consort to go unpunished after all she's done. Lady Lu, who had been disinterested in conversing with Gu Zhenjin, perked up at the mention of Consort Da. Although she came under the pretense of visiting Consort Xian, she had also come to discuss the matter. Your Grace, she asked Consort Xian, when His Majesty visited you yesterday, did he mention anything else? Gu Zhenjin also looked at her expectantly. Consort Xian furrowed her brow and shook her head. His Majesty only exchanged a few words with me and left. He didn't mention Consort at all. Failing to glean His Majesty's intentions from her, Lady Lu sighed softly. After a moment's pause she hesitated. After leaving your Grace's hall yesterday, His Majesty went to Qingzhou Pavilion. I heard he had food sent over by the Imperial Kitchen, so he probably dined there. And this morning Qingzhou Pavilion received many rewards. On my way here just now, I saw His Majesty walking with Consort Yun, and she was holding a leash, walking a Persian hound. Your Grace knows how rare those hounds are. So I keep thinking, perhaps His Majesty means to comfort Consort Yun with these gestures and doesn't plan to punish Consort Da. If that's the case, Consort Xian's expression dimmed, then it's truly unjust for Lady Gu. Gu Zhenjin sighed again. Then what should I do? After a moment of silence she raised her head. What if I go beg the Empress Dowager in a few days? Consort Xian appeared momentarily surprised, then gave a helpless smile. Let's wait and see. After Gu Zhenjin left, Lady Lu remained behind a while longer. She asked, Your Grace, why do you value Lady Gu? Forgive me, but I find her rather lacking in cleverness and hardly someone to win His Majesty's favor. Consort Xian's expression remained gentle as always. But in this palace it's rare to find someone who foolishly offers her true heart like she does. At least she won't betray us. Lady Lu raised her brows slightly. She somewhat agreed and nodded. That is indeed Lady Gu's greatest strength. She paused, then asked, What about Consort Yun? She hasn't been in the palace long and still lacks restraint, Consort Xian said calmly. His Majesty is favoring her now, willing to walk a dog with her through the palace. Lady Lu chuckled. You're quite right, Your Grace. In this palace, what's a fleeting moment of glory worth? And as for the one basking in temporary glory, Ying had just returned to Qingzhou Pavilion with Emperor Zhaochong accompanying her. Zhaochong stopped just outside the pavilion. As Emperor Zhaochong walked over from the Qingjin Hall today, he looked at the thin sheen of sweat on Ying's forehead and then into her bright, radiant eyes. He said, The clear bamboo pavilion does feel a bit far. I'll assign 2 attendants to help you care for the Persian hound. The sun's harsh. Go on inside, my dear consort. Since the emperor did not plan to come in, Ying was more than happy to be spared the trouble of serving him. Naturally, she made no effort to persuade him to stay. She immediately accepted his words with a respectful curtsy and smiled. This concubine and Huang bid farewell to your Majesty. Huang. Zhaochong looked toward the Persian hound still held on a leash by Ying. Ying nodded. That's the name I gave it earlier on the way back. What does your Majesty think? Zhaochong. Very simple. Ying nodded solemnly. Thank you, your Majesty, for the praise. Zhaochong laughed, and shortly afterward left for Qingjin Hall in his imperial carriage under Ying's courteous farewell. After sending off the emperor, Ying returned to the pavilion, leading the Persian hound. She generously ordered chicken and beef to be brought over to feed her Huang. She was genuinely pleased with this gift, not just because the hound was rare and valuable, but also because it meant fewer people would dare to provoke her now. Situations like yesterday, where Consort Da tried to harass her, were unlikely to happen again, at least not before the emperor lost interest in her and took the hound back. Without lifting a finger, she had just saved herself untold troubles. How could she not be happy? What's more, with the emperor having spoken so publicly, if anything happened later, he would take the matter seriously. That gave her even greater peace of mind. This too was what it meant to walk with power in the harem. After all, she could now literally sick a dog on her enemies. She knew well that many concubines in the harem were terrified of hounds like this one. Most would never dare approach her again. Well, maybe not someone like Gu Zhenjin. After feeding Huang chicken and beef, Ying handed it off to the attendants assigned by the emperor to care for it. She then returned to her chamber thoroughly freshened up, and lay on her beauty couch while Bai Lu resumed painting her nails with cinnabar, a task that had been interrupted when she was summoned to Qingjin Hall. Among all the harem, Ying remained the most carefree. While the others were still anxiously waiting to see if Consort Da would be punished, she was busy getting her nails done, reading adventure tales, enjoying ice bird's nest soup, and playing with her Persian dog. Several days passed like this without any imperial decree. Gradually, the concubines came to accept that Consort Da wouldn't be punished, and the grievances they'd suffered under her would have to be swallowed. In a flash, it was time for the concubines to attend the monthly morning greeting with Consort Xian at Chaohui Hall. Since Consort Xian was no longer feigning illness, none dared to be absent. For the first time in a while, the women of the 6 palaces gathered again for tea and idle chatter. Ying and Gu Zhenjin arrived at almost the same time. Seeing the leash in Ying's hand, and then the Persian hound it was attached to, Gu Zhenjin instantly stepped away, putting as much distance between them as possible. Ying caught a glimpse of Gu Zhenjin flinching and guessed that she was frightened. but she wasn't in the mood to tease her. However, when Gu Zhenjin noticed Ying glance her way, she immediately felt irritated. And one couldn't really blame her. After all, they had both been harassed by Consort De. Gu Zhenjin had endured all sorts of humiliations for over a month, with not a word of consolation or compensation from the emperor. Yet Ying had only been harassed once, and it just so happened that the emperor witnessed it. Not only that, but all sorts of rewards had been bestowed upon her, including a Persian hound. Gu Zhenjin had seen clearly how smug Ying had become these past days. Ying now paraded that dog around the palace every morning and evening. It seemed well behaved with her but was vicious toward others, baring its teeth at any concubine who came near. Who would dare approach? The more they avoided her, the more proud Ying seemed. Once, Gu Zhenjin even caught her fishing by the lotus pond in the imperial garden, with the dog in tow. It was outrageous. Thinking of this made Gu Zhenjin burn with indignation, but since they were in Chaohui Hall, she gathered her courage and moved closer. Why must Yun Jieyu bring that Persian dog even when paying respects? She asked with a forced smile. Some of the sisters have delicate nerves. If they get frightened, will Yun Jieyu take responsibility? Ying glanced at her, said nothing, but lifted the leash slightly. When Gu Zhenjin didn't understand, Ying gave a soft laugh and made a motion as if to let go, and the hound darted forward a few steps toward Gu Zhenjin. That was enough to scare her half to death. She screamed, turned and ran off again, eyes tightly shut, shrieking for her maid. "Teme, save me! Hurry!" Ying laughed aloud and promptly yanked the dog back, ignoring Gu Zhenjin entirely as she handed the hound to her attendants beneath the eaves before entering the hall. "It's all right now, the dog didn't actually come over," said Teme gently, patting her mistress on the back. "Yun Jieyu has already gone inside." Gu Zhenjin, still shaken, turned to look. Ying was indeed gone. She stamped her foot in frustration. So hateful. She had been played again. Despite being angry, she dared not provoke Ying again once inside. She quietly greeted Consort Xian and sat in silence, sipping tea and avoiding conversation. A quarter of an hour passed. Apart from the ailing Consort Xia, nearly all the concubines had arrived. Only Consort De had yet to appear. But she came. The eunuch's high-pitched voice rang out. "Consort De has arrived." All eyes turned to her as she entered. Not long ago, she had been the most feared woman in the 6 palaces. But today, her appearance was far more haggard than even Consort Xian had been after being rebuked by the emperor. No amount of makeup could conceal the dark circles under her eyes or the lifelessness within them. Even the powerful aura she had once exuded now felt like a mere facade. Though still adorned in splendid robes and jewels, she no longer radiated that former majesty. And this change had occurred in only a few days. "This concubine greets elder sister Consort Xian." She gave a deep curtsy. Consort Xian replied calmly, "You may rise." As if nothing had happened, she ordered a seat and tea for her. Consort De quietly sat below. From her seat above, Consort Xian glanced over the gathered women. Her gaze lingered on Ying for a moment before moving on. "Today." She had just begun to speak when the eunuch's shrill cry sounded again. "His Majesty the Emperor has arrived." Consort Xian hesitated briefly, then immediately rose with the others to greet him. "We respectfully greet your Majesty. May your Majesty live 10,000 years. Zhao Chong strode in, scanning the room. His gaze paused briefly on Ying before sweeping past her. "You may all rise," he said coolly, without offering his hand to Consort Xian. She watched the yellow robes pass her, feeling a faint sting in her chest. Still, she calmly thanked him and took her place at a newly added seat beside his. The emperor's arrival was unexpected. Normally, he would not come to the inner palace at this hour, so clearly this was intentional. The women guessed at his motives, fretted that they hadn't dressed glamorously enough, or prayed he would glance their way. A cacophony of thoughts surged in Zhao Chong's ears, and a familiar headache returned. His expression darkened, unreadable. He gazed forward, voice flat. "Xia Jiang, read the decree." The words "read the decree" sent shockwaves through the hall. And when Xia Jiang began to read, the shock only deepened. "Consort De Lady Chun, shallow-minded, lacking in virtue, unworthy of our trust, unfit to bear the title of consort. With heavy heart, we hereby strip her of her authority over the 6 palaces and revoke her title. In recognition of past service, she is demoted to noble concubine of the 3rd rank, to reside in Jianshan Pavilion of Cholan Palace. Effective immediately, she is to vacate Chonghua Hall." Before Xia Jiang had even finished reading, Consort De collapsed to the floor. She did not beg for mercy. When the decree ended, her eyes were dim. She knelt and whispered, "This concubine thanks your Majesty for your grace." Her voice trembled, and her hands on the marble floor trembled too. Aside from this decree, rewards were also granted to Lady Lu, Lady Meng, Yuning, Ladies Chui and Shun, and Consort Gu, as well as the ailing Consort Xia. Each rose and gave deep curtsies in thanks. The consort has been unwell recently, Zhao Chong said lightly. Since the physician recommends she not overexert herself, we shall appoint another to assist her in managing the 6 palaces. Another shock rippled through the women. If not for the vacant position of empress, overseeing the 6 palaces would never have fallen to Consort Xian. And now with Consort De disgraced and stripped of her title, someone had to fill the role. Naturally, all eyes turned to Lu Jiaoyi. As a first-ranked Jiaoyi, she was the highest-ranking concubine beneath the 4 titled consorts. She had just been rewarded too. Lu Yan was stunned like everyone else. But when she noticed the emperor glance her way, her heart leapt wildly. Could it be? Even Consort Xian shot her a quick look before turning away. Zhao Chong heard their thoughts clearly. They all assumed Lu Yan would be chosen. Some were already pondering what gifts to send in congratulations. Jiang. Among the noise, one voice rang familiar, Ying's. Zhao Chong's brow twitched. But she said nothing more. He frowned slightly and instructed Xia Jiang to continue. Soon another decree was read. Lady Jiang, gentle and virtuous, has earned our favor. We hereby promote her to consort of the 4th rank, titled Consort Liang, and grant her authority to assist in managing the 6 palaces. May she ease our burdens and not disappoint us. The hall erupted in shock. Lu Jiaoyi's face turned pale. Zhang Zhaoyuan, now Consort Liang, hastily stepped forward and thanked the emperor. Afterward, Zhao Chong departed. The remaining concubines saw him out. Congratulations, Sister Liang. Consort Xian was the first to offer her well wishes. May we work together to fulfill His Majesty's expectations. Thank you, elder sister, said Consort Liang. I shall seek your guidance in all things. Lu Jiaoyi forced a smile and congratulated her too. Others followed. The women now surrounded Consort Liang. As for the former Consort Da, now merely noble concubine Shan, no one noticed her leave. Yuning offered the customary congratulations before exiting as well. She returned to the clear bamboo pavilion with her dog and maids. To her, it made perfect sense that the emperor would choose Zhang Fanchou over Lu Yan. Zhang had always been quiet, demure and intelligent, the emperor's favored type. Even in her previous life, Zhang had risen faster than Lu. Besides, the emperor's decision to replace Consort Xian's authority hinted at dissatisfaction. Since Lu was close to Consort Xian, she was never a likely choice. In any case, none of this had anything to do with her. But the new round of imperial rewards certainly pleased her. Caring for the Persian hound costs money. She'd even gone fishing just to save on meat. Now with these gifts, no more worries. Huang would eat well, and she wouldn't need to fish. Back at the clear bamboo pavilion, Bai Lu finally let her joy show. The emperor did punish Consort Da after all, she said while pouring tea. Bai Wu, more cautious, asked, but is Consort Liang as fair-minded as she seems? And why not Lu Jiaoyi, my lady? Yuning sipped the green tea the emperor had sent and replied, no matter what, we should still prepare a congratulatory gift. She ordered Bai Wu to pick something suitable. That evening, the emperor flipped a card again. Yuning had been waiting under the corridor. But when she welcomed him into the pavilion and he sat down, he instructed that hot water be prepared. Then came this line. Tonight, I'll trouble my dear consort to assist me in bathing. As a concubine, it was her duty. Yuning naturally understood and accepted. But they hadn't even shared a night together yet, and now she was to bathe with him? Wasn't that a bit forward? Yuning calmly bowed and accepted, but Zhao Chong still heard her grumbling internally. Oh. Bold. Insolent. Chapter 19. Chapter 19, Noble Consort. The emperor might be unreserved, but Yuning couldn't afford not to appear shy. After all, in the emperor's eyes, she had never served him in bed before, and as such, she should still carry the bashfulness of a young maiden. But Zhao Chong having Yuning assist with his bath wasn't because he wanted to share a bath with her. It was just that, should they consummate their relationship, there would inevitably be intimacy beyond what they had experienced thus far. Since Yuning was inexperienced, he worried she might panic. He had originally thought having her help with his bath would give her some time to mentally prepare. But now it seemed, he might have been overly cautious. Summer bathwater wasn't as hot as in winter, so the bathing room wasn't filled with heavy steam. Everything was clearly visible. Zhao Chong lowered his gaze and clearly took in the expressions of the little lady before him. Yuning was demurely helping him undress. First the jade belt at his waist, then his outer robe and finally his underclothes. Each item removed was carefully hung on the wooden rack beside them. Her movements were gentle, her gaze steady and respectful, her expression faintly shy. She dared not glance at him more than necessary. Not until she removed his undergarments and revealed his upper body did she sneak a quick glance before quickly averting her gaze again, bowing her head even lower so her expression couldn't be seen. Then she reached out again, fingers fumbling for the tie on his last garment, his underpants. But, Vizke, I must admit, this figure really is a feast for the eyes. Neither broad and burly nor thin and bony. His waist is a waist, his legs are legs. Quite the looker. Zhao Chong. As emperor, he had never been so scrutinized in such a way. Even if it was a compliment, the vein on his forehead twitched. His expression darkened. Reaching out, he wrapped an arm around Ying's waist and pulled her into his arms, intending to give her a small lesson for her excessive boldness, only to hear her mutter inwardly, "What a pity!" But her thoughts were interrupted by his sudden movement. Her inner "what a pity" never reached a conclusion. Startled back to her senses, the little lady looked up at him instinctively, eyes wide with surprise and innocence. Her hand still rested on his waist, the warmth and softness of her fingers clearly felt. Again with the "what a pity." But why? Zhao Chong's gaze deepened. He lowered his head and looked into her eyes. What is my beloved consort thinking? Ying froze for a moment. A trace of confusion flashed through her mind. Had she really gotten distracted? But one could not ignore the emperor's question. Just as she was about to choose her words, he added, "Just now beloved consort had an expression of regret." Was it really that obvious? Ying couldn't believe her thoughts had shown on her face, let alone guess that her thoughts had been overheard. So she simply assumed the emperor had read her expression. She shrank back slightly, trying to withdraw her hands from his waist, but Zhao Chong pressed down on them, preventing her from moving. Zhao Chong stared at her and finally asked the question he had long wanted to ask. What were you regretting? Realizing there was no avoiding the question, and recalling the Persian hound she had just received, Ying hesitated, then said, "If your Majesty would pardon me, I dare to speak freely." Zhao Chong readily agreed. "Speak the truth and I shall grant you pardon." Only then did Ying lower her voice and say, "Your Majesty, I was bold and foolish and dared to sneak a glance at your Majesty. Upon seeing your physique, I thought your Majesty must be highly skilled in martial arts. Yet I've never had the chance to witness your Majesty's heroic bearing, and thus," she immediately added, "I have spoken out of turn, please forgive me." Her words flowed smoothly without any hesitation. That was because in her previous life as the emperor's favorite consort, Ying had become well-versed in coaxing the emperor. Saying such things didn't require much thought and certainly didn't make her feel guilty. After speaking, she bowed her head, seemingly unable to meet his gaze. The fingers that rested on his waist, still covered by his hand, trembled slightly. Regret at not witnessing his heroic presence? Zhao Chong could tell this wasn't the truth. His expression darkened as he asked again, "Is that so? Ying?" "I can't exactly say. What a pity to have my name called so many times and yet never actually be summoned to bed. So unrestrained." She silently denied it all and murmured, "This consort would never dare to hide anything from your Majesty." Zhao Chong heard her clearly. She mentioned hiding. Yet to him, her reluctance to show her true, slightly unrestrained feelings seemed to stem from something else. He had long known she was unlike the others. No one else in the 6 palaces dared harbor such audacious thoughts. But precisely because of that, he believed that when it came to matters of the heart, she was less likely to speak them aloud, and more likely to bottle them up. She was, after all, his consort. If she admired him, it was only natural. Yet her temperament kept her from acting coquettish or confessing openly, for fear he would see her as shallow. Understanding this, Zhao Chong's expression softened. He took her hand, pulled her gently into his arms, and stroked the back of her head to comfort her. With a sigh he said, "Autumn hunt is soon. If you wish to witness it, I'll bring you along." He paused and added, "There's no need to feel wronged." Ying had only said a few harmless words to move past the subject. She hadn't expected the emperor to suddenly speak such tender words to her. It gave her goosebumps. But she didn't dare show even a hint of displeasure. She had no choice but to act demure, burying her face in his chest and replying in a muffled voice, "This consort dares not feel wronged." Zhao Chong felt the person in his arms tremble slightly again, and assumed she was touched. Feeling even more tenderness for her, he gently stroked her head once more, then teased, "All right, beloved, help me undress quickly. If we wait any longer, the water will grow cold." He guided her hand back to the tie at his waist. Before long, Zhao Chong was finally immersed in the large dragon-engraved tub, comfortably soaking in the hot water. Ying sat beside him on a tall stool, holding a damp towel and wiping his back. Feeling her soft hands and having not shared a bed with any consort in months, Zhao Chong began to feel a bit tempted. His body responded naturally, but to avoid frightening her, He changed the topic. The Internal Affairs Bureau will send over all the rations that were previously withheld from Qingzhou Pavilion. Then, remembering Ying had correctly predicted he would entrust Zhang Fanqiu with managing the 6 palaces, he casually added, "This morning at Jiahui Hall, when Zhang was promoted to Consort Liang, you didn't seem surprised." Having just been startled by his earlier words, Ying was further baffled. How could he even notice whether she was surprised or not at such a small matter? Could someone have been spying on her? Zhao Chong. If only he could reveal that he could hear thoughts, he'd have asked, "Isn't this called paying attention? This consort merely believes Consort Liang is gentle and refined. Surely she will not disappoint your Majesty." Zhao Chong knew she was being evasive, but pressing further would only raise her suspicion, so he changed the subject, bringing up the Persian dog. When the Persian dog was mentioned, Ying noticeably became more talkative. Zhao Chong didn't press further, and the mood in the bathhouse lightened considerably. After some time, Zhao Chong emerged from the bath. Ying brought a dry towel to wipe the water from his body, but perhaps she had overestimated her composure, for when she turned and accidentally saw his bare form, she blushed. Quickly looking away, she focused on her task, calming herself through practiced restraint. Zhao Chong's gaze fell on the flush rising in her cheeks. Yet she forced a calm expression, and remembering her hidden thoughts, Zhao Chong found her all the more adorable. She was already stunningly beautiful. That unintentional hint of bashfulness added an alluring charm. A silent seduction. Zhao Chong's Adam's apple bobbed. His gaze dropped to her hand gripping the towel. The red lacquer on her fingertips contrasted beautifully with her slender fingers. He moved slightly closer, just half a step. But that was enough to make the already intimate space between them feel charged with unspoken tension. Sensing it, Ying stopped wiping. Her wrist was again seized by Zhao Chong's large palm. She paused in surprise, and before she could react, he took the towel from her and replaced it with something else. "Help me," Zhao Chong murmured in her ear, his voice husky. They ended up staying in the bath for quite a while. After Zhao Chong left, the palace maids quickly came in to refresh the water. Ying sat dazed in the tub, her mind blank. From the first time her name was called, she had already prepared herself for the emperor's summons. She hadn't considered it a big deal. After all, with the memories from her past life, she knew everything she needed to know. Yet each time the emperor summoned her, nothing happened. Again and again. Honestly, Ying didn't resist the idea. But she knew that once it happened, she might become pregnant. Her past made her wary of bearing royal heirs. She had struggled with fertility before, and since she had no intention of competing for favor in this life, she assumed that even if they did share a bed, the chances of pregnancy were low. Not doing so simply meant she had less to worry about. So she had never taken it seriously until today. Ying sat stunned. Because she had just been forced to confirm that there was absolutely nothing wrong with the emperor's body. Then what was going on? After a few minutes of confusion, Ying decided not to think about it anymore. Let the emperor do as he pleased. Shrugging off the thoughts, she finished bathing, dried her hair, and changed into her nightclothes. When she returned to the inner chamber, she found the emperor casually leaning against the headboard, flipping through one of her books. Tugging her robe tighter around herself, Ying climbed into bed from the foot and lay on the inside. Zhao Chong had already put down the book. Stretching out his long arm, he pulled her into his embrace and gently inhaled the faint fragrance wafting from her body as he asked, "When is my beloved consort's birthday?" "My birthday is still a while off. It usually arrives only when snow begins to fall in the capital," Ying replied softly. Zhao Chong furrowed his brow slightly at that. "That is quite far away." Ying sensed a hidden meaning in his words but, overcome with drowsiness, didn't bother to think further. She simply closed her eyes and leaned quietly against his chest. Half asleep, she vaguely heard a soft chuckle by her ear, murmuring a faint "Your Majesty." In response, she could no longer speak and was soon dragged into a sweet, deep slumber. Zhao Chong's fingers stroked her cheek. He pulled her closer into his arms, gently adjusting her position to make her more comfortable before settling down to sleep himself. He slept well that night. Waking early the next morning to find Ying still asleep, he even teased her a bit. Once she slowly awoke, they rose together and washed up under the attentive care of the palace maids. These days, Ying had grown used to waking early to walk the Persian hound, both in the morning and at dusk. After seeing off the emperor to court, she had breakfast and then took the dog out for a walk. As usual, she walked the dog around the imperial garden for about an hour. Just as she was preparing to return to Qingzhou Pavilion, she unexpectedly ran into the newly promoted Consort Liang. Leading the dog forward, Ying bowed respectfully. "Greetings to Consort Liang." With a gentle smile on her face, Consort Liang reached out to help her up. "No need for such formality, Jieyu Yun." Her gaze then fell on the Persian hound. This Persian hound is truly striking, so majestic. Ying returned the courtesy with a soft smile and exchanged a few polite words with her. After a moment, Consort Liang asked, "Are you taking the Persian hound elsewhere? Or are you heading back to Qingzhou Pavilion?" "I've been out for quite a while already, I was just about to return," Ying replied. Consort Liang said, "When I passed through the imperial garden just now, I saw eunuch Xiajiang holding a decree and leading a group of people. They seemed to be heading toward Yunqi Palace." Of the consorts residing in Yunqi Palace, Ying was currently the most favored. She could tell Consort Liang's words were hinting that the emperor had issued a new decree of reward, likely not surprising, considering she had just spent the night with him. Ying, however, feigned ignorance. "I've been out walking the dog this whole time and wasn't aware." Consort Liang's expression didn't change. She smiled. "I see." Shortly after, they parted ways. After walking a while, Bu chuckled and said softly, "If Consort Liang was right, it seems His Majesty is about to bestow another reward on you, my lady." Ying glanced at her with a faint smile but said nothing. Meanwhile, Bu tugged at Bu's sleeve and lowered her voice, instructing sternly, "Would His Majesty's decree really be known in advance by Consort Liang? Why place such weight on a passing remark? Whether it's true or not, we'll know when we return. At present, Our Lady is the most favored in Yunqi Palace. In the future, that same remark could carry very different meaning for Our Lady." Bu was stunned and turned to look at Ying. Seeing Ying neither confirm nor deny the implication, seeming to agree, Bu's face immediately flushed red from embarrassment over her excitement. "It's all right. I know you're just happy for me," Ying said, reassuring her. "Let's return. We'll know soon enough." Sure enough, when they arrived back at Qingzhou Pavilion, Xiajiang was already there waiting. Seeing her, Xiajiang stepped forward, greeted her, then cleared his throat and announced, "By imperial decree, Jiu Yuan received the decree." "I respectfully receive the decree," Ying said as she bowed deeply. "Yun of Qingzhou Pavilion, since entering the palace, has demonstrated a gentle and virtuous nature, with outward grace and inner wisdom, and has greatly pleased us. In light of her character and conduct, she is worthy of elevation. She is hereby promoted to the rank of noble consort, third rank, with the title Shuda." Having finished reading the decree, Xiajiang smiled at her and said, "Noble consort Shu, please accept the decree." Ying knelt and gave a full formal bow in thanks, accepting the decree. "This concubine thanks His Majesty for his gracious favor. Long live His Majesty, 10,000 years." After offering his congratulations and leaving behind the accompanying rewards, Xiajiang departed to report back to the emperor. Ying was then escorted into the pavilion by Bu and Biwu, all the way to the Luohan bed, where the two maids beamed with joy and showered her with congratulations. In less than 3 months, she had risen from talented lady to Jeyu, 4th rank, and now to noble consort, 3rd rank. Ying could easily imagine how many others in the palace would be upset. Even she didn't fully understand it. The emperor used to avoid the inner palace altogether. Now that he returned, it was her card he flipped and her he promoted. Still, a fool would refuse a windfall. Promotions and rewards, she would accept them all. After all, they meant her days in the palace would be more comfortable. What amused her most, though, was the title. Consort Da had just been demoted to noble consort. Jiang Chanbing, who was close with her, also held the title of noble consort. Now the emperor had made Ying a noble consort as well, but with a title, Shu, that subtly elevated her above the other two. From now on, they would be expected to greet her first. Furthermore, traditionally the 4 consorts of the inner palace held the titles of virtuous, Da, kind Shu, good Liang, and worthy Xian. By granting her the Shu title, the emperor was clearly implying he had intentions to promote her even further in the future. In her past life, she had indeed eventually been titled Shu Fei. If she didn't know for sure that the emperor hadn't been reborn like she had, Ying would have suspected he was just like her. These past months she had barely lifted a finger for his favor, yet he seemed more and more taken with her. It made her wonder, could it be that the emperor actually had a thing for chasing cold shoulders? Why hadn't she realized this in her past life? "My lady, no, I should say your highness now," Bu said cheerfully, drawing Ying out of her thoughts. She and Biwu curtsied with bright smiles. "Greetings to noble consort Shu. Wishing your highness 10,000 blessings." Her voice carried a playful tone. Ying knew they were happy and didn't mind the teasing. She instructed them to inventory the emperor's gifts. After a moment's thought, she added, "There have been many happy events at Qingzhou Pavilion lately. Go take some silver ingots from the storeroom and distribute them to everyone. Let's let all share in the joy." Given the many rewards from the emperor, Ying was generous for once. She even made sure to prepare an extra treat for Huang, the Persian hound. The news of Ying's promotion to noble consort Shu quickly spread throughout the harem. Zhang Fanxiu had just been silently elevated to consort Liang and granted the authority to manage the 6 palaces. Now Ying had been favored, promoted and titled, all of which made the increasingly sour Lu Jiahui feel even worse. That day in Jiahui Hall, when the emperor said he would choose another to assist in managing the inner palace, Lu Yan had just received a reward and assumed she would be the one. But the blow came swiftly. Not only was she passed over, the honor of managing the 6 palaces and the new title went to someone else entirely. Only then did she realize. Consort Qin's downfall didn't necessarily require a new person to take over. The Empress of Virtue had long managed the 6 palaces alone. This was clearly the emperor expressing dissatisfaction with Consort Xian. And she had always been close with Consort Xian. Likely because of this connection, the emperor had chosen to favor Zhang Fanxiu instead. Lu Yan was bitter and frustrated but had no outlet. The bitterness was hers to swallow alone. Meanwhile, Shen Wenin had just learned of Yunjing's promotion, while at the Chunxiang Pavilion of Yunqi Palace. Glancing at the sickly, sleeping Xia Baolin on the bed, she rose and instructed her maid to fetch a congratulatory gift. Once it arrived, she would personally deliver it. Qingzhou Pavilion was bustling again. Gifts arrived from various palaces, and many lesser consorts came to offer their congratulations. Ying met a few of them. When a palace maid announced that Shen Jieyu had arrived, she allowed her in. Greetings to noble consort Shu. Congratulations, Your Highness, Shen Jieyu said upon entering the flower hall. There's no need for formality, Ying replied, treating her as she had the others by offering a seat and tea. After a brief exchange, Ying asked, "Did you just come from Chunxiang Pavilion?" "I did," Shen Jieyu admitted honestly, setting down her teacup. Ying knew Xia Baolin had been ill recently and assumed Shen Wenin had gone to visit. "How is she? Has her condition improved?" Shen Jieyu sighed. "Not much, I'm afraid. I stayed at Chunxiang Pavilion for quite a while, and Xia Baolin hardly stirred. Her maid said she's been like that for days. It's not looking good." Xia Baolin's rank was low, and she lacked favor. Her family had only recently suffered misfortune, and it was doubtful a skilled physician had even been called to treat her. Shen Wenin herself lacked favor too. Even if she wanted to help, she had no power to do so. Seeing Shen Wenin's pained expression, Ying realized she was likely still feeling guilty about not being able to help when Xia Baolin had previously asked for her aid. Unlike most who now avoided Xia Baolin, she had gone to visit. Shen Wenin had surely noticed that Xia Baolin had received a reward from the emperor 2 days ago at Jiahui Hall, and therefore assumed the emperor no longer intended to punish her for her family's mistakes. "Bu," Ying instructed. "Go to the medical bureau and invite physician Lu." Shen Wenin was taken aback. "Your Highness, this..." Realizing Ying was asking the physician to treat Xia Baolin, Shen Wenin was momentarily stunned. She didn't know what to say. Seeing Ying's serene expression, clearly expecting nothing in return, Shen Wenin was moved. She rose and bowed deeply. "This concubine thanks Your Highness on Xia Baolin's behalf." "There's no need." Ying smiled. "As women, life is already difficult enough. Xia Baolin is just another pitiful one." Shen Wenin's eyes flickered. Ying then asked, "What do you think of this Jingting Green Snow tea?" "Your Highness always serves the best," Shen Wenin said, sipping again and finding the tea even more fragrant than before. Later that afternoon, physician Lu came to Qingzhou Pavilion. On Ying's orders, he went to Chunxiang Pavilion to examine and prescribe medicine for Xia Baolin. That evening, Zhao Chong arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion to dine with Ying. As the dishes were cleared and they sipped tea, he asked, "I heard you summoned physician Lu today. Are you feeling unwell, my beloved?" Chapter 20. Chapter 20 Clingy. After last night, Zhao Chong planned to summon Imperial Physician Lu today to ask about Ying's health. Coincidentally, Lu had already been summoned elsewhere. At first, he heard from Xia Zhang that it was Ying who had sent her senior palace maid to fetch Lu Tai. Later, he found out she had specifically asked him to go to Chunxiang Pavilion to treat Xia Baolin. That reminded Zhao Chong of the scene he had witnessed in the peach orchard between Ying and Xia Baolin. In his impression, Ying had always been somewhat indifferent toward the other consorts. During the donation of gold and silver, she hadn't cared in the slightest about offending others. Yet now she had asked Lu Tai to treat Xia Baolin? That was quite unusual. By logic, Ying should dislike Xia Baolin after what happened in the peach orchard. Moreover, Xia Baolin's father had only recently been dismissed and investigated. Back then, when Xia Baolin had knelt and begged Ying for help, she had firmly rejected her. Now, when many avoided the Xia family, Ying reached out a helping hand. Wanting to hear her reasoning, Zhao Chong brought up the matter. Ying had Lu Tai treat Xia Baolin partly due to her past friendship with Shen Wenin, and partly because she knew the emperor wouldn't mind. She had no intention of currying favor, nor did she wish to provoke the emperor, Thus, she had made sure to understand his likely response beforehand. Since she had already thought it through, she answered the question plainly and truthfully, without embellishment. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I am not unwell. It was I who had Biliu summon Lu Tai, not for myself, but to examine Xia Baolin. Yun Ying's expression was calm as she said, Xia Baolin has been ill for quite some time. Today I heard she had worsened, so I sent Biliu to fetch Lu Tai to examine her. He said the situation wasn't good. He could only try acupuncture and medicine to see if her condition might improve. Zhao Chong saw that she hid nothing and raised an eyebrow slightly. There was no hidden motive. She had simply wanted to help Xia Baolin. Not long ago, her father was imprisoned for corruption. I imagine the stress caused her illness. He spoke lightly, but Yuning suddenly covered her ears. What is Your Majesty saying? I can't hear a word of it. Then, as if avoiding suspicion, she rose and moved to sit beside the Luohan couch, farther away from Zhao Chong. Why bring up such matters out of nowhere? What happens in court is none of a little consort's business. Trying to get me in trouble. Zhao Chong saw her defensive posture and heard her inner complaints. He was tempted to pull her into his arms and tease her. What did she mean he was trying to get her in trouble? She didn't worry about suspicion when she invited a physician for Xia Baolin. Why are you sitting so far away, beloved consort? He asked with feigned sternness, hiding a smirk. Are you ignoring us? Yuning ignored him. Court matters were always complex. If she'd heard them elsewhere, she might be able to pretend not to care. But hearing them from the emperor's own lips, she covered her ears even tighter. She edged a little closer but furrowed her brow and said, Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare ignore you. So annoying. If he didn't like me helping Xia Baolin, why did he reward her days ago? Her frustration grew. But Zhao Chong, finally understanding her reasons for not avoiding Xia Baolin, felt rather pleased. He had tried multiple times to understand Yun Ying's thoughts, but until now, always met with obstacles. Today things went smoothly. As expected, she was intelligent and discerning, neither blindly sycophantic nor foolishly compassionate. Zhao Chong looked at her again, then called her over. She had no choice but to obey and approach. But as soon as she got close, Zhao Chong pulled her into his lap. He wrapped her in his arms, and though he didn't bring up Xia Baolin's father again, he said, Since you've had Lu Tai check on her today, let him continue to care for her. Then he lifted her off his lap and helped her sit back on the couch before standing. I still have matters to attend to. Beloved consort, rest early. He gently caressed her cheek, looked into her sparkling eyes and moved by impulse, bent down and kissed her forehead. I'm leaving. Yuning was stunned by the sudden kiss, a dazed look overtaking her face. Seeing her slightly widened eyes, Zhao Chong couldn't help smiling as he left Qingzhou Pavilion in a good mood. Yuning, still stunned, returned to her room. Sitting on the couch, she took a deep breath, tried to regain her composure, and couldn't help rubbing her arms, shivering with goosebumps. What nerve had the emperor struck today to act so tender toward her? In her past life, even after she embroidered sachets, made sleepwear, and learned tea-making for him, he had hardly ever acted this affectionately. She was crawling in goosebumps. She took another deep breath and downed a cup of tea to calm her nerves, thankful the emperor had left. At least she wouldn't have to endure more awkward affection. Only after regaining her composure did she ask the maids to prepare a bath. Fortunately, the emperor was kept busy with court affairs for the next few days and didn't visit the harem. And the 6 palaces, having just been disciplined by the emperor, remained quiet. Several days passed, and with Lu Tai's care, Xia Baolin's condition gradually improved. One day, Shen Wanyin came to visit her and, upon leaving, ran into Yuning returning to Qingzhou Pavilion with her Persian hound. Greetings, noble consort Shu. Shen Wanyin's face was bright with joy as she bowed. Yuning excused the formality and casually asked, You came to see Xia Baolin? Shen Wanyin smiled. Thanks to your ladyship's grace, she's looking much better than the last time I visited. She said once she can walk again, she'll come kneel and thank you in person. There's no need for that, Yuning replied. It was just a small gesture. Ultimately, she had to want to get better herself. If she had given up, no skilled physician could have saved her. Shen Wanyin said warmly, Your ladyship's kindness will surely be repaid. Yuning didn't care about blessings or karma, and she didn't comment further. If any blessings came from this, they might just as well land on Shen Wanyin. Half the reason she had helped Xia Baolin at all. That night a heavy rain fell. With it came subtle ripples in what had been a calm harem. Feng Mei, who had been thrown into the cold palace not long ago, died suddenly in the night. A demoted consort of the lowest rank, stripped of all favor and cast away by imperial decree, most in the harem had long stopped caring about her fate. Her funeral was arranged by consorts Xian and Liang. The emperor ultimately allowed her to be buried with the rights of a 7th-rank kainu, a meager but acceptable dignity for the afterlife. Her death caused a brief stir in the palace, but only briefly. Soon everyone forgot about her. Your ladyship, a maid from Consort Liang's palace came. She invites you to Wushuang Hall for tea, Biwu said softly to Ying. Ying, holding a pair of scissors, was leisurely trimming golden foil into floral hairpins and asked, "Who else is invited?" Biwu replied, "I heard she's invited Consort Xian Jiaoyi Lu Chongyimeng, Noble Consort Chun, Noble Consort Jiang Jieyu Shan Jieyu Chui, and Beauty Gu." After naming them all, Biwu chuckled. "It's like she's invited the whole harem." "Then let's go," Ying smiled. She held up the completed golden ornament and, satisfied, put down the scissors. "Carefully pack this away." After dressing, Ying took her soft sedan to Wushuang Hall, bringing her Persian hound along for a walk. By the time she arrived, the hall was already lively. Consort Liang had just been promoted to one of the 4 consorts, and this was her first time hosting tea. Naturally, many showed up out of courtesy. Upon Ying's arrival, those of lower rank rose to greet her. Seeing Chan Guipin, formerly Consort Da, among them, Ying's brows lifted slightly. She returned her courtesy and then offered greetings to consorts Xian and Liang. Liang Fei welcomed her with a smile and assigned her a seat. Now promoted to noble consort Shu, Ying no longer sat with Jieyus like Shun and Chui. Instead, she was seated next to Chan Guipin and Chongyimeng. And as it turned out, the tea gathering truly was just that, tea. The women chatted about the latest makeup trends from outside the palace and the upcoming Mid-Autumn Festival. The atmosphere was fairly harmonious. "This tea is so sweet and fragrant," said Jiang Guipin. Consort Liang teased, "If you like it that much, come drink it here more often. I can't bear to give it up." Jiang Guipin was about to respond when she noticed the cold smile on Chan Guipin's face. Her own smile stiffened slightly. Ever since Chan Guipin had been punished and Jiang had escaped any blame, their relationship had turned subtly hostile. Perhaps Chan blamed her for not stopping her, or for not pleading on her behalf. Whatever the case, the closeness between them was gone. Now Chan could only look at her with disdain. So, who could blame Jiang for seeking new alliances? "That was inappropriate of Jiang Guipin," said Jiaoyi Lu, pulling Jiang from her thoughts. Jiang looked up to see Lu Jiaoyi's mocking face. "Consort Liang served us a rare tea gifted by the Empress Dowager just a few days ago, Mengding Huangya. This Mingqian tea is sweet and mellow, a rare treasure. Usually only His Majesty and the Empress Dowager enjoy it. If not for Consort Liang's generosity, when would we ever get to taste it?" Ying, listening, thought the air reeked of sourness. Of course, after Lu Jiaoyi's words, the whole hall soured. When Consort Liang was promoted, many, especially Lu Jiaoyi herself, had assumed the honor would be theirs. It was no wonder she was bitter. Still, Consort Liang clearly outplayed her. This tea party had been orchestrated carefully, and Lu Jiaoyi was helping deliver the second half of the play. Now everyone in the hall understood something important. The Empress Dowager had given Consort Liang an exceptionally rare tea. Clearly, she was in favor. Ying still preferred Jingting Green, but drinking this with such drama made for an interesting taste. "Does noble consort Shu find the Mengding Huangya to her liking?" Lu Jiaoyi suddenly asked, perhaps trying to deflect attention from her own slip. Ying lifted her eyes to look at Jiaoyi Lu, curling her lips into a faint smile. "The Mengding Huangya gifted by the Empress Dowager is naturally excellent, but this concubine doesn't know much about tea. If I were to compare this tea with the Jingting Green Snow bestowed by His Majesty before, I honestly couldn't say which tastes better." Lu Jiaoyi's smile almost froze on her face at Ying's words. This was clearly a jab, mocking her for having neither the Empress Dowager's favor nor the Emperor's. In truth, she was beneath both of them. "The Jingting Green Snow bestowed by His Majesty is also extremely fine." Lu Jiaoyi forced a dry laugh, falling silent afterward, no longer in the mood for idle chatter. Ying's words naturally sparked envy and jealousy from some of the others. Only Shun Wenyin seemed thoughtful upon hearing them. She recalled that the time she had visited Qingzhou Pavilion, Ying had served her that very same Jingting Green Snow. She glanced at Ying quietly. Was that tea something all concubines could drink at Qingzhou Pavilion, or? Sitting at the head, Consort Liang also looked at Ying, then at the usually silent Consort Xian seated nearby. With a smile, she picked up on the topic and teased them both lightly to ease the awkwardness in the hall, steering the conversation away from the tea and onto other matters. After the time it took to drink 2 cups of tea, the concubines in Wushuang Hall began to take their leave, one after another. Ying didn't ride in a soft sedan chair on her way back. Instead, she strolled back slowly, leading the Persian hound by its leash to help digest her food. She meandered along lazily. As she passed through a corridor and turned a corner, a crisp slapping sound, "Pa!" suddenly rang out. The Persian hound barked twice, startled. Ying, who had walked a few steps ahead, saw Lu Jiaoyi and Chan Guipin standing at the corner. Lu Jiaoyi's hand had just dropped, and the slap mark on Chan Guipin's cheek was still fresh and red. Lu Jiaoyi turned to look at Ying, her gaze laced with warning. Ying didn't flinch. She merely tugged on the leash, slightly curled her lips and curtsied. "Greetings, Jiaoyi Lu." Lu Jiaoyi replied coldly. "Noble consort Shu, some things are better left unknown. I hope you'll be wise." Ying smiled without responding. Whether she was wise didn't matter much, but Lu Jiaoyi probably wasn't wise at all. The last time Chan Guipin had gotten into trouble, it was because she tried to make things difficult for her and got caught by the emperor. Now Lu Jiaoyi was doing the exact same thing. Clearly she hadn't learned a thing. Or perhaps she'd simply been angered to the point of irrationality back at Wushuang Hall, and lashed out at Chan Guipin the moment something displeased her. In either case, it certainly didn't align with her supposed wisdom. Lu Jiaoyi had no idea what Ying was thinking. Her eyes gleamed with disdain as she shot Ying a glare, snorted coldly and walked away. Chan Guipin remained silent throughout. After Lu Jiaoyi had gone, her eyelids fluttered as she looked at Ying. "Does that make you feel better?" Ying couldn't even be bothered to look at Chan Shuezhen. She tugged the leash and said to the Persian dog, "Ah Huang, let's go," then continued her leisurely stroll back to Qingzhou Pavilion. Chan Shuezhen stood rooted to the spot, watching Ying's receding figure until she disappeared from view, then finally lowered her gaze. The sting on her cheek remained. But this slap, this humiliation, would she ever have a chance to repay it? Meanwhile, after drinking the Mengding Huangya gifted by Consort Liang from the Empress Dowager, Gu Zhenjin had been brooding with a heavy heart. She'd once believed the Empress Dowager was quite fond of her, and that she had gained favor with the Emperor as well. She'd thought imperial favor was just around the corner. But after all that hoping, it was Ying who gained the Emperor's attention, and Consort Liang who received the Empress Dowager's tea. And her? She had nothing. It took 2 full days of coaxing from her head palace maid Tome before Gu Zhenjin finally cheered up. Revived, she began making frequent visits to Yongshou Palace again. Seeing that the Empress Dowager's attitude toward her hadn't changed, she felt reassured and tried her best to amuse her. One morning, as she carefully prepared tea and brought it to the Empress Dowager, she casually remarked, "I saw the Persian hound that noble consort Shu received again today. It really is majestic." Gu Zhenjin said innocently, "It's a pity I'm timid. When I see that hound I get nervous and dare not approach. It's just fascinating to look at." The Empress Dowager asked, "Why so?" "I don't know if you've seen it, Your Majesty," Gu Zhenjin said, "but today I witnessed something remarkable. Noble consort Shu actually made that Persian hound dive into the lotus pond to catch fish." "To catch fish?" the Empress Dowager asked. "What happened?" Gu Zhenjin then described in detail how she'd seen Ying coax the Persian hound into diving into the pond to catch carp. She found it completely improper. The Persian hound was a royal gift from His Majesty. How could Ying dare use it that way? What if something happened to it? Could she bear the consequences? Gu Zhenjin's anger and secret glee mixed. She'd finally caught Ying in a misstep. Surely the Empress Dowager would be outraged upon hearing it, and give her a scolding. With that in mind, Gu Zhenjin vividly recreated the entire lotus pond scene for the Empress Dowager. Sure enough, the Empress Dowager frowned when she finished and muttered, "This noble consort Shu." Gu Zhenjin, sensing her displeasure, asked innocently, "Would Your Majesty like to visit the garden? Perhaps you'll see that curious scene for yourself." The Empress Dowager glanced at her and said, "Let me try this tea you made today first." Gu Zhenjin didn't press the matter, knowing better than to push too hard. Half an hour later, the Empress Dowager claimed she was tired. Gu Zhenjin took her leave. But once Gu Zhenjin was gone, the Empress Dowager did not rest. Thinking over Gu Zhenjin's words, she turned to Momosu. "Send someone clever to the Imperial Garden and see if noble consort Shu is still there." Momosu knew the Empress Dowager like the back of her hand. She smiled and nodded, then returned after giving the order. "Your Majesty, did this remind you of your younger days? I remember when you were little," Momosu continued. "You were so mischievous. Once you saw the family dog playing in the pond and got curious. You kept insisting it could be trained to catch fish and tried to teach it." Her eyes misted with tears despite the smile on her face. So many years had passed. She had watched her lady become ever more restrained after entering the palace, learning to carry herself with poise and caution, never daring to let down her guard. Even so, every step to the Empress Dowager's throne had been like walking on the edge of a cliff. Perhaps age made one more nostalgic. Momosu wiped her eyes and ventured, "But noble consort Shu is really too bold, acting like that in the palace." The Empress Dowager smiled and shot her a sidelong glance. "No need to test me. It's rare to have someone so daring in the palace. I wasn't allowed to be like that when I was young. But that doesn't mean I begrudge others who can be. Momosu smiled. It's only because your majesty is magnanimous that the palace can feel so free. The Empress Dowager didn't respond to that. She only smiled. Soon after, the eunuch sent to the imperial garden returned and reported that noble consort Shu was still there. The Empress Dowager immediately rose. Momosu, accompany me. Xiaozhong, prepare the palanquin. Meanwhile, having finished reviewing the last memorial, Zhaochong set down his red brush. I'll go visit my mother in Yongsho Palace later. The chief eunuch Xiaozhong stepped forward but said, Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager likely isn't in Yongsho Palace at the moment. Zhaochong raised his head. Where has she gone? She should be in the imperial garden with noble consort Shu, Xiaozhong answered. Zhaochong's brow furrowed. From Xiaozhong's wording, he immediately sensed something was amiss. If the Empress Dowager were simply drinking tea and viewing flowers with Ying, Xiaozhong would have said so plainly. But this vague phrasing, should be, meant there was something more. If His Majesty sees it, he'll be shocked. Hearing Xiaozhong's inner voice, Zhaochong arched a brow and gave a crisp order. Prepare to go to the imperial garden. He intended to find out for himself and thus gave no notice of his arrival. When told that the Empress Dowager and Ying were by the lotus pond, he approached with only Xiaozhong in tow. From afar he saw quite a few people gathered. Zhaochong immediately spotted his mother, and Ying among them. He also heard the sounds of excitement and hurried over quickly. As he drew closer, he noticed everyone's attention was fixed on the water. So he too looked toward the lotus pond. What he saw made him pause. Bobbing in the water was a soaking wet Persian hound, a carp clamped in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the hound he had given Ying. The crowd erupted into cheers. His mother and his beloved concubine clapped excitedly together, visibly thrilled. Zhaochong's head buzzed. Headache. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Fetish. After all, it was a Persian hound specially presented as tribute. To have it enter the water and catch fish like this was entirely undignified. Zhaochong pressed his forehead, looking displeased despite the helpless smile on his face. The palace maids by the lotus pond hadn't noticed the emperor's arrival. At the glimpse of the golden hem of his imperial robe, they were already terrified out of their wits. In an instant, kneeling voices of greetings filled the air as everyone dropped to their knees, trembling like leaves in the wind, full of fear. Ying and the Empress Dowager turned around almost at the same time. Compared to the palace maids, the two appeared far more composed, but the remnants of laughter at the corners of their eyes and mouth, the blush on their cheeks, the slightly tousled hair, and the swaying golden hairpins all exposed the excitement and delight they had been indulging in moments earlier. Ying might still be excused. But in Zhaochong's mind, the Empress Dowager had always been dignified and composed, graceful and proper. He had never seen his mother appear in such a state. Your concubine greets your majesty, wishing your majesty boundless fortune and blessings. With her radiant smile quickly tucked away, Ying lowered her head and paid proper respects to the emperor, flawless in form and manner. Zhaochong's thoughts moved rapidly as he looked at her. He saw Ying utterly unflustered, calm as ever. Even in this moment, she still had the presence of mind to mock herself inwardly. To get caught red-handed just like this. What luck. Clearly I should have checked the almanac before leaving the palace. Now I'm bound to provoke imperial wrath. Zhaochong wasn't surprised in the least at Ying's mindset. Especially since letting the Persian hound catch fish was likely her doing. She could do it without the slightest notion that it might be wrong. Before he could speak, the Empress Dowager asked lightly, What brings your majesty to the imperial garden at this hour today? Her tone lacked the usual warmth and concern, instead faintly laced with blame. His Majesty's face looked so stern. I must protect noble consort Shu. Let's not frighten her. Zhaochong. He was now certain that his own mother was indeed blaming him. I happen to be free today, Zhaochong said calmly, and was planning to pay my respects at Yongsho Palace. I heard you were in the imperial garden, so I came here instead. Composing himself, he glanced around at the palace servants kneeling on the ground and then at the lotus pond, asking knowingly, What are you doing, mother? The Empress Dowager returned to her usual composed self. She leisurely reached up and straightened a crooked golden hairpin. Nothing much, she said indifferently. I heard noble consort Shu was causing a commotion here in the imperial garden, and was just about to bring her back to Yongsho Palace for a reprimand. Your Majesty needn't trouble yourself over it. She spoke casually, as though it were merely a trivial matter, but saying that the emperor need not bother, and that she would bring someone back for discipline. Even a few light scoldings from her would still count as a reprimand. Zhaochong had already heard her inner thoughts earlier. Knowing she had resolved to shield Ying, he wasn't surprised by her statement. Ying, however, was momentarily stunned. Though she had anticipated the Empress Dowager might intercede on her behalf, she had not expected such blatant favoritism. Still, being favored was always a joy. Recovering quickly, Ying gave a small, restrained smile and promptly curbed it, solemnly apologizing. Your concubine was out of line and is willing to receive your teachings, Your Majesty. The two seemed to work in tandem, leaving the Emperor feeling that if he stepped in, it would appear as though he were deliberately opposing the Empress Dowager. But Zhao Chong hadn't truly come with the intent to punish Ying. Still, for them to act so unruly in the imperial garden, and for even his mother to be joining in the nonsense, was truly inappropriate. If word spread, it would only invite criticism. His headache worsened, and he gave Ying a sidelong glare. Why are you being so unruly? Ying understood this was her chance to explain. Your Majesty, I was merely walking Ah Huang in the imperial garden, as I often do. When we neared the lotus pond, Ah Huang suddenly jumped into the water. At first he was just playing around, but to my surprise when he came back up he had a fish in his mouth. I found it so curious that I momentarily lost my sense of decorum, and had him catch a few more fish. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. Zhao Chong asked. So it was the Persian hound acting on its own? I dare not speak rashly, Ying replied. Then pausing slightly she added. But watching Ah Huang just now I couldn't help but wonder. Do other Persian hounds also have this ability to catch fish from water? Zhao Chong regarded her with faint amusement. Was she now trying to persuade him to bring all the other Persian hounds out to the garden for a water performance? Still harboring mischief even at this point. Ying saw the Emperor's expression grow cold and sensed he wasn't keen on her idea. She felt slightly disappointed. Her proposal had been such a good one. If the other Persian hounds could also catch fish, it meant they had been trained before the tribute, and the Persian envoy likely wouldn't mind even if he heard of this. If the other dogs didn't have this skill, then Ah Huang was clearly special, worthy of praise. But Ying didn't say all this aloud. Since the Emperor wasn't pleased, the more she explained, the more likely she would provoke him. Better to say nothing at all. Zhao Chong, however, had heard her entire internal analysis. He raised a brow. Persian hounds are hunting dogs. Since when do they all know how to fish? Ying felt wronged in her heart. I know how to embroider and paint. Why shouldn't a hunting dog know how to hunt and fish? Zhao Chong. Was she really comparing a person to a dog? But thinking carefully, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. If all the Persian dogs sent to Great Yen over the years had such skills, perhaps they had been specially trained. Besides, he himself had never seen a hunting dog that could fish before. Though the Empress Dowager couldn't hear Ying's thoughts, she could already guess based on her words. So she said, I had assumed you trained it yourself, so you only discovered its talent by accident. Yes, Your Majesty. Ying lowered her head respectfully. If other Persian hounds are like this too, it would be even more amusing. The Empress Dowager looked at Zhao Chong. Though her expression was composed, her eyes were full of hope, clearly waiting for him to give the order. Especially since Zhao Chong could hear her inner thoughts. His Majesty has been burdened with state affairs for years. Perhaps he's lost some of the joy in life. What harm is there in this? Better to laugh along with them for once. Zhao Chong was both amused and exasperated. But realizing his mother so rarely had moments of relaxation, he finally relented. Hearing noble consort Shu say that, now I'm curious as well. Clearing his throat, Zhao Chong said deeply, then seeing the smile in the Empress Dowager's eyes, he gave in and treated the matter like a performance for her enjoyment. Thus, not only did the crowd by the lotus pond not disperse, they grew larger and noisier. The barking of dogs echoed continuously. Persian hounds were naturally good in water, and palace attendants in boats kept watch, so there was little risk of accidents. But in the end, only the dog Zhao Chong had gifted Ying showed the ability to catch fish. Moreover, the dog seemed remarkably intelligent. As if it understood what the crowd wanted to see, it kept diving and bringing back fish. The Empress Dowager beamed by the pond, praising it repeatedly. Zhao Chong also found it amusing. Hearing Ying's silent pride over the hound being hers, and feeling smug about his own sharp judgment, since he'd personally chosen the dog, he laughed inwardly. It seems only the Persian hound I gave you has this fishing talent. The game concluded. Zhao Chong, suppressing his amusement, straightened his face and said seriously, Beloved consort, take good care of it from now on. Yes, Your Majesty. Ying bowed and accepted the command. The Empress Dowager, holding on to Nanny Su's hand, glanced at the sky. It's gotten late without notice. I'm sure Your Majesty has important matters. No need to delay your business to escort me. Let noble consort Shu send me back to Yongshou Palace. Zhao Chong also looked at the sky. It was nearly noon, and not only did his mother show no sign of inviting him to stay for lunch, She was clearly shooing him away. Zhao Chong. Was his own mother chasing him off? But he did have ministers to meet after lunch, so despite some dissatisfaction, he let it go. Shortly after, the bustle in the imperial garden finally dispersed. Ying took her Persian hound and the fish it had caught and accompanied the Empress Dowager back to Yongshou Palace. The Empress Dowager was all smiles. Ying too was in good spirits. "Have a cup of plum juice to cool off," she said. Once inside, Nanny Su helped the Empress Dowager to the Luohan couch and ordered the sour plum drink to be served. The Empress Dowager then smiled and invited Ying to join her. Ying gave thanks and accepted without formality. After she put the cup down, the Empress Dowager said, "When I was little, I used to wonder if big dogs could catch fish from the water, but never had the chance to find out. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it truly is fascinating." But she wasn't really talking about whether dogs could fish. Ying understood she was reminiscing about those carefree, joyful days of her youth, and her heart ached slightly. Even in her past life, she hadn't known the Empress Dowager to have such a nature. Now, she better understood what the Empress Dowager had once said to her. "If your Majesty finds it fun, next time you're free, I'll have a Huang perform for you again," Ying said with a soft smile. The Empress Dowager chuckled again, then had someone bring out freshly stewed black chicken soup for Ying, and invited her to stay for lunch. A Huang also ate in Yongshou Palace, enjoying not only one of the freshly caught fish but also beef and pork, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. But just as Ying left Yongshou Palace, a young eunuch sent by the emperor invited her to Qingjin Hall. The emperor was in council with his ministers, so Ying was led to wait in a side hall. She waited idly for over half an hour before the emperor finally summoned her. "Your concubine greets your Majesty, wishing your Majesty boundless fortune." Her voice broke the silence of the grand hall as she stood at the jade steps and bowed deeply to Zhao Chong seated at the imperial desk. Zhao Chong didn't look up. "Come here," Ying responded, rising and walking up the jade steps to stand respectfully by his desk. Zhao Chong immediately ordered, "Grind ink for me." "Yes," Ying answered again. She rolled up her sleeves, lowered her eyes, and began grinding ink in silence. The emperor was handling official affairs. As for her, with her idle and leisurely days, she had no desire to involve herself in court politics, and she certainly wasn't going to pry. Although she had briefly suspected that her distance from state affairs might have prompted the emperor to test her by summoning her here, she felt it was more likely related to the Empress Dowager. So she simply waited for the emperor to speak. As she stood by the imperial desk grinding ink, her entire focus was on the smooth yellow clay inkstone carved with a dragon head, refusing to let her gaze wander. The Chengni, refined clay, inkstone was of the utmost value, with the yellow clay and black vein variety being the finest of all. Earlier, she had bartered a carved red lacquered brush with floral and fruit design in exchange for one of her paintings, but saw no improvement in her art. She now suspected the fault lay with the inkstone. She would have to think of a way to replace it. Zhao Chong heard Ying inwardly complain about the inkstone and, recalling the time he had witnessed her painting, the corner of his mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. With her level of skill, even the finest brush, ink, paper and inkstone would be nothing but a waste. "What has beloved consort been busy with lately?" Zhao Chong asked, interrupting her thoughts. Ying replied, "Every morning and evening, I walk the Persian hound. The rest of my time I spend reading, practicing calligraphy, and painting." "I still remember one of your paintings from before," Zhao Chong said. "Has your technique improved recently?" Ying. "Upon seeing the inkstone your Majesty uses, I suddenly realized, it must be my own inkstone that is lacking. That's why my skill has not improved these past days," she said. Zhao Chong gave a sideways glance at Ying, who so righteously blamed her lack of progress on the inkstone, and couldn't help but chuckle. But instead of criticizing her, he changed the subject. "Was it you who invited Mother to the imperial garden?" Replying to your Majesty, this concubine did not visit Yongshou Palace today nor sent anyone to invite the Empress Dowager, Ying answered truthfully. It was only after Ah Huang caught a fish that the Empress Dowager arrived at the imperial garden. When the Empress Dowager had suddenly appeared, Ying had noticed no sign of anger on her face and knew she likely wouldn't be punished. So she had boldly invited her to watch the Persian hound catch fish. Hearing this, Zhao Chong frowned slightly. If so, his mother claiming to have heard Ying was misbehaving in the imperial garden was likely not a chance rumor, but something someone had intentionally mentioned to her. "Since Mother was pleased today, I'll overlook your mischief in the garden," Zhao Chong said gravely. "But this is not to happen again. That Persian hound wasn't gifted to you to make a spectacle of." Ying thought to herself, "Isn't that just because there's nowhere else to let it hunt?" Then she remembered that the emperor had promised to take her hunting during the autumn hunt. If she could go, she'd get to stay at the hunting palace for a while. She could take Ah Huang hunting, and for a concubine this opportunity only came once a year. Yes, this concubine will remember your Majesty's instruction, Ying obediently replied. Then, sneaking a glance at him, she decided to drop a subtle reminder. Since Ah Huang is a Persian hunting dog, I imagine he must be quite brave when hunting. This concubine has never seen him in action. Might your Majesty permit me to bring Ah Huang along to the autumn hunt? As for the promise she made to the Empress Dowager about letting Ah Huang perform again, she didn't worry. There was a lotus pond in Yongshou Palace as well with fish inside. It wouldn't be as conspicuous there as it was in the Imperial Garden. Her mind turned rapidly, each thought and word clearly reaching Zhao Chong's ears. Her subtlety made Zhao Chong's fingers tremble as he held the brush, nearly smudging the memorial he was reviewing. Subtle indeed. So subtle that only a deaf person would miss her point. Zhao Chong put down the imperial brush and smiled at Ying. Beloved consort seems quite eager for the autumn hunt? Ying responded calmly, not blushing at all. Your Majesty previously said the autumn hunt was near and that you'd take this concubine along. Your Majesty is true to your word. How could I not believe? Zhao Chong recalled that he had indeed said that, on that day in the clear bamboo pavilion bath chamber. His mind involuntarily recalled what had happened that day. Thinking of such things in broad daylight was improper. Zhao Chong coughed into his fist and said, "A ruler does not speak in jest. When the time comes, you shall indeed accompany me." He paused and added, "And your Persian hound shall come along as well." Joy bloomed on Ying's face. She curtsied immediately. "Thank you for your Majesty's grace." That radiant and vivid smile returned to her face, and Zhao Chong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her. But there was nothing he could do, so he simply dismissed her. Ying left Qingjin Hall with much gained and a smile that lingered on her lips. The emperor had now promised to bring her and her Persian dog to the autumn hunt. It was essentially guaranteed, a rare chance to leave the palace and enjoy herself. After Ying departed, Zhao Chong summoned Xiaojiang. "Who visited Yongshou Palace to pay respects today?" Zhao Chong asked. "Replying to your Majesty, only Beauty Gu paid a visit to the Empress Dowager this morning," Xiaojiang replied with a bow. Zhao Chong furrowed his brow and instantly understood. This Beauty Gu must have been the one who tattled on Ying in front of his mother. But his mother had enjoyed herself. And she probably hadn't missed the intention behind Gu's words either. Zhao Chong pondered for a moment, then recalled Ying's complaints about her inkstone while grinding ink earlier. He gave an order. "Take that Qingni plantain leaf inkstone and 2 sticks of the Banana Grove auspicious ink, and deliver them to Clear Bamboo Pavilion. Tell her to practice her painting diligently. I will test her progress in the future." Xiaojiang accepted the order and left. Zhao Chong too pushed aside these thoughts and returned to his duties. After leaving Yongshou Palace and stopping by Jiahui Hall to report her efforts to the virtuous consort, Gu Zhenjin returned to Tingyu Tower. She had known the Empress Dowager went to the Imperial Garden. Later, hearing that the Emperor had gone too, she was certain the Emperor would be furious and was eagerly waiting for Ying to be scolded. But she waited and waited. No news came of Imperial rage. No punishment from the Empress Dowager either. Instead, she heard Ying had stayed for lunch at Yongshou Palace. Then Grand Eunuch Xiaojiang had delivered rewards to Clear Bamboo Pavilion. She felt so suffocated it was like a blockage stuck in her chest. Unable to go up or down. How could it be like this? Why was Ying always so lucky, never punished for anything? Gu Zhenjin stomped her foot in frustration. Cui Mei, her chief maid, looked on helplessly. Not long after, a maid from the virtuous consort came with a message. She advised Gu Zhenjin to stay indoors for the next few days and remain at Tingyu Tower. Hearing that the virtuous consort suspected Ying might think she was the one who told the Empress Dowager, Gu Zhenjin's heart skipped. Though unwilling, she pouted and agreed. She was afraid she might run into Ying outside and get attacked by her dog. Back at Clear Bamboo Pavilion, Ying soon learned that Gu Zhenjin had gone to Yongshou Palace that day. She immediately guessed that it was Gu Zhenjin who told the Empress Dowager about what happened in the Imperial Garden. But to say she hadn't expected the Emperor and Empress Dowager to find out was untrue. She had anticipated it, and even prepared an explanation, which indeed proved useful. Seeing the Emperor send her the Qingni inkstone and inksticks, Ying, having saved a considerable sum, was in a very good mood. Though she disliked Gu Zhenjin's tattling, she didn't bother to go out of her way to punish her. After all, if they met again, settling scores would be easy. "Put everything away," she told Biliu. After a long day of activity, Ying felt lazy all over and reclined on the beauty couch. Xie Baolin had recently recovered from a serious illness, like one foot at death's door. Now slowly regaining her strength, she also began to find clarity. She forced herself to abandon all the thoughts that tormented her, finally deciding to let herself go. She had only ever been a sixth-rank beauty in the harem. Without the emperor's favor, no one cared about her. Being bullied by higher-ranked consorts and ignored by eunuchs had become routine. For the sake of her family, she had shamelessly pleaded with many people. Noble consort Shu and concubine Shun were among the few who had been kind to her. At the time she had been too panicked to think clearly. But during her illness, everything became crystal clear. While others shunned her as unlucky, concubine Shun still visited her, and noble consort Shu kindly summoned the imperial physician. She was deeply grateful. Especially to noble consort Shu. She felt she ought to go to Clear Bamboo Pavilion and express her thanks. So she carefully selected a few of the only decent pieces of jewelry she had from her small storeroom. She instructed her maid to organize everything and prepared to go express her gratitude. "Mistress, all is ready." Hearing her maid's voice, Xie Baolin set aside her embroidery hoop and needle. She looked up and said warmly, "Then let's go." They exited Chunxiang Pavilion. Chunxiang Pavilion and Clear Bamboo Pavilion were both within Yunqi Palace and not far apart. Before long Xie Baolin saw the bamboo grove outside Clear Bamboo Pavilion. They circled it and walked toward the residence. But before they reached it, she noticed the maids there seemed busy, and soon saw Ying emerge from the building, followed by two chief maids who waited under the eaves. Xie Baolin stopped and frowned. "Is something happening at Clear Bamboo Pavilion today?" Her maid smiled. "Mistress will know once you ask." Xie Baolin immediately realized her maid knew the reason but was deliberately keeping it from her. Though she couldn't guess what had happened, she gave up her plan to visit and turned back toward Chunxiang Pavilion. Her maid, carrying several boxes, was stunned. Seeing Xie Baolin resolute, she hurried after her. "Mistress, please don't be upset. I only meant well." Xie Baolin frowned deeply. "Meaning well?" "By deliberately keeping things from me." The maid fell silent. After a few moments, seeing that Xie Baolin was still set on returning, she hurried after her again and muttered, "Mistress, it's because His Majesty summoned noble consort Shu tonight." Xie Baolin froze. The maid continued nervously, "I thought, since you happened to be going to thank her, maybe you could catch a glimpse of His Majesty." "Ridiculous." Xie Baolin snapped, then didn't know what else to say. But the maid said, "Mistress, didn't His Majesty reward you some time ago? That shows he doesn't resent you. If that's the case, why not take this chance to improve your standing? At least then you won't suffer as much. Last time you were ill, you couldn't even get a doctor." Xie Baolin was silent. She had suffered too much in the harem without imperial favor. After a long pause, she sighed and spoke more gently than before. "Even so, I absolutely will not do something like that. Wouldn't that be biting the hand that fed me?" Her maid knew it would be taking advantage of Ying, and had no defense. She fell silent. Xie Baolin only said, "Let's go back. I can thank her another day." Under the eaves of Clear Bamboo Pavilion, Ying glanced in the direction Xie Baolin had gone. Through the screen of green bamboo she could vaguely make out two figures. "Your Grace." Bifu noticed her gaze and looked in the same direction. Then she whispered, "This maid will go inquire later." Ying turned her face without commenting, and Bifu silently noted it. Soon the imperial entourage appeared in Ying's view. Moments later, she welcomed Zhao Chong into Clear Bamboo Pavilion. They shared dinner, drank 2 cups of tea, and then the emperor ordered hot water prepared. Then he said, "Tonight, I must trouble my beloved consort again." It meant Ying was to assist with his bath. She understood, but because she did understand, her hand pouring tea paused. Again? Could he actually have a fetish? Zhao Chong, nearly choking on his tea. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Fresh. Zhao Chong steadied his emotions and placed his teacup down with a controlled, neutral gesture. Ying, however, felt that she needed to calm herself as well. She rose and acknowledged the emperor's words, then used the excuse of preparing towels, nightclothes, and other necessities to step away. Zhao Chong remained seated on the Luohan couch. Though he appeared perfectly composed on the surface, he was inwardly far from calm. He had already experienced firsthand how unromantic this favored consort of his could be, but seeing it again today left him speechless all over again. He couldn't help but feel both annoyed and confused at how she perceived him. Then he reminded himself that Ying was, after all, unfamiliar with matters between men and women. Her misunderstandings were inevitable. He really shouldn't take it so personally. Going back and forth in his own mind, and pouring himself 2 more cups of tea, he finally managed to suppress his frustration. Thinking Ying might have some misconceptions about such matters, Zhao Chong concluded he shouldn't rush things. Otherwise, if she were to mistake him for a lecherous man driven by lust, that would be even worse. Resolving himself to this thought, he recalled what Imperial Physician Liu had said about Ying's condition. With that, his mood gradually settled. Glancing toward the bath chamber, He hesitated for a moment but remained seated calmly. Meanwhile, in the bath chamber, Ying was busy preparing everything for the emperor's bath. Her face as serene as usual, but her thoughts were in a tangle. She could accept many other things without issue, but when it came to the matter of intimacy, she found the emperor's behavior increasingly odd. It wasn't as if there was anything wrong with his health, and yet, for reasons she couldn't quite explain, his actions kept giving her goosebumps. In her previous life, their intimate moments had certainly gone far beyond this, but she had never once felt this kind of vague, inexplicable discomfort. By all rights, such things between them should have felt natural and unremarkable. If this really was some sort of fetish, then the emperor had hidden it well. Turning that thought over in her mind, Ying reflected. As strange as the emperor's behavior might be, it at least spared her the immediate worry of becoming pregnant, which was one less burden. As for the emperor's unique preferences, whether or not they fell within the bounds of what a concubine should endure, there was little she could do to refuse, and so long as no harm came to her, she could endure it. Still, perhaps there was a way. Last time she had done her utmost to serve the emperor during his bath. He must have found it pleasant, which was why he kept coming back. So why not do the opposite this time and dampen his interest? If she served him poorly and made him unhappy, perhaps he wouldn't come looking for her again anytime soon. That would be a welcome reprieve. Surely, given the emperor's temperament, he wouldn't be so unreasonable as to punish her just because she didn't scrub his back well enough. With this line of reasoning settled, Ying's mood finally returned to calm. When she emerged from the bath chamber again, she was as composed and serene as ever when facing the emperor. Zhao Chong immediately noticed her tranquil demeanor. All the palace maids had been dismissed from the bath chamber. Zhao Chong kept his jaw taut as he silently observed Ying helping him undress. She was even more obedient and demure than before. Eyes lowered, expression blank, her gaze never straying. Gone was the shyness she had shown last time. She didn't sneak glances at him, nor did she seem to be secretly judging him in her heart. She behaved as though this were nothing more than a task that had to be done. Her movements were efficient as she undressed him. Even after he entered the bath, she didn't spare him a single glance. Zhao Chong sank into the hot water in silence, more confused than ever. Had he really scared her that badly? Zhao Chong had wanted to comfort Ying and clear up any misunderstanding, but since she hadn't shown any sign of needing reassurance, and given his lack of experience in such matters, he found himself unusually hesitant. Besides, considering the current situation and setting, speaking seriously about such things would only make it all the more awkward. Once again deep in thought, Zhao Chong didn't react immediately when Ying sat on the tall stool and began wiping down his back. Then, pain flared suddenly across his back, yanking him back to reality. Unlike her previous gentle service when helping him bathe, Ying now used her full strength, almost as if she wished to scrub his skin off entirely. His back stung, likely reddened from the vigorous rubbing, but she showed no sign of stopping. Hearing him let out a subconscious grunt from the pain only seemed to encourage her. She doubled down with even more enthusiasm. Zhao Chong. This was so obviously deliberate that it was impossible to even make excuses for her. Grinding his teeth, Zhao Chong endured it. With a forced smile, he offered a subtle reminder. Beloved consort, your strength today is quite considerable. From behind came Ying's voice, calm and poised. Your Majesty flatters me. With that, she assumed he had praised her and redoubled her efforts to torment the skin on his back. Seeing her growing increasingly aggressive, Zhao Chong finally had to reach back and grab her wrist to stop her. He hadn't expected that the moment he touched her, her inner thoughts would rush into his mind. He's mad already. Will he not let me bathe him next time? Zhao Chong finally understood. She had indeed been frightened last time. That was why she now preferred to provoke his anger and earn punishment, hoping he would shun her and thereby avoid any further intimacy. Whatever irritation he had felt earlier instantly vanished. Suppressing the rest of his emotions, Zhao Chong held her wrist and in one fluid motion, rose from the water. Ying had thought she was about to face the wrath of an angry emperor, but instead, she was stunned to suddenly find Zhao Chong's lean and upright figure rising before her with a splash. Then, as he turned fully around and presented himself completely, Ying instinctively lowered her eyes, but not before catching a glimpse. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. She lowered her head and sat quietly on the stool. Just as she was nervously wondering what he might do next, without warning, he scooped her up. Startled, she didn't even have time to react before she was enveloped in splashes of water. Zhao Chong had pulled her into the bath with him. Her thin clothes immediately soaked through and clung tightly to her body. Ying was almost seated in the bathwater, her back against the tub wall, and Zhao Chong's arm now around her waist, steadying her in the water. Their gazes met. Ying blinked, uncertain of what was happening. Then Zhao Chong spoke. There's something I want to tell you. His wet fingers brushed against her soft cheek, leaving a trail of water behind. I asked Imperial Physician Lu before. He said your body is still recovering from the medications, and many things are best avoided for now. So I decided to wait until you're fully well. Though not explicit, his words were clear enough for Ying to understand. She was surprised and found it oddly touching. Was he explaining himself? Before she could think further, Zhao Chong grasped her chin and kissed her swiftly on the lips. Don't let your thoughts wander. Ying. She reflexively broke out in goosebumps, forcing a dry laugh. Of course not, Your Majesty. Seeing that she didn't doubt his words, Zhao Chong felt slightly relieved. His gaze lowered unintentionally, and then quickly turned away. Through the rippling water, he had glimpsed the alluring curves of Ying's form beneath her soaked clothes. The wet fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining her delicate yet shapely figure in exquisite detail. Just one glance and his breath caught. A tightness rose in his throat. He felt a surge of heat in his lower abdomen and quickly released her. He coughed lightly and said, "Very good, beloved consort." Ying had caught every subtle gesture and flicker of emotion in his expression. Knowing he truly had no intention of making trouble with her in the bath, she didn't push further. I shall continue scrubbing Your Majesty's back. Only then did Zhao Chong remember the lingering pain on his back. Not wanting to suffer under her hands any longer, he immediately said, "No need. I'll do it myself." Then another issue presented itself. Ying's clothes were soaked through. She obviously couldn't remain like that. But Zhao Chong wasn't about to subject himself to the torment of a full-on lover's bath either, so he wrapped her in a large dry towel and told her to wait. Then he quickly bathed himself and stepped out, ordering someone to bring in fresh hot water. After personally preparing hot water for her, Zhao Chong finally left the bath chamber. Ying watched him go, emotions swirling. She eventually stripped off the drenched garments and sank into the bath, sighing with genuine appreciation. Soaking in hot water prepared personally by the emperor. This is the height of comfort. But alas, her plan to scrub him into staying away had failed. The emperor had clearly been displeased at the time, yet said not a word of blame. Instead, he explained why he hadn't been intimate with her. Ying reflected. The only logical explanation for the emperor's behavior was that he assumed her rough service tonight was linked to her prior shock and discomfort while attending his bath. He must think she was frightened, and that she was trying to avoid intimacy. Ying. If this meant he would no longer summon her to bathe him, well, that was perfectly fine with her. After bathing and dressing, Ying returned. Soon after, she and Zhao Chong settled down together. As always, she slept peacefully in his arms, unaware that Zhao Chong, holding her warm soft body, was repeatedly haunted by the image of her soaking wet figure in the bath. The torment kept him awake. In the end, he had no choice but to get up once. Only after releasing some of that tension did he return and finally fall asleep beside her. Still, Zhao Chong didn't consider any of this particularly frustrating. Though it brought him some discomfort, it was a small price to pay for his ability to read thoughts, a skill that gave him extraordinary clarity in court politics and helped him avoid countless missteps. For the sake of the country, this minor sacrifice of personal desire was worth it. He hadn't yet realized that he was placing all his hopes for emotional clarity and connection solely on Ying. For now, he simply held the warm softness in his arms and slept soundly. The next morning, Zhao Chong went to court as usual. Before leaving, he reminded her, "Beloved consort, since you've accepted the Qingni inkstone and inksticks, be sure to practice your painting diligently. In a few days, I shall examine your progress." Summer Jiang had already conveyed this once before. Now that the emperor was personally repeating it, Ying could only nod and say yes. After seeing the emperor off, Ying prepared to take the Persian hound for a walk. Last evening on the veranda, the two people your grace saw were Beauty Xia and her chief maid, Bifu reported before they left. I asked around carefully. Turns out the maid was carrying several jewelry boxes, following Beauty Xia toward the clear bamboo pavilion. But not long after, they turned back. Ying noticed Bifu seemed hesitant. She smiled and asked, "You want to say something?" Bifu bit her lip and said, "If Beauty Xia truly wanted to thank your grace, she could have come any day. Yet yesterday, when His Majesty flipped your grace's name card, she suddenly remembered to come, and then gave up midway for unknown reasons. Judge by actions, not by intent," Ying said calmly as she took the dog leash from Bifu. "If she really had come at such a time, then so be it. But since she didn't, whether she decided it was improper and refrained, or simply feared me and gave up, either way, it's not a bad thing." Bifu nodded in agreement. Ying took her along to Waka Huang, and to her surprise, just as they reached the imperial garden, they encountered the very person she'd been meaning to see. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 Lesson. Although Gu Zhenjin often flitted around in front of Ying had never really taken her seriously. She knew Gu Zhenjin lacked brains or skill. No matter how much scheming she tried, she couldn't stir up any real waves. It wasn't worth Ying's time or effort to deal with her. But when Gu Zhenjin attempted to provoke trouble by sowing discord in front of the Empress Dowager, hoping to use the Dowager's hand to cause mischief, that Ying could not ignore. Especially now that she had roped in the virtuous consort. Ying had already made up her mind. Gu Zhenjin was going to be taught a lesson. She had assumed she would have to wait for the next visit to Jiaohui Hall to run into her. Yet here she was, early in the morning, already bumping into her in the Imperial Garden. Ying's morning and evening dog-walking routine had long become well known. There was no way Gu Zhenjin didn't know. And since she knew, yet still showed up in the Imperial Garden at this hour, and even after spotting Ying, made no effort to avoid her. It was clear. Gu Zhenjin had come looking for trouble. Thoughts flashed like lightning in Ying's mind. By then, Gu Zhenjin had already stepped forward and greeted her. Your concubine greets noble consort Shu. Beauty Gu, Ying said with a faint smile, lips curling softly. As Gu Zhenjin bowed, the Persian hound Ying held barked a few times. When she rose, Gu Zhenjin instinctively stepped back in fear. Ying, seeing this, called the dog to her side and crouched down, calmly rubbing and soothing it. Watching how obedient the hound was at Ying's side, Gu Zhenjin found it curious, but remembering what she came to do, she stepped forward again. Noble consort Shu, this concubine. Gu Zhenjin had only just begun to speak, hadn't even finished her sentence, when Ying suddenly took a quick step forward and supported her with both hands. Gu Zhenjin had been about to kneel before her, but Ying's sudden grip forced her to stand upright instead. This unexpected gesture left Gu Zhenjin stunned. Then she heard Ying speak meaningfully. Whatever Beauty Gu wishes to say, I already understand. Understand? Understand what? Gu Zhenjin was confused, and as Ying released her arms and took a step back, she instinctively looked up in a daze, only to see Ying give her a dazzling sweet smile. It was an absolutely charming smile, but Gu Zhenjin felt a chill crawl down her spine. Something wasn't right. Before she could figure out what, another bark pulled her back to reality. The Persian hound had come forward, baring its teeth at her and barking furiously. Gu Zhenjin backed away instinctively in panic, but then to her horror, the hound suddenly dashed straight at her. Only a few seconds had passed in total. In a blink the dog was at her feet. Gu Zhenjin looked down and saw it open its jaws and go for her skirt, fangs bared. Her mind went blank, buzzing in terror. She ran, pure instinct taking over. But the more she ran, the more the Persian hound chased her, refusing to let up. And all the while it continued barking, almost as if it wanted to remind her that she was being pursued. The more it barked, the more panicked she became, not daring to stop for even a second. With the dog so close behind her, sounding like it was about to pounce at any moment, Gu Zhenjin couldn't hold back her tears anymore. They streamed down her face in fear. Her mind was a blur. She screamed for her chief maid Cui Mei to save her, only to remember in horror that she hadn't brought Cui Mei with her. She had come alone to the Imperial Garden. Then it all came back to her why she had come. The virtuous consort had specifically sent a message through a maid, warning her to avoid Ying for the time being. She had taken it to heart. She had intended to do exactly that. But after lying awake half the night, pondering the consort's words, she began to think that this might be an opportunity instead. It was true. She had been the one who told the Empress Dowager about the Persian hound catching fish in the lotus pond. But upon closer inspection, she had never said anything bad about Ying. And look at the result. Ying hadn't been punished. Instead, the emperor rewarded her. If Ying tried to blame her, wouldn't that only make her look unreasonable? So Gu Zhenjin had changed her mind. Instead of avoiding Ying, she had come to the Imperial Garden early, hoping to wait for the rabbit at the tree. Even if she suffered a little at Ying's hands today, it would be worth it if she could provoke Ying into stepping out of line, and earn the emperor's disappointment. As she fled from the chasing hound with all her strength, Gu Zhenjin slowly regained some clarity. She had planned to greet Ying politely and apologize for past offenses. She knew Ying would not forgive her and would likely make things difficult. If Ying took the bait, her plan would succeed. But to her shock, Ying hadn't even let her speak. Gu Zhenjin froze mid-thought. In a flash of realization she understood. It had all been deliberate. That moment when Ying reached out to support her. That was when she had released the dog leash. Originally, the Persian hound had been tethered in Ying's hand. And by using both hands to hold her, Ying had dropped the leash instead of handing it to a maid. After that, the hound had charged her without warning. That move was absolutely intentional. With such a smart hound by her side, and knowing Gu Zhenjin was terribly afraid of dogs, Ying didn't even need to lift a finger to teach her a lesson. Gu Zhenjin, who hated the smell of sweat in summer, liked to wear strong, luxurious perfumes blended from rare aromatics like agarwood, sandalwood, tulip, clove, and borneal from plum blossoms. Just now, when Gu Zhenjin came forward to pay her respects, Ying caught a familiar scent. So, while crouching to soothe the Persian hound, she took the opportunity to reveal a corner of a handkerchief that had been pre-scented with the same fragrance, allowing the dog to take a sniff. As a hunting dog, the Persian hound was not only highly intelligent and agile, but naturally had a sharp sense of smell. Therefore, it obeyed and went to chase after Gu Zhenjin. Ying narrowed her eyes slightly as she watched Gu Zhenjin flee in terror through the imperial garden, crying and sobbing uncontrollably, completely disheveled. A deep smile tugged at her lips. Since she gave no command, none of her attendants would step in to help. And as Gu Zhenjin hadn't brought any of her own maids, there was absolutely no one to come to her rescue. Oh dear. How did it run off like that? Letting the Persian hound bark furiously and chase Gu Zhenjin for quite a while, Ying finally showed a slow expression of surprise on her face. Go quickly and help Beauty Gu. Feeling it was about time, Ying instructed the young palace maid who usually tended to the Persian hound at Qingzhou Pavilion. The maid immediately took the order and ran off after the dog and Gu Zhenjin. At this point, Gu Zhenjin's breathing was ragged, her face streaked with tears, completely devoid of grace, and she was nearly out of breath. She tried to hold on, but in the end her strength failed and she stumbled and fell to the ground. The very next second, the Persian hound leapt on her. Gu Zhenjin lay flat on the ground, eyes tightly shut, accepting her fate, her heart filled with terror as her body trembled uncontrollably. Yet the expected pain did not come. Instead, she felt something wet and soft suddenly lick her face twice. Gu Zhenjin's eyes flew open in shock. When she realized it was the Persian hound licking her face, the tears flowed even more violently. Help! With a hoarse throat, Gu Zhenjin let out a weak, dying cry for help. Just then, she suddenly felt the weight on her body lift. She focused her eyes and saw the palace maid pulling the dog away with its leash. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure standing before her. In lingering fear, she raised her head and saw Ying standing tall above her, looking down with a cold, composed expression. Why did noble consort Shu harm me? Startled, she finally gathered her senses and couldn't help but question her. Ying curved her lips. You mustn't make such wild accusations. What evidence does Beauty Gu have to say I harmed you? Gu Zhenjin choked on her words and Ying continued. Ah Huang likes Beauty Gu, that's why it chased you. How could you hurt Ah Huang's feelings like that? Tears welled in Gu Zhenjin's eyes as she cried out. But I don't like it. Is that so? Then I'll be sure to tell Ah Huang that Beauty Gu doesn't like it, Ying said with a smiling tilt of her eyes. Perhaps next time it won't just chase you to lick your face but instead. Instead what? The image of being chased and bitten immediately flashed through Gu Zhenjin's mind, and her body trembled again. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Ying retracted her smile and lowered her voice, speaking slowly and coolly. One more thing, thank you Beauty Gu for speaking well of me before the Empress Dowager. But let this be the last time. If it happens again, I can't say what a Huang might do. After all, it's still a hunting dog, no matter how intelligent. If it were to lose control and bite someone, whether the bite lands on the body or the face, it would be quite horrifying. Gu Zhenjin's eyes widened. Are you threatening me? Ying reached out to take the leash from the palace maid and gestured for Biwu to help Gu Zhenjin up. Calmly she replied. Just a kind warning. Having taught Gu Zhenjin a lesson and done all that needed to be done on the surface, Ying didn't bother to waste another word on her. She turned and led the dog away. Supported by Biwu, Gu Zhenjin watched Ying's departing back in a daze. Only now did it dawn on her. Having the head palace maid help her up was merely for show, a way to pretend none of it was deliberate and that everything had just been an unfortunate accident. Gu Zhenjin felt like swallowing bitter herbs. Lowering her head to glance at her mud-stained dress and raising a hand to touch her disheveled hair, the thought of her wretched state brought tears to her eyes once more. Your Highness saw what happened. Why didn't you help Beauty Gu? Hearing the question from her chief maid, Consort Liang Zhongfanqiu, turned her head slightly to glance at her and said blandly, Remember, we saw nothing. The maid froze for a second, then quickly responded with a yes. Consort Liang turned her gaze toward the distant Gu Zhenjin, pressed her lips together slightly, then turned and walked away. After walking the Persian hound and returning to Qingzhou Pavilion, Ying felt that all her energy for the day had been completely drained. Yet, not even half an hour later, Lady Xie came by again to offer thanks. Barely making it through the visit, Ying sent her back with the gifts she had brought, regaining some peace and quiet. But now she was so weary she didn't want to do anything at all. Only after waking from her afternoon nap did she feel a bit more refreshed. At that point, Biwu and Biliu came to ask if she wanted to practice painting. After all, When she had accepted the emperor's gifts of a Chengni banana leaf inkstone and a banana forest inkstick, she had said she'd try them today. Not today. Ying held onto her storybook tightly, showing no signs of letting go. Another day perhaps. But the emperor had mentioned that he would assess her progress. Biwu and Biliu had no choice but to gently remind her, hoping she would take the matter of painting more seriously, so that when the emperor did test her, he wouldn't be too disappointed by her lack of progress. After all, no one knew their mistress's painting skills better than they did. Their words did remind Ying, but not in the way they intended. Instead of making her want to improve, it made her suddenly realize the emperor was overly attentive to her, to the point of even caring whether or not she practiced painting. Painting was just something to pass the time. If she had to work hard at it just to please the emperor, she really didn't have that kind of ambition. Painting could be faked easily. But what she feared was that the emperor might soon come up with other ways to involve her, which would mean her peaceful days might be numbered. Though she still couldn't figure out why the emperor had taken such a particular interest in her, she hadn't done anything noteworthy. It must be some accident or misjudgment. She didn't mind receiving rewards on a silver platter, but this was simply too much. Excessive imperial favor. Few like Gu Zhenjin were foolish enough to act out in public, but in private, there would no doubt be many who now viewed her as a thorn in their side, a nail to be pulled out. After thinking for a long time, Ying concluded that she needed to find a way to make the emperor lose interest in her. Then she remembered the explanation the emperor had given in the bath. The emperor himself had said, golden words from his lips, that her body was still recovering and not suited to serve in bed. This was the perfect reason to ask the emperor to stop calling for her. There were countless beauties in the harem. The emperor should be flipping through other women's name cards. Once he started favoring others, he'd naturally lose interest in her and stop watching her so closely. Having settled on this, Ying thought to herself with amusement and helplessness. Here she was in this life with no intention of vying for favor, and yet she was about to persuade the emperor to spread his affections evenly. It was honestly laughable. Still, compared to her previous life, this outcome was something she truly couldn't ask for more. Painting is meant to cultivate the mind. Rushing will not yield results. Even if I am to learn, I must not be hasty. Ying pulled out a few high-sounding phrases to appease Biwu and Biliu. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry. Besides, even if I make no progress, His Majesty might be slightly disappointed, but he's not a stern tutor from the academy. Why would he care so much? Biwu and Biliu trusted her completely. They stopped pressing and let Ying handle it at her own pace. But the emperor's attention to the matter far exceeded Ying's expectations. 2 days later, he even sent someone to summon her to Jingting Hall, asking her to bring her paper, ink, brush, and inkstone to practice painting there. All the way to Jingting Hall, riding in a soft sedan, Ying inwardly grumbled that the emperor must have a screw loose. Outside the hall, she took several deep breaths before barely managing to put on a smile. Following the palace attendants, she slowly entered the hall and stepped forward to pay respects to the emperor. Behind the imperial desk on the jade dais, Zhao Chong looked up. Seeing Ying, he smiled slightly. My beloved consort has arrived. With that, he ordered the servants to prepare a desk, chair, and all necessary items, arranging them at the base of the jade platform. Zhao Chong sat behind the imperial desk at the top of the steps, positioned perfectly to observe everything Ying was doing. There would be no room for loafing or faking. Ying. Headache. Chapter 24. Chapter 24 Favoritism. Hearing Ying inwardly complain of a headache, the smile on Zhao Chong's lips deepened. Naturally, summoning her here wasn't to make things difficult for her. But seeing that she too had moments of helplessness, just like he did before, he couldn't help but find it amusing. The palace attendants quickly finished their preparations. Biwu and Biliu, following orders, retrieved the inkstone, brush, and paper from the writing box and arranged them neatly on the desk. Then Zhao Chong dismissed everyone in the hall, including Biwu and Biliu, leaving only himself and Ying. Beloved consort, have a seat, he said to Ying again. Despairing internally, Ying kept her face calm, thanked him for the favor and took her seat. She glanced up at the emperor seated regally behind the imperial desk on the jade dais and couldn't help but feel that he looked exactly like a strict teacher from an academy, if only there were a disciplinary ruler next to him. Of course, a schoolroom didn't have such grand architecture, but even so, those teachers had far less leisure than this one, insisting on keeping a young woman like her within arm's reach just to practice painting. Though Zhao Chong appeared to be reading his memorials, his thoughts were fully immersed in Ying's inner complaints, which he found quite amusing. In truth, summoning Ying to Jingting Hall was partly just to have an excuse to spend more time with her. Lately, he'd been thinking of her often and realized most of their meetings happened because he flipped her name card for the night. In such contexts, things naturally lean toward intimate affairs. A daytime meeting like this, avoiding such implications, was much more proper. Also, he wanted her to properly use the valuable gifts he had given. The Qingni banana leaf inkstone and the premium Jiaolin inksticks. He still remembered how last time in Qingjin Hall she had sworn her lack of progress was due to the ink and tools. Well, now she couldn't keep blaming those. Zhao Chong curved his lips into a faint smile, then resumed a neutral expression. He looked up from his desk and down at Ying. "Why aren't you moving, beloved consort?" Ying raised her eyes and met his gaze before quickly lowering them. With a calm voice and steady breath, she replied, "This consort is gathering inspiration." Zhao Chong replied solemnly, "It's just casual practice, there's no need to feel pressured. Best to start quickly." Ying. With no way to argue, she gave in and began grinding the ink. Her mood was low and she moved mechanically. After a while, Ying's expression subtly shifted. She suddenly set down the inkstick and placed her hand over her opposite arm. With a frown, she bowed and said with a pitiful tone, "Your Majesty, this consort's arm feels strangely sore and weak today. I'm afraid I can't paint." Zhao Chong looked over and narrowed his eyes. "Why would your arm suddenly feel weak?" "This consort is unsure," Ying replied softly. "Upon reflection, it may have started after I assisted your Majesty with your bath a few days ago. First it wasn't serious, so I paid it no mind. But just now the soreness worsened to the point it's hard to ignore. Failing to paint as expected is this consort's fault. I beg your Majesty's forgiveness." It was from scrubbing his back. Surely now she'd earned a break? Zhao Chong remembered that bath vividly. She had indeed put in effort. His back had been sore for days. How could she not also suffer some soreness in her arms? In a way, she'd reaped what she sowed. Now she was using that soreness as an excuse to slack off. It was almost admirable. Still, she'd worked hard. She deserved some sympathy. Zhao Chong's eyes sparkled faintly with amusement. He set down his documents and descended the jade steps toward Ying. She had no idea what he was planning. Even sensing something odd, she maintained her posture, hands on her arm, and stood obediently. To her surprise, the emperor gently guided her back to her seat behind the writing desk. She blinked up at him, puzzled, only for her hand to be lightly removed from her arm. "I often sit for long periods and my shoulders and back sometimes ache," Zhao Chong said as he began massaging her arm from behind. "So when the imperial physician showed me how to relieve the pain, I took the chance to learn a few techniques." He was going to massage her? Ying was both tempted and alarmed. Though the gesture was considerate, it was hardly proper. She tried to rise and protest. "Your Majesty is of noble stature. How can I let you serve me? I can ask my maid to help once I return. Please don't trouble yourself." Zhao Chong pushed her gently back into the rosewood chair. "No matter. There's no one else in the hall. We can disregard such formalities." Ying gave a token protest. "That won't do truly." Zhao Chong smoothly smiled. "Beloved consort resists my massage. Is this an act of defiance?" This consort dares not. Resigned, she sat still and let herself enjoy the emperor's attentiveness. He clearly had learned the proper technique. His touch was precise, the pressure perfect. It wasn't long before she felt thoroughly relaxed. As for her claimed soreness, merely a pretext to avoid practice. Though her arms had been sore for a day or two after the bath, it had long passed. "Is my beloved consort feeling better?" he asked after a few minutes. Ying replied respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty. This consort feels much improved." She hadn't expected the next line. "Excellent. Then you may resume painting." Ying. So this was his trap. The smile froze on her face. She hadn't expected to be played like this by the emperor himself. Was it really that important to make her paint? Wordless, Ying could only let him ruffle her hair gently. "All right, continue painting. I'll return to my documents," he said, going back up to the imperial desk. Knowing there was no escape, Ying reluctantly resumed her calligraphy practice. Zhao Chong watched her for a moment. Seeing her focused on painting, he settled back into reviewing court memorials. He had already guessed she would act like this, reserved and quiet, just like when she was summoned after her name was selected. And that suited him just fine. Focused on his task, Zhao Chong unknowingly finished an entire pile of memorials. His thoughts lightened, and remembering Ying, he glanced down affectionately from the dais. What he saw made him pause. She was slumped over the desk, fast asleep, with a vermilion brush still loosely held in one hand. Zhao Chong. No wonder it had been so quiet. Chuckling, he walked down to her. She remained fast asleep, her long lashes casting faint shadows under her eyes, lips gently closed, breathing soft and even. She was clearly enjoying a peaceful nap. He had intended to wake her, but after a few heartbeats of watching her serene face, he gave up and sighed with a smile. Oh well. Let her rest. But sleeping at the desk wasn't comfortable. Helplessly, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the side chamber to rest on a smaller bed. Ying had arrived around mid-afternoon. She hadn't rested at midday due to the imperial summons, and now drowsiness had overtaken her. She slept soundly and without worry. When she awoke, she felt pleasantly groggy. Instinctively, she called out for Biliu, then remembered she wasn't in Qingzhou Pavilion. Realizing she was still in Qingjin Hall, she noticed she was lying on a proper bed, not at the desk where she had fallen asleep. Her mind sharpened. Looking around, she spotted a familiar glazed wine jar on the shelf. She recognized it as the one she had once given the emperor, filled with snake wine. Clearly, she was in the side room of Qingjin Hall. Who had moved her here was obvious. Such gentle, thoughtful actions from a man like the emperor were rare. Once she would have been deeply touched. Now, she simply found it acceptable. She understood him too well. To his empire, his people, he gave everything, but such devotion left no room for romantic love. And that wasn't wrong. But to pin one's heart on such a man could only end in heartache. Still, objectively speaking, his care felt good. Preparing hot water, massaging her, carrying her without waking her. What woman wouldn't feel comforted? Ying sat quietly for a while. Just as she stood up, Zhao Chong entered from outside. Seeing her awake, he glanced at the setting sun and smiled. You slept very well. This consort was disrespectful, Ying said, bowing. Zhao Chong helped her up, smiling gently. Not at all. One must be well rested to focus on painting. This I understand. Ying. She hesitated. It's already this late. This consort has surely disturbed your Majesty too long. How could you have disturbed me? Zhao Chong laughed. You've been sleeping the whole time, not even snoring. My only regret is you still haven't painted. That can't be left to tomorrow. Ying was speechless at his persistence. After a pause, she cautiously asked, will this consort be coming to Qingjin Hall to practice regularly? Zhao Chong asked. Is there a problem with that? Ying. She forced a smile. None at all. Since he didn't dismiss her, she had no choice but to stay. Zhao Chong ordered hot water for her to freshen up, and later dinner was served. After dining together, Ying resumed her painting. The main hall was brightly lit. Zhao Chong returned to his memorials. Ying gave up resisting and focused on her work. Time slipped by. Outside, night had fully fallen. Ying finally completed a lotus painting, set her brush down and began reviewing her work, only to hear Zhao Chong ask, finished. She handed the painting over. He pointed to a corner of the desk. Leave it there. She obeyed. It's late. Go rest. He didn't keep her overnight. I'll send someone to Qingzhou Pavilion when I have time tomorrow, Zhao Chong added. Yes, this consort takes her leave, Ying said, bowing respectfully. At least today she was finally let off the hook for now. Ying breathed a sigh of relief. As for tomorrow, she'd worry about it then. Zhao Chong could tell she looked as if she'd just received a royal pardon. He found it amusing but still let her go. Ying walked out of the main hall of Qingjin Hall in good spirits. Just as she stepped under the eaves, a breeze passed by, bringing a slight chill. She suddenly realized it was nearly the 7th lunar month. 7th month, the fire retreats, summer fades and autumn approaches. In a few more days, the weather would start to turn cold. Whether it was from napping in Qingjin Hall earlier without a blanket, or from catching the cool breeze on her way back to Qingzhou Pavilion, the next morning Ying woke up with a sore throat, a pounding head, and unmistakably, a cold. Normally being sick was annoying, both physically and mentally. But not needing to go to Qingjin Hall and be supervised by the emperor while learning to paint? Ying found her illness rather convenient. Still, her body was her own. Even if she knew she likely wouldn't live long, she had no intention of joking around with her health. She immediately ordered someone to summon Imperial Physician Lu. Nyang, what should we do with the Persian dog? Asked Biliu, while Biliu went to fetch the doctor. Ying, voice raspy, replied, have the 2 young eunuchs His Majesty sent to care for Huang take charge of it. You and Biliu are not to interfere, lest someone takes advantage of my illness. Biliu acknowledged this with concern. Hearing how hoarse her mistress sounded, please rest, Nyang. I'll go pass along your orders now. Wrapped up in her brocade quilt, Ying nodded, then drifted back into a dazed sleep. Soon after, Physician Lu arrived. After checking her pulse, he diagnosed her with a mild wind cold. With 2 doses of medicine and a few days of rest, she should recover. He wrote a prescription and gave instructions to Biliu and Biliu before returning to the Imperial Medical Bureau. With her appetite dulled by the illness, Ying only managed to eat half a bowl of plain congee after washing up. Later, she forced down a bitter bowl of medicine, which left her tongue numb. She quickly motioned for Biliu to give her a candied lotus seed. Nyang Nyang, Bu whispered. Should we send word to His Majesty that you've fallen ill? Ying thought for a moment. No need to trouble him. His Majesty mentioned yesterday that he would send someone again today to summon me for painting. Once the eunuch arrives, if I'm still unwell, we can have him report back. She had performed so miserably at Jingting Hall the day before that if she now rushed to report her illness, the emperor might immediately suspect she was gleeful to be excused. Better to delay, at least long enough to defend herself. After giving her instructions, Ying soon fell asleep under the influence of the medicine. That afternoon, as expected, the emperor sent someone from Jingting Hall to summon Ying. But not only did she not appear, he was told she had taken ill. Zhao Chong recalled how reluctant she had been yesterday and suspected she might be feigning illness to avoid responsibility. But after thinking it over, he decided to confirm the truth. He ordered someone to summon the imperial physician who had treated her. Not long after, Physician Lu arrived at Jingting Hall. When Zhao Chong inquired about Ying's condition, the doctor replied, Consort Shu has caught a wind cold, likely from napping yesterday without covering herself. Thankfully it's nothing serious. With 2 doses of medicine and proper rest, she should recover quickly. Zhao Chong. So it was his fault. He had forgotten to cover her after their nap. Dismissing the physician, Zhao Chong glanced at the stack of memorials awaiting his review. For now, he suppressed his urge to visit Qingzhou Pavilion and got back to work. By evening, the imperial carriage stopped outside Qingzhou Pavilion. Bu and Biliu led the young eunuchs to greet him at the veranda, all breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing him. After the message had been relayed that afternoon, they'd received no response. Though they didn't believe their mistress would fall from favor, the thought that the emperor might not even check on her while she was ill had worried them deeply. Ying was awake. Zhao Chong strode inside and reached her bedside. Seeing her gaze up at him, she croaked, Please forgive me, Your Majesty, for I cannot rise and pay my respects. No need. You're ill. You should rest, he said, taking a seat beside her bed. Looking at her pale face, he reached out to feel her forehead. Ying continued staring at him with her reddened eyes and whispered regretfully, I've suddenly fallen ill and can't continue my lessons in Jingting Hall. I've made Your Majesty worry. It's shameful. Knowing full well she was likely thrilled to skip painting under his nose, Zhao Chong still retracted his hand and said, It's only a few days. Just focus on recovering. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. Zhao Chong asked a few more questions. Had she eaten? Taken her medicine? Ying answered honestly. Upon hearing she'd eaten but hadn't yet taken her medicine, Zhao Chong ordered it to be brought over and personally supported her as she drank it. Ying didn't resist. She figured the sooner she finished, the sooner he would leave. Afterward, Biliu presented a candied lotus seed. Zhao Chong fed it to Ying and helped her lie down again, but made no move to leave. He'd rushed through his work just to visit her and hadn't eaten dinner. Not feeling especially hungry, he simply requested a few small dishes. Ying, hearing this, was stunned. She kept a straight face but inwardly began to panic. Was he planning to spend the night here? Zhao Chong, reading her thoughts, deliberately said nothing. He ate slowly. After resting briefly, he even called for a bath. Ying was now certain he wasn't leaving. She coughed twice. As Zhao Chong turned toward her, she spoke. Your Majesty, I am unwell and unfit to serve. I beg Your Majesty to move to another residence. Zhao Chong walked back to her bedside, smiling slightly as he bent forward. My dear consort wishes for me to leave? I fear you may catch my illness. It's just a mild cold. The physician said it isn't serious, Zhao Chong said. You just focus on recovering. Why does he always miss the point? Ying mentally grumbled. Zhao Chong, catching her internal complaint, narrowed his eyes, then smiled again. If you're tired, sleep. Ying hesitated, then threw off her blanket and knelt upright on the bed. I am already unwell and still in recovery. Today I've caught a cold, and I fear if I remain in Your Majesty's presence, you may fall ill too. If that happens, I'll bear the guilt forever. I have an impertinent request, and I hope Your Majesty will grant it. She lowered her head and solemnly said, I beg Your Majesty to instruct the chief eunuch to temporarily remove my nameplate. Such words could only be taken as rude and ungrateful. Ying knew they would likely anger the emperor, if not bring punishment, then at least resentment. But that would work to her advantage. The emperor might distance himself. She wouldn't have to help him bathe anymore, nor continue with her painting lessons. She could finally get some peace. Zhao Chong did indeed feel some annoyance upon hearing her request. Others could only dream of such favor, and she spurned it without hesitation. But he calmed quickly, because he heard her inner voice mention the bathing incident, and realized it had frightened her. That, he now understood, was the true reason behind her request. His irritation faded. Gently, he tucked her back under the covers, then caressed her cheek. You mustn't say such things again. His voice was exceptionally soft. Combined with the tender motion of his fingers brushing her skin, it should have seemed loving, but Ying only felt a shiver of dread and nearly recoiled. Why? She thought. Why doesn't he get mad at me? Zhao Chong assumed she was acting out of fear and didn't overthink it. My health has always been strong. A mere cold won't affect me. Don't worry. As for the painting, he added, I won't force you. Just do your best. That lotus sketch yesterday was quite nice. If you run into difficulty, I can help guide you. Thinking of that horrid lotus painting, Ying couldn't imagine what he meant by quite nice. She was sure he was spouting complete nonsense. She had no words. Zhao Chong, seeing her looking so dejected, gave her cheek another pat before going to bathe. Ying lay despairingly on the bed, staring at the canopy above for a long time before finally accepting it. No matter what she did, the emperor seemed determined to dote on her. She suspected she could commit outright treason and still be forgiven. But she truly couldn't understand, where did this favoritism come from? As the headache from earlier returned, she massaged her temples and decided to follow Zhao Chong's advice. Get some rest and ignore him. Drowsily, she later felt herself being pulled into a warm embrace. She was feverish, and the added heat made her uncomfortable. In her sleep, she frowned and weakly tried to push him away. When he didn't move, she gave up. Zhao Chong cradled her gently, noticing how restless she slept. He sighed quietly, but he didn't let go, and eventually fell asleep still holding her. The next morning when Ying woke, the emperor was gone. She felt much better than the previous day and called Bilu to help her wash up. While she was eating her light breakfast, Biu suddenly entered, whispering in her ear. Nyang Nyang, that Persian hound dug something up in the bamboo grove. Ying lifted her gaze. What did it dig up? Chapter 25. Chapter 25, Sour Jealousy. The Persian dog, Ah Huang, was allowed to roam freely around Qingzhou Pavilion most of the time, except at night when it was locked up to prevent it from running amok. Among all the places, it especially loved the bamboo grove just outside Qingzhou Pavilion. Every day during the day, it would take a few strolls through it, and from time to time, it would dart into the grove to dig holes and bury meat bones. But unexpectedly this time it dug something up. Given how cautious and meticulous Biu was, Ying could already guess, it wasn't anything good. When the item was presented to her, she glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and a faint smile slowly spread across her lips. Witchcraft was far from uncommon in the dark corners of the imperial harem. Inside the small box freshly unearthed by Ah Huang was a voodoo doll, its body covered in silver needles. But the birth date and time written on it were not hers. If she remembered correctly, they belonged to consort Liang Zhangfanqiu. But what truly caught her interest wasn't the doll itself. It was the fabric it was made of. It was Yunjin brocade. Yunjin was rare and unmistakably identifiable. To use such an expensive and easily traceable material to make a voodoo doll was essentially a surefire way to drag every consort who had ever received Yunjin into suspicion. The 2 bolts of Yunjin the emperor had gifted her still sat untouched in the storeroom, yet to be made into clothing. Naturally, she wasn't the only one who had Yunjin. Consort Xian had some. When Chan Guipin had still been consort Da, she had been gifted some as well. And just a few days ago, upon her promotion to consort Liang Zhangfanqiu had also received a bolt. As for whether any of them had passed it on to others, or who might have received it, that Ying couldn't remember clearly. Thinking it through carefully, she could almost confirm that the person behind this wasn't simply trying to frame her. If they had wanted to frame her for using witchcraft, they wouldn't have used such a recognizable fabric, especially one she hadn't even touched. That detail would be easy to verify. Second, hiding the box in the bamboo grove outside Qingzhou Pavilion. When they knew Ah Huang often dug around there, were they hoping it would be discovered? That logic didn't add up. If it were a setup, it was an unconvincing one. Moreover, she had no enmity with consort Liang. Even if it had been someone else's birthdate on the doll, the logic remained the same. Considering that she alone had been favored by the emperor recently, no one in the harem could rival her current influence. She had no reason to secretly curse anyone. Of course, there was the possibility that the perpetrator was biding their time, perhaps waiting until she used the Yunjin to then conveniently expose the incident. But such a plan would be beyond their control and had a low chance of success. However, if the true intention had always been for the doll to be discovered, that was a different story altogether. It meant they intended to use her as a tool. As a favored consort, finding such an item in her territory would surely enrage her. Naturally, she would report it to the emperor. The emperor adored her. He would never ignore her concerns. And what might be uncovered after an investigation was another matter entirely. But using her wasn't going to be that easy. If it was a clumsy attempt to frame her, it couldn't touch her. There was no need for her to be alarmed. If it was an attempt to manipulate her into triggering a chain of events, then since she already saw through it, she simply wouldn't play along. And because she wasn't the target, it posed no real threat to her either. Ying slowly thought it through. After piecing everything together clearly, she realized there was no need for her to make any move regarding the box. In fact, by doing nothing, she might even make the mastermind anxious instead. This could be the prelude to another fine performance. Having come to a conclusion, Ying turned to Biu, who stood waiting beside her. Did anyone else see the box? Biu replied softly. When I went into the bamboo grove to fetch a huang, there was no one else around. After I found the box, I double-checked that no one was nearby. Knowing how serious this could be, I didn't dare make a scene. I thought I should report it to your grace first, so I've made sure no one else knows about it. Very good. Ying was pleased with Biu's prudence and smiled faintly. Now avoid drawing attention and make sure no one else finds out. Bury the box right back where Ah Huang dug it up. She emphasized. Exactly the same spot. Same condition. Biu was confused. Your grace. She hesitated, then leaned in and whispered. Forgive this servant's ignorance, but if someone is trying to frame you, why bury it again? You're wondering why I'm not handing it over to the emperor like I've done with past incidents? Ying asked. Biu nodded. This servant is dull-witted. I beg your grace to enlighten me. Ying simply asked. What material was this doll made of? Biu took a closer look, and her eyes widened. Yunjin. She immediately understood. Your grace, I see now, Biu said thoughtfully. The yunjin granted by the emperor to your grace has not yet been touched. So even if they wanted to frame you, it would never work. Ying smiled. We don't yet know the true motive behind this box, but perhaps someone wants us to discover it and make a fuss. Now Biu understood why Ying had instructed her to rebury the box. Though she still felt a bit spooked by the witchcraft involved, she trusted her mistress completely. Her fear faded. Soon after, she found a suitable time and, avoiding all eyes, quietly reburied the box in the bamboo grove. Your grace, should we keep watch over that spot now? After returning from the grove, Biu reported the task done and asked in a low voice. Ying thought for a moment. As long as the contents of the box remain unchanged, there's no need to watch it too closely. Better to wait and see what happens. Then she smiled and leaned in to whisper further instructions. If you later see someone sneaking around the bamboo grove, just pretend not to notice. Let them come and go as they please. Yes, your grace. I understand. Biu nodded seriously and gave a deep curtsy. Good. Treat everything as normal. Don't be the first to panic. Ying reminded her again, then had the medicine brought over. Her illness wasn't fully gone. After drinking the decoction, Ying returned to her inner chamber and soon drifted into a light sleep. At noon, knowing she was still ill and wanting to care for her, Emperor Zhaochong personally came to Qingzhou Pavilion to dine with her. Since she had to eat lightly, he had the imperial kitchen prepare mild dishes. The two of them shared a quiet meal, and after watching her drink her medicine, he finally left. That night, the emperor didn't return to Qingzhou Pavilion. Ying enjoyed the bed and blankets to herself, and finally had a peaceful night's sleep. Over the next few days, the emperor continued coming at noon to dine with her, and personally watched her drink her medicine before returning to Qingjin Hall. It seemed like genuine care. At first, Ying didn't think much of it and even secretly mocked the emperor for having too much free time. But after several days of this, even without giving it much thought, she slowly realized. Could it be that the emperor was just waiting for her to recover, so he could drag her back under his eye and make her resume her painting lessons? That very noon, her suspicions were confirmed. Zhaochong appeared at Qingzhou Pavilion as usual. After their light lunch, Biu brought over a bowl of medicine and placed it in front of her. It's been days now. My dear consort's cold should have passed by now. Why are you still taking medicine? Zhaochong frowned at the sight of the bowl. Ying faked a few coughs. Thank you for your Majesty's concern. My cough still lingers, so I must continue the treatment. Zhaochong immediately ordered someone to summon the imperial physician. But Ying's illness had been just a mild cold. The prescription from Lu Tai had been effective. After so many days, she had nearly recovered. If Lu Tai came now, the emperor would surely find out she was almost fully well. I wouldn't dare trouble your majesty over such a small matter. Ying quickly declined. Let me take one more dose today. Perhaps by tomorrow I'll be completely better. Zhaochong observed her complexion, rosier than before, and nodded. If that's the case, then drink it today. But if there's no improvement tomorrow, I'll have the physician come. And if you're fully recovered, you may return to Qingjin Hall to resume your painting lessons and catch up on what you've missed. Ying. So that was the reason. He had been watching her take medicine every day just to determine the best time to summon her back under his nose to paint. Ying was left speechless. She didn't understand why the emperor was so fixated on her painting. At this rate, she figured her cold would need a few more days to recover properly. She had no desire to be monitored at Jingting Hall, so out of sheer rebellion, she decided to milk her illness for every extra day it could buy her. What she didn't know was, the emperor had originally visited Qingzhou Pavilion daily out of genuine concern. Knowing she couldn't come to him while she was sick, he thought to come see her instead and perhaps grow closer to her. But after hearing her little internal scheme, his motives weren't quite so pure anymore. Watching her sulkily lift the medicine bowl, Zhao Chong's eyes glinted with a smile. He too didn't quite understand why she resisted painting so much. The more Zhao Chong saw her resisting, the more he wanted to tease her. However, there were still many pressing matters to deal with today, so he couldn't linger long in Qingzhou Pavilion. Watching Ying drink down the bowl of medicine, Zhao Chong decided to let her off for the moment. Beloved consort, rest well for today. I shall come to see you tomorrow. Yet, convinced that the emperor had free time to spare, Ying was, unsurprisingly, still not recovered the following day. By noon she was sprawled weakly on the bed, not getting up, coughing every now and then. Zhao Chong saw Ying seriously pretending to be sick, and the mischievous thought sparked by her inner voice the day before was stirred again. Standing beside the bed, watching her cover her lips with a handkerchief and fake coughs, he frowned slightly, concern in his voice. Beloved consort, why does your condition seem worse than yesterday? Have you sent for the imperial physician? It's just a minor illness. A few more days of rest and I'll be fine, Ying said with a perfectly calm face. Your Majesty has been visiting me so often. I am touched but also worried, as I am troubling your Majesty too much. Zhao Chong replied. I must see my beloved consort recover before I can be at ease. Trying to subtly dissuade him from coming, Ying forced a dry smile. Thank you for your Majesty's care. I am truly honored. No need for formality, Zhao Chong said, the corners of his lips curling slightly before he added. But since your illness lingers and your painting practice has been delayed, I am somewhat concerned. If this continues, will you be ready before the autumn hunt? I wonder if you can accompany me then. Ying. What does painting have to do with the autumn hunt? There was obviously no connection between the two, but the emperor deliberately tied them together. Ying quickly realized he must suspect her of feigning illness to avoid practicing painting at Jingting Hall, so he brought up the autumn hunt to pressure her. In other words, if she didn't practice painting, he might revoke her permission to join the autumn hunt. This was blatant coercion and temptation. Although she had been looking forward to going out during the autumn hunt, faced with such tactics, Ying's rebellious streak flared. She refused to bow to his tyranny. She cursed him silently for going back on his word but didn't argue, nor did she try to explain. Instead, she simply chose to give up on the autumn hunt and feigned ignorance. I also hope to recover soon, but in my current state I can't rush it. I can only nurse myself slowly. Zhao Chong saw that Ying was unmoved by the mention of the autumn hunt and didn't find it surprising. Instead, he sighed lightly. Perhaps that's the only way. But I was thinking, next month, General Yun will return to the capital to report for duty, and it will coincide with the Mid-Autumn Festival. If by then you've made progress in your painting, I would have rewarded you by letting you see General Yun and Madame Yun during this family reunion festival. But since you are ill and cannot practice, it seems this matter must be dropped. Ying froze. She looked at Zhao Chong, seeing the gleam of amusement in his eyes, and doubted the credibility of his words. Your Majesty, are you jesting? Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow. A monarch never jokes. Ying's heart skipped a beat, still hesitant to believe him. Could this mean he was permitting her to see her parents during the Mid-Autumn Festival? After a brief daze, Ying came back to her senses. She immediately got down from the bed and bowed deeply to thank him, seizing the opportunity to make the matter real. This concubine thanks your Majesty for this gracious favor. She sneaked a glance at him, still uncertain. He wouldn't go back on his word, would he? Could he perhaps issue a decree right now to confirm this? Hearing her greedy little thought, Zhao Chong chuckled silently but didn't mention it further. Instead, he looked at her with feigned surprise and said, But aren't you too ill to practice painting? I can't force you, so perhaps we should cancel this matter altogether. Ying. Please rest assured, your Majesty. This concubine will surely recover by tomorrow, and will not delay my painting practice any longer. Oh. Zhao Chong smiled, nodding with satisfaction. Good. Then it's settled. Having cured Ying's cold, he contentedly helped her back into bed, tucked her under the covers, gently touched her face, and said with a tone of anticipation, Tomorrow afternoon I will send someone to fetch you. Ying forced out a thin smile. Yes, I await your Majesty's command. After Zhao Chong left, she lay on the bed for a long while, unable to figure out what exactly he was trying to do. It seemed he was using her desire to meet her parents as bait just to force her to practice painting at Jingting Hall. It was truly cunning, devious. But the temptation was too great, and Ying admitted she couldn't resist it. Still, she believed the emperor would keep his word. Weighing the pros and cons, she decided that enduring some torment was worth it. It had been too long since she last saw her parents. Not thinking of them was fine, but once they were mentioned, she couldn't help but long for them. The thought of seeing her parents during the Mid-Autumn Festival filled her with a quiet joy. She happily instructed, "Billy, go fetch the 2 bolts of yunjin from the storeroom. Have the wardrobe bureau make new clothes for me before mid-autumn." To meet her parents, she must look radiant and well, to put their hearts at ease. Using these bolts of yunjin to make new clothes was just right. She hadn't forgotten about the box buried in the bamboo grove, but moving the yunjin wasn't critical now. Besides, knowing the truth meant she had control of the situation. There was no reason to hold back. And once the fabric went to the wardrobe bureau, the leftovers wouldn't return anytime soon. Later, Ying recalled that this year, her little niece would probably start calling her auntie. As an aunt, she ought to prepare a gift for the child. She also thought that since she might not have many chances to serve her parents in person, she should prepare some thoughtful items for them. She might slack off on other matters but not on these. With that in mind, Ying personally went to the storeroom to pick out materials. She planned to spend the coming month making 2 sets of sleepwear for her parents, as well as winter knee warmers, embroidered sachets, and other small things. It had been a long time since she touched needlework, so at first she struggled, pricking her fingers countless times. Bu and Bilyu wanted to help, but Ying refused. As for going to Jingting Hall to practice painting under the emperor's watchful eye, Ying no longer resisted. She adjusted her mindset and took it seriously, no longer as reluctant as before. At first, Zhao Chong was pleased to see her so obedient. But after several days, he noticed that whenever she came to Jingting Hall, there were always dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't been sleeping well. Having not summoned other consorts in recent days, Zhao Chong asked her directly, "Beloved consort, have you not been sleeping well lately?" "Thank you for your Majesty's concern." Knowing her face looked tired, Ying replied, "This concubine sleeps soundly. It's just that I've been busy lately, so I look a bit worn out." Zhao Chong was curious. "And what has my beloved consort been so busy with?" Ying smiled faintly. "It's just some trivial things. I dare not trouble your Majesty with them." She didn't say more and Zhao Chong didn't press. But that night, he personally went to Qingzhou Pavilion to see for himself. He didn't have the eunuchs announce him. As he reached the corridor, he heard laughter coming from inside. He paused to listen for a moment, then stepped in, seeing Bu holding the Persian dog in place while Bilyu and Ying held up a piece of brocade with lucky symbols, comparing it to the dog's body, all 3 of them smiling brightly. "What is my beloved consort doing?" Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow as he approached. When Ying saw him enter, she put away the fabric, and she and the maid saluted. Only then did she answer, "This concubine found some fabric in the storeroom and thought of making clothes for Ah Huang. We were just seeing if it would fit." "Clothes?" Zhao Chong glanced at the wagging Persian dog. Remembering something, his heart soured. His beloved consort had never made him a single piece of clothing. Oh, forget clothes, she had never even made him a small keepsake like a sachet or pendant. It seemed he couldn't even compare to a dog. Thinking about how he had never received such treatment, Zhao Chong's heart felt even more sour. "So, this is what my beloved consort has been so busy with, making clothes for a dog?" Ying had a feeling there was some hidden meaning behind his words. But since she was already overwhelmed making sleepwear for her parents, knee warmers, sachets, shoes, and dresses for her niece, she didn't want to add more tasks. So she smiled lightly. "It's just a silly pastime, Your Majesty. Please don't laugh at me." Zhao Chong heard her thinking about her father, mother, and niece, so many people, yet not a single thought of him. He coughed lightly and said, without beating around the bush, "It seems my beloved consort has never made anything for me." To his surprise, she bluntly replied, "This concubine's needlework is crude. I wouldn't dare embarrass myself before Your Majesty." And inwardly she grumbled, "Does the emperor lack clothes to wear?" Zhao Chong. Of course he lacked nothing. And he couldn't very well demand she do such things for him. But he still glanced again at the happily wagging Persian dog. "If my beloved consort thinks her needlework is crude, then in my opinion, there's no need to make clothes for this dog either." Ying looked at him puzzled. Zhao Chong sneered. "After all, it is a tribute hunting dog from Persia." Ying. With the emperor saying so, Ying could only let the matter drop. But inwardly she wondered, was he in a bad mood today? Why even take it out on the dog? Zhao Chong. Indeed, now his mood was worse. He had never cared about Ying's needlework before, nor did he expect her to make anything for him. But seeing that she was willing to make things for others, even a dog, he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Alas, his beloved consort never understood such subtleties. He had only come to see what Ying was busy with. Once confirmed, he didn't linger. The moody emperor did not stay overnight at Qingzhou Pavilion. But Ying didn't mind. After seeing him off with the maids, she had Biliu put away the fabric meant for Ah Huang's clothes and went to bathe. She slept soundly that night. The next day was the first day of the 7th month. A day to pay respects at Jiahui Hall. Now fully recovered, Ying naturally couldn't be absent. The moment she stepped into Jiahui Hall, all the consorts sitting inside turned to look at her. Their gazes were mixed with envy, jealousy, and the concern of Shen Jieyu. Lately, aside from Ying's favor with the emperor, there was little else happening in the harem. So today Ying was the center of attention. But to Ying, these gazes were nothing new. Her expression remained calm and unbothered. "Greetings to Consort Shu." Shen Wenyin rose to salute her, then said warmly, "I heard you were unwell recently. I wished to visit but was tied up with trivial matters. Are you feeling better now?" Ying nodded slightly, replying politely, "Thank you for your concern, Jieyu. I am feeling much better." As her words fell, Lu Jiaoyi covered her lips and chuckled twice. "With His Majesty visiting you every day, I thought this illness of yours would never end." This implied that Ying was using her sickness as an excuse to keep the emperor visiting her daily. To Shen Wenyin, these words sounded harsh, like calling Ying a seductress. Her face showed a trace of embarrassment, as if on Ying's behalf. Ying calmly looked at Lu Jiaoyi. She then stepped forward, gave her a polite bow, and smiled faintly. "Jiaoyi must be joking. Though I did catch this cold after returning from Qingjin Hall that day, there's no reason I couldn't recover quickly. Besides, with His Majesty personally feeding me medicine every day, of course I recovered faster. It would be ungrateful not to." Every word of Ying's response flaunted her imperial favor. Which concubine didn't long for such treatment? But in the entire harem, only Ying enjoyed it. The emperor summoned her to Qingjin Hall, and often kept her there for half the day. When she fell sick, he even visited her daily at Qingzhou Pavilion. Which consort wouldn't envy that? Lu Jiaoyi's attempt to mock her as a temptress had instead backfired, making her look pitiful and unfavored. Her face darkened immediately. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Affectionate. Ever since Zhang Fanqiu was promoted to Liang Consort, Lu Yan had not felt at peace for even a single day. Seeing that the emperor had lately shown interest in no one but Ying, her irritation only grew. Watching Ying so spirited and radiant, she found her increasingly unpleasant to look at. She hadn't expected to be retorted so boldly by Ying. In the harem, anyone with sense would know to worry about becoming the target of jealousy if they received too much favor. But Ying behaved as if she had no brain, flaunting her favor so eagerly. Lu Yan had thought that by mentioning the emperor's recent attentiveness toward Ying would be afraid of standing out and drawing envy, and would therefore try to downplay things. She hadn't expected Ying to directly mock her instead. Though she thought Ying was foolish for it, being talked back to by a mere noble consort was frustrating, yet she couldn't find a way to strike back. Seething with resentment, Lu Yan ground her back molars, her smile stiff and insincere. There are so many sisters in the harem, but it's noble consort Shu who has won His Majesty's deepest affection. One might say she now enjoys the highest favor in all 6 palaces. Since Ying enjoyed being envied, Lu Yan didn't mind adding more fuel to the fire. She would like to see just how long Ying could remain smug. All the sisters in the harem serve His Majesty together. What we all want is simply to make His Majesty happy. As long as His Majesty is pleased, nothing else matters. At that moment, Consort Xian, seated at the head of the gathering, spoke gently to Ying and Lady Lu. Her words sounded particularly virtuous. On the surface, the remarks seemed unproblematic. But upon closer consideration, they implied that the favor Ying currently enjoyed was merely because it pleased the emperor. And what if one day he ceased to be pleased? Thus, her words also served to soothe Lady Lu. Lady Lu seemed to realize this layer of meaning, and her expression quickly eased, though she didn't respond directly to Consort Xian. Consort Xian's gaze brushed over Lu Yan's face as if unintentionally. Then she calmly looked toward Ying. Ying, sharp-minded as ever, clearly understood the implication. Seeing that Lady Lu didn't respond, she knew Lu Yan still bore resentment toward Consort Xian over the recent elevation of the Liang Consort title. Ying merely smiled. Just as she had with Lu Yan a moment earlier, Ying now spoke to Consort Xian in a half-joking, leisurely tone. "Hearing what Your Highness Consort Xian just said, I truly feel ashamed. Unfortunately, my health is poor, just a mere bout of cold took so long to recover from. I haven't even served His Majesty to his delight, but rather made him worry about my health. That's truly a failure of my duty." She had been sick. The emperor hadn't visited her daily out of pleasure, but out of concern. Though she said she felt ashamed, there wasn't the slightest hint of actual shame in her demeanor. Instead, she used her words to neatly block Consort Yen's remarks, and each word subtly boasted of the emperor's affection for her. She seemed to fully enjoy Lu Yan's earlier phrase, favored above all 6 palaces, and didn't bother to refute it. Lu Yan glanced at Ying immediately. Inwardly, she was shocked and even found it funny. This woman truly didn't know how to restrain herself. Did she really believe she would never fall out of favor? Throughout history, how many women who were favored above all others had good ends? The more arrogant one was while in favor, the more miserable one's downfall. Did Ying truly think she'd be different? Thinking of this, Lu Yan felt that stooping to argue with Ying would only make her look foolish. She calmed herself, lifted her teacup and took a slow sip. Consort Yen's expression remained unchanged, as if she hadn't heard the underlying meaning in Ying's words. Her voice stayed gentle as she said, "It's fortunate that you're well now. That alone makes His Majesty happy. The weather's been turning chilly lately. Noble Consort Shu and all the sisters should remember to dress warmly and take care of your health." Liang Consort now smiled and echoed, "Your Highness is absolutely right. Being sick is unpleasant no matter who it happens to. It's best if Noble Consort Shu and all the other sisters stay healthy." Shameless. Sitting in the corner, Gu Zhanjin listened to Ying go on about the emperor's favor and concern, and she couldn't help but secretly curse her in her heart. But all she dared to do was mutter to herself in secret. After what happened in the imperial garden, when Ying set her Persian dog to chase Gu Zhanjin, she had developed a deep fear of Ying. Now that Ying's star was shining bright, no one could touch her. Thinking about it made Gu Zhanjin bitter. In just a few months, she and Ying now occupied utterly different statuses within the harem. Even when Ying set her dog on her, no one cared. No one stood up for her. Ying hadn't even been punished or scolded. Now, not even Consort Yen could do anything to Ying. All Gu Zhanjin could do was back away, learn to avoid her, and stay far out of her way. She clenched the handkerchief in her hand. Her gaze quickly swept past Ying, and she sighed silently. It felt like her days in the palace would be filled with nothing but misery from now on. Meanwhile, Ying sat comfortably in the main hall of the Chaohui Palace, sipping tea. She wasn't particularly concerned about whether her words just now had stirred up more jealousy. Given everything the emperor had done for her recently, to many others in the palace, anything she said or did was already viewed as wrong. Would acting cautious and reserved prevent jealousy? More likely, people would accuse her of putting on a show. She hadn't bothered to pretend to be gentle and demure these days, so she might as well be bold about it. At least it felt good in the moment. Besides, the matter of her letting the Persian dog chase Gu Zhanjin in the imperial garden must have already reached others' ears. It was meaningless now to pretend to be modest and meek. And if people ever found out that she'd brazenly asked the emperor to withdraw his favor and he not only wasn't angry, but actually comforted her, if they found out he promised to let her see her family during the festival just to coax her into learning painting at Qingjin Hallwell, that would drive some of them mad with envy. Even the promise of accompanying him on the autumn hunt, once so valued, now paled in comparison. What others saw now was just the beginning. There would be plenty more reasons to envy her in the future. As Ying silently counted these things, even she was a bit amazed. She couldn't help but feel a trace of pity for the other consorts seated in the hall. How ironic that she, someone who no longer even cared about vying for favor, was the one being spoiled. Comparing oneself to others really could drive you mad. Today, even Consort Yen and Lady Lu couldn't gain the upper hand against Ying. With the recent memory of Gu Zhanjin being chased by her Persian dog still fresh, none of the other consorts dared provoke her either. Soon after, everyone simply sat quietly for about the length of a cup of tea before Consort Yen finally dismissed the gathering. As usual, Ying took her Persian dog and strolled back to the Qingzhou pavilion. Just as they reached the outer edge of the pavilion, a young palace maid suddenly burst out of the bamboo grove nearby. The maid looked panicked and upon seeing Ying, immediately dropped to her knees in fear. Biwu and Biliu exchanged a glance. In the next moment, Biwu recalled the small box that Ying had previously buried back in the bamboo grove. Her gaze returned to the young palace maid. She noticed the maid's skirt was stained with dirt. Suppressing her emotions, Biwu turned to look at Ying again. "What are you panicking for?" Ying stared lazily at the palace maid kneeling before her, her voice cold and disinterested. After waiting quite a while, there was finally movement from within the bamboo grove. The moment this palace maid appeared, Ying immediately remembered the box that A Huang had dug up, and which she had instructed Biwu to bury again. If she hadn't known what was in the grove, she might have thought this was just a coincidence. But now it only confirmed her suspicions. Someone had indeed wanted to stir up trouble using her as a pawn. The palace maid trembled, seemingly terrified. She cast a furtive glance toward the deeper part of the bamboo grove but stammered, unable to answer. Why, your servant. Your servant. Ying seemed to take no notice of her panic and spoke with growing impatience. Enough. You may go. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you. But if you act this recklessly again, I won't be so lenient. Do you understand? The palace maid, unexpectedly let off the hook, was dumbfounded. Before she could fully react, Ying had already walked past her with the Persian dog and headed down the corridor. Biliu had to be secretly pulled away by Biwu. She hadn't known anything about the previous incident in the bamboo grove, so the palace maid's behavior struck her as extremely suspicious. However, Ying did not ask further. Bai Lu wanted to speak up, but Bai Wu tugged at her sleeve, and she held her tongue for the time being. Still, the doubt in her heart couldn't be hidden once they entered Qingzhou Pavilion. That little palace maid. My lady, I think that little maid was acting very strange. Who knows what she was doing in the bamboo grove? Bai Wu recalled the shocked look on the girl's face and couldn't help but laugh. If it weren't related to that box in a normal situation, someone not punished by their mistress would be overjoyed and relieved. Why would she be so stunned instead? Most likely, the girl had deliberately run out of the bamboo grove at that moment. Her goal must have been to draw their mistress's attention to something unusual in the grove, forcing her to ask questions and eventually discover the voodoo doll inside the box. Definitely odd, Bai Wu echoed in a low voice, though not sounding particularly worried. My lady didn't punish her despite her recklessness, yet she looked disappointed, as if she was hoping to be punished. Very strange indeed. Bai Lu froze slightly. She looked at Bai Wu with a bit of confusion, feeling like they were talking about the same matter but also not quite. Ying was amused by Bai Lu's puzzled expression. Don't bother with that palace maid, she said with a small smile and instructed Bai Lu. Go get my embroidery frame. I need to finish these pieces as soon as possible. Bai Lu wasn't as sharp as Bai Wu, but her trust in Ying required no explanation. Seeing her mistress so calm, she didn't insist on her own opinion and quickly went to fetch the embroidery tools. Later, take A Huang and use him as cover to go check the box in the bamboo grove. Once Bai Lu had left, Ying motioned for Bai Wu to come close and whispered the instruction. Bai Wu agreed immediately. Later, when she found a chance to slip away and check, she returned to report to Ying. My lady, the box hasn't been touched. Ying, who had her head down embroidering, raised an eyebrow and let a slight smile curl on her lips. Bai Wu asked, Do you want me to do anything, my lady? No rush. Ying paused her stitching, glanced at the bamboo she had just embroidered and said, We're not the ones who should be in a hurry. Bai Wu nodded in full agreement. That person in the shadows had tried to stir up trouble using her mistress, but every attempt had failed. How could they not be frustrated by now? That palace maid usually does rough chores like cleaning around Qingzhou Pavilion. Bai Wu lowered her voice. Since you didn't punish her for sneaking around, she failed her task. My lady, do you want me to secretly watch her to see who she might contact? No need. Ying calmly declined the idea. But this is a good chance to sniff out the one behind it. Ying smiled faintly and suddenly asked, Do you think this matter will reach His Majesty? Yes, Bai Wu answered without hesitation, adding, If it wasn't meant to get His Majesty's attention, why go to so much trouble? Exactly, Ying said. Since His Majesty is bound to get involved, then sometimes, it's better not to know everything. Knowing too much can be a problem. And if you slip up, you might end up pulling yourself down with it. I understand. Bai Wu's features relaxed, and a smile returned to her face. That morning, Ying stayed in her room doing embroidery. In the afternoon, she went to Qingjin Hall to practice painting under the emperor's watch. She felt she had made significant progress after these past few days of hard work. Zhao Chong's expectations weren't too harsh. He only asked that she submit one painting every 2 days, with full freedom to choose the subject. Landscapes, flowers, birds, fish, anything she liked. While Ying painted in the hall, Zhao Chong usually sat nearby reviewing memorials or reading books. Of course, his reading material was never light or recreational, but mostly books on governance and statecraft. They were usually busy with their own matters. Because Zhao Chong never made things difficult or nitpicked her work, Ying gradually became comfortable with this quiet routine they shared at Qingjin Hall. That day, after arriving at Qingjin Hall, Ying began painting as usual. She focused intently and completed the painting she hadn't finished the day before. Just as she finished the final stroke and set down her brush to admire her work, Zhao Chong's voice sounded behind her. Beloved consort, what is this a painting of? She paused, glanced back at him, then thoughtfully moved aside so he could see more clearly. Zhao Chong looked down at the paper. It was a creature of some sort, with a round belly, long limbs, pointy ears, neither quite a pig nor exactly a dog. Zhao Chong. Without changing expression, he cast a sidelong glance at Ying, who met his eyes with a calm and cheerful look. After some thought he asked, "Is this that Persian dog I gave you?" Ying beamed. "Your Majesty recognized it? That must mean I've really improved. Look how lifelike I painted Ah Huang." Xiaochong fell silent. He couldn't quite bring himself to praise it, yet didn't want to burst her bubble either. But Ying asked eagerly, "Your Majesty also thinks I've improved, right?" Xiaochong raised his eyes and met her expectant gaze. After a beat, he replied with a straight face, "Beloved consort's painting has become quite commendable." Ying's eyes curved into a bright smile. Watching her glowing expression, Xiaochong couldn't help but lift the corners of his lips slightly. Since it was still early, he decided to have her stay and dine at Qingjin Hall, but Ying declined. She curtsied deeply and said, "Your Majesty's invitation is a great honor and I shouldn't refuse. But I have many things to attend to at Qingju Pavilion and dare not delay. I only hope your Majesty will allow me to return first." The things Ying was busy with were undoubtedly preparing sleepwear and embroidered sachets for her parents and little niece. Xiaochong felt that, even with all that, she could still spare time for a meal. But remembering how much she was looking forward to reuniting with her family during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he didn't insist and allowed her to return. Shortly after Ying left, an eunuch came in with the consort's name tokens for the evening selection. Xiaochong was about to dismiss him when his eyes casually fell on Ying's token. After a pause he reached out and picked it up. The news that the emperor had chosen Ying again that night quickly spread. When the young eunuch came to deliver the message, Ying instructed Bai Lu to reward him with a pouch before continuing with her embroidery. It was true that she and Xiaochong had seen each other almost daily lately, but painting was one thing, flipping her token was another. At Qingjin Hall, the emperor never acted flirtatious or intimate with her. But flipping her token meant sleeping together, if not actual intimacy, at least sharing the same bed. Yet Ying had a feeling that tonight, the emperor probably wasn't in the mood for cuddling. After all, the matter with the bamboo grove wasn't over, and news of her token being chosen would soon spread through the palace. The schemer behind the scenes wouldn't want to miss the chance to bring the matter before the emperor tonight. That little palace maid had put on a show for her. Why wouldn't she repeat it for the emperor? Disturbing the imperial presence was no trivial matter, and wouldn't be brushed aside as she had done. When night fell, Ying went to bathe. By the time she came out and was sitting at her vanity doing her hair, Bai Wu leaned down and whispered in her ear, "My lady, there's movement." Ying smiled and nodded to show she understood. Until tonight, Bai Wu had remained calm. But now that the person behind the scheme was about to make their move, she grew uneasy, worried something might go wrong. "My lady." While Bai Lu was off in the small kitchen checking on the snow pear, white fungus and lily bulb soup, Bai Wu confessed her concerns. "This servant is a little afraid. Afraid something might go wrong." "What are you afraid of?" Ying looked at her reflection in the bronze mirror and said calmly, "Even if the sky falls, I'll be the one holding it up." If she couldn't even navigate something this minor, or if she were so easily trapped, there's no way she could have maintained imperial favor for 7 straight years in her previous life. She was simply waiting for the show to start. "Let's go." Ying rose from the vanity. "It's time to go welcome His Majesty." Around the hour of the dog, Xiaochong arrived at Qingju Pavilion in his imperial palanquin. Just as the palanquin passed the bamboo grove outside the pavilion, a flustered figure darted out from the trees. Xiaochong glanced in that direction. Grand Eunuch Xiaojiang immediately caught the hint and shouted, "Who's there?" Then signaled 2 junior eunuchs to investigate. Soon, a young palace maid was dragged out of the grove. Hearing the commotion, Ying came out as well and curtsied to greet Xiaochong as he descended from the palanquin. "Beloved consort, you may rise." Xiaochong spoke in a low voice, reaching out to take her hand and have her stand by his side, then turned to look at the maid held by the eunuchs. The girl knelt trembling on the ground, too scared even to offer greetings. Xiaochong didn't need to speak. A single glance was enough for Xiaojiang to begin the questioning. "Who are you? What were you doing in the bamboo grove?" The maid stammered, "'Tis servant." She only got a few words out before trembling even harder. Though there were palace lamps nearby, the grove was still dimly lit. The girl had her head bowed, so Ying couldn't clearly see her face, but that stammering voice was unmistakable. "Your Majesty, I believe she's one of the maids from Qingju Pavilion," Ying said slowly, frowning slightly. "Why would she be in the bamboo grove again at this hour?" Xiaochong turned to her and asked, "What do you mean, beloved consort?" Ying replied, "A few days ago, after I returned from paying respects at Chaohui Hall, I also saw her running out of the bamboo grove." As the chief eunuch serving the emperor, Xiaojiang was meticulous and sharp. He had already observed the maid carefully and now reported, "Your Majesty, my lady, this servant noticed that her skirt is stained with mud, And her hands and fingernails are also dirty. Who knows what she's been up to? At Ying's signal, a maid brought over a palace lamp. She held the lamp close to the girl's hands and skirt and said, "It's true. What were you doing in the bamboo grove? How did you end up like this?" The girl had no answer. Not a single word. Zhao Chong listened and found her inner voice did not match her outward panic. Sensing something was off, he instructed Xia Jiang to take a few men and thoroughly search the grove. Then he led Ying inside. "You've seen that girl coming out of the bamboo grove before?" Seated on the luohan bed, Zhao Chong asked casually. "Yes." Ying nodded and told him all she knew. "I didn't recognize her at first, but Bai Wu said she was one of ours, usually doing cleaning and other rough work. That time too she couldn't say a word. I just scolded her for being reckless and let it go." Zhao Chong looked at her. "Is that how you usually discipline your servants?" Ying blinked and replied, "Not always. But that day I happened to be in a good mood and didn't want to argue with a lowly maid." Zhao Chong asked again, "What put you in such a good mood?" Ying. "Would pissing off your other beloved consorts at Chaohui Hall count?" "Your Majesty, please don't tease me. It wasn't anything serious. I had a pleasant chat with the other ladies at Chaohui Hall, that's all." Ying answered smoothly, face calm. But Zhao Chong had clearly heard her inner voice about pissing off your beloved consorts. Beloved consorts, huh? Was that jealousy? He raised an eyebrow, guessing she must have argued with the other consorts and come out on top, hence the good mood. Amused again, he thought. If she could make him laugh just by grumbling in her head, how much easier must it be for her to anger others? Clearly, he wasn't the only one suffering in this palace. "You don't have many useful servants," he mused aloud after a moment. "I'll assign a few clever ones to serve you." Oh, what a lucky surprise. Following her lifelong principle of never turn down a freebie, Ying immediately rose and curtsied deeply. "Thank you for your Majesty's grace." "Rise," Zhao Chong said, reaching out to help her back onto the luohan bed. Less than 15 minutes later, Xia Jiang returned from the grove. The palace maid was held outside under guard. Xia Jiang carried a tray with the item found, just as Zhao Chong had ordered. On the tray was a mud-stained box. Xia Jiang had opened it for inspection, so the lid wasn't fully closed, and its contents could be faintly seen. Zhao Chong's gaze turned cold as he looked. His expression darkened, but in his ear Ying clicked her tongue lightly. He turned to glance at her, only to find that his consort's face showed no panic whatsoever. In fact, she looked quite interested, examining the box like a curious onlooker. Zhao Chong. Well, he should have expected as much. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Leisurely Mind. Noticing Zhao Chong's gaze, Ying met his eyes without the slightest guilt. So what if she looked at the thing found in the bamboo grove outside Qingzhou Pavilion a few more times? Witchcraft was a serious taboo in the palace. But whoever had stirred up this trouble was still just someone from the 6 palaces. In Zhao Chong's eyes, this incident wasn't particularly difficult to deal with. It just needed a thorough investigation. So hearing Ying's inner voice, so self-assured and completely unafraid as always, he didn't find it displeasing. In fact, compared to those who became terrified and weighed down by anxiety at the slightest problem, her reaction was actually quite refreshing. Still, was she truly not even a little nervous? Zhao Chong thought to himself, secretly amused, but kept his face stern. He reached out and opened the box, revealing the full appearance of the voodoo doll inside. He asked in a deep voice, "Beloved consort, is there anything you'd like to say?" Ying glanced over, her expression showing a hint of contemplation. After a while she hesitantly asked, "Could it be someone is using witchcraft to harm me?" At her words, Zhao Chong narrowed his eyes slightly, his emotions unreadable. Ying's gaze became even more innocent. What else could it be? She knew nothing about it anyway, so she might as well play dumb. TSK. Forget about whether she had anything to say. Wasn't it about time someone dragged that little maid in for questioning? Zhao Chong looked into Ying's innocent eyes and heard her inner voice already urging him to bring the shady little palace maid in for interrogation. She was clearly just enjoying the show. There was no sign she truly cared whether someone was trying to harm her. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly again. "You think someone is trying to harm you?" he asked, his tone light. He wanted to hear how she would explain herself. But Ying was clearly one step ahead. Hearing his question, she didn't even attempt to defend herself. Instead, she eagerly followed his lead and said, "I wouldn't know, Your Majesty. Why not summon that little maid and interrogate her?" Once she spoke, she grew more suspicious in her heart. The framing attempt was so clumsy. Why ask for her opinion at all? It obviously wasn't her doing, so naturally it must be someone trying to set her up. Zhao Chong, after asking a few probing questions and getting back only that, was left. But he also realized Ying's focus was entirely on questioning the palace maid. So Zhao Chong didn't press further. In the end, he granted her wish and ordered Xia Zhang to bring the little maid forward for interrogation. As of now, the only person known to be involved with the voodoo doll was that maid. Whether or not they could extract anything from her, the questioning had to start with her. The maid was brought in from outside and once again knelt trembling on the floor, just like before, too scared to raise her head. Her face was deathly pale, and she seemed even more terrified and uneasy than before. After she was brought before Zhao Chong and Ying, Xia Zhang bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, noble consort Shu, this maid's name is Xiao Mei. She was assigned to Qingzhou Pavilion when your Majesty bestowed it upon noble consort Shu. Since then she has mostly done cleaning and other rough chores." Zhao Chong nodded slightly. Xia Zhang understood and began interrogating Xiao Mei regarding the voodoo doll. The birth details written on the doll matched those of Liang Consort. Thus Xia Zhang also asked whether this maid had any grudges against Liang Consort. But even after quite a while of questioning, he failed to extract even a coherent sentence. Still kneeling on the floor, Xiao Mei only continued to tremble and beg for mercy, refusing to say anything else. Zhao Chong's expression gradually darkened. In the past he would have simply let Xia Zhang handle something like this. But now that he could hear people's inner voices, he had summoned her personally to interrogate her. And he found that, just like earlier near the bamboo grove, this little maid's inner world showed no real fear or panic, despite how frightened and anxious she appeared on the surface. Zhao Chong immediately realized something. This disturbance, crashing into the imperial entourage, was likely premeditated. Everyone in the palace knew full well what kind of punishment awaited someone who disturbed the emperor's procession. No ordinary maid could make such a mistake without feeling terrified. Only someone who already knew what to expect could stay calm. And no matter how convincing her outer panic appeared, it was all an act meant to fool him. For every question Xia Zhang asked, she didn't just refuse to speak, she had no inner reaction at all. She wasn't even considering a lie. From the very beginning, she had clearly made up her mind to stay silent no matter what she was asked. A sneaky maid in the bamboo grove, a box hiding a voodoo doll. Her role was simply to make sure he discovered the box. And he, the emperor, was clearly part of their plan. Her silence now was to make whatever was said later seem more believable. But all of it was probably scripted in advance. Heh, what a cunning setup. Ying had no idea what the emperor was thinking. She only noticed his face growing darker, and that this maid named Xiao Mei refused to say anything. She figured it was about time to try a different approach, no need to keep wasting time. Just then she heard Zhao Chong coldly say, "This fabric is Yun brocade." She turned her face to look at him and heard him continue, voice still cold. "Immediately send someone to summon every consort who's been gifted Yun brocade." Ying hadn't expected the emperor to be this direct. It was currently around the third quarter of the hour of the dog, approximately 9:45 p.m. The night was growing deeper, some consorts were probably already asleep, and those who weren't were likely preparing for bed. To suddenly summon everyone to Qingzhou Pavilion like this could certainly be called a grand commotion. Those consorts who weren't summoned likely wouldn't be able to rest peacefully tonight either. But truly, well done. Zhao Chong heard Ying's inexplicable praise of him, and saw how absorbed she was in these developments. She didn't seem to be thinking at all about how she herself had once received 2 bolts of Yun brocade. He said directly, "I remember that my beloved consort was once awarded 2 bolts of Yun brocade as well." "Yes," Ying replied calmly and openly, "thanks to your Majesty's generous favor, I did indeed receive that honor. However, a few days ago, I instructed my maids to send the 2 bolts of Yun brocade to the Imperial Tailoring Bureau to have new garments made. As of now, both the finished garments and the leftover material have yet to be returned." That only further explained why she was in such a relaxed, onlooker's mood. Not only did she know she was innocent, but she also had no fear of being implicated in this mess. But thinking deeper, could it be that the person behind this scheme had never intended to frame Ying in the first place? Otherwise, if she had been their target, they should have chosen a more carefully timed moment to stir trouble. Not a time when Ying could so easily prove herself uninvolved. The box had been buried in the bamboo grove, not something easily discovered. Xiao Mei was a palace maid assigned to Qingzhou Pavilion. Knowing whether the tailoring bureau had delivered new clothes or not wouldn't have been difficult for her. If the mastermind had chosen to stir trouble when the new garments were already in Ying's hands, then even she would have had a hard time proving her innocence. Yet they chose to make trouble at Qingzhou Pavilion and still didn't implicate her. What exactly was their game? As Zhao Chong pondered, his gaze darkened. It seemed a good drama was about to unfold in his harem indeed. Consort Xian and Liang Consort met while being carried to Qingzhou Pavilion. When the eunuchs came with the emperor's summons, both women had been preparing to retire for the night. Upon hearing they were summoned by His Majesty, they quickly dressed and came out. Not knowing what the summons was about, Liang Consort didn't let her senior maid dress her up too elaborately, so she wore very few accessories and looked quite plain. When she met Consort Xian and noticed the same simplicity in her appearance, she frowned and asked, "Your Highness Consort Xian, were you summoned to Qingzhou Pavilion as well? I recall His Majesty flipped Noble Consort Shu's token today. I wonder what could require him to summon both your Highness and me at this hour. Could it be?" She wanted to ask if something had happened to Ying. After all, Consort Xian was in charge of the 6 palaces, and she herself assisted in that management. If Ying had gotten into trouble, it wouldn't be surprising to summon them. I also don't know why His Majesty would suddenly summon the 2 of us so late. Consort Xian shook her head. There's no need to worry, Liang Consort. We'll understand once we see His Majesty. Liang Consort nodded softly. You're right, Your Highness. It's my fault for overreacting. Still, when they later encountered Noble Consort Chun, Liang Consort's doubts rose again. What on earth had happened in Qingzhou Pavilion? Unlike the other 2, Noble Consort Chun had already gone to bed. When she was told the Emperor summoned her to Qingzhou Pavilion, she immediately got up and had her senior maid dress her carefully. She even wore a nearly new pink gown. Though her palace, Cholan Palace, was closest to Qingzhou Pavilion and Yunqi Palace, she still met Consort Xian and Liang Consort midway. But when she saw that they too had been summoned by the Emperor, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. The excitement she had felt about seeing the Emperor suddenly made her feel like a fool. Noble Consort Chen's face sank. After giving proper greetings, her palanquin followed behind Consort Xian and Liang Consort. Seeing their plain attire, then glancing at herself, Noble Consort Chun clenched the handkerchief in her palm tightly. Thus, the 3 of them arrived together at Qingzhou Pavilion. Led inside by a young maid, they saw the Emperor seated on the Luohan bed with a grim expression, and all of them instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, they said, stepping forward to greet him. Ying, who had been seated on the other side of the Luohan bed, also stood to properly greet Consort Xian and Liang Consort, then exchanged salutes with Noble Consort Chan. You all take a good look at this item, Zhao Chong said without asking them to be seated. He waved his hand and knocked the box with the voodoo doll to the floor. See if you recognize it. Does it look familiar? Xia Zhang had already reported that the birth date and time on the doll matched Liang Consort's. However, Zhao Chong didn't mention that now, nor did he exclude Liang Consort from the group. So when she saw her own birth details written on the doll, her face instantly went pale. Not just because someone had cursed her, but also because of the Emperor's attitude. She realized that even though she was the victim, the Emperor still harbored suspicion toward her. And Ying? Before they had entered, she and the Emperor had been sitting side by side on the Luohan bed. Clearly, His Majesty had already deemed her innocent. People really are treated differently. Liang Consort lowered her head deeply, her heart filling with bitter sorrow, a bitterness that brewed into silent resentment. Still, she had no choice but to pull herself together and examine the voodoo doll. When she belatedly realized the material used was yun brocade, her heart relaxed slightly. She immediately bowed deeply and said, Your Majesty, this concubine has something to say. Zhao Chong nodded. Liang Consort then said, I noticed the material used for the voodoo doll is yun brocade. A while back, I was fortunate to receive a bolt of yun brocade from Your Majesty. But because it was so dazzlingly beautiful, I couldn't bear to have it cut for new clothes and have kept it stored in my private storeroom all this time. I haven't taken it out to this day. And, her voice faltered as she lowered her eyes, a faint shimmer of tears at the corners. The birth date and time written on it are mine. Her tone was perfectly measured, a mix of sorrow and grievance, tenderness and lament, full of restrained hurt. Zhao Chong hadn't truly suspected Liang Consort from the beginning. He simply hadn't confirmed her innocence yet. Now, hearing both her inner voice and her explanation, he knew she had been implicated just like Ying, and didn't press the matter further. Witchcraft appearing in the inner palace is a grave matter, Zhao Chong said, his eyes sweeping over Consort Xian and Noble Consort Chan. Among those who've been granted yun brocade, only a few are recorded. I summoned you to investigate this thoroughly. Think carefully. Have you ever given your yun brocade to someone else? Just as he finished speaking, a very soft voice rang in his ears. Liang Consort cleared. Cleared? So she had officially been exonerated? Zhao Chong. He cast a sidelong glance toward Ying, who sat nearby looking sweet and obedient. This woman really was just here to enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 28 Clash. In Ying's eyes, Liang Consort was actually a cautious person by nature. Unlike Noble Consort Chun, who, having gained a bit of power, couldn't stand seeing her favored and insisted on making trouble for her, Liang Consort was not that kind of person. Judging by Liang Consort's temperament, she would always steer clear of anyone enjoying the height of imperial favor in the harem. So even back when they had run into each other in the imperial garden and Liang Consort had seen her bullying Gu Zhanjin, she chose to act as though she hadn't seen anything at all. From the moment Ah Huang uncovered that box buried in the bamboo grove, and Ying vaguely recognized the birth date on the voodoo doll as belonging to Liang Consort, she had already doubted that Liang Consort was behind this. And after hearing her defense just now, Ying became even more certain. Liang Consort had said that the yun brocade she received hadn't been touched. Then it truly hadn't been touched. Yun brocade was too distinct. That alone was enough to clear Liang Consort of suspicion. But then, did the person stirring up trouble behind the scenes know that Liang Consort hadn't used her yun brocade? If they knew and still deliberately involved Liang Consort, then what exactly were they trying to achieve? Ying grew even more curious. Curious about who the mastermind really was and what their true goal might be. However, it was likely that the yun brocade given to Consort Xian and noble Consort Chun had been used. Her gaze slowly fell on them. Ying lifted her eyes. How would they explain themselves? Since the arrival of Consort Xian, Liang Consort, and noble Consort Chun, the matter had grown serious. The emperor didn't offer them seats, and Ying had to remain standing too. She could understand it, but it still felt a little disappointing. If she could sit and enjoy tea and sunflower seeds while watching the drama unfold, that would be much more satisfying. Sit, sip tea and snack on sunflower seeds while watching the show? Zhao Chong, hearing Ying's inner lament, saw how relaxed and uninvolved she was, and couldn't help but tense his expression. Liang Consort had just finished speaking but received no response from the emperor. She quietly lifted her gaze to glance at him, only to find his expression looking even worse than before, which made her heart pound. Could it be that His Majesty didn't believe her explanation? But she truly had nothing to do with this. Could there be some other angle that implicated her? While Liang Consort was caught in anxious uncertainty, she suddenly heard the emperor coldly command, "Xiajiang, go to Wushuang Hall and verify." Her heart finally settled a little. "Your Majesty, may I report?" Consort Xian stepped forward and bowed deeply as Liang Consort and noble Consort Chun remained silent. She spoke softly and calmly without panic. "Your Majesty has asked, and this concubine would not dare to deceive. The yun brocade I received in the past was gifted to Lady Lu Jiaoyi and Court Lady Lu Baolin for their birthdays." Zhao Chong didn't comment. He turned to look at the quiet Chan Shuezhen, standing slightly behind Consort Xian. And noble Consort Chun? After running into Consort Xian and Liang Consort on the way here, Chan Shuezhen had been downcast and distracted. She wasn't particularly concerned about what had happened at Qingzhou Pavilion. She only understood one thing. The reason she'd been summoned by the emperor tonight was because he was worrying about someone else. And why had she fallen to such a state? Back when she was granted co-management of the harem, she had become arrogant and lost her head. Everyone had seemed to avoid and yield to her, not daring to cross her, but in truth, they were all just waiting to watch her fall. Even Consort Xian had claimed illness and stayed out of sight, surely also waiting to see her make a fool of herself. And then there was that wretched Feng Mei, who had egged her on to discipline Ying, only for His Majesty to catch her red-handed acting arrogantly. She deserved her downfall. Thinking of how Feng Mei had already died suddenly in the cold palace, Chan Shuezhen's eyes dimmed. She let out a bitter laugh and didn't react right away when the emperor called on her. Only after a moment did she return to herself. Replying to Your Majesty, this concubine once gave a bolt of the yun brocade bestowed by Your Majesty to noble Consort Jiang. Chan Shuezhen lowered her eyes and spoke obediently, then paused slightly. She had once treated noble Consort Jiang rather well, but the moment she fell from favor, noble Consort Jiang turned around and started clinging to others. There wasn't even a shred of gratitude for the protection she had once offered. Chan Shuezhen now wanted to see clearly whether today's events at Qingzhou Pavilion had anything to do with Jiang. "Summon Lu Jiaoyi, noble Consort Jiang, and Court Lady Lu Baolin," Zhao Chong ordered, drawing Chan Shuezhen out of her thoughts and refocusing her attention on the matter of witchcraft. To be playing with such things in the harem, what madness was this? Could it be? Chan Shuezhen froze. Could it be someone had actually been trying to harm her? Now that the situation had extended to Lu Jiaoyi, noble Consort Jiang, and the grounded Court Lady Lu Baolin, Ying quietly marveled at what a thrilling drama this was turning out to be, and at the same time she grew a bit troubled. She glanced around discreetly. Was this little space even big enough to hold so many people? Since Consort Xian, Liang Consort, and Chan Shuezhen had arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion, Zhao Chong hadn't had a moment of peace. The more he listened to their inner thoughts, the darker his face became. But when he heard Ying fretting about whether Qingzhou Pavilion had enough space to fit everyone, the irritation in his chest vanished, replaced by helpless amusement. Only she could be worrying about space at a moment like this. She was truly incapable of being serious for even a minute. Though Qingzhou Pavilion didn't match the main halls of the palace in openness and grandeur, how could it possibly not accommodate a few more people? Zhao Chong furrowed his brow slightly, then thought, could it be that she felt the living space here was too cramped or uncomfortable? Consort Xian, Liang Consort, and Noble Consort Chun were suddenly summoned to Qingzhou Pavilion, and many of the other consorts quickly got wind of the news. But since no one knew what had happened at Qingzhou Pavilion, everyone grew uneasy and couldn't sleep, staying up to see if they could glean more information. Lu Jiaoyi and Noble Consort Jiang were among them. When the emperor sent for them to come to Qingzhou Pavilion, both of them were flustered. Lu Jiaoyi shot her chief palace maid a look. The maid understood instantly and pulled a silver ingot from her sleeve, trying to discreetly pass it to the young eunuch delivering the message at Zhaoxi Hall. Eunuch, may I ask what business His Majesty has summoning my lady so late? If you could kindly offer even a hint, my lady would be immensely grateful. The young eunuch didn't dare accept the silver ingot, quickly declining it and respectfully replying, please ask Zhao Nyongyang to come with this servant immediately. It would not do to keep His Majesty waiting. Seeing this, Lu Jiaoyi felt even more uneasy. The eunuch refused to say a word, clearly he wasn't allowed to. Suppressing her growing unease, she asked the eunuch to wait a moment while instructing her maid to help her with her makeup. All the way until her palanquin arrived outside Qingzhou Pavilion, she was still puzzling over what could be going on. Even if she hadn't done anything recently, she feared she might be set up or take the fall for someone else. Your concubine greets His Majesty and wishes Your Majesty 10,000 blessings. The moment she stepped into Qingzhou Pavilion, Lu Yan sensed the oppressive atmosphere and instinctively spoke with caution. As she paid her respects to Consort Xian, Liang Consort, and the others, she noticed that Noble Consort Jiang was also present. She paused, frowning slightly, then heard a palace maid announce that Lu Baolin had arrived. Hearing the name Lu Baolin, Lu Yan was briefly stunned. Lu Shuqing had been demoted to Baolin and placed under house arrest at Wangchun Tower. Apart from being gossiped about early on, she had since faded into obscurity. Lu Yan hadn't heard anyone mention Lu Baolin in a long time, nor had she thought about her. What could have happened to involve even Lu Baolin, who was under confinement? As the thought crossed her mind, Lu Shuqing, who had not appeared in public for quite some time, entered slowly. Instinctively looking over, Lu Jiaoyi was momentarily stunned again. Compared to the slightly arrogant young woman from before, who had flaunted her status as Consort Xian's younger sister, Lu Shuqing was now visibly thinner and paler, her face sickly and makeup-free, completely lacking her past radiance. This concubine greets His Majesty and wishes Your Majesty 10,000 blessings. This concubine greets Consort Xian, Liang Consort, Lu Jiaoyi, Noble Consort Shu, Noble Consort Jiang and Noble Consort Chun. After paying her respects to the emperor, Lu Baolin bowed to each of the women, her eyes downcast. Among all present, her rank was the lowest. Noble Consort Jiang had arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion moments before Lu Jiaoyi and Lu Baolin. She had been filled with anxiety on the way, but after greeting the emperor she wasn't questioned, instead she was given a seat. Now she subtly glanced toward Lu Jiaoyi and Lu Baolin, who were summoned alongside her. She pressed her lips together. She turned to glance at Consort Xian and Liang Consort but accidentally met the gaze of Noble Consort Chun. Seeing the mocking glint in Chun Shuezhen's eyes, she furrowed her brows and looked away. But Chun Shuezhen's expression made her all the more uneasy. Your Majesty, what Liang Consort said is true. The yun brocade she was given has indeed been kept in her storeroom and has not been touched. Shortly after Lu Jiaoyi and Lu Baolin were seated, Chief Eunuch Xia Zhang returned from Wushuang Hall to report. Additionally, the 4 palace servants who recently interacted with Maid Xiao may have also been brought in. Bring them in. Zhao Chong heavily set down his teacup. Soon, 4 palace maids were brought in along with Xiao Mei. The 5 knelt in 2 rows, trembling uncontrollably. While messengers were out summoning Lu Jiaoyi, Noble Consort Jiang, and Lu Baolin, Zhao Chong had ordered seats prepared for the other women. Ying was originally supposed to sit below alongside Noble Consort Chun, but the emperor had her remain at his side on the Luohan bed, so she naturally stayed there. Now with 6 consorts, 5 palace maids, and others like Xia Jiang, Bai Lu, and Bai Wu in the room, even Zhao Chong had to admit it was getting a bit crowded. The next moment, he heard Ying's inner voice mutter, "It really is getting a little crowded. But since we're all sitting so close, we can see everyone very clearly." Zhao Chong glanced at Ying from the corner of his eye and heard Xia Jiang say, "Your Majesty, the maid Xiao Mei and the 4 who recently interacted with her have been brought in. Among the 4, 2 serve in Chaohui Hall, 1 in Zhaoxi Hall and 1 in Lufkixuan." Chaohui Hall was Consort Xian's residence. Zhaoxi Hall belonged to Lu Jiaoyi. Lufkixuan was where Noble Consort Jiang resided. As soon as Xia Jiang finished speaking, Lu Jiaoyi and noble consort Zhang's faces shifted, and even consort Xian's usually composed expression darkened. Isn't this Xiao Mei the one who? Noble consort Chen suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. Realizing she had been too abrupt, she stood and bowed in apology. This concubine was rude. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Zhao Chong said indifferently. What has noble consort Chen remembered? Your Majesty, I recall that this maid named Xiao Mei used to serve at Lufkixuan. Chen Shuezhen maintained her bowed posture as she replied. Noble consort Zhang's face turned pale. She immediately stood as well and said, Your Majesty, it is true that Xiao Mei once served at Lufkixuan, but she was clumsy and accidentally broke a vase Your Majesty had gifted to this concubine, so I dismissed her from Lufkixuan. Where she went afterward, I truly do not know. Though the full picture wasn't yet clear, Chen Shuezhen's mention of this, combined with Xia Zhang's note that Xiao Mei had contact with people from Lufkixuan, made noble consort Zhang instantly realize that Chen Shuezhen was deliberately throwing her under the bus. And not just to humiliate her. If she couldn't distance herself from this, wouldn't the blame fall squarely on her? Realizing Chen Shuezhen truly hated her and wished to see her ruined, noble consort Zhang turned her head and looked coldly at her. Her gaze flickered as she clenched her teeth and asked, What exactly are you trying to say, noble consort Chen? You must be joking, noble consort Zhang. Chen Shuezhen met her gaze. I merely remembered something and truthfully reported it to His Majesty. But wasn't it Consort Xian who assigned this palace maid to serve at Qingzhou Pavilion? A voice suddenly spoke from the far end, Lu Baolin, who had remained silent until now. At her words, both noble consort Chen and noble consort Zhang fell quiet. And the one whose expression turned the most unsightly was now consort Xian. Lu Baolin seemed entirely unaware and bowed to the emperor. This concubine speaks too bluntly. I simply said what came to mind. I beg Your Majesty's forgiveness. Since all palace matters were formerly overseen solely by consort Xian, I just thought that it must have been Your Highness who assigned this maid to Qingzhou Pavilion. As for whether there's anything else involved, I wouldn't know. Her words unmistakably suggested that consort Xian was deeply suspicious as well. She had now shoved consort Xian directly into the spotlight. Younger sister truly is still too young and reckless, consort Xian said, looking at Lu Baolin and suppressing her displeasure. Even if I once oversaw the 6 palaces alone, how can you equate someone serving at Qingzhou Pavilion with being sent under my orders? After that, she finally stood and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, please see clearly. This concubine truly had no knowledge of what occurred at Qingzhou Pavilion today. Ying sat properly on the Luohan bed, watching the confrontation unfold between noble consort Chen and noble consort Zhang, between Lu Baolin and consort Xian. She couldn't help but marvel internally and regretted that she didn't have any sunflower seeds, melon seeds or candied fruits at hand. She looked toward the emperor, whose face was dark as charcoal, and nearly burst into laughter. Still, her thoughts soon returned to the matter at hand. Among these people, was the real instigator present? According to her judgment, someone in this room was the culprit. Liang consort could be ruled out, and noble consort Chen was likely innocent too. As for why? If noble consort Chen had the capacity to orchestrate such a scheme, she wouldn't have fallen from one of the 4 consorts to her current rank simply for throwing her weight around. Nor would she scheme so elaborately only to immediately target noble consort Zhang. Most importantly, when Chen Shuezhen mentioned that Xiao Mei had once worked in Lufkixuan, there was not a flicker of panic on Xiao Mei's face. If noble consort Chen were truly behind it and her aim was to frame noble consort Zhang, then Xiao Mei would have cooperated. Instead, she seemed unconcerned that anyone had discovered she once worked at Lufkixuan. All the inner voices in the room buzzed endlessly in Zhao Chong's ears. He had no choice but to listen. And amid the chaos, he caught Ying's inner voice and found himself listening seriously for a moment. Though she was watching this unfold like a good drama, her analysis was sharp and free from mockery. She was treating this matter with the seriousness it deserved. Her judgment about Chen Shuezhen's words and actions had hit the mark. That maid Xiao Mei had shown no reaction at all, neither outwardly nor inwardly, to what noble consort Chen had said. But when Lu Baolin claimed that consort Xian had sent her to Qingzhou Pavilion, a ripple of emotion finally appeared in her heart. Zhao Chong even heard her cry out in her thoughts. Mistress! You too! What is your relationship with the maid named Xiao Mei? After consort Xian finished speaking, everyone fell silent, waiting for the emperor's words. Unexpectedly, after a long pause, he simply pointed to the 2 palace maids from Chaohui Hall and asked them to speak. Ying raised her eyebrows and looked at consort Xian. Could she be the one behind all this? Chapter 29. Chapter 29 The winner. The emperor first summoned the servants from Jiaohui Hall to report, which inevitably stirred some thoughts among the gathered concubines. Though they couldn't figure out the emperor's true intentions, nor understand why consort Xian would be involved in such a matter, They all listened intently to the statements of the two palace maids. Your Majesty, I'm just a fellow townswoman of Xiaomei. We only occasionally spoke. The young palace maid from Jiahui Hall repeatedly kowtowed before the emperor and hurriedly said. But lately, I haven't had any real contact with her. I only happened to run into her a few days ago, and heard she'd been scolded by noble consort Shu. I said a few words to comfort her in passing. But as for what Xiaomei did at Qingzhou Pavilion, I truly have no knowledge of it. I never imagined she would dare try to harm her mistress, and I certainly never helped her with anything. Please, Your Majesty, see the truth. As she defended herself, she continued kowtowing without pause. Perhaps feeling wronged, she struck her head to the ground with such force that blood began seeping from her forehead, staining it bright red. Yet her words only made Zhao Lu sneer coldly in her heart. So what if a mistress scolded a servant? Was that worth mentioning? Did she think this would cast noble consort Shu in a bad light? What day was a few days ago? Ying seemed unbothered by the maid's subtle schemes and asked with a half-smile. Replying to noble consort Shu, this servant remembers it was the first day of the month. That day, all the ladies and madams had gathered at Jiahui Hall to pay respects to consort Xian. Ying calmly looked at Zhao Chong and spoke slowly. This is just what I reported to Your Majesty earlier, that I happened to witness a palace maid named Xiaomei recklessly running out of the bamboo grove. A smile appeared in her eyes as she continued. Seems it was my fault. Perhaps if I hadn't scolded Xiaomei that day, today's events wouldn't have happened. The maid from Jiahui Hall froze upon hearing Ying's words. Realizing her own misstep, she hurriedly kowtowed again and cried. I misspoke. I was out of line. Please, noble consort Shu, forgive me. Ying only smiled and remained silent. Zhao Chong lightly tapped the table with his fingers and spoke coldly. Since your words were reckless, slap her face 20 times. The maid gasped in shock and was about to plead when steward eunuch Xiajiang signaled two burly eunuchs to come forward, cover her mouth and drag her away. Soon, the sounds of slapping echoed from the corridor, making the other concubines in the hall feel alarmed. But what frightened them even more was how obviously the emperor was protecting Ying. Still, the maid had indeed said something improper. The emperor's move was a warning, a clear message to the remaining servants to mind their words. The young eunuch from Jiahui Hall, who had been kneeling beside the punished maid, now trembled even more violently. Ying looked toward him, and then Xiajiang's cold voice rang out. Xiao Luzi, report everything between you and this maid Xiaomei to His Majesty, every detail. If you try to hide anything, your life won't be worth a string of copper. The eunuch immediately began kowtowing and crying injustice. Your Majesty, I have no relationship with Xiaomei at all. Please see the truth clearly. How dare you speak nonsense before His Majesty? Xiajiang barked, his voice sharp as a blade. You clearly met privately with Xiaomei just today. You also saw her on the 1st of the month. And 2 days ago, there were palace servants who saw you both walking together. What exactly is your relationship with her? Speak now. In just a few days, the eunuch had met Xiaomei 3 times. And the timing was all too suspicious. On the first day of the month, Xiaomei was seen running from the bamboo grove. They had met. Today, she again burst out from the grove and collided with the emperor. They had met again. So many encounters, and he dared to claim they had no connection? Ying glanced at the eunuch, then at Xiaomei. Xiajiang's words caused sweat to bead on Xiao Luzi's forehead. His lips turned pale, and Xiaomei's face also went ghastly white. Ying couldn't help but silently click her tongue in admiration. It had to be Steward Xiajiang. In such a short time, he'd managed to pinpoint every palace servant who had contact with Xiaomei, as well as the exact dates of their meetings, with crystal clarity. He truly lived up to his position serving beside the emperor. If it had been anyone else, how could they have achieved this? In her mind, Ying's admiration for Xiajiang grew stronger, though not a word of approval was spoken aloud. But Zhao Chong, hearing her internal thoughts praising the head eunuch while not thinking much of himself, twitched the vein on his forehead. His expression darkened noticeably. To everyone else, however, it simply looked as if the emperor was displeased with the eunuch's lies. Xiajiang then ordered for the eunuch to be dragged away. And once taken away, it was almost certain he wouldn't return. Xiao Luzi, sensing his fate, turned ashen and collapsed to the ground. 2 strong eunuchs stepped forward and grabbed him roughly. At that moment, Xiaomei, who had remained silent, finally cracked. Your Majesty, please spare him. Xiao Luzi doesn't know anything. I beg Your Majesty to spare him. Zhao Chong raised his eyes. Xiajiang motioned for the eunuchs to release him. Xiao Luzi instantly dropped to his knees and kowtowed. It was all me. I forced Xiaomei to do it. She's innocent, it's all my fault. Please punish me and spare her. The 2 of them began shouldering the blame. Soon, both of their foreheads were dyed with blood, a truly disturbing sight. Zhao Chong stared coldly at Xiao Luzi. You say you forced her, why? Xiao Luzi only kowtowed harder. Whether he thought hiding the truth was no longer viable, he suddenly appeared calmer than before. Your Majesty, esteemed concubines, this is all my doing. I harbored resentment toward Consort Liang, so I did this out of spite. It was all me. No one else is involved. After saying this, he glanced at Xiaomei beside him and quickly pulled something from his sleeve and shoved it into his mouth. But Xiaojiang was quicker, stepping forward in 2 strides and prying open his jaw. He forced Xiao Luzi to spit it out, a small black pill. Even without a physician's inspection, it was clear that the pill was lethal. His eagerness to die only confirmed that he was trying to shield the person who had actually ordered them to act. Most of the concubines in the hall turned pale at the sight. And among the flurry of fearful thoughts, Ying once again voiced her silent admiration toward Xiaojiang. Steward Xiaojiang, well done. Such skill, such sharpness, truly remarkable. Zhao Chong. Still, Xiaojiang's vigilance was undeniable. Only such sharpness had allowed him to spot the suicide attempt in time. At that moment, Xiao Luzi was being pinned to the ground. Palace mate Xiaomei stood frozen in shock at the abrupt and terrifying scene. The other 2 palace servants who had yet to be questioned kept their heads lowered, trembling violently, not daring to even breathe too loudly, let alone glance at anyone else. Apart from the suppressed, violent coughing of the eunuch Xiao Luzi who was pinned to the ground, the room was dead silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the emperor to speak. Xiaojiang, go search his quarters. After a long silence, Zhao Chong finally spoke in a calm, emotionless tone. This one sentence seemed to ignite something in the pinned eunuch, who immediately began to struggle. Unfortunately, the 2 strong eunuchs held him down firmly, and he couldn't escape. Tears rolled down his face as he turned his head toward Consort Xian and sobbed bitterly. My lady, it's this useless servant's fault. It's all my fault. Those words stunned everyone present. Consort Xian. Was she the one behind all this? Whoa. Amazing. The blame game has landed on Consort Xian. Ying clapped silently in her heart for the dramatic and thrilling development. However, after thinking more carefully, she realized that this matter wasn't truly over. The real motive behind all this had yet to be uncovered, and that was key. Consort Xian. If it truly were her, what was her purpose in orchestrating all of this? The other concubines were unaware that the palace maid Xiaomei wasn't simply caught doing something suspicious. So when the accusation suddenly pointed toward Consort Xian, they were utterly shocked and all turned their gazes toward her. If there was one person who didn't look particularly surprised, it was Baolin Lu. When she looked at Consort Xian, there was even a hint of amusement in her eyes. And Consort Xian, now the center of everyone's attention, lost her composure for the first time. Her face flushed red, then turned pale. She rose from her seat and dropped to her knees before the emperor. Your Majesty, this concubine has no idea what this eunuch is talking about. The other concubines also rose and stood in unison. Consort Xian bowed deeply again and said, May your Majesty investigate thoroughly. But her defense sounded weak and feeble in the ears of the others. Some even began to smirk, secretly enjoying the spectacle, eager to see Consort Xian humiliated. Zhao Chong looked at Consort Xian kneeling on the floor. Then his gaze swept across the room to the other concubines, some of whom had worry on their faces. Suddenly he chuckled. A cold laugh that felt like a winter frost settling over everyone. Xiaojiang, what are you dawdling for? As soon as the emperor gave the order, Chief Eunuch Xiaojiang bowed and left, leading men to search the eunuch's quarters. The concubines exchanged uncertain looks, not knowing what the emperor truly meant by this. But at a time like this, no one was foolish enough to voice their confusion. Xiaojiang didn't return for over half an hour. Night had deepened. By now, the concubines would usually have been asleep, and many of them were starting to feel the strain. But since the emperor was still seated, they could only force themselves to stay awake. Ying, who was used to going to bed early, was also struggling to keep her eyes open. She glanced at the emperor beside her and saw no trace of fatigue on his face. She silently praised his stamina, then gave up thinking and continued to wait patiently for Xiaojiang's return. She had the patience because she knew Zhao Chong must have noticed something, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Xiaojiang to search the eunuch's quarters. As for what exactly was suspicious, Ying was too tired to think about it in depth. Consort Xian remained kneeling, and the other concubines were now so stiff their legs were numb. So when the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor, everyone sighed in relief and perked up. But this time Xiaojiang brought someone else in with him. Baolin Lu's face changed dramatically the moment she saw who it was. It was her personal head maid. Reporting to your Majesty. In Xiao Luzi's quarters, this servant found a handkerchief and a scented sachet. Judging by the stitching and embroidery pattern, they were made by the same person. This servant questioned Xiao Luzi's roommate and discovered that he had secretly entered into a paired meal relationship with the head maid of Baolin Lu. Upon further inspection, this servant confirmed that the handkerchief and sachet were made by this maid. Additionally, we found a jade pendant in the maid's quarters, with Xiao Luzi's name carved on it. Furthermore, we found scraps of brocade fabric, Yunjin material. Xia Jiang reported all his findings in full to Zhao Chong, presenting the items as he spoke. The fact that Baolin Lu's head maid was involved and had been in a secret relationship with Xiao Luzi left the concubine stunned once more. After presenting the items, Xia Jiang opened the box that had been sitting on the table next to the Luohan couch. Inside was the witchcraft doll made of Yunjin brocade. When they compared the doll to the brocade scraps and examined the stitching on the maid's handkerchief and sachet, they all matched. It was essentially confirmed. Baolin Lu's head maid was deeply involved. In an instant, the entire situation changed again. No one knew what expression to wear anymore, but Ying silently clapped again in her heart. Her patience had paid off. Now that everything pointed to both Consort Xian and Baolin Lu, sisters by blood, the situation started to make more sense. Originally, Baolin Lu had been enjoying the spectacle, laughing at her elder sister's misfortune. Now the joke was on her. With her head maid found guilty of these deeds, she knew there was no explaining her way out of it. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a single word. "Your Majesty, this servant confesses," the maid said weakly, her face drained of blood. "It was this servant's resentment toward Consort Xian that led me to secretly instruct Xiao Luzi and Xiaomei to do all of this. When my mistress was punished, Consort Xian refused to help her, even though they are full-blooded sisters. This servant could not bear to see it." She then turned to Baolin Lu and kowtowed. "My lady, this servant is eternally grateful to you. In my next life, I will repay your kindness by becoming your ox or horse." As her words fell, blood suddenly gushed from her mouth, and she collapsed to the floor. Xia Jiang stepped forward and confirmed. She was dead. Clearly, she had taken poison before being brought to Qingzhou Pavilion. Baolin Lu swayed on her feet, nearly unable to stand. Then she dropped to her knees. She suddenly laughed twice, her voice filled with madness. With tears in her eyes and a twisted smile on her lips, she looked at Consort Xian and said, Good, my dear elder sister." At that moment, Consort Xian turned to the emperor and bowed again, speaking sincerely. "Your Majesty, it was my negligence toward Baolin Lu that led to this matter. I beg your Majesty to show mercy and punish us lightly. From now on, I will be strict in managing her. To dabble in witchcraft in the inner palace, if I wanted, I could punish your Lu clan to the last man." The emperor's fury exploded. All the concubines and palace servants fell to their knees in terror. Baolin Lu has failed in her duties. Strip her of the Baolin title. She is demoted to 7th rank palace attendant and is to be confined to the cold palace, never allowed to step out for the rest of her life. Consort Xian bears responsibility for oversight, and will forfeit 6 months of her stipend. Zhao Chong spoke coldly, then looked briefly at Ying, pausing before adding, "Qingzhou Pavilion is old and needs renovation. In a few days, noble consort Shu will move to the Yue Hall." With that, Zhao Chong stood up and left. The concubines saw him off. Then one by one took their leave. Xia Jiang, after finishing up, also departed. Ying, utterly exhausted, didn't even have the energy to dwell on what the emperor had said about her relocation. Nor did she have the strength to ponder whether there were still deeper motives behind today's spectacle. She dragged herself through a quick wash and collapsed onto her bed. Half asleep, she still managed to instruct Bihu and Biliu. "No need to wake me tomorrow morning. Have those 2 little palace maids take Ah Huang for a walk." The 2 senior maids exchanged a smile and gently lowered the bed curtains. For a noble consort to be moved to a main palace hall, it defied tradition, but it clearly showed the emperor's favor. Today, their lady had come out of it all with a great advantage. And in Bihu's eyes, the true winner was none other than their mistress. Chapter 30. Lingering thoughts. Although she hadn't been able to rest until near midnight the night before, Ying still woke up at her usual time, around the first quarter of the hour of the tiger, even without Bihu or Biliu coming to wake her. However, unlike on other mornings when she rose feeling refreshed, today her body felt weary and her head was heavy and clouded. Reluctantly, she tried to drift back into a pleasant dream. But the god of dreams was nowhere to be found. She tossed and turned in bed until the early morning light crept in, but never managed to fall asleep again. Frustrated and sore from lying too long, she had no choice but to get up. With Bihu and Biliu's help, she washed and got dressed. She forced herself to eat a little breakfast, and though her mind was clearer, her body still felt exhausted. Ying didn't push herself to work on embroidery, instead reclining on her beauty couch with a storybook in hand. She didn't feel like thinking about anything complicated. Knowing she hadn't slept well and was feeling cranky, Bihu and Biliu tactfully avoided bothering her with trivial matters. A little later, Biliu brought over a cup of pomegranate juice and a small plate of freshly cut fruit, placing them gently by Ying's side with a smile. The preparations have already started at Yue Hall today. I suppose in a few days your ladyship will be moving in. Ying glanced up slightly, suddenly remembering the emperor's decree from the previous night. He had ordered that, under the pretense of renovating Qingzhou Pavilion, she would soon be relocated to Yue Hall. Thinking it over again, Ying realized the emperor must have been furious over the whole witchcraft scandal. Someone had tried to stir up trouble using her, and the emperor, growing defiant, took the opportunity to issue a warning to the entire harem to behave themselves. According to the palace system, only consorts ranked second grade or higher were eligible to reside in a main palace. But in last night's situation, no one dared raise that issue. Not to mention that the emperor had left in anger. Even if he hadn't, wasn't he well aware of the rule? Anyone who dared bring it up would only be giving him an excuse to promote her rank. Those who hadn't realized this wouldn't dare speak up, and those who had figured it out wouldn't say a word. So in the end, she had quietly benefited and gotten herself relocated to Yue Hall. Putting down the book, Ying picked up the cup of pomegranate juice and took a sip. It was sweet and refreshing, clearly made from fresh fruit. She drank another generous mouthful and then asked Biliu, "Did the eunuchs deliver this today?" "Yes," Biliu replied with a smile. "They brought it early this morning, said it had just arrived at the palace yesterday." Though many might not have fully understood what had happened at Qingzhou Pavilion last night, the emperor's 2 decrees had certainly made everything clear to the entire harem. So it was no wonder the eunuchs had the good sense to send high-quality offerings to Qingzhou Pavilion first thing. Ying nodded and slowly savored the fruit plate. Only now did she have the leisure to carefully reflect on the dramatic events of the previous night. This scandal involving witchcraft and curses needed to be unraveled from the very beginning. Based on the results of the interrogation, the whole thing had started with the head maid of Lu Shuqing, who crafted a witchcraft doll using Yunjin brocade. She then handed it over to the eunuch Xiao Luzi, with whom she was secretly paired in a food-sharing relationship. Following her plan, Xiao Luzi had the palace maid Xiaomei from Qingzhou Pavilion find an opportunity to bury the box containing the doll in the bamboo grove outside the pavilion. The purpose of burying it there was precisely to ensure Ying would discover it. That meant her earlier suspicions were correct. The person behind the scheme had at least 2 strategies prepared. The first was to deliberately have Xiaomei behave suspiciously, so that Ying would notice something was amiss in the bamboo grove. If she became suspicious and found the box, she would likely guess someone was trying to frame her and escalate the matter to the emperor's attention. This plan was based on the impression Ying had deliberately given others. A woman who dared offend the entire harem just to curry favor with the empress dowager by donating 100 taels of gold. A woman who paraded a Persian hound gifted by the emperor every day, even using it to intimidate other consorts. Why wouldn't she be the type to react with fury and take the bait? So this was also a test. A test to see whether she really was as shallow and easy to read as she seemed. But the test was only one part of the plan. Because it wasn't the true goal, a second strategy had been prepared. If she didn't appear to notice anything strange about the bamboo grove, then just as happened last night, Xiaomei would dash out and collide with the emperor when he arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion, triggering the subsequent chain of events. Everything the emperor had learned from the interrogation was certainly true. Lu Shuqing's head maid and Xiao Luzi really were secretly paired. Xiao Luzi said Xiaomei had been coerced. Though the details were unclear, that part was likely not a lie. Still, Xiaomei had been willing to go along with the plan, even if it cost her life. That witchcraft doll had indeed been made by Lu Shuqing's maid. And it was highly likely that during her confinement Lu Shuqing had, at some point, genuinely ordered her maid to create such a doll. But Lu Shuqing didn't realize her head maid had, without her knowledge, already begun following Consort Xian's instructions. And so this entire scheme ended with Lu Shuqing being cast into the cold palace. A trace of ridicule rose to Ying's lips. Though Lu Shuqing and Consort Xian were both from the Lu family, they had never gotten along as sisters. Lu Shuqing resented her family, resented everyone in it, especially Consort Xian. For Consort Xian, personally disposing of Lu Shuqing was like a gecko sacrificing its tail to survive. But it wasn't just about getting rid of Lu Shuqing. She had to make sure everyone knew she and her sister weren't close. That Lu Shuqing's actions had nothing to do with her. After all, the emperor had scolded her recently because of Lu Shuqing. How could she not bear a grudge? So Consort Xian spun this elaborate web, dragging many others into it, especially ensuring the emperor would personally interrogate everyone. The birth details written on the witchcraft doll had to match those of Consort Liang. Because Consort Liang now managed the 6 palaces, framing her would suggest Lu Shuqing had slandered her own sister for personal gain. Likewise, the box had to be buried in the bamboo grove outside Qingzhou Pavilion. If it were buried anywhere else and found elsewhere, the effect would not be the same. In this way, Consort Xian appeared entirely innocent, a poor elder sister hated without cause by her own blood relative. And everyone in the harem knew that Consort Xian was dignified and gracious, always kind to the other consorts, and especially attentive toward Lu Shuqing. As for the Yunjin brocade, since Lu Shuqing resented Consort Xian so deeply, how could she possibly have liked the things her sister gave her? Even if some concubines sensed that there was something suspicious behind the entire scheme, Consort Xian viewed it as a demonstration, to warn the rest. If she could be this ruthless toward her own full-blooded sister, what mercy could others expect? Those who could see the truth were smart women, and smart women would make smart choices. Besides, who had any real evidence that Consort Xian had orchestrated this? Without proof, any accusation would be slander. Ying carefully replayed the whole scheme Consort Xian had laid. She had to admit, this kind of elaborate trap could only have come from someone like Consort Xian. Anyone else wouldn't have 3 loyal palace servants willing to be sacrificed, let alone the ability to secretly win over Lu Shuqing's personal head maid. But the emperor's order for Ying to move to Yue Hall likely hadn't been part of Consort Xian's plan. Then again, Ying herself hadn't expected it either. Your ladyship, Steward Xiaojiang is here. After Ying had finished sorting through the drama from the night before, and her fruit plate, Bihu came in to report that Xiaojiang had arrived at Qingzhou Pavilion. Ying supported herself on Biliu's arm to rise from the beauty couch. Bihu came to help Biliu tidy her appearance slightly as she added, Steward Xia said His Majesty selected a few clever palace servants to serve your ladyship and asked you to take a look. This had been mentioned the night before, when they were still waiting for Xiaojiang to return from the bamboo grove. The emperor had commented that Ying didn't have enough people around her. The rest of the night had been so eventful, Ying had nearly forgotten. But apparently the emperor had not. Truly, an emperor does not speak in jest. Ying exited the inner room, greeted Xiaojiang, and then met the 2 young palace maids and 2 young eunuchs he brought. After asking them a few simple questions, she accepted all 4 of them and instructed Bihu to take them away to settle in. But after completing this errand, Xiaojiang didn't immediately take his leave. Instead, he relayed everything he had extracted overnight from interrogating Xiao Luzi, Xiaomei, and several palace servants who once served Lu Shuqing. This was undoubtedly by the emperor's will. Ying listened carefully, taking the opportunity to understand why Xiaomei had helped Xiao Luzi, and what had truly happened. Xiaomei had accidentally broken a vase belonging to noble concubine Jiang, and had been punished and dismissed from her original residence, Lovestory Pavilion. She was sent to the laundry bureau where, due to her timid personality, she was severely bullied by others and lived a difficult life. Around that time she also received news that her family was gravely ill, and in desperate need of silver for treatment. She spent all her savings but it wasn't enough. Worse still, another palace maid noticed and stole most of it. In despair, Xiaomei attempted to drown herself in the lake. By chance Xiao Luzi saved her. After learning of her plight, Xiao Luzi gave her silver to save her family, and reported the bullying she suffered at the laundry bureau to Consort Xian. Xiaomei was then transferred to Qingzhou Pavilion. Having received such deep kindness, Xiaomei was willing to help him. So the so-called coercion Xiao Luzi had mentioned last night was merely him manipulating a debt of gratitude. Moreover, several palace servants from Wangchun Tower had testified that while under house arrest, Lu Shuqing had repeatedly expressed resentment and cursed Consort Xian. One of them had even overheard her say she wanted to curse Consort Xian to death using witchcraft. All of this further confirmed the narrative that Lu Shuqing was behind the entire scheme. The crime of falsely accusing her own elder sister was nailed down as undeniable. Ying sighed softly after hearing Xiaojiang's account. She understood this was the final result and wasn't surprised. Composing herself, she politely said to Xiaojiang, "Thank you for making this trip. Steward Xia has worked hard on His Majesty's behalf." She gestured for Biliu to offer him a gold ingot in thanks. Xiaojiang respectfully declined the reward, thanked her for the gesture, and said he needed to report back to the emperor. He saluted and took his leave. Ying didn't insist. She instructed Biliu to see him out. As soon as Xiaojiang left, before Biliu even returned, Ying lazily made her way back to the beauty couch. She didn't know why the emperor wanted her to hear all this, but having listened, she treated it like idle gossip. Lu Shuqing's head maid had committed suicide. Xiao Luzi and Xiaomei by palace law wouldn't escape death either. That was something they must have known from the beginning. After such a scandal, it was likely the emperor would refrain from turning over any consort's plaque for a long while. Ying hummed lightly to herself, thinking the concubines would probably behave for now, and that suited her just fine. She could once again enjoy peaceful days without having to serve the emperor. After settling the 4 new palace servants, Bihu returned to Ying's side. She brought with her a bit of news. Your Ladyship, Consort Xian went early this morning to kneel outside Qingjin Hall, requesting permission to visit Lady Lu. His Majesty has granted her request. Ying listened absent-mindedly, lips curving in a faint smile. They're sisters after all. How could she not come send her off? Bihu hesitated for a moment and then whispered. Previously, this servant was short-sighted. Ying gave her a sideways glance. Bihu immediately knelt beside the beauty couch and, bowing her head earnestly, declared, Your Ladyship has foresight and unmatched insight. This servant's narrow thinking almost ruined your plans. I know my mistake now. From this day forward, I will obey only your commands and follow only you. Get up. If Bilia walks in and sees you like this, she'll think you did something terrible. Ying chuckled lazily. I value loyalty above all. Everything else can be negotiated. This servant will never betray your Ladyship. Having once again declared her loyalty, Bihu finally stood up. Ying, having yawned twice in a row, could no longer focus on her storybook. She tossed it aside and went to lie down again. In the cold and desolate palace where Lu Shuqing had been confined, everything was steeped in desolation and abandonment. Consort Xian instructed her head maid Suyu to wait in the distance and approached alone. Through the window, she looked in at her younger sister, who was sitting beneath it. Dressed in coarse robes without any makeup, Lu Shuqing's features were delicate and young. She still looked somewhat girlish. But that hint of innocence turned into venom the instant she saw Consort Xian. Well, Consort Xian dares come to such an unlucky place. Or maybe you just wanted to preview your own future quarters? Lu Shuqing stood up and glared through the window at her sister, hatred brimming in her eyes. Consort Xian met her gaze calmly and smiled. Sister, rest here peacefully for now. Reflect on your actions. If there's a chance in the future, I'll find a way to get you out. Lu Shuqing sneered. Tired of pretending already? All that graceful and virtuous nonsense. How can a woman who personally framed her own sister be worthy of the title Consort Xian? I was saving you. Consort Xian's smile faded. You were still restless under house arrest. Playing with witchcraft in Wangchun Tower, did you really think no one would find out? I've treated you well. Why force me into this corner? Lu Shuqing scoffed, grabbed the rough porcelain teacup at hand, and smashed it on the ground. Get out. Leave. I know I'll never beat you. Not in the family, not in the palace. I admit it. But do you think you'll get off unscathed? Do you really believe the emperor won't figure out that you set this up yourself? Consort Xian looked at her almost with pity, then turned to Suyu in the distance. I brought 2 quilts for you. The weather's getting cold. Take care of yourself. You can't summon an imperial physician from here. Before Lu Shuqing could respond, she turned and left. The courtyard in the cold palace was overrun with weeds and fallen into disrepair. Behind an old dried-up well, hidden by overgrown grass, Gu Zhenzhen pressed both hands over her mouth, struggling not to make a sound. Her eyes were wide, face full of shock, unable to believe what she had just overheard. Consort Xian. It was all her doing. Gu Zhenzhen didn't fully understand what had happened at Qingzhou Pavilion. She had only woken this morning to news that Lu Shuqing had been thrown into the cold palace, accused of trying to harm Consort Xian. Gu Zhenzhen had been furious. In her view, having such a good elder sister like Consort Xian was a blessing beyond measure. Yet Lu Shuqing hadn't appreciated it, and had committed the monstrous crime of trying to harm her own blood relative. Fueled by anger, she had wanted to visit the cold palace to scold Lu Shuqing herself. But without the emperor's permission, she could only sneak in, only to hear voices and hide in a panic. Never had she expected to witness Consort Xian arrive. And she could never have imagined she would hear those words. Gu Zhenzhen slowly lowered her hands from her mouth as she leaned against the dry well, her heart still pounding uncontrollably. How could this be? Why would Consort Xian be like this? Her thoughts were nearly desperate, and tears began to fall from her eyes. Just as Ying had guessed, after the incident, the emperor didn't visit the harem for a long time. After she moved from Qingzhou Pavilion to Yue Hall, the emperor merely sent over 2 pots of chrysanthemums. Yue Hall was a place Ying had lived in for a long time in her previous life. Returning there now, she felt a sense of comforting familiarity. As for the unpleasant memories, it wasn't worth recalling and spoiling her mood. The 4 palace servants sent by the emperor were efficient and well-trained. Ying found them quite satisfactory, and she wasn't foolish enough to treat them too delicately. After all, they were there to serve her. Moving into Yue Hall smoothly was a joyous occasion. Ying had Bihu and Biliu reward each servant with some silver, just to mark the celebration. The other consorts of the 6 palaces had been unusually well-behaved lately. Ying enjoyed her peaceful days, working on embroidery, reading storybooks, walking her Persian dog. Since the emperor hadn't summoned her to the hall of government again, she acted as if nothing had ever happened. Before she knew it, the Mid-Autumn Festival had arrived. Also the day the emperor had promised Ying she could reunite with her family. On the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, Ying woke early. After dressing and grooming herself carefully, she waited patiently. Bored, her thoughts wandered. She instructed Biliu to bring out the sachets she'd previously set aside, the ones she hadn't been satisfied with. Biliu brought over a sandalwood box and asked, "Your ladyship, what do you need these for?" Inside were scented sachets Ying had made herself. She had already selected the best ones to give to her family. These were the ones that hadn't made the cut, hence Biliu's confusion. "I need to pick out one that's decent enough to give someone." Ying opened the box and slowly began sifting through the sachets. If the reunion with her family went smoothly naturally, she ought to return the favor and express her thanks for the emperor's kindness. Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Sachet. Your Highness, Madam and the young miss have arrived. As soon as the young palace maid delivered the message that Madame Yun was coming to Yue Hall in a sedan chair, Biliu had gone out to wait. Now she hurried in, her face full of joy, and happily announced the news. Upon hearing this, Ying immediately stood up. In the next moment, a composed and dignified woman, dressed in a bright red wide-sleeved robe and red gauze skirt adorned with gold and jade jewelry, entered the hall carrying a sweet, jade-like little girl in her arms. It was Ying's mother and her young niece. Mother. To Ying, it had been far too long since she last saw her mother. Now, suddenly seeing her loved one, she couldn't suppress her excitement. Smiling radiantly, she quickly stepped forward and grasped her mother's hands before Madame Yun could even offer a formal greeting. Madame Yun was just as delighted to see her daughter. Although she knew Ying disliked excessive formality, she still observed the palace etiquette and respectfully curtsied deeply. This humble woman, along with her little granddaughter, greets your highness. Wishing your highness 10,000 blessings. Mother, please rise quickly. Ying reached out to help her mother up and instructed Biliu to serve tea. She then took the little girl from her mother's arms. The little miss wore a vermilion dress, her hair styled in twin buns. Her chubby cheeks, delicate brows and bright eyes made her look adorable. On each of her tiny wrists was a silver bracelet with jingling bells. She didn't seem afraid of strangers and remained quiet in Ying's arms, even tilting her little head to curiously gaze at Ying with her dark, glossy eyes. Ying looked down at her and smiled. "Call me auntie." The little one turned to look at Madame Yun. Seeing her grandmother nod, she obediently tried to speak in her childish voice. Unfortunately, she wasn't yet good at pronouncing words. What was meant to be auntie ended up as do, making everyone burst into laughter. So sweet. Ying beamed, kissed her niece's little cheek, and invited Madame Yun to sit on the Luohan couch and talk. Madame Yun carefully looked over her daughter and saw her complexion was rosy, her expression lively and bright, with no sign of distress. She knew then that Ying must be doing well in the palace. Then seeing her daughter dressed in a silver-red robe woven with golden osmanthus and rabbit patterns, so gorgeous and exquisite, she could tell the fabric must have been a tribute bestowed by His Majesty. Yue Hall itself was spacious, tastefully arranged and comfortably furnished. In fact, she had heard of her daughter's 2 promotions. But after all, the inner palace was like a deep sea. No matter how well things seemed to go, as a mother she would always worry. "Has your highness been well lately?" After a few moments, Madame Yun asked with a smile. Ying was teasing her little niece. Knowing her mother's concern, she didn't just offer empty reassurances. Instead, she half complained, "Mother, you don't know how busy I've been. Not long ago, I had to study painting every day under His Majesty's watchful eye. I only just managed to earn the reward of getting to see you. And nearly every morning and evening, I have to take the Persian dog out for a walk. There hasn't been a moment of rest." Speaking of the Persian dog, she instructed the palace maid to bring Ah Huang over. While holding her little niece securely, she reached out her other hand toward Madame Yun. "I missed seeing you and thought I'd make 2 sets of sleepwear for you and father. But with these clumsy hands, I ended up injuring myself all over." Madame Yun quickly took her daughter's hand to inspect it closely. Seeing many tiny wounds on her fingers, clearly from sewing, her eyes welled up. "Why would your highness trouble yourself with such things?" "It's because I wanted mother to feel sorry for her daughter." Ying joked as she drew her hand back, then added sincerely, "Being able to make something for father and mother, I'm happy." Understanding her daughter's filial devotion, Madame Yun suppressed her heartache and smiled. "With your highness's embroidery skills, you really didn't have to go to such trouble. But mother, you're not allowed to dislike it." Ying smiled again. Seeing that Bihu and Biliu had brought over tea, melon seeds and snacks, she then asked them to fetch the sleepwear, knee warmers, sachets and gifts she had prepared for her little niece. As the items were brought in, Another palace maid arrived leading the Persian dog. For a time Yue Hall was filled with bustling joy. Madame Yun looked at all the intimate items her daughter had prepared and listened to her talk about various interesting things in the palace. The worry in her heart gradually faded. Later, once the dog was taken away, Ying dismissed Bihu Biliu and all the other palace attendants, leaving only the three of them, herself, Madame Yun, and her little niece. As long as your highness is doing well in the palace, that is all that matters. Since your highness entered the palace, Madame Yun said, the master has become increasingly cautious and meticulous in everything, afraid he might do something to jeopardize your highness's safety. Ying squeezed her mother's hand. Father's loyalty and devotion are clear to his majesty. Seeing the faint tears in Madame Yun's eyes, she added, I also understand the importance of staying humble. For the sake of father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, and my little niece, I will always be careful. The affairs of the court and inner palace were inevitably connected. But a family must stay united to ensure peace and prosperity. Madame Yun nodded. We only hope your highness will take care of your health and stay well. You and father too. Ying smiled. Knowing that my family is safe and happy gives me peace of mind. At this point, though reluctant to part, Madame Yun stood, realizing she had already stayed at Yue Hall for nearly half a day. She told her daughter she must take her leave and couldn't help repeating a few more words of caution. Ying felt the same reluctance. But she also knew not to be arrogant just because of imperial favor. Even one meeting like this was hard won. She didn't dare keep her mother too long, for fear of attracting gossip. Those censors at court were always quick to preach about rituals and rules. Just then, a eunuch from Jingting Hall arrived with a message from the emperor, summoning Ying and Madame Yun at once. Ying immediately called Bihu and Biliu to help her freshen up and change. She had noticed that when the eunuch delivered the message, her mother's eyes flickered slightly. Taking the chance, she asked quietly, did father also enter the palace today? Her mother couldn't help smiling and sighing. Yes, your father came to the palace today. Now Ying was certain. The emperor was allowing her to meet with her father as well. This visit alone had already made Madame Yun nervous. Now seeing that His Majesty had deliberately arranged for her daughter to meet her father too, her anxiety deepened. Was such favor too eye-catching? Ying looked at her mother and immediately understood her worry. But she also knew the emperor's nature. If he favored someone, it was genuine. He didn't harbor ulterior motives. Or perhaps in his mind, whoever he wished to favor was entirely his own decision. Because some matters were inevitably constrained by the front court. For example, even though he suspected something odd in Lu Shuqing's incident, without any proof and with the sixth palace authority already taken from Consort Xian, it was impossible to act further against her. After all, Consort Xian had the Lu family behind her, and Minister Lu held great prestige at court and had never committed a major offense. The different treatment of Lu Shuqing and Consort Xian was tied to this. Previously, Feng Mei ended in a tragic downfall, while Consort Da, despite her clear wrongdoings, still held a high-ranked title. There was reason behind all of it. Thus, in the emperor's view, there were concubines in the inner palace who could not be easily touched. But those he wished to favor, he could still spoil at will. The harem was far from peaceful. So wasn't it the emperor who had sent her a few new palace maids? Ordinarily, those 4 maids were no different from the rest. But if anything were to happen near her, they'd likely become her rescuers. Of course, this relied on her having no hidden motives and living honorably. And right now, wasn't she doing exactly that? She had already abandoned all those old schemes. Mother, come help me choose a hairpin. Ying looked at the open jewelry box and said to Madame Yun. When Madame Yun approached, Ying took the chance to lean close and whisper a few words in her mother's ear. After hearing them, Madame Yun didn't know whether to worry or not. His Majesty treated her daughter so well. If she kept thinking negatively, it would only be needless anxiety. In the end, she smiled and helped Ying select her accessories, finally putting her anxious heart to rest. When Ying later left Yue Hall, she brought along the sachet she had previously prepared as a gift for the emperor. Then, accompanied by her mother and young niece, she boarded a sedan chair and made her way to Jingting Hall. Zhao Chong had not seen Ying for over a month. The farce that had unfolded in the harem had left a bad taste in his mouth, so he had thrown himself into court affairs and avoided the inner palace altogether. During this time, he hadn't summoned Ying to Jingting Hall to study painting, and she, feeling justified, had happily enjoyed her leisure. Thus, they hadn't had any chance to meet. However, he hadn't forgotten his promise to let her see her family today. Madame Yun was permitted to enter the palace to visit her daughter, but General Yun entering the inner palace was inconvenient, so arrangements were made for him to be received at Jingting Hall. Reporting to your Majesty, noble consort Shu and Madame Yun have arrived outside the hall. A young palace servant made the announcement, and Zhao Chong gave the order to summon them in. Before long, Ying and Madame Yun entered the hall slowly, bringing with them Yun family's little girl. And so Zhao Chong raised his eyes and saw a radiant Ying. Today she wore a newly tailored ensemble made from cloud brocade. With red lips, fair complexion, dazzling attire, and a flirtatious charm in her eyes and brows, she exuded a vibrant, lively beauty. Her smile was even more vivid and animated, her presence glowing in a way unseen before. She was like a breathtaking landscape, refreshing to the eye, calming to the heart. Zhao Chong's lips curved slightly upon seeing her. Your concubine greets your majesty, wishing your majesty 10,000 blessings. This humble woman brings her young granddaughter to pay respects to your majesty, wishing your majesty 10,000 blessings. Zhao Chong reached out to assist Ying, calmly excusing both her and Madame Yun from formalities. Without beating around the bush, he said directly, General Yun is currently in the side hall. It's been a long time since noble consort Shu has seen him. Why not go greet him? Yes. Your concubine thanks your majesty for this grace. Ying cheerfully expressed her gratitude, and gave Zhao Chong a particularly sincere and radiant smile. She then followed a young palace servant from Qingjing Hall to the side hall to meet her father. Reuniting with her father made her feel like there were endless things to say, but the allotted time was only 15 minutes. Just as they started discussing things like wearing more clothes in the cold or caring for an old knee injury, it was already time to part. Father, mother, please take care. Ying saw her parents off to the corridor. She kissed her little niece on the cheek, reluctant to part, and watched them leave with longing. How joyful the reunion had been, how melancholy the parting. Watching the figures of her parents walking side by side, Ying felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Her eyes turned slightly red. When she turned around and saw the emperor standing in the corridor, she quickly composed herself, curved her lips into a smile, adjusted her expression to be proper, and stepped forward to kneel and give thanks. Your concubine thanks your majesty for this kindness. But before she could kneel, Zhao Chong reached out to stop her. Zhao Chong looked at her with a smile. Is this all my beloved consort has to offer as thanks? Your concubine? Ying stood upright and pulled out a sachet from her sleeve, handing it over. Your concubine embroidered a sachet for your majesty. However, my embroidery is rather crude. Zhao Chong glanced at the sachet in her hand, recalling how she had previously made excuses about her poor embroidery skills, and refused to make clothes for him. Now looking at this sachet she had presented, indeed, the embroidery was crude. Zhao Chong accepted the sachet with its coarse stitching and sloppy embroidery. Staring at the stitched pattern for a few moments, he silently speculated before cautiously asking Ying. This is embroidered to be the Persian dog? Ying felt it was impressive that the emperor could even recognize it. If she herself didn't know she had tried to embroider a huang, at first glance, one probably wouldn't know what it was supposed to be. Your concubine has shown her lack of skill, Ying said, a little embarrassed for once. If not, perhaps your concubine can go back and practice diligently, and later make a better one to give to your majesty. Zhao Chong chuckled inwardly, knowing the personality of his beloved consort. Who knew when that later might ever come? He tucked the sachet into his sleeve, then grabbed Ying's hand and opened her palm to look. How much more do you plan to practice, my dear consort? Ying. She gave two awkward chuckles but couldn't bring herself to say she'd try harder. If she really went back to practice embroidery, she'd probably still be at it in her next life. Come on. Zhao Chong gave a silent laugh and then took Ying's hand, leading her into the hall. My beloved consort hasn't practiced painting in a long time. I wonder if your skills have become rusty. Since I have a little time now, I'll take this chance to inspect your progress. Ying. What kind of surprise pop quiz was this? Seeing Ying's shocked and dazed expression greatly amused Zhao Chong. But he hadn't truly meant to test her painting skills. Pinching her cheek with a smile, he said, I'm teasing you. I'm busy. I'll let you return first. Ying came back to her senses. Given that she had successfully seen her parents today, she didn't fuss about the emperor's prank and obediently bowed and took her leave. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, the palace naturally held a banquet. Since it was a family gathering besides Empress Dowager Zhou and the palace consorts, all other guests were royal relatives. No one was foolish enough to cause trouble during such a festive occasion. The banquet was filled with music and song, toasts exchanged, and a joyful atmosphere. Ying had changed out of the brocade dress she wore during the day and sat quietly among the guests, enjoying fine dishes while watching musicians perform and beauties dance gracefully. Since she was in a good mood, she also sipped a few cups of wine. By the time the banquet ended, she was slightly tipsy. She returned to Yue Hall in a sedan chair, reclining lazily on the Luohan bed while waiting for the palace maids to prepare hot water for her bath. However, before the hot water arrived, the emperor did. Your concubine greets your majesty. The emperor hadn't ordered the servants to announce his arrival, so Ying only noticed his presence when he walked into the hall. She immediately rose to greet him. "No need for formalities, my beloved consort." Zhao Chong reached out to help her up. When she looked up, her eyes carried a faint misty glimmer, and there was a subtle scent of wine about her. Clearly she had drunk quite a bit. He raised an eyebrow. "Did my beloved consort overindulge tonight?" "Just a few sips," Ying replied with a gentle smile. Zhao Chong didn't quite believe her. He helped her sit back down on the luohan bed and ordered someone to bring sobering soup. Ying was actually very sober. But since the emperor had spoken, she let him do as he pleased. She just hadn't expected that he would come to Yue Hall tonight. After returning earlier, Biliu had already instructed the small kitchen to prepare sobering soup. So it was delivered quickly, along with the hot water for her bath. Ying slowly sipped the soup with a porcelain spoon. When she heard the hot water was ready, she paused slightly. The emperor had kept his promise and let her see her parents today. Was giving just a sachet really a sincere enough gesture of thanks? Perhaps she should serve him during his bath later, and indulge his little fetish? Just as she was thinking this while drinking, Zhao Chong, who could hear her inner thoughts suddenly,